Inside a small wooden hut on Baozi Mountain, Lin Tianhao slowly opened his eyes, shook his groggy head, and muttered to himself, "I am never drinking again." He then looked around at the unfamiliar surroundings and said, "Am I still not fully awake? Is this a dream?" With two sharp slaps, Lin Tianhao struck his own cheeks. Feeling the burning pain on his face, he instantly sobered up and realized this was no dream. At that moment, a white-bearded old man stepped in from outside. Seeing Lin Tianhao, he exclaimed joyfully, "Yukon, you finally woke up. Does your head still hurt?" He continued remorsefully, "It is all your grandpa's fault for not keeping an eye on you and letting you fall off the cliff and get hurt. Fortunately, you did not die." Lin Tianhao replied, "Old man, you just called me Wukong." Lin Tianhao asked, and the old man's son Gohan said, it seems your brain really was damaged by the fall. You cannot even remember your own name." Lin Tianhao felt that this old man looked somewhat familiar. Looking more carefully at the surroundings, he suddenly sensed that the art style was reminiscent of the Dragon Ball world. Then he glanced down at himself and was astonished to discover he had actually become a child. Son Gohan watched Son Goku's strange behavior and assumed his brain injury had caused amnesia. He said, "I am your grandpa, Son Gohan, and you are Son Goku. Do you remember now?" Inwardly, Lin Tianhao thought, "So it is true. I have crossed over into the Dragon Ball world and even into little Wukong's body." He then said aloud, "Grandpa, I remember now. My head still hurts a little. Please let me rest quietly." Son Gohan said, "All right, you stay home and rest well. I will go hunt some game and cook something tasty for you." Son Goku replied, "Thank you, Grandpa." Son Gohan nodded, then closed the door and left. Lin Tianhao began to recall what had happened before. Yesterday, a classmate had gotten married and he had gone to the banquet. During the feast, he drank a few too many cups and in that muddled state somehow crossed over into the Dragon Ball world. By now, his relatives and friends were probably eating at his own funeral banquet. Truly, this vast world holds no end of wonders. There are countless ways for transmigrators to cross worlds, yet there could hardly be a more absurd method than his. Still, since he had arrived, he might as well settle in. Lin Tianhao thought to himself, "Little Wukong, I shall begin your magnificent life in your stead. You may rest easy and go on your way. From this moment on, I am Son Goku." Afterward, Lin Tianhao felt his mind grow noticeably clearer. It seemed that a lingering shred of little Wukong's will had completely fused with his own soul. Son Goku climbed out of bed, stretched his small body a little, and then began to ponder all the Dragon Ball storylines he had seen in his previous life. This was a world of hot-blooded passion and fierce inspiration, yet also one filled with danger. 7 Dragon Balls that could grant any wish, villains with flesh, blood, and depth, and races brimming with limitless potential. All of this set Son Goku's blood boiling, and he decided that starting tomorrow he would begin training. Half a day later, Son Gohan returned from hunting and started cooking for Son Goku. After quite some time, the grandfather and grandson sat down to eat together. The next morning, Son Goku rose early and began his training, first a 2-kilometer morning run, then 200 push-ups each in the morning, noon, and evening. Son Gohan, thinking that Son Goku was only 3 years old and still far too young, worried that such training might ruin his body. He tried to dissuade Son Goku, but was quickly talked around by a few persuasive words. Thus, Son Goku's path of training began in this way. 3 years later, Son Gohan started teaching him how to sense chi, which Son Goku mastered in only 3 days. After that, he began to learn how to apply chi. From then on, every day Son Goku either went into the mountains to hunt and battle wild beasts, or he trained in the use of chi. 6 years later, Son Goku could already exchange blows evenly with Son Gohan. Feeling he had nothing more to teach, Son Gohan wrote a letter and told Son Goku to take it to Kame Sennin, so that Kame Sennin could instruct him in further cultivation methods. It was worth mentioning that over these years, although Son Goku had transformed into a giant ape, he had managed to retain his rationality. Because of this, Son Gohan had not been accidentally trampled to death, as in the original story. After bidding farewell to Son Gohan, Son Goku set out on his journey to find Kame Sennin. Along the way, he encountered Bulma, who was searching for the Dragon Balls. After witnessing Son Goku's skills, Bulma invited him to join her in the search. Son Goku naturally agreed. With such a rich lady who was also the future foremost scientist on Earth, he could only think to himself that even letting Vegeta become a Super Saiyan Green someday would be within reach. The difficulties they encountered while searching for the Dragon Balls were nothing at all before the current Son Goku. The Dragon Ball in Kame Sennin's possession was obtained by Son Goku in exchange for a magazine. Once they had gathered all 7 Dragon Balls, Son Goku persuaded Bulma to let him make the wish. Son Goku then wished to the dragon and obtained a weighted outfit whose size and gravity could be adjusted at will. Its maximum weight could reach 300 times his own body weight, enough to serve him until he transformed into a Super Saiyan. He had chosen this wish because with Bulma's current level of technology, she could not yet build a gravity chamber. Dr. Brief could make one, but even he could only reach 50 times gravity, so Son Goku opted for this kind of wish instead. Afterwards, Son Goku parted ways with Bulma and went to seek out Kame Sennin for further training. After considering Son Goku's abilities, Kame Sennin was astonished to find he had little left to teach, and thus sent Son Goku to climb Karin Tower. So Son Goku used a capsule Bulma had given him to store a large vat of water and several hundred fish, then set off to climb Karin Tower. A few days later, Son Goku finally reached the top of Karin Tower and met Karinsima. After explaining his purpose, he took out the vat of water and the fish. Karinsima's eyes went wide at the sight, and he readily agreed to Son Goku's request. Thereafter, Karinsima began instructing Son Goku. 3 months later, Son Goku had mastered everything Karinsima taught, and his combat strength had increased by a large margin. He then exchanged for 2 jars of senzu beans from Karinsima, left Karin Tower, and prepared to participate in the upcoming World Martial Arts Tournament. After visiting Kame Sennin and Kuririn, Son Goku returned to Baozi Mountain. Seeing him come back, Son Gohan was overjoyed, and the grandfather and grandson chatted for a long time. After that, Son Goku stayed on Baozi Mountain training while he waited for the World Martial Arts Tournament to begin. During this period, Son Goku had already adapted to 5 times gravity, and his combat power had reached 1,000. At this point in the timeline, he was an invincible existence, though he himself was unaware of it. The only thing he was sure of was that his combat strength surpassed that of the Goku from the Raditz era. 2 months later, Son Goku headed to the city to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament. A few days after that, he arrived at the tournament grounds. There he met Kuririn, Kame Sennin, Xianxia, and Bulma. Everyone was overjoyed to see one another, and after Son Goku finished registering, Bulma treated them all to a meal. Son Goku's appetite left everyone utterly stunned. When Bulma checked the bill at the end, it totaled a staggering 500,000 zeni. Though it was nothing to her wealth, it still greatly shocked her. A few days later, Sun Wukong, Yamcha Klin, and the Turtle Hermit, disguised as Chunlong, all successfully advanced into the top 8. Just as in the original story, the 4 of them then defeated their opponents and entered the semifinals. In the semifinals, Sun Wukong defeated Klin, while Chunlong overcame Yamcha, and the two successfully met in the final match. During the finals, Sun Wukong easily defeated Chunlong and claimed the championship of the 21st Tenkaichi Budokai. Afterwards, Sun Wukong treated everyone to a grand feast, and in the blink of an eye squandered all the prize money he had just won. Sun Wukong simply stated that he had no interest in money. After that, the Turtle Hermit and Klin returned to the Turtle Hermit's island. Bulma went back home, and Sun Wukong returned to Mount Baozi to continue his training. After several months of training on Mount Baozi, Sun Wukong once again set out on a journey to search for the Dragon Balls. 1 month later, after gathering all 7 Dragon Balls, Sun Wukong summoned the Divine Dragon and wished to survive in the vacuum of space, a desire that posed no difficulty for the dragon at all. After his wish was fulfilled, Sun Wukong felt the changes in his body, then flew to Karin Tower to visit Meow Hermit. Seeing Sun Wukong arrive, Meow Hermit was overjoyed. Sun Wukong presented him with a large vat of live fish, then announced his intention to drink the ultra-divine water to awaken his potential. Although the ultra-divine water was poisonous and might induce heart disease, Sun Wukong still intended to attempt it, thinking that at worst he could later ask the Divine Dragon to remove the toxins from his body. Upon hearing this, Meow Hermit tried to dissuade him, but when he saw that Sun Wukong was determined, he finally agreed. After draining a cup of ultra-divine water, Sun Wukong was instantly overwhelmed by unbearable pain throughout his entire body, and his aura erupted uncontrollably. Beneath Karin Tower, violent winds and torrential rain raged, with thunder and lightning splitting the sky, and even Meow Hermit was stunned by the force of Sun Wukong's aura. The deity in the heavenly temple was likewise startled. A moment later, Sun Wukong gradually regained his composure and restrained his aura. Feeling the vigorous power surging within his body, he rejoiced inwardly, roughly estimating that his strength had increased by nearly 1/3. After expressing his gratitude to Meow Hermit, Sun Wukong prepared to leave, but was informed that the god of the heavenly temple wished to see him. Thus, Sun Wukong flew toward the heavenly temple. Moments later, Sun Wukong arrived at the heavenly temple. The first thing he saw was a man resembling an Indian and a green-skinned being standing beside him. Sun Wukong certainly knew that these two were Bobo and the god of the heavenly temple, yet he pretended not to recognize them, and asked, "Hello, may I know which of you is the god?" The green-skinned being replied, "I am the god. The one beside me is my servant Bobo." Sun Wukong said, "Greetings, god." "Greetings, Bobo. May I ask why you have called for me?" The god said, "Just now in the heavenly temple, I sensed the aura you unleashed and discovered that your strength has already surpassed everyone. Therefore, I wish to invite you to inherit my position as god to safeguard world peace and protect the earth." Sun Wukong replied, "I am sorry, honored god. I love freedom and a life without restraints and do not wish to be bound." I asked for your understanding. The god said, Wukong, will you not reconsider? I sense that before long a demon that endangers the human world will appear. Martial artists on Earth will be helpless, and only you will be able to save the planet and uphold world peace. Sun Wukong answered, honored god, rest assured. When the time comes I will take action. But as for the position of god, please entrust it to someone more suitable. Hearing this, the god no longer insisted that Sun Wukong assume the role. He said to Sun Wukong, very well, young man. Then I entrust to you the task of protecting Earth and maintaining world peace. If you have any requests, you may put them forward. Sun Wukong said, I wonder if there is any place within the heavenly temple suitable for training. I wish to continue cultivating. The god replied, there is indeed such a place in the heavenly temple called the room of spirit and time. However, the gravity inside is 10 times that of the outside world. Spending a year inside equals only a day outside, but the environment within is extremely harsh. I do not know whether you can adapt to it. Sun Wukong said, that is perfect. Tenfold gravity will not be a problem. Hearing this, the god agreed and instructed Bobo to lead Sun Wukong into the room of spirit and time, reminding Sun Wukong that he could only stay inside for 2 years, otherwise he would never be able to come out. Sun Wukong nodded in agreement, adjusted the gravity of his weighted clothing down to 0, and then stepped into the room of spirit and time. The moment he entered, his body suddenly grew heavy, and he nearly stumbled, but after steadying himself, he immediately began his training. Beyond the most basic forms of cultivation, Sun Wukong also made use of the unique traits of Saiyans. Every few days, he would grievously injure himself, then eat a senzu bean to recover, causing his battle power to rise sharply. After spending 2 full years inside, Sun Wukong emerged from the room of spirit and time and began adjusting the gravity settings on his weighted clothing. Starting from 1-fold gravity and increasing step by step up to 20-fold, Sun Wukong stopped only when he felt it was about right. Although he did not know his exact battle power, recalling that in the original story, he possessed 90,000 battle power after adapting to 100 times gravity, he estimated that now, having adapted to 20 times gravity, his strength should be around 18,000. Thinking of this, Sun Wukong was overjoyed. After greeting the god and Bobo, he departed from the heavenly temple, stopped by Karen Tower to visit Miao Hermit once more, and then headed straight back to Mount Baozi. 3 years later, the 22nd Tenkaichi Budokai was held as scheduled. After bidding farewell to Sun Gohan, Sun Wukong rushed to participate in the tournament. There he not only saw the turtle hermit Klin Yamucha and Bulma, but also Tianjin Fan Jiaozi and the crane hermit of the crane school. In the end, Sun Wukong claimed the tournament championship without the slightest suspense. After receiving the prize money, Sun Wukong invited everyone out for a meal. During this time, a subordinate of Demon King Bick tried to seize the 4-star ball, but was effortlessly dealt with by Sun Wukong, allowing Klin to escape a disaster. After the meal, Sun Wukong proactively sought out the first-generation Demon King Bick and beat him to the brink of death, forcing him to successfully spit out a demon egg. Sun Wukong then returned to Mount Baozi. Afterwards, he retrieved the god's spaceship and asked Bulma's father, Dr. Briefs, to repair it. Dr. Briefs agreed without hesitation. During this period, Sun Wukong took the opportunity to search for the 7 Dragon Balls and then wished upon the Divine Dragon to learn the Namekian language. Once Dr. Briefs finished repairing the spaceship, Sun Wukong boarded it and set out for Planet Namek. 1 month later, Sun Wukong arrived on Planet Namek. After making some inquiries, he located the residence of the Grand Elder. Welcomed by Nail, he was brought before the Grand Elder and explained the purpose of his visit. By unlocking Sun Wukong's potential, the Grand Elder came to know of Planet Namek's future calamities and thus requested that Sun Wukong lend his aid to Namek when the time came. Sun Wukong readily agreed. Afterward, the Grand Elder ordered that the 7 Dragon Balls be gathered to help Sun Wukong make his wishes. Sun Wukong's first wish was to learn the instant transmission technique of the Yardrat people. His second wish was to cleanse his body of the remaining toxins from the ultra-divine water. His third wish was to obtain the method of cultivating divine power. These 3 wishes were exceedingly simple for the Namekian divine dragon, and they were fulfilled in an instant. Sun Wukong felt many new cultivation methods emerge in his mind, and his body suddenly became lighter and more at ease, so he knew his wishes had been granted. He then bid farewell to the Grand Elder and took the spaceship back to Earth. Vegeta, having lost his tail, shrank in size, instantly panicking. Not to mention Son Goku at this moment, he couldn't even defeat Raditz or Piccolo. After the previous battle, he had exhausted quite a bit of energy, and with his tail severed by Son Goku, his battle power had dropped to 13,000. Raditz, on the other hand, had barely exhausted any energy in his fight against Nappa, maintaining a battle power of 15,000. Although Piccolo had some exhaustion, he still retained a battle power of 18,000, hence Vegeta truly couldn't compete with them. Seeing Vegeta in such a state, Son Goku said, "You can leave." Vegeta was taken aback and replied, "Kakarot, you want kill me?" Son Goku replied, "I'm not interested in weaklings." Hearing this, Vegeta became furious and said, "Damn it, Kakarot, just wait. One day I will surpass you, and you will definitely regret it." Son Goku smiled and said that day will never come. Angered by this, Vegeta dared not say more, took out the spaceship remote, pressed the button, and waited for the spaceship to arrive. Meanwhile, everyone gathered around Son Goku. Krillin asked Goku, "Are you really going to let him go? What if one day his battle power surpasses ours?" Son Goku confidently replied that day will never come. Seeing Son Goku's confidence, Krillin responded, "All right, Goku, you have the strength, you decide." Piccolo asked Goku, "How did you sever Vegeta's tail just now? I only saw a flash of sword light, and Vegeta's tail was cut off. What happened?" Son Goku replied, "That is a special move I've trained in called turning chi into a sword. It involves condensing my chi into a sword shape and then launching it with psychic force." Piccolo remarked, "I see." Krillin added, "Your technique is somewhat similar to my chi blade slash, which condenses chi into a disc shape and throws it to cut enemies." Son Goku nodded and said, "Indeed. In reality, however, this technique is quite different from Krillin's chi blade slash. While condensing chi into a sword shape is easy, manipulating it with psychic force is quite challenging." In the original story, Son Goku struggled to manipulate a cup of water with psychic force while lying in a hospital bed, let alone a non-physical chi sword. Son Goku's ability to accomplish this was entirely due to years of training in divine power. Since acquiring the divine power training method through the Namekian dragon, Son Goku has been training diligently. Now his life level has reached that of a deity, making the manipulation of chi swords a piece of cake. Raditz asked Son Goku, "What should we do with Nappa?" Son Goku then turned to Vegeta and said, "Vegeta, don't you want your lackey anymore?" Vegeta replied, "What use is this useless garbage? You take care of it." Son Goku, unfazed by this, said to Raditz, "Then Nappa is up to you. When he wakes up, explain the rules of Earth to him." Raditz cracked his knuckles excitedly and said, "No problem, Kakarot." Son Goku paid no mind to it. At that moment, Vegeta's spaceship arrived. He took one last glance at Son Goku before entering the spaceship and flying away. Seeing this, Son Goku returned to Bulma's house with everyone. After witnessing Vegeta's strength, they began to train twice as hard. When Nappa woke up realizing that Vegeta had abandoned him, he felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment, trembling as he looked at Raditz, Piccolo, and Son Goku. Fortunately, Raditz explained the rules to him later, and upon realizing that these three had no intention of killing him, he finally felt relieved. Afterwards, Nappa began training in the gravity chamber with everyone. Son Goku then went to the Heavens Temple seeking to have the KO introduce him to the North KO. The KO was somewhat surprised at how Son Goku knew about the North KO, and Son Goku explained that he had learned about it from the Namekian elder. Upon hearing this, the KO did not probe further and took Son Goku to meet King Yemma. After a brief explanation, King Yemma agreed and had a little demon guide Son Goku to the entrance of Snake Way. With Son Goku's current battle power of 30,000, he quickly reached KO's planet. The 10 times Earth's gravity compounded with the weighted clothing amounted to only 3,000 times the gravity, which was insignificant to Son Goku. Upon seeing Son Goku, the North KO asked, "Who are you and why have you come here?" Son Goku replied, "My name is Son Goku, a martial artist from Earth, here to train with Lord KO." The North KO responded, "I see. Then you'll need to pass my test before training with me." Son Goku said, "No problem." Son Goku then told a few jokes, successfully making the North KO laugh. After a moment's effort, he managed to catch Bubbles and smash him against Gregory with a hammer. The North KO remarked that Son Goku's strength was impressive and then began teaching him the Kaioken technique. Son Goku mastered the Kaioken within just 3 days. He then began to demonstrate the Kaioken. Son Goku released his entire aura and shouted 2 times Kaioken. He was surrounded by a red aura. The North KO, feeling Son Goku's aura, was utterly shocked, beads of cold sweat streaming down his face. Meanwhile, everyone back on Earth felt this aura and were all astonished, finally realizing the gap between themselves and Son Goku. On KO's planet, Son Goku felt the aura emanating from him and began to slowly increase the multiplier of the Kaioken. Until he reached 100 times Kaioken, Son Goku felt a slight swelling in his body and knew that he had reached the limit of the Kaioken multiplier, thus, he stopped increasing it. He maintained the 100 times Kaioken and began to unleash his punches and kicks. Half an hour later, feeling the pain in his body, Son Goku released the Kaioken and let out a sigh. He said to the North KO, "Thank you for your guidance these past few days, Lord KO." The North KO replied, "Goku, you're too polite. I'm pleased that you can unleash the Kaioken at such a high multiplier. It seems my technique will flourish in your hands." Son Goku said, "It's all thanks to the teachings of Lord KO." The North KO replied, No, Goku. It's your talent and strength that allow you to unleash the Kaioken so well." Son Goku nodded and said, "Then I will take my leave, Lord KO. He'll come back to visit you in a few days." The North KO said, "Goku, I also have a technique called Spirit Bomb. Are you not going to learn it?" Son Goku replied, Lord Ko, I am already content to have learned the Kaioken. One should not be too greedy. The North Ko praised Goku, you are truly a person of noble character. Son Goku replied, you flatter me, Lord Ko. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. The North Ko nodded, and Son Goku used instant transmission, returning to Earth with a whoosh. The North Ko, astonished, remarked, that is the instant transmission of the Yardrat people. I didn't expect Goku to have learned this as well. Upon sensing that Sun Wukong had returned home, everyone emerged from the gravity room. Piccolo looked at Sun Wukong and said, Son, what is your current battle power? Tell us so we can understand the gap between us. Sun Wukong looked at everyone and asked, do you all want to know? Krillin replied, Wukong, stop teasing us. Sun Wukong raised 3 fingers and said, my current battle power is estimated to be around 30 million. What? Kakarot, are you serious? Have you really managed to transform into the legendary Super Saiyan? Raditz exclaimed in shock. Piccolo's face turned pale with fear as he said, Son, I know there is a significant gap between us, but I didn't expect it to be this vast. My battle power is only 25,000 and you've already reached 30 million. Can I still catch up to you? Tianjinhan sighed, saying, Wukong, this is too exaggerated. It seems we'll never catch up to you. Sun Wukong responded to Piccolo, Krillin, Tianjinhan, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu. Have you all lost confidence already? Have you forgotten the spirit of martial artists? Your goal in training is to catch up to me, right? Sun Wukong looked at everyone, paused, and continued, the spirit of martial artists is never about being competitive, it is about persevering regardless of the difficulties ahead and maintaining one's original intent. You should set yourselves as goals continually surpassing your previous selves. This is the true spirit of martial artists. Everyone pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. Sun Wukong continued, you think my battle power of 30 million is impressive? Not at all. In this vast universe, there are many powerful beings stronger than me, so let's all strive together. Piccolo remarked, yes, son, you're right. Your battle power has reached 30 million, and they are still working hard. What reason do we have to give up? Everyone nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Sun Wukong nodded in response and said to Raditz and Nappa, I still can't transform into a Super Saiyan yet, but it won't be long before I can. However, I'm not yet the legendary Super Saiyan. Raditz replied, Kakarot, you're already this powerful and not yet a Super Saiyan. It seems the Super Saiyan truly is a legendary existence. Sun Wukong, hearing this, couldn't be bothered to explain. He said to everyone, you're all just in time. I'm planning to take you to a place to learn some special techniques, which will significantly boost your battle power. Everyone's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Krillin asked, where are we going and what special techniques will we learn? Sun Wukong replied, you will find out when we get there. Sun Wukong then told everyone to wait a moment while he prepared some food for King Kai. Half a day later, he packed 2 space capsules full of food and used instant transmission to send everyone to King Kai's planet. Upon seeing Sun Wukong and the others, King Kai spoke. Wukong, who are these people? Sun Wukong answered, they are all my friends. I brought them here so they can learn the Kaioken from you. Then Sun Wukong introduced to everyone. This is King Kai, who oversees the North Galaxy. I brought you here so you can learn the Kaioken from him. Hearing this, everyone respectfully greeted King Kai. King Kai replied, since you are Wukong's friends, I agree, but there will still be some trials involved. Sun Wukong then explained the trials to everyone and presented the food he had prepared to King Kai. King Kai was extremely pleased and said to Sun Wukong, Wukong, you've come and brought so many gifts, and happily moved the food into his small house. Sun Wukong reminded everyone one last time, and then used instant transmission to return to Earth. The others were not surprised by this. After returning to Earth, Sun Wukong began attempting to transform into a Super Saiyan. After spending a few days with Bulma and Chi-Chi, Sun Wukong left West City and went to a deserted area to begin his attempts to transform into a Super Saiyan. With a low shout from Sun Wukong, the surrounding winds howled, thunder roared, and his white aura transformed into gold. His hair changed from black to golden, and his pupils shifted from black to white, then to green. Sun Wukong looked at the changes surrounding him and murmured, is this the Super Saiyan? It truly is a substantial boost, with my base battle power increasing 50-fold. Karen the cat, Sage the god of the Kaioshin, and everyone on King Kai's planet had grown accustomed to the massive and overwhelming aura of Sun Wukong. Moments later, Sun Wukong reverted from his Super Saiyan transformation and returned home. Afterwards, he asked Bulma and Dr. Briefs to help him build a gravity room with a maximum gravity of 300 times. A few days later, the gravity room was completed and Sun Wukong began his training. In the depths of the universe at the Frieza Force Base, Vegeta emerged from the healing pod, donned his battle suit, and dismissed the medical staff, handing him a scouter saying, no need for that, keep it for yourself, as he walked out. Not far from there, he bumped into the annoying Kaiatsu with a blue head. Kaiatsu taunted, oh, isn't this Prince Vegeta? Did you go to Earth and get badly injured, losing 2 of your subordinates? Vegeta snorted coldly. Get lost. Xianxia laughed. Vegeta, you don't know. Thanks to you, Lord Frieza learned that Namek has Dragon Balls and has already gone there. Once he makes his wish, you'll just be a loyal dog to him. Vegeta, upon hearing this, was furious and shouted, how dare you? He immediately turned around, rushed to the medical officer, snatched the scouter, placed it by his ear, quickly exited the building, jumped onto a spaceship, set the destination, and headed for Namek. Xianxia yelled, Vegeta, you dare act on your own and defy Lord Frieza's orders. You want to die? Unfortunately, once Vegeta boarded the spaceship, he could no longer hear him. Seeing this, Xianxia immediately boarded his spaceship to chase after Vegeta. On Earth, Sun Wukong stepped out of the gravity room, estimating that Frieza had probably already arrived at Namek. He then used instant transmission to reach King Kai's planet. He then said to Piccolo, Piccolo, your homeland is in trouble. It's time for us to go save it together. Piccolo, excited, replied, all right, son, let's hurry to Namek. Sun Wukong said, no need to rush. I can use instant transmission to get there in no time. Piccolo calmed down upon hearing this. Sun Wukong then looked at everyone and said, you all come with me. The Elder of Namek has methods to enhance battle power that can help you all improve. Everyone was overjoyed to hear this. At this moment, everyone had already learned the Kaioken technique. Among them, Piccolo could perform the Kaioken at 5 times his base power level of 60,000. Sun Wuzen's base power level was 30,000, while Sun Wuming's was 28,000, both capable of executing the Kaioken at 3 times their base power. Raditz had a base power level of 30,000 and could also use the Kaioken at 3 times. Nappa had a base power level of 15,000, allowing him to execute the Kaioken at 2 times. Tien Shinhan also had a base power level of 15,000 and could perform the Kaioken at 2 times. Krillin had a base power level of 13,000 and could use the Kaioken at 2 times. Xianxia, with a base power level of 10,000, was also capable of performing the Kaioken at 2 times. Xianxia had a base power level of 8,000 and could execute the Kaioken at 2 times. Sun Wukong observed and nodded unconsciously, noting that everyone's power level had significantly increased after training in the gravity chamber compared to the original story. Although it wouldn't be effective against Frieza, it was more than sufficient for clearing out the minions. I wonder what Prince Vegeta would think of my current self. Raditz exclaimed to Nappa. I also want to know how Prince Vegeta would respond when I unleashed the Kaioken at 2 times. The two exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Sun Wukong addressed everyone, saying, all right, enough talk, let's get going. Then everyone joined hands surrounding Sun Wukong. He carefully sensed the Elder's aura before activating instant transmission. In the blink of an eye, the scene changed before them. Looking up, they saw a large Namekian with a weary face and closed eyes appearing before them. Sun Wukong said to the Namekian Elder, long time no see, Elder. The Elder opened his eyes and replied, Wukong, you've come. Sun Wukong replied, yes, I have come, and so has the one who brought disaster to Namek, but rest assured, with my current strength, dealing with him is more than enough. The Elder responded, that's good. Just as he was about to speak to Piccolo, Nail rushed in and asked the group, who are you? Sun Wukong greeted Nail, long time no see, Nail. Hearing the voice, Nail turned and recognized Sun Wukong, saying, you are Sun Wukong. You've grown so tall in these years. Sun Wukong smiled. I've grown up so naturally, I've gotten taller. The Elder interrupted. All right, Nail, we can talk later. Let me first see our lost kin. Nail replied, understood, Elder. The Elder looked at Piccolo and asked, you must be one of our lost kin. Whose child are you? Piccolo respectfully replied, I do not know. The Elder said, come closer, I will find out. Piccolo stepped forward, and the Elder placed his large palm on Piccolo's head, closing his eyes to probe. Moments later, he opened his eyes and said, so you are the child of Kazda. Before anyone could ask, the Elder continued, Kazda was the most gifted child of Namek. He escaped in a spaceship due to the disaster that struck Namek. The Elder then said to Piccolo, the separation of good and evil has also divided your talent. If you can reintegrate with your other half, your talent will return and your strength will greatly increase. Piccolo understood that the Elder was referring to merging with Kami, but he was concerned that his personality might change after the fusion, so he planned to hold off on it for now. The Elder placed his hand on Piccolo's head again and said, I now understand your intentions. Let me enhance your potential to better face the impending crisis. Suddenly, Piccolo felt a surge of energy within him. After a moment, the Elder withdrew his hand and said, you truly are Kazda's child, your potential is limitless. Unfortunately, I can only develop it to this extent. Piccolo expressed his gratitude, saying, thank you, Elder. The Elder nodded and signaled for the next person. Nail looked somewhat worried about the Elder's health. Sun Wukong stepped forward and handed the Elder 3 Senzu beans, saying, Elder, these are 3 Senzu beans that can restore your energy. The Elder replied, thank you, Wukong, I appreciate it. Wukong nodded and gestured for everyone to step forward one by one to unlock their potential. Thus, Krillin, Tien, Shinhan, Sun Wuzhen, Sun Wuming, Raditz, Nappa, Kairatsu, and Xianxia successively unlocked their potential, during which the Elder used 2 Senzu beans. After Xianxia finished unlocking his potential, Sun Wukong sensed everyone's power levels. Piccolo's power level increased 5-fold to 300,000, Sun Wuzhen and Sun Wuming's power levels increased 10-fold to around 300,000, Raditz's power level increased 3-fold to 90,000, Nappa's power level increased 3-fold to 45,000, Tien, Shinhan, and Krillin both increased 5-fold, with Tien Shinhan reaching 75,000 and Krillin reaching 65,000. Xianxia and Kairatsu increased 4-fold, reaching 40,000 and 32,000 respectively. Sun Wukong thought to himself, now not only are they no longer Frisia's minions, but they can also handle the Jinyu force as long as they pay attention to Jinyu's soul swap. Sun Wukong addressed the Elder saying, Elder, since we have unlocked their potential, let's go confront those invaders. The Elder replied, I leave it to all of you. Sun Wukong said this is what we should do. After saying that, everyone walked out of the building. Sun Wukong told everyone, currently Frisia's army is invading Namek, trying to seize the Dragon Balls. You all go help resist the invaders and protect the villages. As long as you don't encounter Frisia, you will be fine. Everyone nodded in response, pairing up into groups of 2 and flying towards various villages to rescue the Namekians. Sun Wukong also flew with Sun Wuming, heading towards a village to save the Namekians. At this time, Vegeta had just arrived on Namek when he was confronted by Koei. Koei said to Vegeta, Vegeta, how dare you betray Lord Frisia? Have you thought about how you will die? Vegeta sneered, there's a way to heaven, and you refuse to go. There's no door to hell, and you come to seek death. Who knows who will die first? Koei retorted, stop boasting. Our power levels are similar. If I can keep you occupied until Lord Frisia sends someone, you're done for. Vegeta replied, you'll have to be able to hold me first. Then Vegeta turned off his power level scouter and said to Koei, open your eyes and see how high my power level is. Vegeta unleashed his full aura, causing Koei's scouter to beep incessantly, and the displayed value shot up, instantly exceeding 20,000. Koei was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat, shouting, impossible. Then with a loud bang, the scouter exploded, and so did the scouter next to Dodoria, who was beside Frisia. Frisia asked, Dodoria, what happened? Dodoria quickly replied, report Lord Frisia, the scouter just detected that Vegeta's power level exceeds 22,000. Beside them, Zarbin commented, that's an old model scouter. Let me use a new one to check. He then activated the scouter, and after a few beeps, the displayed value reached 24,000. Frisia turned to Zarbin and demanded, what is Vegeta's battle power now? Zarbin replied, Your Majesty Frisia, Vegeta's battle power has reached 24,000. What? Dodoria exclaimed in shock. A flash of icy light flickered in Frisia's eyes as he admonished Dodoria. You have lost your composure, Dodoria. This shall be forgiven only once. Do not let it happen again. Hearing this, Dodoria broke into a cold sweat and stammered, this servant acknowledges his fault. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Frisia said, Vegeta has long fought on the front lines. Such power is hardly surprising. Even so, the two of you together should still be able to defeat him. For now, your utmost priority is to locate the Dragon Balls immediately. Do you understand, mister? Dodoria hurriedly responded, this servant understands. Frisia added, go forth. Let us hope, mister Dodoria, that you do not keep me waiting too long. A tremor ran through Dodoria's heart. He bowed instantly and declared, this servant comprehends. Then he turned and rushed off to search for the Dragon Balls. Watching Dodoria's retreating figure, Frisia addressed Zarbin, Mr. Zarbin, Vegeta is now entrusted to you. Do not disappoint me. Zarbin bowed and replied, yes, your Majesty Frisia. He then turned and departed to pursue Vegeta. Meanwhile, Kairatsu was in grave peril. Realizing Vegeta's strength far surpassed his own, Kairatsu broke into a cold sweat and pleaded, Vegeta, listen to me. Let us join forces, eliminate Frisia, and seize command of his army. There's no need for us to fight to the death. Vegeta sneered, you may as well die now. I require no ally to destroy Frisia. Upon hearing this, Kairatsu spun around and fled, but he stood no chance against Vegeta's speed. In an instant, Vegeta accelerated and blocked Kairatsu's path, asking coolly, where do you think you're running? Kairatsu, seizing the moment, feigned alarm and shouted toward Vegeta's back, your Majesty Frisia, what brings you here? The moment Vegeta turned his head, Kairatsu unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, firing over a dozen in rapid succession, then panted heavily and laughed triumphantly, Vegeta? So what if your battle power exceeds mine? You've still fallen for my ruse, and now you lie slain by my hand. Ha ha ha. Oh really? A familiar voice emerged from the swirling smoke. Kairatsu recoiled in horror, then stared wide-eyed as the dust settled and Vegeta strode forward unscathed. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You were struck by my ambush. How could you possibly be unharmed? Kaiatsu cried out. Vegeta sneered. Your petty tricks are relics I discarded long ago, daring to display them before me. I anticipated your deceit from the very beginning. Kaiatsu panicked instantly and bolted, but Vegeta raised his fist, gathered immense energy, and launched a colossal explosion that obliterated him on the spot. Gazing upon Kaiatsu's shattered remains, Vegeta remarked coldly, such filthy pyrotechnics. Then murmuring to himself, he resolved, I must gather the Dragon Balls before Frieza does. Even if I cannot secure all 7, I cannot allow him to assemble the complete set. Should he succeed, I shall never rise again. With that, he activated his scouter, scanned the Namekian villages, and shot toward one at blinding speed. Meanwhile, Son Goku and the others, having departed from the Grand Elder's dwelling, split into pairs and flew toward various villages to rescue the Namekians. Krillin and Son Goten quickly arrived at a village, only to witness a squad of Frieza's soldiers slaughtering Namekians and demanding the Dragon Balls. Without hesitation, the two leapt into action. Within moments, the entire squad lay defeated and the Namekians were saved. Son Goten approached the village elder and said, We were sent by the Grand Elder to rescue you. You need fear nothing. The elder replied, You have arrived just in time. If you had delayed, our entire village would have been slaughtered and the Dragon Ball lost forever. Krillin said gently, Please do not thank us. The truth is we came too late. Many lives were already lost. At these words, sorrow overwhelmed the villagers. Unsure how to console them, the two added, Since the immediate danger has passed, we must depart. The other villages still await our aid. If we delay further, more will perish. The elder nodded gravely. You speak wisely. Let Dend accompany you. He possesses no combat strength, yet he can heal wounds and may prove invaluable to your mission. He then brought forward a young Namekian boy. Upon hearing this, the two agreed, and guided by Dend, swiftly flew toward the nearest village. Mid-flight, the trio encountered Dodoria, clutching a Dragon Ball in his arms. Dodoria immediately intercepted them, grinning with cruel amusement. How unfortunate for you 3 brats. Crossing paths with me today seals your doom. Son Goten and Krillin exchanged glances and laughed. Haha, it seems the fat pig still hasn't grasped his predicament. Enraged, Dodoria roared, Wretched brat. How dare you call me a fat pig? I'll tear your mouth apart when I'm done with you. Son Goten grinned. I'll call you a fat pig again. What will you do about it? Come on, strike me if you dare. Unforgivable. Die, you wretched brat. With that, he hurled a searing energy blast straight at Son Goten. Son Goten swatted it aside with a single slap. Dodoria stared stunned. So the brat does possess some skill. Let me see just how formidable your battle power truly is. He activated his scouter. The readout displayed a mere 1,000. Dodoria scoffed. A measly 1,000 battle power rot. I'd assumed you'd at least reach 10,000. Trash like you is abundant in Frieza's army. To challenge me, Dodoria, is sheer suicide. Son Goten replied calmly, Look again at your scouter. Then he released his aura. Instantly, the device shrieked uncontrollably. Its reading surged past 22,000, before exploding with a sharp crack. Dodoria froze, drenched in cold sweat, and fled without another word. But Krillin instantly cut off his escape, then stepped forward and demanded, Where did you get that Dragon Ball? What have you done to my people? Dodoria lied smoothly. They gifted it to me willingly. I harmed none of them. Krillin retorted, That tale might fool children, but not us. Realizing his deception was exposed, Dodoria dropped all pretense. Very well, I was lying. I seized this Dragon Ball by force and slaughtered every soul in that village. Well, will you dare kill me? If you do, His Majesty Frieza will show you no mercy. Krillin responded without hesitation. A blazing Kamehameha wave sent Dodoria to his end. As Dodoria vanished in the blast, Son Goten flashed forward and caught the Dragon Ball midair. The two comforted Dend. Dend, we have avenged your people. We can use the Dragon Balls to resurrect them. Tears streaming down his face, Dend whispered, It's futile. Purunga can revive only one person per wish. Krillin reassured him, Don't worry. Our Earth's Shinron can restore countless lives at once. Dend gasped, Truly. Son Goten affirmed, Truly. Once we drive out the invaders and return to Earth, we shall summon Shinron and wish your people back to life. Overjoyed, Dend cried, Thank you. Thank you both. Krillin smiled. No thanks are needed. Rather, we owe gratitude to the Grand Elder for unlocking our latent potential. Thereafter, the three departed at once, with the Dragon Ball in hand, racing toward other villages to save the remaining Namekians. After slaughtering the Namekians of a village, Vegeta successfully located a Dragon Ball, then concealed it before setting out in search of the next. En route, he sensed Zarbon's ki and immediately gave chase. Zarbon in turn detected Vegeta's approach and hovered midair, awaiting his arrival. Moments later, Vegeta closed the distance. Zarbin declared, Vegeta, you've been difficult to track. Lord Frieza is furious over your betrayal and has specifically dispatched me to execute you. Vegeta burst into laughter. You. From what I recall, your battle power barely exceeds that of the bloated door, both hovering around 22,000, whereas mine has already surpassed that threshold. What arrogance grants you the confidence to slay me? Zarbin sneered, my dear Prince Vegeta. Have you never heard that countless races across the cosmos possess the ability to transform, thereby amplifying their battle power? Coincidentally, I belong to one such race. So tell me, Vegeta, have you decided how you wish to die? Vegeta roared in fury, enough posturing. I am no child cowed by empty threats. Zarbin smiled faintly. It seems you won't believe it until you see the coffin. Very well, I shall oblige you. Though the transformation renders me grotesque, slaying you makes the ugliness irrelevant. With a thunderous shout, Zarbin's aura surged violently, his muscles swelled, and his facial features contorted dramatically. In seconds he stood transformed, a hulking monstrous figure thick with bulging muscle and hideous in countenance. Vegeta, sensing the terrifying escalation in Zarbin's ki, broke into a cold sweat, yet still scoffed, so this is your so-called power boost. Hardly impressive. Before the final syllable left his lips, Zarbin vanished and struck Vegeta squarely in the abdomen with a devastating punch. Vegeta doubled over like a shrimp, blood erupting from his mouth. Zarbin sneered, I loathe being called a monster. I had even considered granting you the mercy of an intact corpse, but now, Vegeta, I shall ensure you die utterly dismembered. Vegeta wiped blood from his lip and bellowed, cursed Zarbin, I'll crush you. He hurled a searing energy blast, then fled at blinding speed into the distance. Zarbin swatted the blast aside with contemptuous ease, only to see Vegeta vanishing into the horizon. A cold smile flickered across his face as he accelerated, intercepting Vegeta mid-flight. Where are you rushing off to, Vegeta? To the underworld. Allow me to expedite your journey. In an instant he reappeared behind Vegeta, clapped his palms together, and brought them down like a hammer onto Vegeta's skull. Vegeta had no time to evade. Vegeta plummeted toward the earth, firing an energy blast downward to arrest his fall. Before he could catch his breath, Zarbin was upon him once more. Without hesitation, Vegeta unleashed another energy blast, only for Zarbin to slap it aside effortlessly, then drive a brutal headbutt into Vegeta's temple, leaving him dazed and reeling. Then in swift succession, Zarbin delivered a crushing knee strike, sending Vegeta vomiting, violently collapsing unconscious on the spot. Zarbin laughed triumphantly, seized Vegeta by the ankle, hoisted him upside down, and spun him violently through the air before hurling him earthward. A deafening impact cratered the ground. Vegeta lay motionless within the smoking abyss, utterly insensate. Zarbin descended to inspect the fallen prince, confirmed his lifeless state, then reverted to his original form. Gazing down at Vegeta's broken body, he laughed aloud. Very well. I shall grant you the mercy of an intact corpse, Vegeta. He soared skyward, en route to report to Frieza, when Raditz and Nappa suddenly blocked his path, one ahead, one behind. Zarbin sneered, do you two trashlings truly seek death? Raditz threw back his head and laughed. Zarbin, do you truly believe we remain the same weaklings you once knew? We could erase you without breaking a sweat. Zarbin roared with derisive laughter. Raditz, do you intend to kill me with laughter? You're a pitiful 1500 power wretch. Just moments ago, I annihilated your own Prince Vegeta. What possible grounds do you have to threaten me? Nappa frowned. So, it was you who fought Vegeta just now. You truly defeated him. Zarbin nodded. Indeed. Vegeta betrayed Lord Frieza. So Frieza entrusted me with his execution. Nappa's voice hardened. Though Vegeta abandoned me on Earth, he remains my commander, by honor if not by loyalty. Zarbin, you'd best prepare to die. Zarbin chuckled darkly. It seems these Saiyan monkeys have grown weary of living. Every stray dog dares challenge me. Very well. Let me send you both to oblivion. He vanished, reappearing behind Raditz, and drove both fists toward the back of Raditz's skull. But Raditz whirled, instantly striking Zarbin's chest with a lightning-fast elbow. Zarbin spat blood, staggering back. Impossible. How could you react so swiftly? You're nothing but a 1500 power insect. This defies all logic. Raditz retorted, 1500. Open your eyes wide, Zarbin, and behold the true power of Nappa and myself. Simultaneously, they unleashed their ki, two towering pillars of blazing white aura erupting around them. Zarbin raised his scouter, his gaze locked onto Raditz. His face paled, sweat poured down his temples. Impossible. 9000. You're merely a low-class Saiyan. This cannot be real. He whirled to scan Nappa, only to recoil in stunned silence. Nappa's reading matched, 45,000. Zarbin froze, utterly dumbfounded. Without hesitation, he turned and fled. Raditz fired a single energy blast, striking Zarbin mid-flight. There was no explosion, only vaporization. Nappa grumbled, Raditz, Why didn't you toy with him? He tormented us for years. Raditz shook his head. Wasting time on vermin serves no purpose. We must reach the other villages before Kakarot finds out. And trust me, he will make us pay. Nappa paled instantly. You're right, we leave now. Raditz nodded, and together they rocketed back along the path Zarbon had taken. Moments later, Vegeta stirred feebly in the crater. He had feigned death to deceive Zarbon, but the injuries were grave. With agonizing effort, he clawed his way free of the rubble. Raditz and Nappa descended, landing beside him. Vegeta lifted his head with immense strain. Raditz, Nappa, since you're here, Kakarot must be near as well. Has he sent you to kill me? Nappa replied firmly, Vegeta, you need not fear. Though you abandoned me on Earth, I bear you no grudge. In truth, I owe you gratitude. Had you not cast me aside, I would never have attained this strength. After Nappa finished speaking, he fed Vegeta a Senza bean and informed him of its effects. Without hesitation, Vegeta swallowed it. In an instant, he recovered from his injuries, marveling at the wonder. Feeling the overwhelming aura within him, Vegeta felt revitalized. He said to Raditz and Nappa, Raditz, Nappa, I am giving you both a chance to return under my command. I can overlook your betrayal otherwise. Raditz laughed. Prince Vegeta, you truly have a short memory. You've just recovered and already think you can take us on. Nappa chimed in. Raditz is right. Vegeta, you are just a frog at the bottom of a well. Do you really think that your slight increase in power after recovering can easily handle me and Raditz? Vegeta replied, Nappa, have you grown some backbone after a few days? How dare you speak to me like that? Nappa responded, Vegeta, do you still think I'm the same Nappa who obeyed you without question? Since you abandoned me on Earth, I vowed to sever ties with you. Moreover, my strength now surpasses yours. What makes you think you can command me? Vegeta laughed heartily. Are you trying to make a joke, Nappa? Your power is above mine. Are you trying to kill me with laughter? Nappa retorted, if you don't believe me, then let me demonstrate my strength. With that, he shouted and unleashed his aura, instantly enveloping himself in a white flame. Vegeta sensed it and immediately shouted, impossible. We haven't seen each other for just a few days, and your power has increased several times. Nappa replied, you call me a frog at the bottom of a well, yet you're already scared by my power. Do you know what Kakarot's power level is? It's a whopping 30 million, and that's just his base power level. Vegeta was shocked. What did you say? Kakarot's power level has reached 30 million. Don't trick me. Raditz said, Nappa isn't lying to you, and I suspect that Kakarot has very likely become a Super Saiyan. Vegeta was incredulous. Is that true? How could Kakarot achieve that? He was just a low-level warrior with a power level below 5 at birth. Raditz continued, Nappa called you a frog at the bottom of a well, and you still doubt it. Do you know that most of the people you encountered on Earth have surpassed your current strength? Do you consider them trash too? Let me tell you, my current power level is even higher than Nappa's thanks to my training on Earth. Vegeta was stunned, realizing that Nappa's power level was nearly equal to his own, and Raditz was even stronger. This indicated that Kakarot must have a special training method, otherwise Raditz and Nappa couldn't have raised their power levels so significantly in just a few months, surpassing their gains over the past decade. No, I must find Kakarot and get to the bottom of it. Resolved, Vegeta decided against searching for the Dragon Balls and told Raditz, where is Kakarot now? I need to see him. Raditz replied, Kakarot is currently off exterminating Frisia's soldiers. I don't know exactly where, but he will definitely be there when we deal with Frisia. If you come with us, you'll get to see Kakarot then. Vegeta responded, all right, I will temporarily follow you. Raditz nodded in agreement, thinking that having one more ally would be beneficial when facing Frisia. Thus, the three of them set off towards other villages. When Vegeta heard they were going to save the Namekians, he found it somewhat ironic. Just half a day ago, he had slaughtered an entire village of Namekians for the sake of the Dragon Balls, and now he was going to save them with Nappa and Raditz. How absurd. Meanwhile, Frisia had been waiting for quite some time, and seeing that Dodoria and Zarbon had not returned, ordered his soldiers to contact the Ginyu Force and have them bring the scouters for a report. Goku and the others easily dealt with Frisia's foot soldiers, quickly eliminating the Frisia soldiers in each village. Subsequently, everyone gradually returned to the Grand Elder's residence. When Goku saw Vegeta, he smiled and said, Vegeta, what brings you here? Vegeta cut to the chase, Kakarot, have you already become a Super Saiyan? Goku replied, how did you find out? Vegeta stated, so you really have become a Super Saiyan. Goku confirmed, indeed, I can transform into a Super Saiyan now. Vegeta asked, what does it mean to transform into a Super Saiyan? Goku explained, many races in the universe can enhance their power through transformation, and we Saiyans are one of them. The so-called Super Saiyan is a transformation of Saiyans. When transformed, their power will be 50 times greater than before. Vegeta exclaimed with joy, so Saiyans can transform into Super Saiyans through training. Goku confirmed, yes, theoretically any Saiyan can transform into a Super Saiyan through training. Raditz and Nappa asked, so can we also transform into Super Saiyans? Goku answered, of course you can. Kakarot, tell me quickly, how can I transform into a Super Saiyan? Vegeta eagerly asked. Goku replied, it's fine to tell you since you'll find out sooner or later. There are 2 conditions for transforming into a Super Saiyan. What are the conditions? Vegeta, Raditz, and Nappa asked in unison. Goku stated the first condition is that your power level must reach 3 million. The second condition is boundless rage. Of course, Goku's situation was unique. With his power level reaching 30 million, he could easily transform into a Super Saiyan. Thus, he speculated there might be another way to transform, which required sufficiently high power. If we compare a Saiyan's body to a bucket and their power level to water, when the bucket overflows, a larger bucket is needed. This larger bucket represents the transformation into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta understood. I see now. Goku urged Vegeta, join us. Only then can you quickly transform into a Super Saiyan. You don't want Raditz and Nappa to outpace you and transform before you, do you? Vegeta coldly snorted, I am the Prince of the Saiyans. How could I fall behind them? Goku laughed. If you train alone, you will definitely fall behind them. Take your current power level for instance. Here Piccolo, Goten, Gohan, Raditz, Tien, and Krillin all have higher power levels than you. In terms of true strength, everyone present except for the Grand Elder and Nail is stronger than you. What? I can't believe it. Are you saying that this little brat with only one hair on his head is stronger than me? Vegeta asked. Sun Wukong replied. Jiaxi's combat power is indeed not as high as yours, but he can use the Kaioken, doubling his combat power to 64,000, while you only have 60,000. Therefore, Jiaxi's true strength surpasses yours. Vegeta responded, fine, I'll join you to transform into a Super Saiyan, but I won't be your subordinate. Sun Wukong said, don't worry, I won't treat you as a subordinate. Vegeta remarked, then it should be easy for you to deal with Frieza now, right? Indeed, Sun Wukong replied. So what are you waiting for? Hurry up and defeat Frieza, so we can go back to training, Vegeta urged. Sun Wukong stated, I'm waiting for the Ginyu Force. Once they arrive, well, eliminate them all together. Vegeta understood and said, I see. So everyone rested at the Grand Elder's residence while waiting for the Ginyu Force to arrive. During this time, Nail thought it over and ultimately chose to fuse with Piccolo. Nail probably felt his combat power was too weak to stand against Frieza's army. Although he had Sun Wukong and others help this time, what about next time? It was better to enhance Piccolo's strength instead. This way, Namek would gain an additional high-level combat force, better protecting the planet. The Grand Elder understood Nail's feelings and agreed to his decision. Thus, at Nail's request, Piccolo fused with him, achieving an astonishing combat power of 3,400,000, the sum of their combat powers multiplied by 10, increasing over tenfold. The people of Earth watched enviously. A day later, Sun Wukong and the others sensed 5 powerful presences descending on Namek, and it was clear that the Ginyu Force had arrived. Sun Wukong teleported everyone in an instant to Frieza's location just in time to see the 5 members of the Ginyu Force striking bizarre poses before Frieza, causing everyone to laugh heartily. Frieza wanted to laugh too, but out of respect for the Ginyu Force, he held it in. He looked at everyone and spotted Vegeta saying, Oh ho ho, Vegeta, are you leading these people to pledge allegiance to me? I only accept elites and will not take in trash. Vegeta retorted, Why are you looking at me? Do you think I'm trash? Frieza laughed. Oh ho ho, I'm not talking about you, I'm saying all of you are trash. Vegeta was furious and said, Let Frieza be arrogant for a while, as soon he will suffer. Sun Wukong, pretending to be ignorant, said, You are Frieza? I thought you had 3 heads and 6 arms. With your level of trash, you dare call yourself the king of the universe? Frieza replied, Who are you? Dare to bark in front of me? Vegeta interjected, He is the Super Saiyan you fear the most, Kakarot. Frieza, are you ready to die? Ha ha. Frieza's eyes flashed with cold light as 2 lasers shot toward Vegeta in an instant, and if nothing went wrong, Vegeta would be pierced through. Sun Wukong instantly appeared in front of Vegeta, blocking the 2 beams. He then said, Frieza, do you not take me seriously? You dare to act in front of me. Seeing Sun Wukong easily block his beams, Frieza said, Oh ho ho, it seems this Super Saiyan really has some skills. Let my Ginyu Force test how capable you all are. Captain Ginyu replied, Rest assured, Frieza, they are just a few trash, so we can deal with them quickly. Frieza said, Oh ho ho, that would be a bother, Captain Ginyu. Ginyu declared, I swear to serve the king loyally. He then turned to discuss with the other 4 who would go first, and ultimately they all guessed in a game of rock, paper, scissors. Ribrian won and stepped forward. Seeing Ribrian step forward, Sun Wukong looked at everyone and decided to let Xianxia practice his skills. Xianxia's combat power was the same as Ribrian's, both at 40,000, making it perfect for practice. Xianxia stepped up and said to Ribrian, Big guy, I'll be your opponent. Ribrian grinned and said, Let me see your combat power, daring to boast like that. Looking at the scouter, it displayed that Xianxia's combat power was only 1,000, so Ribrian said, You trash with a combat power of only 1,000 dare to come up and seek death. Then let me fulfill your wish. With that, he swiftly charged in front of Xianxia, delivering a powerful punch to Xianxia's abdomen. Xianxia retaliated with a punch, and their fists collided, stirring up a whirlwind. Seeing this, Ribrian quickly retreated several meters and exclaimed, "How could you possibly withstand my iron fist?" Jinyu shouted to Ribrian, "Ribrian, you idiot, don't put too much faith in the values shown by the scouter. These people should be able to freely adjust their combat power. That kid's power should be comparable to yours. Be careful not to embarrass yourself in front of Frisia." Upon hearing Jinyu mention Frisia, Ribrian broke into a cold sweat and realized, "Frisia is watching me. Oh, I must not be careless." So he said, "Captain, I understand. I will give it my all." With that, he unleashed all his power and attacked Xianxia. Xianxia, seeing this, stopped pretending and raised his energy, executing his renowned skill, Wolf Fang Fist, against Ribrian. The two exchanged blows, hitting each other back and forth. After a long fight, they were both battered. Xianxia had bruises and Ribrian's face was crooked. Seeing he couldn't take down his opponent, Xianxia unleashed another one of his signature moves, Spirit Ball. Directing the Spirit Ball to chase Ribrian, who was unable to escape, Ribrian decided to stop dodging, firing an energy blast and colliding with the Spirit Ball, resulting in a mutual destruction. Seeing the Spirit Ball could not defeat his opponent, Xianxia dropped the pretense and unleashed the Kaioken ×2. In a flash, he appeared in front of Ribrian and delivered an uppercut, sending Ribrian flying into the sky. Then with his hands at his waist, he shouted, "Kame, Hame, huh." The Kamehameha wave was swiftly unleashed, hitting Ribrian in the blink of an eye. Ribrian was blown to bits, and Xianxia deactivated the Kaioken, saying, "What filthy fireworks indeed." He then returned to the group. Vegeta asked Sun Wukong, "Was that technique the kid used to boost his combat power the Kaioken you mentioned?" Sun Wukong replied, "Indeed, when using the Kaioken, speed, strength, and combat power all multiply. The Kaioken used by Xianxia just now was only ×2, while Piccolo can already use the Kaioken ×5. Upon hearing this, Vegeta gasped in shock, saying, "Who invented such a perverse technique?" Far away on King Kai's planet, the North Kai sneezed. Qian's observed that Birder had been eliminated by Xianxia and instantly turned ashen-faced. He ordered Jis to enter the battlefield secretly, instructing Guldo to employ his psychic abilities to assist Jis in eliminating the opponent. Upon seeing Jis step forward, Son Goku surveyed the group and decided to send Krillin into the ring for some practical sparring. Krillin's current base battle power stood at 65000, 500 points higher than Jis, and with mastery of the Kaioken technique, Jis stood no chance against him. Spotting Krillin as his opponent, Jis sneered, "Baldy, have you already chosen how you'll die?" Krillin retorted, "White-haired freak, whose demise is certain remains to be seen." Enraged by the insult, Jis roared, "White-haired freak, how dare you call me that? Despicable! You shall die this instant." In a flash, he closed the distance and delivered a brutal kick toward Krillin's abdomen. Krillin blocked it with a bent forearm, while simultaneously driving a crushing punch into Jis' midsection. Staggering back with a hand clutching his stomach, Jis leapt away to re-establish distance. "Baldy, don't get cocky," he snarled. "That was merely my oversight. I failed to dodge. Now I shall unleash my full power. Prepare yourself for death." Krillin shot back, "White-haired freak, save your boasts. I'm waiting for your next move." At the words "white-haired freak," Jis' fury erupted. Without another word, he lunged forward. The two engaged in furious hand-to-hand combat, fists flying, kicks whirling, kicking up thick clouds of dust all around. Mid-battle, Jis realized he was outmatched. Each time he darted behind Krillin, he struck only after images, only to find Krillin materializing behind him, landing a devastating blow. After a grueling exchange, Jis lay battered and bleeding, his face swollen and bruised. With a subtle glance toward Guldo, he silently signaled for aid, and Guldo instantly understood. In the next instant, Jis charged Krillin, but before Krillin could react, Guldo's psychic power froze him in place. Jis landed a vicious kick, sending Krillin soaring into the air. Before Krillin could recover, Jis flashed behind him and drove another kick, slamming him hard into the ground. Thereafter, Jis treated Krillin like a ball, kicking him repeatedly through the air. The rest of the Jinyu force burst into mocking laughter. Son Gohan looked on anxiously and asked Son Goku, "Uncle Krillin, will he be all right?" Son Goku replied calmly, "No need to worry. Krillin hasn't even activated the Kaioken yet." Hardly had the words left his lips when Krillin erupted with double Kaioken, his battle power surging to 130. A single punch sent Jis reeling, then unleashing a Kamehameha wave, Krillin obliterated him in a flash, leaving only a final anguished scream. All this unfolded in the blink of an eye. By the time Captain Jinyu registered what had happened, Jis was already gone. Furious, Jinyu whirled on Guldo and bellowed, "Guldo, you useless fool. What were you doing? Wasn't your task to immobilize him with your psychic power? Why did you fail to hold him?" Trembling, Guldo stammered, "I did deploy my ability, but his sudden surge in battle power exceeded my control threshold. He broke free. Jinyu paused, calming himself. Though he hadn't scanned Krillin's power, the sheer intensity of his aura had unmistakably surpassed 100, far beyond Goldo's capacity to restrain. A silent curse escaped him. Then from behind came Frisia's voice. Frisia chuckled, "Oh ho ho. So the Jinyu force has run into trouble. Shall I intervene, Captain Jinyu?" Flustered Jinyu spun around and bowed deeply. "Lord Frisia, it is but a minor inconvenience. We would never dare trouble your majesty with such trifles." Frisia replied, "Good. See that you don't keep me waiting long, Captain Jinyu." Jinyu straightened immediately and responded, "Yes, Lord Frisia." Turning sharply toward the others, Jinyu declared, "This time I shall fight. Who among you dares step forward to meet your end?" Son Goku glanced at the group, then nodded to his eldest son Gohan. "You go up." He whispered a few quiet instructions to Gohan, who first looked stunned, then solemnly affirmed, "Father, I understand." Son Goku nodded. Beside him, Piccolo asked Goku, "Is Gohan truly ready for this?" "Absolutely," Goku replied. "His battle power far exceeds Jinyu's." "Rest easy, Piccolo." Piccolo gave a slow, thoughtful nod. With both himself and Goku standing watch, Gohan faced no real danger. Seeing Son Goku send Gohan into battle, Jinyu burst into scornful laughter. "So many grown warriors, and you choose a mere child to throw away. How utterly pathetic." Gohan shot back, "Laugh all you want. Just wait until I kick your backside so hard you'll beg to share my surname." His bold retort left everyone momentarily speechless. Krillin blurted, "Did Gohan pick up bad habits from Piccolo?" Piccolo's gaze swept coolly over Krillin. "What's wrong with that? Children should embrace their nature, not mimic us adults pretending to be somber and profound." Krillin instinctively shrank back and conceded, "Ah, you're absolutely right." Son Goku listened quietly, reflecting, unlike the canon Gohan, raised by Shishi to be obedient and gentle. Gohan and his brother Goten had spent most of their formative years training alongside Goku and the others, unbound by rigid discipline. Their natural exuberance flourished freely, shaping personalities unburdened by artificial restraint. To Goku, this was no flaw. Rather, it nurtured resilience and authenticity, qualities vital to true cultivation. He had no intention of raising weak, docile sons. Across the field, Jinyu bristled at Gohan's defiance. "Saiyans are nothing but savage apes, devoid of etiquette or decorum. Out of magnanimity, I granted you extra moments of life. Yet you dare insult me. Since you're so eager to perish, I shall oblige you." In a blur, he lunged and struck Gohan squarely in the neck. Yet the expected snap of bone never came. Gohan remained perfectly still, tilting his head slightly, as he coolly remarked, "Weak strike. Hungry yet?" Jinyu stared, disbelief flooding his features. "Impossible. Utterly impossible. How could a child absorb my blow bare-necked, unflinching, unharmed?" Gohan smirked. "Nothing's impossible. Only your horizons are narrow." Jinyu sprang backward 10 meters. "Enough empty bravado. You claim I've seen nothing. I've marched across galaxies under Lord Frisia's banner, subjugated stars, crushed empires. That was merely a probing strike." Gohan countered, "Oh, then why is sweat pouring from your brow?" Jinyu snapped, "Merely the heat." Gohan laughed softly. "Do you believe that?" Humiliated, Jinyu snarled, "Brat, don't underestimate me. Now I shall fight with absolute seriousness. Prepare for oblivion." Without waiting for a reply, he launched himself forward once more. Jinyu landed a punch squarely on Son Goku's afterimage. Realizing his mistake, Jinyu whirled about, scanning frantically for Goku's whereabouts, when suddenly Goku's voice rang out beside his ear, "Ugly brute, what exactly are you staring at?" Jinyu instantly leapt backward to widen the distance, then twisted his head, only to find Goku vanished once more. Before he could react, Goku's voice echoed again, "Idiot. What, pray tell, are you even searching for?" Jinyu erupted with full power, soaring into the sky and roaring with laughter, "Brat, you'll never catch up to me now. Ha ha ha." From directly behind him, Goku replied calmly, "Have you lost your mind, Jinyu?" At those words, Jinyu recoiled in sheer terror, darting away. But Goku clung to his back like a phantom, unshakable, relentless. Moments later, Jinyu's composure was all but shattered. After a brief bout of playful provocation, Goku sideboarded Jinyu. "I'm done toying with you. Your end approaches. Are you prepared?" Jinyu stammered, "At least tell me your battle power. Let me die knowing the truth." Goku retorted, "Curious. Then remain curious." As Jinyu bristled, Goku commanded, "Watch your scouter closely." Then with a thunderous cry, "Ah!" white flames erupted from Goku's body, and his aura surged violently upward. Jinyu's scouter shrieked incessantly as the reading skyrocketed from 120,000, 130,000, 140,000, 150,000, surging past 2,000, until it slammed into 3,000. Jinyu whispered the numbers, trembling uncontrollably. Below, Frisia sensed the staggering figure and recoiled in genuine shock. Under his breath, he murmured, "So be it. Not a single Saiyan monkey shall survive this day." Goku steadied his aura and declared, "Ugly brute. Have you seen enough? Are you ready to meet your end?" Jinyu burst into maniacal laughter. "Excellent. Such boundless potential. This body is mine now." With a deafening shout, "Exchange!" Jinyu's soul tore free from his body and shot toward Goku like a spectral spear. Sensing paralysis, Goku instantly activated Triple Kaioken. His limbs regained motion, and in one fluid motion he gathered every ounce of his energy, crossed his palms before his brow, and unleashed a blinding beam. Makosho. A colossal pillar of destructive force erupted from his hands, striking Jinyu's soul mid-flight. Jinyu managed only a strangled cry, "No," before his soul shattered into oblivion. The beam surged onward, reducing his physical form to ash in an instant. All this unfolded in the blink of an eye. Frieza watched and seethed with impotent fury. He launched himself from his hoverchair and descended before the group, voice dripping with lethal calm. "Well done. You've slain my most trusted general, so prepare to join him in death." Having dispatched Jinyu, Goku descended gracefully and rejoined the others, just in time to hear Frieza's threat. He scoffed, "Shorty, save your grand speeches for someone who cares." Frieza responded instantly with a searing death beam, only for Goku to slap it aside with a casual backhand. Frieza raised an eyebrow. "Oh ho ho, so you do possess some skill. My first form clearly won't suffice. Very well, today I shall grant you the rare honor of witnessing my true forms." He drew his arms to his waist, roared, "Ah!" and his aura exploded outward. His armor splintered, his frame swelled, towering to 3 meters tall, crowned by massive curving horns. Frieza reborn in terrifying majesty. Once transformed, Frieza addressed them with regal amusement. "Oh ho ho, consider yourselves privileged. Few have ever glimpsed my first form before death. Let me enlighten you. I possess 3 forms in total. This one boasts a battle power of 1,200, more than sufficient to erase you utterly." The group exchanged only faint, unimpressed glances, then resumed their calm demeanor. Now it was Frieza's turn to falter. "You're not afraid? Or have you been so stunned by my might that you've forgotten how to speak?" Ignoring him entirely, Goku turned to Piccolo. "You go test him first, otherwise I'll finish him before you get a chance." Piccolo nodded. "As you wish, Sanken. I too wish to gauge the true measure of this so-called Emperor of the Universe." Frieza laughed, a low chilling chuckle. "Oh ho ho. So the Namekian seeks death first. Then I shall oblige." Piccolo smirked coldly. "Let us see then." And with that he soared into the heavens, Frieza following in silent, lethal pursuit. Watching them ascend, Goku turned to Raditz and Nappa. "Go eliminate the remaining 2 members of the Jinyu force." Raditz and Nappa exchanged a knowing grin. "Understood, Kakarot. We'll handle them." They flew toward Berter and Goldo, whose relief at seeing only the 2 was palpable. Goldo sneered, "Did they send you 2 failures to serve yourselves up on a platter?" "Ah, the tides shift," Nappa retorted, "but never forget pride before the fall. I am no longer the warrior I was months ago. To me you are nothing but refuse, and I come on Kakarot's command to deliver your final judgment." Berta threw back his head and roared with laughter. "Nappa, do you truly think you'll kill us both? You? Huh, that tide you boast of, even 30 years won't lift trash from the gutter. You will never rise above what you are." Nappa's eyes narrowed. "Is that so? Then look carefully at my current battle power." He unleashed his aura. Berter's scouter flashed, 45000. A cold sweat broke across his brow. He forced a laugh. "Not bad, Nappa. Your power has grown. Still far short of mine, though." "Oh, is that right? Then look again." Nappa activated Double Kaioken, his aura igniting crimson. Berta glanced down and froze. His scouter screamed, 90000. "Impossible. It can't be. It must be broken." Nappa smiled grimly. "Nothing is impossible. Not when you walk with Kakarot." Raditz cut in. "Enough talk, Nappa. Finish them quickly. I want to watch Piccolo face Frieza." Nappa nodded. "Leave Berta to me." Raditz gave a curt nod, and without hesitation fired a blast that sent Goldo straight to the underworld. Nappa followed suit, launching his own energy wave. Berta strained to block it, then crumbled, obliterated in a flash of light. With both foes erased, Nappa and Raditz returned to the group, and lifted their gazes skyward, riveted by the titanic clash unfolding between Piccolo and Frieza. Piccolo and Frieza ascended into the sky. Frieza said to Piccolo, "Oh ho ho, that Namekian, I admire your courage. You are the first to dare face me directly. I will give you a chance. Submit to me and offer the Dragon Balls, and I will spare you and your people." Piccolo replied, "Frieza, I will give you a chance too. Leave Namek with your tail between your legs, and I will spare your life otherwise." Frieza's expression immediately turned cold, and he said, "Since you are so stubborn and unyielding, you will have no one to blame but yourself. Soon I will defeat you and bring your people before you, killing them one by one, so you can truly feel despair." "Oh ho ho." Piccolo declared, "Frieza, you are seeking death." With that he vanished and struck Frieza, knocking him into a helpless state, then drew back his hand and delivered a series of slaps to Frisia's face. Frisia was caught off guard. After enduring dozens of slaps from Piccolo, he finally reacted and exploded in anger, breaking free from Piccolo's grasp. Feeling the burning sensation on his face, Frisia erupted in rage, shouting, "Damn Namekian, I won't let you go." Then he dashed in front of Piccolo and threw a punch, hitting only Piccolo's afterimage. Before he could react, Piccolo struck him on the head, sending his body crashing to the ground. Piccolo quickly appeared beneath Frisia and delivered an uppercut that struck Frisia's chin, then kicked him into the air. He then dashed behind Frisia and kicked him down toward the ground. As he continued to attack Frisia, treating him like a ball to kick around, Frisia was unable to retaliate, quickly becoming bruised and battered. After kicking the ball for a while, Piccolo suddenly appeared, grabbing Frisia's horns and forcibly breaking them. He then kicked Frisia into the air and unleashed a powerful energy blast that struck Frisia. Below, Vegeta watched dumbfounded and said, "Is this the Frisia I know? So weak and pathetic." Son Goku replied, "This is just the beginning. A Frisia still has 2 transformations left to use, and Piccolo hasn't shown his true strength yet." Vegeta nodded. He knew Piccolo's fighting power exceeded 3 million, while Frisia's first form was only around 1 million. In comparison, Frisia indeed could not match Piccolo. As the smoke cleared, Frisia's body shrank back to its original form. His 2 horns were broken, his tail was missing a segment, and his face was ashen. Seeing this, Piccolo laughed and said, "Frisia, you really can take a beating. I think you should just change your name to Punching Bag King." Frisia, nearly exploding with rage, shouted at Piccolo, "Namekian, you have successfully angered me. I have decided that not only will I kill you and your people, but I will also turn Namek into dust." Piccolo replied, "Stop boasting and show me your true abilities already." Frisia said, "Very well, Namekian. Just wait, and I hope you won't regret it later." With that, he began his second transformation. A violent aura swirled around him, his mouth elongated, his head rapidly stretched, bone spikes protruded from the sides, his shoulders widened, and his muscles bulged. Moments later, an alien form of Frisia appeared before Piccolo. Piccolo remarked, "Frisia, you look truly grotesque in this form." No sooner had he spoken than he received a punch from Frisia, causing his head to tilt backward, yet Piccolo remained unmoved. Piccolo reached out and grabbed Frisia's wrist, moving Frisia's fist away from his face, and said with a smile, "Frisia, is this all your third form can do?" Frisia exclaimed, "Impossible. My power in this form has reached over 2 million. How can you still catch my punch?" Piccolo mocked, "Could it be that your form is too weak, or perhaps I'm just too strong?" Frisia quickly distanced himself from Piccolo and said, "It seems I can't defeat you without showing my true abilities. Let me show you the power of my final form." With that, he began his third transformation. Everyone felt the pressure of Frisia's aura exponentially increase. Winds howled, dust swirled, and thunder roared, shaking the entire Namek. Frisia's body began to change. His head shrank rapidly, his height decreased, and his muscles began to contract. Moments later, Frisia transformed into a figure only 1.5 meters tall, with blue on his head, forearms, abdomen, and shins, while the rest of his body was white. With a pair of inverted triangular eyes and crimson pupils, Frisia's cruelty was unmistakable. Frisia said, "Oh ho ho, sorry to keep you waiting, Namekian. It has been a while since I transformed into my ultimate form and am a bit rusty. Now, Namekian, come and warm up with me." With that, he extended a finger and pointed at Piccolo. Before Piccolo could respond, countless death beams shot from his fingertip toward Piccolo. Piccolo immediately raised his hands to block, deflecting the death beams one by one. Moments later, countless deep craters surrounded him. As the dust settled, Frisia saw Piccolo unharmed and said, "Oh ho ho, Namekian, not bad. You seem to be quite talented. I will give you one last chance. Submit to me, and you will be second only to me in the entire Frisia force. I can overlook what happened before. What do you say?" Piccolo replied, "Frisia, I must say your offer is quite good, but unfortunately I cannot accept. The education I received over the years does not allow me to agree." Frisia said, "Then there's no room for negotiation. What a pity. Prepare to die." Piccolo replied, "If you want to kill me, let's see how strong you really are." Frisia extended 3 fingers and said, "I only need to use 3% of my power to eliminate you." Piccolo retorted, "Stop pretending to be tough." Frisia chuckled, "It seems you still haven't realized the facts. Let me help you see the truth." With that, he vanished and appeared in front of Piccolo, throwing a punch toward his abdomen. Piccolo reached out, grabbing Frisia's wrist, then with a powerful throw sent Frisia flying into the air. Piccolo aimed both hands at Frisia, unleashing a torrent of energy blasts that turned the sky white. After bombarding for some time, he finally stopped and stared intensely at the sky. As the dust cleared, Frisia was unscathed. Piccolo was not surprised, as if Frisia could be easily defeated, he would not be called the Emperor of the Universe. Frisia said to Piccolo, "Oh ho ho, Namekian, I underestimated your strength. Next I will use 6% of my power. I wonder if you can withstand it." Piccolo coldly snorted, "Bring it on." Alright, before the voice arrived, Frisia's fist struck Piccolo's abdomen, causing Piccolo to spit out a mouthful of blood onto Frisia's face. What a filthy blood indeed, Frisia laughed. Piccolo held his stomach, taking a while to recover. Seeing this, Frisia said, "Oh ho ho, not bad Namekian, you recovered from my strike so quickly." Piccolo replied, "Frisia, since you've shown a bit of your strength, I should also reveal some of mine." Frisia chuckled, "Oh ho ho, that joke of yours isn't funny at all." "Is that so?" As the words fell, Piccolo swiftly landed a punch on Frisia's stomach, making Frisia drool, followed by a series of slaps from Piccolo, striking him left and right. By the time Frisia reacted, he had already taken over 10 slaps. Frisia immediately flew into a rage, raising his aura and breaking free from Piccolo's control. Rubbing his face, he viciously said to Piccolo, "That Namekian, I initially intended to play with you longer, but you repeatedly angered me. I have decided to stop playing, and now I will unleash 10% of my power and obliterate you in one blow." Piccolo sneered. "Is Frisia's face still hurting? Every time you make me hit your face, how shameless can you be? You seek death." Before his words fell, Frisia was already in front of Piccolo, throwing a punch towards his abdomen. Upon hearing that Frisia planned to use 10% of his power, Piccolo activated his five-fold Kaioken, and as Frisia charged at him, he reacted instantly, delivering a punch to Frisia's head. Piccolo took a punch and spat blood as Frisia took a punch and was sent flying, both suffering injuries. Frisia flew halfway, steadying his body, and quickly attacked Piccolo again. Piccolo retaliated without hesitation, charging toward Frisia. The two engaged in fierce combat, exchanging punch for punch, a brutal melee battle. They fought from the ground to the sky, from the sky to the water's surface, and the crowd couldn't see their movements clearly. Only Sun Wukong could perceive their actions. At this point, Piccolo had the upper hand, exhibiting five-fold Kaioken, with a battle power reaching 17 million, while Frisia's 10% battle power was only 12 million. At this moment, Frisia was being dominated by Piccolo, who unleashed a flurry of slaps, Black Tiger heart extraction, and kicks, leaving Frisia without any power to fight back. Seeing that even his 10% power was being dominated by Piccolo, Frisia decided to unleash 20% of his power. Then with a flicker, he appeared behind Piccolo and delivered a heavy blow to the top of Piccolo's head, causing him to be stunned and fall from the air. Frisia could not miss such an opportunity and started kicking Piccolo, making him scream in agony. Piccolo, regaining his senses, exploded with energy, raising the Kaioken to sevenfold, achieving a battle power of 33 million. Frisia was taken aback, thinking Piccolo should be at his limit, yet he was astonished to see Piccolo still boosting his battle power. Piccolo didn't care what Frisia thought. Seizing the moment, he took a breath. Unlike Frisia, he wasn't tough enough to withstand blows. Piccolo felt Frisia really should be renamed Bag of Sand King, because he was just too resilient. Frisia said to Piccolo, "Oh ho ho Namekian, you are quite impressive. I have unleashed 20% of my power, and yet I still can't defeat you. To show my respect, I will now use half of my power. I don't believe you can withstand it." Upon hearing this, Piccolo's expression turned serious. According to Frisia, his battle power would reach 60 million, while his own tenfold Kaioken would only max out at 34 million, and he would surely be dominated. To fight him, he would probably need to activate 20-fold Kaioken. He wondered if he could handle it. "Damn it, I'm going for broke. I have Sun Wukong backing me up, or if I can't win, I'll let him take over," Piccolo thought to himself. Then, gritting his teeth, he began to activate Kaioken. Red flames surrounded him, and Piccolo's battle power soared. 10-fold Kaioken, 11-fold, 12-fold, 13-fold, 19-fold, 20-fold Kaioken. Piccolo gritted his teeth and persevered. After activating 20-fold Kaioken, Piccolo felt intense muscle soreness accompanied by waves of tearing sensations. Piccolo knew he couldn't drag it out, so he took the initiative. While Frisia was still astonished by Piccolo's immense power, he struck Frisia right on the forehead. Frisia's pupils immediately contracted as he spat blood. Piccolo didn't care about that. Seizing the opportunity, he grabbed Frisia's wrist and executed a spinning throw, sending Frisia high into the sky. Then, with both hands aimed at Frisia, energy blasts poured out as he unleashed the prince's combat method. After firing several energy blasts, he crossed his palms at his forehead, shouting, "Demonic Flash," unleashing an incredibly powerful energy wave towards Frisia. In a critical moment, Frisia raised his power to 60% and unleashed an energy wave that collided with Piccolo's demonic flash, pressing down on Piccolo. Seeing this, Piccolo was shocked. As he saw the energy wave about to bounce back at him, he disregarded his bonus limits and shouted, "Kaioken 25 times activate." The energy wave he emitted instantly thickened and rebounded back at lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, it reached Frisia, who exclaimed, "Impossible," before being engulfed by the energy wave. Seeing this, Piccolo immediately canceled his Kaioken, and an intense pain surged through his body, feeling the strong sensation of muscle tearing. Sun Wukong rushed to Piccolo's side, handing him a senzu bean. Without hesitation, Piccolo swallowed it, and in an instant all his injuries were healed. Sun Wukong said to Piccolo, "Piccolo, leave Frieza to me next." Piccolo asked, "Is Frieza not dead after taking my demonic flash?" "That's just too resilient." Sun Wukong replied, "Frieza is far more tenacious than you think. He will definitely unleash his full strength next, and you are not his match, so I will take over the battle with Frieza from here on out." "All right, Sun Wukong, be careful," Piccolo said. Sun Wukong replied, "No worries, he won't be able to flip me over." Piccolo nodded and returned to the others. Sun Wukong looked up at the sky, waiting for Frieza's appearance. In the skies above planet Namek, Frieza forcefully raised his power to 70% at the last moment, surviving the energy blast, but at the cost of losing a part of his tail. "How dare you? Those damn Namekians are unforgivable. Let them turn to dust along with planet Namek," Frieza exclaimed furiously. He then extended his finger, and a planet-destroying orb appeared at his fingertip, rapidly expanding until its diameter reached a kilometer within moments. Seeing it was nearly ready, Frieza curled his finger, sending the planet-destroying orb crashing down towards planet Namek. The clouds above Namek boiled rapidly as fierce winds and towering waves engulfed the planet, resembling the end of the world. Everyone looked up to see an energy sphere the size of a small asteroid plummeting towards planet Namek. Sun Wukong, upon seeing it, immediately recognized it as Frieza's handiwork. Without hesitation, he unleashed the tenfold Kaioken, rushing beneath the energy sphere. With a powerful kick, he struck the planet-destroying orb, sending it flying back like a soccer ball. Frieza, ready to enjoy a grand fireworks display, watched in astonishment as the planet-destroying orb returned along its original path, prompting him to dodge to the side. The energy sphere brushed past Frieza, soaring into outer space above planet Namek, where it exploded after a long moment. Frieza realized someone had pushed the planet-destroying orb back, and he descended, intending to kill everyone below before annihilating planet Namek. Moments later, Frieza spotted Sun Wukong. He charged toward him, saying, "Oh ho ho, was it you who sent my planet-destroying orb flying just now?" "That's right, Frieza, it was me," Sun Wukong replied. Frieza continued, "What was your name again?" "Oh right, you're called Kakarot, the so-called Super Saiyan that Vegeta mentioned, aren't you?" "Indeed, I am the Super Saiyan, Kakarot," Sun Wukong said with a smile. "Oh ho ho, that joke isn't funny at all, Kakarot," Frieza remarked. Sun Wukong replied, "I'm not joking, Frieza. Would you like to see the power of a Super Saiyan?" Frieza, intrigued, said, "Oh, are you really a Super Saiyan? Come, let this great king see what a Super Saiyan looks like." Sun Wukong responded, "All right, I'll grant you this wish so you can die without regrets, Frieza." With that, without waiting for Frieza to respond, he let out a mighty roar, "Ah!" Instantly, a fierce wind surged around Sun Wukong, forcing Frieza to squint. Thunder roared above, and the entire planet Namek began to tremble. Looking at Sun Wukong, his entire being was enveloped in golden flames. His hair shifted from black to gold, and his pupils contracted, then turned green. In the distance, Vegeta, Raditz, and Nappa were overjoyed while others looked on in shock. Moments later, Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan and said to Frieza, "Sorry to keep you waiting, Frieza. This form is the Super Saiyan. I wonder how many of my moves you as the Cosmic Emperor can withstand it." Frieza, seeing Sun Wukong in this form, muttered, "Golden-haired warrior Super Saiyan. Indeed, this is the Super Saiyan mentioned by my ancestors." Sun Wukong said, "Frieza, you aren't scared, are you?" Frieza snapped back to reality, saying, "Even if you are a Super Saiyan, so what? I am the Cosmic Emperor, Frieza. I will fear you." Sun Wukong replied, "That's good. I thought you had lost your fighting spirit from fear." Frieza stated, "Oh ho ho, I must say your appearance as a Super Saiyan is quite impressive. I wonder if it looks good but lacks power." Sun Wukong laughed, "You'll find out soon enough." Frieza said, "Fine." Before he finished speaking, he punched Sun Wukong squarely in the face and laughed. "This so-called Super Saiyan isn't much, is it?" Sun Wukong replied, "Oh, is that so?" Seeing that Sun Wukong seemed unfazed, Frieza jumped and kicked him in the neck. Sun Wukong laughed, "Your aim is decent, but your strength is a bit lacking. You can hit harder, so I can take it." Frieza, furious, declared, "How dare you underestimate this great king? I will take your life." With that, he extended both hands, unleashing waves of death beams towards Sun Wukong. Instantly, dust and smoke erupted around Sun Wukong, and a series of explosive sounds filled the air. After a long barrage, Frieza finally stopped and laughed. "Oh ho ho, Super Saiyan is nothing special. You will still die at the hands of me, the Cosmic Emperor Frieza." "Oh, is that so?" Sun Wukong's voice emerged from the smoke. Frieza waved his hand to disperse the dust, revealing Sun Wukong completely unharmed. "It seems the Super Saiyan has some strength after all, capable of withstanding my death beams unharmed. However, this ends here. Next, I will unleash 100% of my power to annihilate you, your friends, and the Namekians," Frieza declared. Sun Wukong replied, "All right, I'm waiting." Frieza, seeing Sun Wukong's nonchalant demeanor, erupted in anger. Damn wild monkey, I hope you can keep this attitude later. Sun Wukong said, I've always had this attitude. Frieza, not wasting any more words, began to unleash his power. 71%, 72%, 73. He muttered. As his power increased, veins bulged on Frieza's forehead, his muscles swelled, his pupils contracted, and his aura surged dramatically as fierce winds whipped up around him with thunder crashing. Feeling the violent aura emanating from Frieza, Piccolo remarked, Frieza truly lives up to the title of Cosmic Emperor. His power is terrifying. During our previous battle, he clearly only used half of his strength. Luckily, we have Sun Wukong here, otherwise we would all meet a grim fate. Sun Wukong's son Sun Wuzhen and Sun Wuming worriedly asked, Uncle Piccolo, can my dad defeat Frieza? Don't worry, your father said before that his base battle power is 30 million. Transforming into a Super Saiyan increases his battle power by 50 times, meaning his current battle power is 1.5 billion, while Frieza's battle power is at most 120 million. Far from being your father's match, Piccolo reassured. Oh, I see. We forgot about this, Sun Wuzhen said. Krillin added, you guys are worrying for no reason. Wukong's battle power far exceeds Frieza's. There's nothing to be concerned about. Raditz chimed in, the little bald guy is right. Even if Kakarot doesn't transform into a Super Saiyan, he can still defeat Frieza. Don't forget that Kakarot can also use the Kaioken. If Piccolo can use a 20-fold Kaioken, Kakarot can definitely unleash an even higher multiplier. With the boost from the Kaioken, his battle power far surpasses Frieza's. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement, affirming that Raditz was correct. 97, 98, 9 100 Frieza shouted. Finally, Frieza unleashed his full power and said to Sun Wukong, oh ho, sorry to keep you waiting, Super Saiyan Kakarot. You should consider yourself fortunate to die at my full strength. Sun Wukong extended a finger at Frieza, saying, I only need to use 1/10 of my power, and you will turn into dust in the universe. Oh ho, is that so? Then let me see how you will turn me into dust, you damn Saiyan monkey, Frieza replied. Alright, before he finished speaking, Sun Wukong had already landed a heavy punch in Frieza's abdomen. Frieza let out a scream, spitting out a mouthful of blood, quickly retreating to gain distance. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he angrily exclaimed, damn Saiyan monkey, how dare you sneak attack me? My interest has been completely drained by you garbage. Next I will annihilate you, you despicable wild monkey. Frieza, it seems your face is still unhurt. Let me help you familiarize yourself with the feeling of being slapped, Sun Wukong said. As he finished speaking, he flashed to Frieza's front. Frieza kicked out, shouting, Saiyan monkey, you think you can sneak attack me again? Do you think I'm easy to deal with? However, as soon as he spoke, Frieza realized that Kakarot had disappeared, leaving only an afterimage. Just as he was about to move, he was struck on the back of the head by Sun Wukong's heavy punch. Sun Wukong flashed in front of Frieza again and extended his large hand, striking Frieza's face with alternating blows. Frieza's head swayed like a rattle drum as he was struck. Sun Wukong delivered dozens of blows before finally retreating. Frieza finally reacted from the previous assault, raging, damn Saiyan monkey, you will pay for this. Frieza then roared, unleashing countless energy blasts towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong was quickly enveloped in smoke as Frieza unleashed energy blasts for nearly a minute before stopping. He laughed, saying, oh ho, that vile wild monkey, you must be dead now. Frieza, I gave you a chance, but you're useless. Are you just tickling me? Sun Wukong's voice came from within the smoke. How is this possible? How can you be unscathed? Frieza said in disbelief. As the smoke cleared, Sun Wukong smiled and said, Frieza, this is what I call the law of smoke and no injury. Frieza gradually felt the situation was becoming troublesome. Remembering the legends of Super Saiyans in his race combined with his earlier attempts, he finally realized that the power of this Super Saiyan was not beneath him. Seeing Frieza silent, Sun Wukong asked what's wrong. The mighty emperor of the universe, Frieza, is actually afraid. Frieza, enraged, shouted, damn, wild monkey, don't get too full of yourself. How could I possibly fear a bunch of wild monkeys? You will die. With that, he flashed to Sun Wukong's front, delivering a heavy punch. But he only hit an afterimage and immediately turned to kick again, hitting Sun Wukong's afterimage once more. Thus, Frieza and Sun Wukong's afterimages engaged in an intense battle. In reality, Frieza was unable to keep up with Sun Wukong's speed. Every time Frieza attacked, Sun Wukong swiftly dodged, leaving only afterimages behind. After fighting for quite some time, Frieza hadn't even touched the hem of Sun Wukong's clothing. Frieza realized that Sun Wukong was toying with him and was instantly filled with rage. He enveloped himself in energy and unleashed his ultimate move, Nova Crash, targeting Planet Namek. Seeing this, Sun Wukong naturally understood Frieza's intentions. Frieza intended to destroy Planet Namek by crashing into it, annihilating everyone, believing that only he could survive in the universe, unaware that Sun Wukong could as well. However, Sun Wukong would never allow Frieza to destroy planet Namek. After fighting for so long, it's time to send Frieza to heaven, Sun Wukong muttered to himself. Then he clasped his hands together at his waist and shouted Kamehameha. A massive energy wave surged from his hands and swiftly struck Frieza. Nanny, how is this possible? No, I, the great emperor of the universe Frieza, cannot die by the hands of a wild monkey. I refuse to accept this. With Frieza's scream, he was obliterated into dust, scattering with the wind. Seeing this, Sun Wukong reverted from his Super Saiyan form and returned to the others. Piccolo said, Sun Wukong, your strength is indeed unfathomable. Even such a powerful opponent as Frieza was easily eliminated by you. Sun Wukong smiled and said, Frieza's power is just average. There are many stronger beings than Frieza in the universe, so you all need to train hard. Kakarot, you can't be joking. Frieza is already that strong. Are there really beings stronger than him in the universe? Raditz asked. Sun Wukong replied, haven't you heard that Frieza is from the Frost Demon race? Since he belongs to a race, he certainly has clansmen. Having clansmen means there will be stronger beings among them. Moreover, the universe is vast. Although Frieza claims to be the emperor of the universe, he actually reigns only in this corner of the North Galaxy, so don't limit your perspective. Everyone should train hard. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Sun Wukong continued, the Frieza army has been eliminated. After we bid farewell to the Elder, we shall return to Earth. Everyone agreed, and Sun Wukong used instant transmission to bring everyone before the Elder. The Elder opened his eyes and said to Sun Wukong, Wukong, have the invaders been eliminated? Sun Wukong responded, yes, Elder, but we arrived a bit late. Many of your clansmen were killed by the invaders. The Elder sighed, saying, it is their fate. You need not blame yourself. Sun Wukong replied, Elder, don't worry. We can gather the Dragon Balls to revive them. The Elder said, Purunga can only revive one person at a time, and using the Dragon Balls too many times will lead to irreversible consequences. Sun Wukong understood that the Elder was referring to the evil dragons, but he didn't care. By the time the evil dragons appeared, he might have already cultivated to Super Saiyan 5 or 6, or even 7. The mere evil dragons would not pose any threat. Sun Wukong said, Elder, our Earth Shenron can revive many people at once. When we return to Earth, we will summon Shenron to revive your clansmen. The Elder replied, thank you very much. To show my gratitude, Wukong, you may make a wish through Purunga. Sun Wukong pondered for a moment and said, Elder, I don't have any wishes at the moment. The Elder replied, that's fine. Whenever you wish to make a wish, come to Namek. We will welcome you anytime. All right, Elder, then we shall take our leave, Sun Wukong said. The Elder nodded. Sun Wukong then used instant transmission to lead everyone back to Earth. After Sun Wukong led everyone back to Earth and obtained the Dragon Ball radar from Bulma, he began collecting the Dragon Balls, completing the collection of all 7 within half a day. He then summoned the Eternal Dragon, with Piccolo making the wish to resurrect the slain Namekians. A flash of red light ignited in the dragon's eyes, and the deceased Namekians were revived one by one, each looking bewildered. The Grand Elder, feeling the revival of his kin, passed away peacefully. Upon learning of the Grand Elder's death, the Namekians were plunged into deep sorrow. The Earthlings then resumed their simple, unadorned, and monotonous training life. After 6 months, Piccolo finally adapted to the 100 times gravity, achieving a battle power of 5 million. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, wearing a 300 times weighted clothing, also successfully adapted to the 300 times gravity, increasing his battle power to 90 million and enabling him to unleash the 300 times Kaioken. During this period, Vegeta caught up, having adapted to the 100 times gravity in just 6 months, achieving a battle power of 500,000. Raditz and Nappa also fully adapted to the 100 times gravity, with both achieving a battle power of 300,000. Sun Wukong Jun and Sun Wukong Ming, being the talented youths, they were reached a battle power of 1,500,000 after adapting to the 100 times gravity. Krillin adapted to 80 times gravity, achieving a battle power of 90,000. Tien Shinhan adapted to 80 times gravity, reaching a battle power of 100,000. Xianxia barely adapted to 50 times gravity, reaching a battle power of 50,000. Kaiatsu also adapted to 50 times gravity, achieving a battle power of 40,000. After Piccolo, Vegeta, Raditz, Nappa, Sun Wukong Jun, and Sun Wukong Ming adapted to the 100 times gravity, Sun Wukong handed over the 300 times gravity chamber to the 6 of them. He then began training towards the Super Saiyan 2 transformation. One day, while Sun Wukong was training, he received a message from King Kai. Wukong, are you there? King Kai asked. Sun Wukong replied, yes, King Kai, is there something you need? That's great. Wukong Namek is currently under attack by an evil Namekian named Slug. You must hurry to Namek and save the Namekians. Sun Wukong responded, all right, King Kai. They'll call Piccolo and head over right away. King Kai said, good, Wukong. Sun Wukong then entered the gravity chamber and called out Piccolo. After explaining the situation, Piccolo cracked his knuckles, and together they instantaneously teleported to face Slug. Slug, who was interrogating the Namekians about the location of the Dragon Balls, was startled by the sudden appearance of the two. Piccolo looked at Slug and said, "You are Slug." Slug chuckled. "You are also a Namekian. Knowing my name, how dare you come here?" Piccolo replied, "I see you are a Namekian too. Why do you harm your own kind?" Slug laughed heartily. "I only want the Dragon Balls to wish for my youth, but these trash refuse to tell me their whereabouts, so they no longer have the right to exist." "Ha! You evil traitor, you will never get the Dragon Balls," one Namekian shouted. Slug's expression darkened, and with a flash of his eyes he unleashed two laser beams, instantly appearing before the Namekian who spoke. Piccolo swiftly moved to block the two beams. Slug, seeing this, clicked his tongue in amazement and remarked, "I never expected that besides myself there would be someone on Namek who is trained to such a level. You are worthy to die by my hand. What is your name?" Piccolo replied, "I am Piccolo. With your level of strength you think you can kill me. You truly do not know your own limits." Slug, enraged, exclaimed, "You're quite arrogant, daring to shout at me. I have decided to make you suffer like never before." Piccolo taunted, "Is that all you can do? Just talk big. You've been blabbering for a while, yet you haven't made a move." Slug responded, "Since you are eager to die, I will send you on your way." He then turned to his three subordinates, Mitamachi, Angela, and Doradebo, and said, "This Namekian is yours to deal with." The three replied in unison, "Yes, my lord." Piccolo covered his mouth, struggling not to laugh out loud, while Sun Wukong could hardly contain his amusement. Slug asked, "What are you laughing at?" Piccolo replied, "I just remembered something funny." Slug then turned to Sun Wukong and asked, "You filthy monkey, what are you laughing at?" Sun Wukong chuckled, "My wife is giving birth tomorrow." Slug, upon hearing this, cruelly laughed. "Then your wife will become a widow tomorrow. How can you still laugh?" Sun Wukong replied, "I want bother with the dead." Slug laughed, "Saiyan monkey, are you joking? With your pathetic strengths?" Sun Wukong ignored Slug and said to Piccolo, "Piccolo, I'll give you 5 minutes. I will act after 5 minutes." Piccolo said, "Don't worry, Wukong, I can handle him in less than 5 minutes." Sun Wukong replied, "Just injure him. He will be of great use to you." Piccolo's eyes sparkled with excitement, asking, "Wukong, are you referring to assimilation?" Sun Wukong nodded. Piccolo immediately became energized, and with a swift movement appeared before Slug, delivering an ascending dragon fist before Slug could react, sending him flying away. The two then engaged in a fierce battle. Slug's three subordinates, seeing Piccolo and Slug clash, turned their attention to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, uninterested in these weaklings, used telekinesis to conjure 3 energy swords, which instantly struck the 3 of them, causing the swords to explode and reduce them to nothing. The 3 perished before they could even make a move, having been obliterated by Sun Wukong. After dealing with them, Sun Wukong looked up at the battle between Piccolo and Slug. Through sensing their auras, Sun Wukong estimated Slug's battle power to be around 10 million, while Piccolo, using the 3 times Kaioken, was gaining the upper hand. The reason he didn't finish Slug off immediately was that Piccolo wanted to assimilate him to gain his power. Slug, battered and bruised in a fit of rage, transformed into the so-called Super Namekian. His battle power surged tenfold, reaching 100 million. Piccolo, caught off guard, had one of his arms broken by a kick, so he quickly distanced himself and utilized his regeneration technique to grow a new arm. Seeing this, Slug laughed maniacally, saying, "Piccolo, did you enjoy that? Now it's my turn," and then continued to attack Piccolo. Piccolo, witnessing this, unleashed the 30 times Kaioken, achieving a battle power of 150 million, instantly inflicting severe injuries on Slug. Moments later, Piccolo grabbed the severely injured and unconscious Slug and approached Sun Wukong to begin assimilation. Slug gradually transformed into light, merging into Piccolo's body, causing Piccolo's aura to surge dramatically. Sun Wukong sensed Piccolo's aura and discovered that Piccolo's base battle power was now on par with that of Frieza from the original story. In fact, at this moment, Piccolo's battle power had reached that of Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan transformation in the original story, an impressive 150 million. After assimilating Slug, Piccolo felt an unprecedented surge of strength. The inflated Piccolo decided to challenge Sun Wukong. Piccolo smiled at Sun Wukong and said, "Son, I want to issue you a challenge." Sun Wukong replied, "Piccolo, are you sure?" Seeing Sun Wukong's calm demeanor, Piccolo felt a twinge of insecurity, but still puffed himself up and declared, "Sure. All right, Piccolo, you have guts, so let me show you my true strength." Sun Wukong laughed. With that, he shouted loudly and transformed into a Super Saiyan, his battle power instantly reaching 37 times that of Frieza. Although Piccolo was shocked to the point of turning green, he calmed himself down, thinking that after unleashing the 30-fold Kaioken, his battle power could also reach 30 times that of Frieza. He said to Sun Wukong, "Son, the Super Saiyan doesn't scare me." Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. Transforming into a Super Saiyan, he had a battle power of 4 billion, which was only 900 million more than Piccolo's 30-fold Kaioken, not enough to truly intimidate Piccolo. Sun Wukong reverted from his Super Saiyan transformation and activated the Kaioken. Around him a red aura surged accompanied by fierce winds, thunder, and lightning, while his power rapidly increased. In a moment, he surpassed 30 times Frieza, and after activating 200 times the Kaioken, Sun Wukong ceased to raise his power. He then asked Piccolo, "So Piccolo, do you still want to spar with me?" Piccolo, terrified, turned pale and quickly shook his head. He thought to himself, he's not an idiot. Sun Wukong's battle power has already far exceeded his perception limit. If he were to spar with Sun Wukong now, it would be like asking for a beating. He isn't that foolish. Seeing that Piccolo had resigned himself, Sun Wukong relaxed the Kaioken. Piccolo asked him, "Son, honestly, what is the highest multiple of Kaioken you can currently achieve?" Sun Wukong held up 3 fingers. Piccolo, shocked, asked, 300 times. Sun Wukong replied, "That's right, 300 times. How did you manage that?" Piccolo inquired. Sun Wukong said, "Once you adapt to 90,000 times the gravity, you can do it too." Piccolo was utterly astonished and silently gave Sun Wukong a thumbs up. He then asked Sun Wukong, "Son, what is your current base battle power?" Sun Wukong stated him, "Slightly weaker than you, just over 90 million. Piccolo replied, "I originally thought that after assimilating slag I could catch up to you, but the gap hasn't shrunk at all." Sun Wukong said, "Piccolo, you need to be more optimistic. You've already caught up to my past self. Keep working hard." Piccolo nodded. Compared to others, he had made a significant leap, this time his strength having increased more than 20-fold, and he was already quite satisfied. Afterward, the two of them, having met the new Grand Elder on Namek, instantaneously teleported back to Earth. As for the Namekians who had died this time, they could only wait until the Earth Dragon Balls were restored in 6 months to revive them. In the following time, Sun Wukong began his training again. The focus of his training during this period was to normalize the Super Saiyan form. Every day, Sun Wukong would try to maintain his Super Saiyan state as long as possible. At first, he could only hold it for 2 hours, but gradually the duration increased. 6 months later, after transforming into a Super Saiyan, Sun Wukong was able to maintain that form for over a week, achieving full power as a Super Saiyan. After that, Sun Wukong gathered the 7 Dragon Balls and wished to the Eternal Dragon to revive the Namekian, who was killed by Slag 6 months ago. The Eternal Dragon hesitated for a moment, a flash of red light in his eyes, and then said to Sun Wukong, "Your wish has been granted. Farewell." He then transformed into the 7 Dragon Balls and flew off in various directions. Sun Wukong instantly teleported to Namek and met the new Grand Elder. The new Grand Elder merely expressed his immense gratitude to Sun Wukong. When Sun Wukong requested to use the Dragon Balls, Mealy readily agreed without hesitation. An hour later, the 7 Dragon Balls were gathered together. Sun Wukong used the Namekian language to summon Purunga, and the Namekians were not surprised. Sun Wukong spoke to Purunga in the Namekian language. "For my first wish, I want a weighted training suit with adjustable gravity with the maximum gravity as high as possible." Purunga replied, "My ability can only allow the weight of the training suit to reach a maximum of 10,000 times. Do you wish to fulfill this wish?" Sun Wukong said, "Please grant me this wish." Upon hearing this, Purunga's eyes turned red, and suddenly Sun Wukong found a new suit on him. Purunga said, "Your first wish has been granted. What is your second wish?" Sun Wukong thought for a moment and said, "My second wish is to have infinite stamina. Can this wish be granted?" Purunga replied, "This wish is very simple." With that, his eyes flashed red, and Sun Wukong felt a change occur in his body. Purunga said, "Your second wish has been granted. What is your third wish?" Sun Wukong said, "My third wish is to learn the language of the gods." Purunga replied, "This wish is very simple." With a flash of red light in his eyes, Sun Wukong felt as if he had gained a wealth of knowledge in his mind. Purunga said, "Your 3 wishes have been granted. Farewell." With that, Purunga turned into the 7 Dragon Balls and flew off to various corners of Namek. Sun Wukong thanked the Grand Elder, and then, under the gazes of the Namekians who sent him off, used instant transmission to return to Earth. He then began training again. 2 months later, Sun Wukong felt it was time to try transforming into Super Saiyan 2. So he instantaneously teleported to the moon, shouted loudly, "Transformed into a Super Saiyan," and began to transform into Super Saiyan 2. Accompanied by continuous howling like a struggle with constipation, Sun Wukong's golden aura surged, lightning crackled around him, his golden hair stood upright, and a strand of hair fell over his forehead. After a moment, he successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 2, feeling an overwhelming strength, and Sun Wukong was ecstatic. After reverting from Super Saiyan 2, he instantaneously teleported back to Earth. After that, he began training again. A month later, Vegeta, Sun Wutian, and Sun Wuming finally adapted to 300 times the gravity. Vegeta's battle power reached 3,100,000, while Sun Wutian and Sun Wuming both stood at 3 million. After the three informed Sun Wukong of their situation, he instructed them to begin attempting to transform into Super Saiyans. 3 days later, after 3 tries, they finally succeeded in transforming into Super Saiyans. On this day, Sun Wukong was training as usual when King Kai called, saying that a person named Dales was planting spirit trees everywhere and had already destroyed over a dozen planets, asking Sun Wukong for help in eliminating him. Without a second thought, Sun Wukong agreed. After the North Realm King informed Sun Wukong of Dale's location, Sun Wukong began to sense the aura at that coordinate. A quarter of an hour later, Sun Wukong finally sensed several faint auras and then activated instant transmission, appearing before a towering tree. Dales and his subordinates were somewhat shocked to see Sun Wukong suddenly appear before them. Dales asked, "By your appearance, you are also a Saiyan. What is your name? How did you get here?" Sun Wukong, upon hearing this, turned to Dales and his subordinates and said, "My name is Kakarot, and you are Dales." Dales replied, "Oh, you know my name. Are you here to pledge allegiance to me? However, I only accept elites, not trash." Sun Wukong chuckled and said, "Who gave you the confidence to think I'm here to join you?" Dales responded, "Aren't you here to join me? Then what are you here for?" "I am here to kill you and casually seize your spirit fruit tree," Sun Wukong said. "Ha ha ha, is there something wrong with my ears? You say you are here to kill me and to steal my spirit fruit tree. This is truly a grand joke." Dales laughed. Sun Wukong said, "Laugh if you wish, this is your final moment." Upon hearing this, Dales' expression turned cold, and he said, "It seems you truly want to challenge me, Dales. Do you have the strength for that? Demando, go tell him that our Dales Legion is not something just anyone can provoke." "Yes, Lord Dales," Demando replied. Then, using a scouter to probe Sun Wukong's battle power, they found that it was only 5. Demando said, "I know you are hiding your battle power, Kakarot. Release it, and don't say I didn't give you a chance." Sun Wukong said, "All right, just watch." As he slightly released some aura, Demondo's scouter began to beep incessantly. Upon seeing the displayed value of 530,000, Demando was taken aback. Seeing this, Dales asked Demando, "What is this kid's battle power that has you so scared?" Demando replied, "Lord Dales, the scouter shows that this kid's battle power has reached 530,000. Dales was shocked and exclaimed, "You can't be serious." Demando replied, "No, unless the scouter is malfunctioning." "Impossible, absolutely impossible. This Kakarot is also a low-level warrior like me. How many spirit fruit have I consumed to barely reach 500,000? How could he do it?" Dales said angrily. At the same time, he thought to himself, "As long as I eat a few more spirit fruits, my battle power will surpass Kakarot, allowing me to defeat and kill him. I must buy some time." Sun Wukong said, "I started cultivating at the age of 3, enduring the changing seasons without interruption. That is how I have my current strength, unlike you who rely solely on external objects and consume spirit fruits to enhance yourself. Strength gained this way ultimately lacks substance." Dales replied, "What's wrong with relying on external objects? I easily gain my current strength by consuming spirit fruits. Meanwhile, you have cultivated for at least 20 years to barely reach 530,000. It's obvious which method is superior." Sun Wukong said, "You think my current strength is all I have? Let me tell you, what I am showing you now is less than a quarter of my true power." "Impossible, you must be lying to us. No one can cultivate to this level in just 20 years, Dales exclaimed in shock. Sun Wukong said, "Then let me show you some kindness and let you witness the Super Saiyan before you die." With that, he shouted loudly, his aura surging as surrounding winds howled and the sky crackled with thunder. Sun Wukong's hair began to turn golden and his pupils turned green. Bang, 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 bang. The scouters of Dales and his 3 subordinates exploded, leaving the 4 of them stunned. Their scouters, which had a maximum detection limit of 2 million, exploded, indicating that Kakarot's battle power exceeded that limit, which explained their shock. Moments later, Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan. Dales exclaimed, "Is this the legendary Super Saiyan?" "Indeed, this is the Super Saiyan whose battle power can increase 50-fold from its normal state." Dales nodded calmly, then suddenly charged towards the spirit fruit tree. Sun Wukong, seeing this, knew exactly what Dales intended. He wanted to consume the spirit fruits to enhance his strength before battling him. Unfortunately, he did not realize that the enhancement from spirit fruits has its limits. Otherwise, why would the Kaioshin and gods of destruction allow the spirit fruit trees to be left unguarded? Sun Wukong conjured 4 energy swords, handing one to each of the 4, causing them to immediately drop dead from excitement. After dealing with the 4, Sun Wukong flashed to the spirit fruit tree and picked the spirit fruit to consume. "Not bad, tastes similar to an apple," Sun Wukong muttered to himself. After eating, he assessed his strength and found it had hardly increased, though his divine power had improved considerably. Thus, Sun Wukong picked all the spirit fruits, totaling 250. He then went to Dale's spaceship, activated instant transmission, and brought the spaceship back to Earth. Bulma was enjoying tea and sunbathing in the garden when she saw Sun Wukong holding a massive spaceship appear in the sky. She shouted, "Wukong, where did you get that spaceship? Put it down." Sun Wukong asked Bulma, where should I put the spaceship? Bulma replied, just place it in front of the lab. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong gently flew towards the lab with the spaceship. Moments later, he placed the spaceship in front of the lab. Dr. Briefs, who was conducting experiments in the lab, came out and said to Sun Wukong, Wukong, where did you get this spaceship? It looks so high-tech and luxurious. Sun Wukong replied, I got this from a cosmic pirate. It's a gift for you, father-in-law. Dr. Brief said, that's too much, I feel embarrassed. Sun Wukong said, we're all family, no need for formality. Dr. Briefs said, then I will graciously accept it. Sun Wukong nodded, then took out 20 spirit fruits and handed them to Dr. Briefs, saying, father-in-law, these are spirit fruits. Eating them can prolong life and refresh the mind. Share them with mother-in-law. Dr. Briefs said, Wukong, you're so thoughtful. I will accept them. After trying one, Dr. Briefs felt himself rejuvenate by several years filled with energy and said to Sun Wukong, this is truly a fantastic item. I'm going to find your mother-in-law. Sun Wukong nodded and used instant transmission to appear beside Bulma, handing her 10 spirit fruits. After explaining their effects, Bulma immediately began to eat. As soon as one spirit fruit was consumed, she instantly radiated vitality, rejuvenating by several years, and her battle power increased from 3 to 30,000. Bulma said to Sun Wukong, Wukong, you did well. I'll reward you properly tonight. Sun Wukong laughed, no need to wait for tonight. After I finish distributing the spirit fruits, we can start. Let's call Shishi too. Bulma blushed and retorted, no, it must wait until tonight. Sun Wukong chuckled, all right, tonight it is. After that, he began distributing spirit fruits to acquaintances. Sun Wukong gave 10 spiritual fruit each to Chi-Chi, Nyo, Mo, Wang, Sun Wufan, Krillin, Tianjin, Fan, Yamcha, Jiaozi, Master Roshi, Cat, Immortal, the God of Heaven, Bobo, North Kai, Raditz, Nappa, Vegeta, Sun Wuzhen, Sun Wuming, and Piccolo. After consuming the spiritual fruits, most of them increased their combat power by 300,000. For Raditz, Nappa, Vegeta, Sun Wuzhen, Sun Wuming, and Piccolo, this increase was hardly noticeable. However, for Chi-Chi, Nyo, Mo, Wang, Master Roshi, Cat, Immortal, the God of Heaven, Bobo, Jiaozi, Yamcha, Tianjin, Fan, Krillin, and North Kai, the increase in strength was quite significant. With hundreds of thousands of combat power, one could dominate even the corners of the 7th universe. That night, Sun Wukong engaged in a fierce battle with Chi-Chi and Bulma, fighting until dawn. With Sun Wukong's boundless stamina, the two soon surrendered, and it wasn't until the next afternoon that they gradually woke up. In the following days, Sun Wukong began his weighted training. Even though Sun Wukong could now transform into Super Saiyan 2, he did not dare to let his guard down. After all, the enemies ahead were increasingly powerful, and he had to develop rapidly to strategize and control his fate. After increasing his weighted clothing to 10,000 times the gravity, he re-entered the 100-fold gravity chamber to continue his training. Half a year later, Sun Wukong successfully cleared the 100-fold gravity chamber, achieving an astonishing base combat power of 990 million, an 11-fold increase from before, allowing him to unleash the 3,000-fold Kaioken. Although the boost from transforming into Super Saiyan was no longer comparable to Kaioken, Sun Wukong still decided to train for Super Saiyan 2. He planned to fully power up Super Saiyan 2 within 6 months before attempting to transform into Super Saiyan 3. One day, while training as usual, Sun Wukong suddenly sensed 2 unusually evil presences that would descend on Earth in a few minutes. He exited the gravity chamber to join the others. Piccolo said to Sun Wukong, son, you felt it too, right? Sun Wukong nodded. These 2 presences are quite strong, roughly double that of Frieza. Vegeta rubbed his hands together and said, let's go take a look. I haven't had a chance to fight since I transformed into a Super Saiyan. These 2 are coming right to us. Kakarot, don't interfere, I want to deal with them myself. Sun Wukong replied, no problem, I'll leave them to you. Vegeta nodded. At this point, Vegeta's base combat power had reached 10 million. Transformed into a Super Saiyan, his combat power could reach 500 million, and he had learned Kaioken from Nappa, allowing him to unleash the 100-fold Kaioken, making him quite confident. Among the group, besides Sun Wukong, Piccolo, Sun Wuzhen, and Sun Wuming, Vegeta was the strongest. Although he had evolved from being the 2nd strongest in the original story to the 5th, his combat power exceeded that of Sun Wukong during the same period in the original story. Then Sun Wukong and the others flew towards the location where the 2 would land. Moments later, they arrived at the site of the spaceship's descent. As the hatch opened, 2 teams of soldiers emerged first, followed by a tall figure and a small one. Vegeta remarked, is that Frieza? No, Frieza had already been killed by Kakarot. So who are these 2? Judging by their appearance, they should be related to Frieza. Could they be his brothers or father? Hearing this, Sun Wukong gave a thumbs up to Vegeta and said, Vegeta, your intellect is sharp when you're not inflated. Nappa and Raditz stifled their laughter. Vegeta retorted, Kakarot, don't think just because I can't beat you, you can mock me. Are you saying I have no brain? Nappa, holding back laughter, suggested Vegeta, why not ask them who they are first? Vegeta thought to himself, Nappa is right, so you go ask them. Nappa replied, alright, I'll go ask. He then stepped forward and asked, who are you? What is your relationship with Frieza, and why have you come to Earth? The tall figure replied, I am Frieza's father, King Cold. You may call me King Cold. This is my eldest son, Cooler. You may refer to him as King Cooler. Who are you? Bring forth the Super Saiyan who killed Frieza to speak with me. Nappa thought to himself, so that's it. Vegeta was right after all. He then said, I am Nappa. Wait here, I will call the Super Saiyan to speak with you. He turned around and returned to the group, saying Vegeta was right. The tall one is Frieza's father, King Cold, and the small one is his brother, Cooler. They have come to Earth to take revenge on Kakarot. Everyone realized, and just then a machine appeared in the sky above. Seeing this, Sun Wukong knew that Trunks had arrived and wondered what his expression would be like if he found out he had married Bulma. He then looked back at Vegeta. Trunks, who was in the time machine, looked down at the two groups and was taken aback when he spotted Sun Wukong. Uncle Wukong, how did you end up here? Did I come to the wrong timeline? What should I do? Never mind, I'll just go down and greet everyone first, he said, controlling the time machine to land beside them. He opened the time machine, jumped out, and approached everyone saying, hello, Mr. Sun Wukong, Mr. Vegeta, Mr. Piccolo. Vegeta asked, who are you and how do you know us? Trunks awkwardly replied, I'm sorry, Mr. Vegeta, but I can't tell you my name. He then turned to Sun Wukong and asked, Mr. Sun Wukong, weren't you supposed to take 1 or 2 hours to return to Earth? How did you get here so soon? I have always been on Earth. By the way, who are you? Where did you come from? What brings you here? And where are you going? Just as Trunks was about to respond, King Cold shouted, you there, stop chatting and tell this king where the Super Saiyan is. This king will send you on your way, and you can chat as long as you like afterwards. Seeing this, Sun Wukong said to Trunks, let's talk later. Trunks nodded, alright, Mr. Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong turned to King Cold and Cooler, saying, I am the Super Saiyan you are looking for, Sun Wukong. King Cold responded, so you are the one who killed Frieza. Speak. How do you wish to die? I wish to die of old age. Can you help me with that? King Cold, upon hearing this, was enraged. Are you mocking me? Indeed, I am mocking you. What are you going to do about it? Cooler interjected, Father, stop wasting words with him. The sooner we take him down, the sooner we can return. King Cold replied, alright, you go first and test the strength of the Super Saiyan. No problem, Father, Cooler said. Hold on, your opponent is not me, said Sun Wukong. The King of Kurd replied, who among you aside from this Super Saiyan is worthy of Gyula's attention? Sun Wukong continued, even if you don't know him, you should have heard of him. He is the son of King Vegeta. Vegeta. Hearing this, the King of Kurd laughed heartily, ha ha ha, are you kidding me? With Vegeta's mere power level of a few tens of thousands, he thinks he can confront Gyula. Vegeta, who stood behind Sun Wukong, was infuriated. He flashed to Sun Wukong's side and said to the King of Kurd, old man, 20 years in the east and 20 years in the west, don't underestimate Prince Vegeta. I am no longer the waste I once was. Sun Wukong chuckled, Vegeta, you are truly ruthless. You even insult yourself. Vegeta responded, Kakarot, step aside. Leave these two to me. Before Sun Wukong could respond, Gyula laughed, it's been years since we last met, and Vegeta, you've grown bold enough to speak arrogantly. Vegeta laughed, Gyula, Frieza was taken out by that fool Kakarot with a single energy blast. I won't be like him. I intend to thoroughly torment you in return for the kindness your brother Frieza has shown me all these years. Sun Wukong noted, Vegeta, it seems I need to teach you a lesson on humility. Vegeta snapped, Kakarot, be quiet and stay out of this. I'll deal with these two first. Alright, Vegeta, just be careful. Don't mess it up, said Sun Wukong. Vegeta replied, Kakarot, rest assured, if I mess this up against these two trash, I'll say my name backward. The King of Kurd, enraged, commanded, Gyula, teach Vegeta a harsh lesson, so he knows the consequence of provoking our Ice Demon clan. Understood, Father. I've been waiting impatiently, Gyula said. He then flashed in front of Vegeta and landed a punch on him. Vegeta was hit and bent over. Gyula remarked, Vegeta, your strength does not match your bravado at all. Vegeta laughed heartily, straightening up, Gyula, you're celebrating too soon. I haven't even transformed into a Super Saiyan yet. Gyula, shocked, asked, isn't the Super Saiyan Sun Wukong? Vegeta sneered, who told you there is only one Super Saiyan? He then began to raise his energy to transform into a Super Saiyan. Ah! Accompanied by a loud roar, Vegeta was engulfed in golden flames, his hair turning golden and his pupils green. Trunks exclaimed in shock, what? Mr. Vegeta can actually transform into a Super Saiyan. What is happening? Piccolo said, kid, why are you so surprised? There are more Super Saiyans than just Vegeta and Sun Wukong. What? Mr. Piccolo, are you saying that besides Vegeta and Mr. Sun Wukong there are other Super Saiyans? Trunks asked, astonished. Ding ding ding. Look here, I can also transform into a Super Saiyan, said Sun Wutian to Trunks. You are Gohan's older brother. It's great to see you again. Trunks exclaimed excitedly. Hey, you've got it wrong, kid. My name is Sun Wutian, not Gohan. Gohan, is my grandfather's son Wutian corrected. Sun Wuming added, what my brother said is correct. Let me introduce myself. Oh, I am Sun Wuming, and I can also transform into a Super Saiyan. Trunks asked what? You can also transform into a Super Saiyan. Who is your father? Sun Wuming replied, you can't guess. My father is of course Sun Wukong. Trunks was stunned looking at Sun Wutian and asking, so you are also Mr. Sun Wukong's child? Sun Wutian replied, of course. Trunks muttered to himself in disbelief, what on earth is happening? How can Mr. Sun Wukong have two children? And this time why can my father also transform into a Super Saiyan? Piccolo, shocked, said, your father is actually Vegeta. Trunks exclaimed, Mr. Piccolo, don't talk nonsense, my father is not Vegeta. Piccolo scoffed, thinking, you kid, keep pretending, well, let's see how long you can keep it up. If it weren't for my extraordinary hearing, I might have bought your act. He then said, oh, is that right? Maybe my ears are playing tricks on me. Ooh, I must have heard wrong. Raditz remarked, I don't think this kid looks like Vegeta. Piccolo, you might have really misheard. Nappa added, Raditz is right, Vegeta has black hair, but yours is blue. You do resemble Bulma a bit. Trunks was no longer surprised since Vegeta could transform into a Super Saiyan. It was not a big deal that Sun Wukong had two children. Compared to that, it was nothing remarkable that Raditz and Nappa were still alive. Just then Sun Wukong returned to the group. Trunks, seeing this, asked Sun Wukong, Mr. Sun Wukong, can you trust Vegeta to handle Gula and Curd? Sun Wukong assured, don't worry, Vegeta's strength is above these two. There's no problem. Trunks replied, oh, that's good. By the way, Mr. Sun Wukong, I have a few things I want to discuss with you privately. Would that be convenient? Sun Wukong nodded, pretending to consider. All right, let's talk over there. He then told Piccolo, Piccolo, keep an eye on things and don't let Vegeta mess up. Piccolo replied, no problem, Lord Sun. Sun Wukong nodded and then moved to the side with Trunks. Trunks said to Sun Wukong, Uncle Wukong, let me introduce myself. I am Trunks from 20 years in the future. My mother is Bulma and my father is Vegeta. Sun Wukong interrupted, Trunks, you might be mistaken. Bulma is my wife and Wuming is our son. Vegeta is still single. Now it was Trunks' turn to be shocked. He asked Sun Wukong, Uncle Wukong, isn't your wife Shishi? How did she become Aunt Bulma? Sun Wukong chuckled, they are all my wives. Wutian is my son with Shishi. Trunks was stunned, I see now, no wonder Wutian looks just like Gohan. When he was a child, they have the same parents. Sun Wukong clarified, Gohan is my grandfather. He is still alive, so how could I name my son after him? Trunks nodded and continued, that's not important. Uncle Wukong, what I am about to tell you is very important, so please remember it. Sun Wukong asked, what is it? Trunks replied, in 3 years 2 demons will appear in this world, and they will kill everyone. At this point Trunks froze. With so many Super Saiyans in this world, how could the androids go unchecked? Clearly that would not happen, and thus the tragedies of this world would not occur, indicating that history had changed. What on earth is going on? Trunks grabbed his hair, beginning to ponder deeply. Seeing Trunks' bewildered expression, Sun Wukong said, Trunks, I believe you have not traveled back into the past, but rather crossed into a parallel world. Uncle Wukong, what do you mean by that? Trunks asked. Sun Wukong replied, Trunks, surely you've heard of the theory of parallel dimensions. A single world's trajectory may diverge dramatically due to subtle variations in causality, giving rise to countless distinct realities, each one a self-contained parallel dimension. Trunks' eyes widened in sudden comprehension. I see now. So this world is a parallel dimension of my original reality, not its past. Sun Wukong nodded. Precisely. And Trunks, let me tell you plainly, your hope of altering the future by returning to the past is fundamentally unattainable. Trunks hurriedly asked, Uncle Wukong, why do you say so? Sun Wukong countered, Trunks, have you ever seen a river flow backward? No, I haven't. Why do you ask? Trunks replied. Sun Wukong continued, time is like an unceasing river. From the instant it begins to flow, it never turns back. It surges forward relentlessly, unwavering, until it reaches its terminus. Thus the world you enter through temporal traversal is not the past at all, but a newly born parallel world branching forth from that very moment. Trunks cried out in anguish, Uncle Wukong, is there truly no way to avert the tragedy that befell my world? Sun Wukong replied firmly, remember this truth, Trunks, the past is irrevocable, but the future remains unwritten and yours to reshape. Trunks fell silent for a moment, then said quietly, I understand, Uncle Wukong. Sun Wukong nodded. Good. Once Vegeta defeats Cooler and Frieza, I will accompany you to your world and help you eradicate the androids. Trunks beamed. That's wonderful, Uncle Wukong. With you by my side, victory over the androids is assured. Sun Wukong replied, Trunks, I can aid you once, but can I stand beside you forever? Your world must ultimately be safeguarded by you alone. But my strength is still pitiful. I don't even know how to cultivate properly. The power I possess today owes entirely to years of guidance from Brother Gohan. Yet he sacrificed his life to save me, slain by the androids, Trunks murmured. Sun Wukong reassured him. Rest easy. I will personally instruct you in cultivation upon arriving in your world. Trunks bowed his head gratefully. Thank you, Uncle Wukong. Sun Wukong waved a hand dismissively. No need for thanks. After all, you are Bulma's son. Even if from another dimension blood ties remain, I could never stand idly by. Trunks nodded solemnly. Regardless, my deepest gratitude goes to you, Uncle Wukong. Sun Wukong gave a quiet nod, then gestured toward the battlefield. Observe Vegeta's duel with Garlic. There is much you can learn from it. Trunks nodded, and together they turned their gaze toward the fierce clash between Vegeta and Garlic. By then Garlic had already been battered mercilessly, his face swollen, his body bruised and bleeding. Though Garlic's fourth form surpassed Frisia's in raw power, his battle aura peaked at only 160 million, far beneath Super Vegeta's overwhelming might. After all, Vegeta's Super Saiyan transformation surged to a staggering 500 million battle power. Garlic would fall before him in an instant. Yet Vegeta withheld the killing blow, not out of mercy, but to savor his long-awaited vengeance against Garlic, the heir of Frisia, whose cruelty had haunted Vegeta for lifetimes. In Vegeta's view, retribution was both just and inevitable. Father's sins demanded son's atonement. A similar conviction gripped Paragus and Broly in another parallel timeline. Enraged beyond reason, Garlic leapt back, glaring at Vegeta. Cursed Saiyan monkey, you've succeeded in provoking me. I shall no longer conceal my true strength. I am about to awaken my ultimate form. Vegeta sneered. You possess yet another transformation. I recall Frisia's ultimate form looked precisely like this. Do you presume I am as feeble-minded as my foolish younger brother, limited to only 3 transformations? Garlic retorted. I am a prodigy of the Frost Demon clan, naturally surpassing both Frisia and my father Cooler in both forms and power. Oh, then go ahead, transform. Let this prince witness just how formidable your ultimate form truly is. Vegeta taunted. Very well, Vegeta, just wait. You'll regret this moment before long, Garlic snarled. With that, he began his ultimate transformation. His aura erupted violently. His frame swelled, 4 jagged horns sprouted from his skull, a metallic mask sealed his mouth, his eyes blazed crimson, his pupils vanished, bony ridges bulged from his shoulders, and razor-sharp bone blades erupted from his elbows. Upon completion, Garlic's battle aura surged nearly 3-fold over his prior state. Below, Cooler watched in stunned disbelief. He had never witnessed such a form. Muttering to himself, he reflected, so it was wise to have Frisia restrain Garlic earlier. This youth exceeds even my own and Frisia's strength. Had Frisia not held him in check, my empire would have fallen long ago. But now, there's no further need to suppress him. Once these intruders are eradicated, I shall entrust the empire to Garlic. Trunks felt Garlic's surging aura and gasped. This power dwarfs his previous state. Could Vegeta be in danger? Sun Wukong smiled calmly. Have no fear, Trunks. Vegeta has merely been warming up. He has yet to reveal his true strength. Trunks stared in awe. Uncle Wukong, I cannot fathom how you train. If my father possessed even half the power of your world's fathers, the androids would pose no threat whatsoever. Sun Wukong replied. Once I impart the cultivation method to you, you will not only match Vegeta's power, you will surpass it. Trunks' anticipation swelled. The promise of such training ignited a fierce, unquenchable hope within him. High above, Vegeta sensed Garlic's transformed aura and laughed coldly. So this is your ultimate form. Pathetic. Such paltry strength dares to challenge this prince. Very well. I shall show you the power that defines me. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed his full might. The golden aura around him flared with blinding intensity, his battle aura doubling instantly. Vegeta released the full potential of his Super Saiyan form. His battle power soared to 500 million. Garlic recoiled in disbelief. Impossible. It cannot be. Throughout our entire battle you held back. Cooler, watching from below, broke into a cold sweat, calculating whether to flee. Yet after careful deliberation, he resolved to assist Garlic from the shadows, to strike Vegeta down with a surprise assault, then join forces with his son to eliminate the second Saiyan. Only then would the rest pose no threat. To flee now would leave him exposed, vulnerable to being hunted down and destroyed one by the 2 Saiyans. Vegeta laughed heartily. Ha, you think you alone have concealed your strength. This prince hides his power as well, and even more than you. So Gula, are you prepared to die? Gula seethed with rage. You damned Saiyan monkey, do not get cocky. You can go and die. With that, he raised both hands above his head. An orb of energy blossomed overhead and swelled at alarming speed until its diameter measured tens of kilometers. Gula sneered. Vegeta, if you dare dodge, this planet will be buried with you, ha. Vegeta muttered a curse under his breath, then pressed his palms together and began to gather his own energy. At that moment, Gula slammed the energy orb downward. The 10-kilometers-wide sphere plummeted, whipping up fierce winds, lightning, and seismic tremors across the land. Vegeta shouted, "Behold my great explosion attack." He unleashed a massive, thick wave of energy from his hands that struck the orb and pushed it back toward Gula. Gula cursed, "Damned Saiyan monkey, such tenacity." He fired an energy wave that struck the orb, holding it in place against Vegeta's push. King Kurd delighted thought, a fine opportunity. He prepared to launch an energy wave to assist Gula and finish off Vegeta. No sooner had his hand aimed at Vegeta than a flash of sword light flickered around him. Standing before him, unmistakable, was a golden-haired youth wielding a great sword. He had barely opened his mouth when a violent tearing pain ripped through his body. Looking at the youth again, he found him split cleanly in two. At that moment, a crimson line ran from head to toe across King Kurd. It turned out that Sun Wukong had already sensed the king's intent to ambush Vegeta. Sun Wukong pointed at King Kurd toward Telengkizi, and in an instant Telengkizi understood. Telengkizi transformed into a Super Saiyan, drew the great sword from his back, and with a single swift motion, before the king could react, cut him cleanly in two. All of it happened in a heartbeat, so fast that King Kurd had not perceived anything amiss. He cried out in alarm, "When did you ambush me?" Telengkizi sneered, "When you were preparing to strike Mr. Vegeta." King Kurd snarled, "Curse you." Before he could make another move, Telengkizi swung the great sword again. In the blink of an eye, more crimson seams appeared across the king's body. King Kurd could not even form a plea before Telengkizi cleaved him into pieces. Telengkizi then sent a single-handed energy blast that reduced him to rubble. He tossed the great sword into the air, glanced aside, and the blade fell with unnerving precision back into the scabbard on his back. Telengkizi reverted from his Super Saiyan form and flew back to the others. As for the miscellaneous soldiers, they could not hope to escape. Bieka watched as Telengkizi disposed of King Kurd in the blink of an eye and praised, "Kid, your strike was clean and decisive. Your power is quite impressive." Telengkizi replied, "Mr. Bieka, you flatter me." Bieka nodded and looked skyward. The enormous energy sphere had already been shoved by Vegeta's wave back toward Gula. Gula gritted his teeth and resisted, but to no avail. He could only watch helplessly as the sphere was driven back before him. He let out an enraged, unwilling roar, "Damned Saiyan monkey, damn Felisa." He was swallowed by the energy ball and blasted into space by Vegeta, reduced to dust adrift in the cosmos. Vegeta laughed uproariously, "Ha ha, this prince has finally avenged years of being treated like a dog by Felisa." Then he turned to look for King Kurd, only to find the king's figure gone. He flashed to Sun Wukong's side and asked, "Kakarot, where is King Kurd?" Sun Wukong pointed at Telengkizi and said, "This youth wiped him out in an instant." "What, this boy is that formidable?" Vegeta exclaimed. Naba at the side added, "Vegeta, this youth can transform into a Super Saiyan. He should be one of our people." Vegeta was stunned. "Impossible, absolutely impossible. Apart from me, Kakarot, Uladizi, and Kakarot's two sons, there can be no other Saiyan." Sun Wukong said, "Vegeta, are you certain? Have you forgotten Darius, whom I defeated before?" Vegeta, hearing this, suddenly understood. "You mean he might be a stray member of our race wandering outside?" "That is possible. Before Planet Vegeta was destroyed, some of our people did escape the catastrophe." Sun Wukong replied, "If you think so, that will do." He then turned to Kellen Tianjin, Fan Yamucha, Jiaozi Sun Wuzhen, and Sun Wuming. "Go deal with the grunts Kurd and Gula brought along. Consider it good practice." Kellen said, "No problem, Wukong." The group then flew toward the opposing soldiers. Sun Wukong informed them of Telengkizi's situation. Vegeta declared, "Androids, or not, if they dare appear, this prince will tear them to pieces." Sun Wukong thought to himself, "Vegeta is not entirely wrong. In 3 years under my guidance, Vegeta could master Super Saiyan 2. By then, androids no. 17 and no. 18 would be trivial, and even Shalu would be no match." He then said aloud, "Vegeta is right, the androids are hardly worth mentioning." Telengkizi replied, "Mr. Sun Wukong, Mr. Vegeta, the androids should not be underestimated. I could only barely draw even with one of them. They possess real strength." Vegeta snorted coldly. "With your limited power, you naturally think the androids are formidable, but to us they are trash." Bieka said, "On that point, Vegeta is right. If your strength is comparable to the androids, then they are insignificant. From watching your fight just now, your power is less than half of Vegeta's true strength, and among us Vegeta ranks only 5th. Telengkizi, shocked, exclaimed, "Mr. Vegeta is that strong, and yet ranks only 5th among you." Vegeta snorted and said, "This prince will surpass Kakarot sooner or later." Ladizi told Telengkizi, "Bieka is correct. Here Kakarot, Bieka, Sun Wuzhen, and Sun Wuming all stand above Vegeta in strength." Vegeta said, "Ladizi, are you itching for trouble again?" Ladizi did not fear him. Now backed by Sun Wuzhen and Sun Wuming, Vegeta dared at most to rough him up. Moments later, Krillin and the others completely eliminated all the cannon fodder brought by King Kurd and Gula. They approached Sun Wukong, who then informed them of everything regarding Trunks. When everyone learned that Trunks was the son of Vegeta and Bulma from a parallel world, their expressions turned strange, making Trunks quite embarrassed. Upon hearing this, Vegeta snorted coldly and said, "Women only slowed down my progress and strength. I won't be like Kakarot marrying two weak Earth women." Nappa replied, "Vegeta, Kakarot's women are not weak. They now possess a battle power of 300,000. Can't you be quiet, Nappa?" Vegeta said angrily. Krillin and the others burst into laughter. Sun Wukong said, "Regardless of the circumstances, Trunks is still Bulma's child. I have decided to go to his world and help him eliminate the androids." Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement, as the androids had also killed their future selves. Although they were not from the same world, this vendetta could not go unavenged. Seeing everyone agree, Sun Wukong said to Krillin, "Krillin, go back and tell Bulma and Shishi that I will return soon. Tell them to take care of themselves and not to strain." Krillin replied, "Understood, Wukong, you can go without worry." Sun Wukong nodded, then turned to Trunks, saying, "Trunks, things here are finished. Let's set off." Trunks responded, "Okay, Uncle Wukong." With that, the two jumped into the time machine. Vegeta said to Sun Wukong, "Kakarot, when you go to Trunks' world, make sure to train that version of me well. It's humiliating to be killed by two pathetic androids." Sun Wukong replied, "Sure, Vegeta." Trunks worked the controls in the time machine, which flew into the air and then vanished in a flash. Piccolo sensed the energy of the two and said to the others, "Sun Wukong and that kid have indeed disappeared from this world. It seems they have really gone to another parallel world." Krillin said, "It seems Bulma is truly a genius, able to create something like a time machine." Vegeta remarked, "The little bald head is right. Kakarot's woman, while weak, is indeed clever. She is more capable than the chief scientist of the Frisia Force from before." Raditz and Nappa nodded in agreement. Piccolo said, "All right, everyone head back and continue your training. 3 years from now, androids will also appear in our world. Although their strength is insignificant, we cannot be careless." Hearing this, everyone nodded, and then left the battlefield, returning to West City. Sun Wukong sat in the time machine, watching the colorful light screens outside, secretly thinking this time machine is indeed extraordinary. It really can traverse time and space. After an unknown duration of flight, the time machine passed through a light screen and arrived in Trunks' world. What he saw was a scene of ruins and devastation. Trunks jumped out of the time machine and said to Sun Wukong, "Uncle Wukong, this is my world. The androids have destroyed it beyond recognition. 90% of humanity has been killed by the androids, and the rest can only hide like rats." With that, Trunks was filled with anger. Sun Wukong jumped out of the time machine and said to Trunks, "Trunks, there's no need to be angry. My arrival brings hope. I will train you and then let you personally kill the androids." Trunks said, "Thank you, Uncle Wukong." Sun Wukong replied, "No need to be polite. Take me to meet Bulma." Trunks responded, "Sure, Uncle Wukong, Mom will be very happy to see you." After saying this, he put the time machine away into a capsule and took Sun Wukong to Bulma's hiding place. Moments later, they arrived at a concealed underground room. Upon seeing Bulma, Trunks recounted the entire situation to her. Bulma was quite surprised, looking at Sun Wukong and saying, "I never expected that I from that world would choose to be with Shishi and have you. This truly amazes me." Sun Wukong looked at the charming Bulma and smiled, saying, "Perhaps my genuine feelings moved Bulma." Bulma was taken aback and said, "Sun Wukong, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. The difference between you and the Sun Wukong from my world is too great. The Sun Wukong from my world is a martial arts fanatic, a straightforward person, and completely clueless about romance. I even doubted if Gohan was born because Shishi took the initiative." Sun Wukong, hearing this, covered his face and said to Bulma, "Bulma, you and the Bulma from my world are equally fierce." Bulma laughed and said, "Oh really? That's a bit strange. Our personalities are similar, yet your personality compared to the Sun Wukong from my world is so different." Sun Wukong replied, "This might be the diversity of parallel worlds." Bulma nodded and then said to Sun Wukong, "I heard from Trunks that you are confident in dealing with the androids. Is that true?" "Sun Wukong, you must not be careless." Trunks said, "Mom, don't worry. Although I haven't seen Uncle Wukong fight, I have seen my father in that world fight. His strength is far inferior to Uncle Wukong, but he exceeds the androids significantly. In comparison, Uncle Wukong can handle the androids with ease." Bulma said, "I see. Then I can rest easy." "Sun Wukong, when will you deal with the androids?" Sun Wukong replied, "I plan to train Trunks and let him personally kill the androids." Bulma asked Sun Wukong, "Are you confident that Trunks' strength can be raised to a level capable of killing the androids?" Sun Wukong replied, "Don't worry. Trunks has great potential, it's just that no one has guided him for many years." "Oh, that's good. When do you plan to start training Trunks?" Bulma asked. Sun Wukong replied, "There's no rush. I will take Trunks to a good training place soon. Within 3 days, Trunks' strength will greatly increase enough to defeat the androids." "Well, then that's fine. I will prepare some food for you and Trunks. Make sure to eat well before you go, Bulma said. Sun Wukong replied no problem. Afterward, Bulma prepared some food for Trunks and Sun Wukong, and the two began to feast. Watching them, Bulma thought of Vegeta and asked Sun Wukong, do you have a way to bring back Vegeta and the others? Sun Wukong pondered for a moment and said there is a way. Bulma and Trunks rejoiced, saying, really, Uncle Wukong, Sun Wukong, you aren't lying to us, are you? Sun Wukong replied, we can use the Dragon of Namek to revive Piccolo. After Piccolo is revived, the Earth's dragon can bring back Vegeta and the others. Bulma exclaimed in joy, that's wonderful, Sun Wukong. Thank you so much. Sun Wukong smiled and said, no need to be polite, we are all family. After the meal, Sun Wukong led Trunks directly to the Heaven's Temple. Trunks was confused and Sun Wukong did not elaborate. Upon arriving at the Heaven's Temple, Sun Wukong called out a few times to Mr. Bobo, and a black man dressed like a brother came out from the hall. Seeing Sun Wukong, Bobo said, Wukong, didn't you die from a heart attack? Sun Wukong replied, Mr. Bobo, you are indeed still alive. Trunks, listening to their conversation from the side, twitched his mouth. Sun Wukong said, Mr. Bobo, I am not the Sun Wukong from your world. I have traveled here from another time and space. After saying this, he pulled Trunks in front of him and said to Bobo, it was Trunks who brought me to this time and space. Trunks hurriedly greeted Bobo when he saw this. Bobo replied, so it's you. I know you, you are Vegeta's son. Thanks to you, we were able to stop the androids over the years, or else humanity on Earth would have been wiped out by those two androids. Trunks asked in confusion, Mr. Bobo, how do you know me? Bobo said, when the Supreme Kai was alive, I saw it next to him. He could see everything happening in the world. Trunks said, I see. Sun Wukong said to Bobo, Mr. Bobo, I plan to borrow the hyperbolic time chamber to train Trunks so he can personally defeat the androids. Bobo nodded and said, no problem, Wukong. Trunks asked in confusion, what is the hyperbolic time chamber? Sun Wukong explained, the hyperbolic time chamber is a training place in the Heaven's Temple. 1 day outside equals 1 year inside, and the gravity inside is 10 times that of Earth. I see, I had no idea such an excellent training place existed in the world, Trunks said. Sun Wukong said, this place, oh, only I from this world have visited once. He didn't mention it, and because of his heart attack he passed away, so naturally no one knew about it. Trunks said, I see. By the way, Uncle Wukong, I have a special medicine for treating heart disease at home. I be sure to take it later. Sun Wukong said, I have long since wished on the Namekian dragon to eliminate the heart virus in my body, so you don't have to worry. Uncle Wukong, you truly have foresight, Trunks said. It's nothing, let's hurry and enter the hyperbolic time chamber, Sun Wukong replied. With Bobo leading the way, the two entered the hyperbolic time chamber. After Trunks entered, he felt his body become heavy. Sun Wukong said to Trunks, Trunks, I will give you half an hour to adapt to the gravity. After half an hour, we will start training. Okay, Uncle Wukong, Trunks replied. After saying that, he began to adapt to the 10 times gravity. Sun Wukong took out the senzu beans from his pocket, counted them, and found 50 left, just enough. Half an hour later, Trunks approached Sun Wukong and said, Uncle Wukong, I have adapted to the 10 times gravity. Very good, Sun Wukong said, and then directly struck Trunks with a black tiger striking heart technique, severely injuring him. Trunks, with his eyes wide open, incredulously asked, Uncle Wukong, why did you kill me? Sun Wukong replied, to help you increase your strength. Hearing this, Trunks became furious and gradually lost consciousness. Sun Wukong hurriedly took out a senzu bean and fed it to Trunks. In the blink of an eye, Trunks recovered and stood up, shouting, Uncle Wukong, since you wanted to kill me, why did you save me? Sun Wukong smiled and said, I didn't want to kill you, but to enhance your strength. Feel your own power. Trunks felt his own power and indeed noticed a significant increase, so he shouted and transformed into a Super Saiyan. After carefully sensing again, he found that his power had increased by at least 50%. Immediately, he said to Sun Wukong, I'm sorry, Uncle Wukong, I misunderstood you. Sun Wukong replied, it's okay, you didn't know the reason, so it's understandable. Trunks asked Uncle Wukong, what exactly is going on? Sun Wukong explained, all of us Saiyan warriors have the trait of power increase after recovering from near death. Just now I brought you to the brink of death, then used a senzu bean to restore you, thus triggering the Saiyan trait, which is why your power increased so much. Trunks said, I see. Then let's continue, Uncle Wukong. Sun Wukong shook his head and said, this method of increasing strength cannot be used continuously. To rely on this method, you need a certain accumulation. I estimate that just now I have released all the accumulation you built over the past 10 years, so, in a short time, using this method again will not yield much increase. Trunks suddenly understood and asked, then what should I do? Sun Wukong said, now your method of increasing strength is to master the Super Saiyan and train towards surpassing the Super Saiyan. Trunks asked, what does surpassing the Super Saiyan mean? Sun Wukong replied, it means Super Saiyan 2. What does that mean, Uncle Wukong? I still don't quite understand, Trunks said. Sun Wukong said, he'll show you and you'll understand. Then he shouted and transformed into a Super Saiyan. Trunks, sensing Sun Wukong's aura, stood there dumbfounded, utterly shocked. Trembling, he said, "Uncle Wukong, your Super Saiyan transformation has such immense power. My Super Saiyan transformation's strength pales in comparison, like the difference between a firefly and the bright moon. Simply incomparable." Sun Wukong said, "That's because my base combat power is stronger than your combat power after transforming into a Super Saiyan. This is only the transformation of Super Saiyan 1. Next, watch closely. This is the subsequent transformation of Super Saiyan." Trunks nodded, widened his eyes, and focused on Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong shouted loudly, his muscles rapidly bulging, and in the blink of an eye he transformed into a muscular giant. Sun Wukong said to Trunks, "This is called the second transformation of Super Saiyan 1. In this state, strength greatly increases, but speed does not improve and may even decline." After saying this, Sun Wukong transformed again, his form returned to the previous state, and his aura became restrained, giving a sense of calmness. Sun Wukong said to Trunks, "This form is what I call the full power of Super Saiyan, which is the limit of Super Saiyan 1. There will be no waste of energy, it can all be used to fight." Then Sun Wukong shouted loudly, and his aura surged, his golden hair standing upright, a strand of golden hair hanging on his forehead, and lightning swirling around him. Trunks was shocked beyond measure. Sun Wukong said, "This transformation is the transformation that surpasses the Super Saiyan. I call it Super Saiyan 2, and the power increase is double that of Super Saiyan 1, and 100 times the base combat power." Trunks first nodded numbly, then joyfully exclaimed, "Uncle Wukong, can I also transform into Super Saiyan 2? "That's right, you can. The next training will aim for that purpose," Sun Wukong replied. In the time that followed, Sun Wukong instructed Trunks to maintain his Super Saiyan form for as long as possible each day. Initially, Trunks could hold the Super Saiyan state for half a day without engaging in battle. After half a month, he could barely maintain it for 12 hours, and after a month, he could sustain it for an entire day. Seeing this, Sun Wukong began to spar with Trunks. Sparring for 2 hours each day significantly reduced the time Trunks could hold his Super Saiyan form. 3 months later, Trunks was able to fight with Sun Wukong for half a day in his Super Saiyan form and still maintain it afterwards. A year later, Trunks finally perfected his Super Saiyan training, achieving full power. At this point, Trunks' battle power in full Super Saiyan form had exceeded Sun Wukong's battle power in his normal state, reaching 1.5 billion. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, who had been training Trunks, did not focus fully on his own training, resulting in only a modest increase of 100 million in his battle power, bringing it to 1 billion. Seeing that Trunks had reached full power in Super Saiyan, Sun Wukong began to teach him how to transform into Super Saiyan 2. Sun Wukong explained to Trunks, "There are 2 methods to transform into Super Saiyan 2. One is to reach your battle power limit and transform naturally. The other requires extreme anger. Given your current state, you can only use the second method." Trunks replied, "Uncle Wukong, are you saying I need to transform into Super Saiyan 2 through extreme anger?" Sun Wukong said, "Exactly. You should have experience in this area. Think of something that makes you angry." Trunks nodded and began to recall the things that made him angry. As he thought about how his mentor and brother Gohan had fought alone against the androids to protect him and was brutally killed, leaving him powerless to help and fleeing like a coward, a surge of anger welled up within him. Trunks felt rage and hatred towards the cruelty and cold-bloodedness of the androids, and fury at himself for being an ineffectual coward who could not stop their atrocities. As his anger reached its peak, Trunks let out a roar of ah. Instantly, a golden aura erupted around him. His hair stood on end, a strand fell over his forehead, and lightning crackled around him, his green eyes reflecting a fierce, cold, and ruthless expression. Seeing this, Sun Wukong smiled and said, "Trunks, you did it. You've transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Trunks, feeling his power, exclaimed, "Is this the strength of Super Saiyan 2? It truly feels like it has doubled compared to Super Saiyan 1. Thank you for your guidance, Uncle Wukong." Sun Wukong replied, "No need to thank me, Trunks. You still have 10 months ahead. Continue training Super Saiyan 1 at full power to strive for perfection in Super Saiyan 2. Trunks asked, "Understood, Uncle Wukong. Aren't you going to train with me?" Sun Wukong replied, "Trunks, next I plan to train for Super Saiyan 3, so you'll have to train alone." Trunks exclaimed in surprise, "Uncle Wukong, are you saying there's another transformation after Super Saiyan 2? Sun Wukong confirmed, "That's right, Trunks. The path of training is endless, don't limit yourself." Trunks nodded and said, "Got it, Uncle Wukong." Sun Wukong nodded back and then moved to the side to begin his training. Sun Wukong shouted, transforming into Super Saiyan 1, then immediately into Super Saiyan 2, followed by a loud roar. Allah! With a roar that resembled a struggle, Sun Wukong's aura surged. Trunks, upon sensing this, felt that Sun Wukong's aura was as mighty as a mountain and as vast as the sea. Compared to this, his own Super Saiyan 2 aura felt like that of an ant. Trunks was profoundly shaken by Sun Wukong's power. What Trunks did not know was that this was merely the tip of the iceberg of Sun Wukong's true power, compared to Sun Wukong's full power using the King Kai fist at 3,000 times Super Saiyan 2 was insignificant. As the roar continued for 3 minutes, Sun Wukong's appearance began to change. His golden hair grew longer, cascading down to his waist, his eyebrows vanished, his brow bones protruded, his pupils turned a deep green, and he appeared even more cold and ruthless, enveloped in golden light, with denser lightning surrounding him than in Super Saiyan 2. Trunks watched in amazement as Sun Wukong turned to face him. The sight made Trunks break into a cold sweat and tremble. Sun Wukong chuckled and said, "What's wrong, Trunks? Can't recognize me after such a short time?" Trunks sighed and said, "Uncle Wukong, do you know that you look quite evil like this? You seem more like a villain." Sun Wukong replied, "Oh really? I think I look very cool and handsome. What do you think?" Trunks considered this and replied, "Now that you mention it, Uncle Wukong, you do look quite cool and imposing." Sun Wukong nodded and smiled, saying, "This is Super Saiyan 3 Trunks. The road ahead is long and training never ends. Keep it up, young man." Trunks nodded and said, "I understand, Uncle Wukong. I will definitely train hard." Sun Wukong said, "Go ahead and train, Trunks. Strive to reach full power in Super Saiyan 2 by the time you finish your training." Trunks nodded and flew away from Sun Wukong to begin his training. Seeing that Trunks had started, Sun Wukong began his own training. He needed to master the transformation into Super Saiyan 3 before studying other techniques. 3 months later, having mastered the transformation, he began training his ultimate technique. 3 months later, Sun Wukong, transformed into Super Saiyan, closed his eyes, and his aura surged as he ascended, shouting, "All swords return to their source." Golden energy swords shot out from Sun Wukong's body continuously and without missing a spot. From a distance, Trunks watched in awe, his eyes sparkling, thinking, "Uncle Wukong's technique is so cool. I must have him teach me." After unleashing hundreds of thousands of golden energy swords, Sun Wukong finally came to a stop, gently landing on the ground. Trunks rushed over and said to Sun Wukong, "Uncle Wukong, that technique you just used, all swords return to their source, was so cool. Can you teach me?" Sun Wukong replied, "I can teach you, but this technique is very difficult. Do you really want to learn it?" "Yes, of course I want to learn," Trunks responded. Sun Wukong pointed his finger at Trunks' forehead, and instantly a new cultivation technique manifested within Trunks' mind. Sun Wukong said, "The technique I just imparted is the divine power cultivation method. To master 10,000 swords returning to one, you must first cultivate divine power, refining your spiritual awareness to such exquisite precision that you can condense sword chi commanded with flawless control and ultimately channel the immense reservoir of energy within your body to unleash this ultimate technique." Trunks nodded and replied, "Uncle Sun Wukong, it seems mastering 10,000 swords returning to one is indeed no simple feat." Sun Wukong chuckled naturally. "It is an ultimate technique I devised after exhaustive contemplation and refinement." Trunks nodded again. Sun Wukong added, "You must treat divine power cultivation with utmost seriousness. It is indispensable for attaining another transformation of the Super Saiyan form." Trunks asked Uncle Sun Wukong, "Do Super Saiyans possess other transformations?" Sun Wukong replied, "Indeed. They are called Super Saiyan God. Yet for you it remains far beyond reach at present. Focus instead on perfecting Super Saiyan 2 before advancing to Super Saiyan 3. Do not aim too high too soon." Trunks nodded. "Understood, Uncle Sun Wukong. I have already achieved full power Super Saiyan 2. "Oh, is that so? Then transform. I'd like to see it," Sun Wukong said. "Yes, Uncle Sun Wukong." With a thunderous shout, he transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Sun Wukong observed closely, then nodded approvingly. "Impressive, Trunks. You've attained this form far more swiftly than I anticipated." Trunks said, "It's all thanks to your teaching, Uncle Sun Wukong." Sun Wukong replied, "Your innate talent is exceptional, but since you've now mastered full power Super Saiyan 2, it's time we left." Trunks said, "Uncle Sun Wukong, I'd like to attempt Super Saiyan 3. Sun Wukong responded, "No need to try. Your current battle power remains far below the threshold required for that transformation." "I see." Trunks replied, disappointment evident in his voice. Sun Wukong added, "Do not despair, Trunks. Your next phase of cultivation will rely upon your mother's brilliance. The hyperbolic time chamber has served its purpose." "Very well, Uncle Sun Wukong. Let's go?" Trunks declared. Sun Wukong nodded, and the two stepped out of the hyperbolic time chamber. Popo, who had been waiting outside, approached and asked Sun Wukong, "Why have you emerged so early?" Sun Wukong replied, "Master Popo, we have completed our training and thus exited ahead of schedule." Popo asked, "I see. Do you feel confident confronting the androids?" Trunks answered, "Master Popo, rest assured. My current strength could annihilate the androids as effortlessly as crushing an ant beneath one's thumb." Popo beamed with joy. "Wonderful. At last Earth may know peace once more." Sun Wukong nodded and said, "Then Master Popo, we shall meet again shortly." Popo nodded and encouraged them. Sun Wukong, Trunks, give it your all. Trunks acknowledged silently, and Sun Wukong immediately activated instant transmission, transporting them both back to Bulma's laboratory. Bulma was calibrating equipment when a voice behind her murmured, "Bulma, long time no see." She turned, and there stood Sun Wukong and Trunks. She greeted them. "Sun Wukong, Trunks, you're back." Trunks replied, "Mother, we've completed our training and emerged ahead of schedule." Bulma nodded, then covered her nose and said, "Go take a shower first. I'll prepare dinner." Sun Wukong and Trunks sniffed their own clothes and nearly collapsed from the stench. They rushed off to bathe. Once cleansed and dressed, Bulma served dinner, and the three sat down to eat. Bulma turned to Sun Wukong and asked Sun Wukong, "How did Trunks' training go? Do you believe he can defeat the androids?" After swallowing his bite, Trunks replied, "Mother, rest easy. With my current power, the androids fall before me with a single gesture." Bulma glanced towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong affirmed, "Trunks speaks truthfully. Even if this world's Vegeta and I were resurrected, neither could stand against him now. For years to come, they would remain outmatched." Bulma exclaimed, "That's wonderful, Trunks, and thank you, Sun Wukong." Sun Wukong smiled. "Between us, gratitude is unnecessary. It would be too formal, too distant." Bulma laughed. "Sun Wukong, watch your words. I fear Trunks might misunderstand." Trunks simply lowered his head and continued eating. Sun Wukong chuckled, "I meant our friendship spanning over a decade. What else could you possibly imagine, Bulma?" Bulma teased, Well, so the great Sun Wukong has grown quite smooth-tongued. Our world's Sun Wukong remains far more straightforward." All three burst into laughter. After dinner, Sun Wukong and Trunks journeyed to a desolate, uninhabited expanse, where Trunks unleashed his aura to draw the androids forth. Moments later, the two androids arrived, soaring through the air and landing before Sun Wukong and Trunks. Sun Wukong studied Android 18, her long golden hair shimmering, her complexion luminous, her figure statuesque and elegantly proportioned. It was impossible to reconcile such ethereal beauty with the merciless killer she truly was. Android 17 sneered at Trunks, "So, you finally stopped hiding. Have you grown tired of running, little rat?" Trunks declared, "Today marks your end. I shall slay you both myself, to avenge my loved ones and every innocent soul you've slaughtered." "Ha ha ha. Trunks, have you slept too long? You who fled us like a cornered cur cowering in shadows. Dare you now face us?" Android 17 roared with laughter. Android 18 added, her voice silvery and mocking, "Or does standing beside that pretty-faced boy give you courage?" Trunks replied, "Uncle Sun Wukong will not interfere. I alone am sufficient." Android 17 turned sharply towards Sun Wukong, then recoiled in disbelief, "Your son Goku. But you died of heart disease." Sun Wukong replied calmly, "I am indeed Son Goku, and your existence ends here." Android 18 laughed, a crystalline chilling sound. "Ha ha ha. With only you and that pitiful Trunks at your side. Since you've returned from death, you should have hidden yourself away, scraping by in obscurity, not dared to bark at us like a rabid dog. You've chosen your own demise." Sun Wukong gazed at her sorrowful, yet resolute. "What a pity. That exquisite vessel should house so vile a soul." Android 18 laughed again, "Ha ha ha. Thank you for the compliment. As gratitude, I'll personally escort you to the underworld." Sun Wukong shook his head and turned to Trunks. "Begin, Trunks." Trunks nodded, let out a mighty roar, and transformed into a Super Saiyan, launching himself toward the two androids. Trunks vanished in a blur and reappeared before Android 17, who sneered contemptuously and drove a punch straight into Trunks' face. Then he roared with laughter, "Trunks, this is all you've got, and yet you dare boast of destroying us." Trunks' voice turned icy, "Is that so?" Before Android 17 could reply, Trunks struck him hard in the abdomen, sending him vomiting violently. As 17 tried to speak, Trunks fired a devastating energy blast that obliterated him instantly. Goku murmured inwardly, "This Trunks truly embodies the fiercest Saiyan, silent, ruthless, decisive." Had it been Vegeta, he'd have delivered at least 2 scathing taunts before finishing off the androids. Android 18 cried out in disbelief, "Impossible. Trunks, how could your power have soared to such heights?" At her words, Trunks flashed forward, kicked her away with crushing force, then crossed his palms above his brow and bellowed, "Gallic Gun," unleashing a colossal beam of energy that struck Android 18 dead. She didn't even have time to cry out before being reduced to ash. Overcome with emotion, Trunks wept tears of triumph, whispering, "Father, Gohan, Uncle Goku, Uncle Piccolo, everyone, I've finally avenged you." He then reverted from his Super Saiyan transformation and approached Goku. "Uncle Goku," he said, "the androids are gone. Let's go home." Goku replied calmly, "Not so fast. There's still a little bug hiding nearby." He turned sharply toward a concealed spot and called out, "Come out, little bug. I saw you." Upon hearing this, first-generation Cell emerged from the shadows. He stood nearly 2 meters tall, grotesque in visage, emerald green in hue, his body speckled with dark blotches. Trunks glared at him and demanded, "Spotted monster. Who are you and why were you spying on my battle with the androids?" Cell responded, "Trunks, I never imagined that in just a few days your strength would surge to such an extraordinary level, dispatching both androids with effortless ease." Trunks retorted, "How do you know me? What is your name, and what do you intend?" Goku turned to Trunks and explained his name is Cell, a final creation of Dr. Gero. This form is merely his incomplete stage. Once he absorbs both androids 17 and 18, he'll evolve into his perfect form, and his power will skyrocket. Cell recoiled in shock. "Goku, how do you know my origins? I recall you died of heart failure." Goku said nothing, but instead turned to Trunks and declared, "He's yours." The moment Trunks learned Cell was Dr. Gero's ultimate android, his resolve hardened into lethal intent. Upon hearing Goku's words, he instantly ascended to Super Saiyan, vanished, and reappeared before Cell, landing a brutal punch that sent blood spurting from Cell's mouth. As Trunks raised his fist again, Cell shouted desperately, "Wait, Trunks, I'm not an evil android. I've never taken a human life." Trunks remained unmoved. For years, androids had haunted his nightmares. Good or evil made no difference. To him, any android was a death sentence. A single Gallic gun incinerated Cell utterly, erasing him from existence. Goku observed approvingly, "Well done, Trunks. Your decisiveness in battle, your unwavering resolve, is precisely what I admire." Trunks detransformed and stepped before Goku. "Uncle Goku flatters me," he said quietly. "I simply refuse to risk any uncertainty." Goku nodded, then said, "Come, I'll take you to Vegeta and the others." Trunks gasped in astonishment, "Our father and the others still alive?" Goku shook his head. "They perished, but their state is most unusual. You'll understand once you see for yourself." Trunks nodded silently and placed his hand upon Goku's shoulder. With instant transmission, Goku vanished and reappeared in an instant upon King Kai's planet. The assembled warriors greeted them. "Long time no see, Trunks. In another world, Goku." Trunks scanned the group, overcome with joy. "Uncle Goku. Father. Uncle Piccolo. Big brother Gohan. Uncle Krillin. Tien Shinhan. Kaiatsu. Grandpa Master Roshi. You're all here?" "This world's." Goku smiled warmly. "You've borne great burdens these years, Trunks. You've done magnificently." Vegeta scoffed, "Coolie boy, not bad. You didn't disgrace the Saiyan name." Goku frowned in confusion. "Vegeta, you were supposed to be in hell. How did you end up on King Kai's planet?" Vegeta exploded in fury. "Kakarot, whether you're from this world or another, you remain as insufferable as ever." The group burst into laughter. "This world's." Goku clarified, "Vegeta was in hell. But seeing everyone gathered here, I pleaded with King Kai to bring him back." Goku nodded. "Ah, I see. Then this world's." Goku looked at him and said, "I sense immense power within you. Shall we spar?" Goku shook his head. "No need. Spar with Trunks instead. He surpasses each of you in strength." Vegeta snorted. "Another world." Kakarot, don't underestimate us. We haven't been idle. Trunks may be strong, but he hasn't surpassed either of us after over a decade of training." Goku smiled faintly. "Do you truly believe what you witnessed was Trunks' full power?" Vegeta narrowed his eyes. "Kakarot, what do you mean? Did Trunks hold back when he destroyed the androids?" "Of course," Goku replied. "Those androids were mere trifles, hardly worth Trunks unleashing his true might." Vegeta opened his mouth to protest further. Goku waved a hand dismissively. "Seeing is believing. Feel his power for yourselves." Then he turned to Trunks. "Trunks, show them what you're truly capable of." Trunks nodded solemnly. "Yes, Uncle Goku." With a thunderous roar, he erupted into Super Saiyan. Vegeta probed Trunks' aura and recoiled slightly in awe, yet retorted, "If that's all he can muster, then he's merely respectable." Trunks responded without hesitation, ascending instantly to full power Super Saiyan 2. All present stared in stunned silence. Vegeta staggered back, incredulous. "Impossible, utterly impossible. Even if Trunks trained in the hyperbolic time chamber, he could only have spent 2 years there. How could he possibly eclipse our 15 years of relentless cultivation?" Sun Wukong said, "Nothing is impossible. Trunks simply lacks guidance. His talent is not lacking." "In this world," Sun Wukong remarked, "I didn't expect Trunks to reach such a level in such a short time. I'm really curious, in the other world, how far have you progressed?" Sun Wukong replied, "If you want to know after your battle with Trunks, I will tell you." Vegeta, upon hearing this, said, "Fine, let me test this kid's strength first." With that, he shouted loudly and transformed into Super Saiyan 2. This time, it was Sun Wukong's turn to be shocked. He never expected Vegeta's strength could allow him to transform into Super Saiyan 2. In fact, Sun Wukong overlooked an important factor: time. This world was 20 years later than the one Sun Wukong was in, which meant that the Sun Wukong and Vegeta of this world were 20 years older than him. Even without the pressure of strong enemies with their battle talent, reaching Super Saiyan 2 was no problem. Sun Wukong lowered his head and pondered for a moment, then realized this truth. He sensed Vegeta's aura and found that his strength was far inferior to Trunks'. Vegeta must have just learned to transform into Super Saiyan 2, otherwise his strength wouldn't be so low, Sun Wukong thought. At the same time, he speculated that the Sun Wukong of this world would also transform into Super Saiyan 2, but how far he had progressed on that path remained unknown. After transforming into Super Saiyan 2, Vegeta swiftly moved in front of Trunks and executed a black tiger heart-piercing strike aimed at Trunks' abdomen only to strike a shadow. In his ear, Trunks' voice rang out, "Father, you're too slow to hit me." Enraged, Vegeta retorted, "Damn it, Trunks, you've become quite the mocker towards me, your father." Trunks replied, "I wouldn't dare, my esteemed father. I'm fighting hard on Earth while you are here leisurely training. How could I possibly mock you?" Vegeta was left speechless. Indeed, they had been somewhat unfair. It was one thing to be weaker than the androids, but once their strength surpassed that of the androids, they didn't consider eliminating them, leaving it to Trunks and Son Gohan to bear the burden. After Son Gohan's death, only Trunks was left to bear the weight. Initially, Trunks was happy to see everyone, but once he realized the situation, could he complain? Seeing Vegeta silent, Trunks understood that Vegeta realized his mistake and chose not to press the issue further. Vegeta remained silent, thinking to himself, "This kid has grown up, he dares to complain to me. I must give him a good lesson." Then he put forth his full strength to fight Trunks, and the two engaged in a chase and counter-chase in the air. Vegeta's movements always lagged behind Trunks, striking only the remnants of Trunks. The Sun Wukong of this world observed and realized that Vegeta was far from Trunks' opponent. Trunks, out of respect, did not retaliate. He directly transformed into Super Saiyan 2 and charged forward. Vegeta, seeing this, shouted angrily, "Kakarot, stay out of this. Today I will teach this kid a lesson." Sun Wukong said, "Vegeta, don't inflate your ego. You can't even touch Trunks' clothes. How can you defeat him? Who would believe that?" Vegeta's face flushed red upon hearing this, and he angrily replied, "Kakarot, you are truly annoying." Trunks then said, "Uncle Wukong, father, you should team up, otherwise neither of you are my match." Sun Wukong nodded and said, "All right, Trunks, I understand, but don't hold back either." Vegeta responded, "Good kid, you dare to look down on your old man. All right, Kakarot, let's team up and teach this kid a lesson to let him know to respect his elders." Sun Wukong smirked, thinking, it's not certain who will teach whom a lesson. He ignored Vegeta, and in a flash appeared in front of Trunks, beginning his attack. Seeing this, Vegeta also dashed to Trunks' back to attack. Trunks smiled slightly and disappeared right under their noses. Neither of them managed to hold back in time, and each landed a punch on the other. They both clutched their stomachs, their faces contorted. Vegeta angrily exclaimed, "Kakarot, can't you be gentler?" Sun Wukong replied, "I didn't see you holding back either." The two paused for a moment, their expressions becoming serious. After just one exchange, both realized that Trunks' strength was far above their own. If they didn't handle it carefully, they would suffer a crushing defeat. They looked around and finally spotted Trunks' figure above them, where he stood with his shoulders relaxed, gazing at the sky, truly able to act cool. Even Sun Wukong on King Kai's planet couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Seeing this, Sun Wukong and Vegeta simultaneously launched an attack on Trunks. The two surrounded Trunks in a pincer movement, delivering blow after blow in close combat. Trunks' strength was above both of them, and even though his experience was slightly lacking, it had no impact. In the upper hand, it wasn't long before Sun Wukong and Vegeta were left battered and bruised while Trunks maintained a calm demeanor. Realizing that they were no match in close combat, Vegeta and Sun Wukong began to attack from a distance. They moved apart, with Vegeta unleashing a Big Bang attack and Sun Wukong using the Kamehameha, both aimed at Trunks. Seeing this, Trunks shouted, and an energy shield appeared around him, blocking all of their attacks. Witnessing this, Sun Wukong and Vegeta increased their output, and their energy waves instantly thickened several times. Trunks shouted again, and his aura expanded, causing the energy shield to rapidly enlarge instantly, sending both of them flying. Seeing this, Sun Wukong called out to Trunks, "There's no need for a contest, the two of us are no match for you." Vegeta retorted, "Kakarot, this isn't like you at all. How could you easily admit defeat?" Sun Wukong said to Trunks, "After all this time, you probably haven't used your true strength yet, have you?" Trunks nodded, saying, "I've probably used about 70% of my strength." Vegeta exclaimed in shock, "What?" Sun Wukong remarked, "As expected, my guess was not wrong." The three of them transformed back from Super Saiyan 2 to their normal state and returned to King Kai's planet among their companions. The Sun Wukong of this world said to Sun Wukong, "Now you should show us your strength." Sun Wukong replied, "All right, I will let you see my true strength." Sun Wukong let out a mighty roar, and instantly a raging wind surged around him. His aura expanded dramatically, his hair turning golden, surrounded by a golden blaze. Moments later, Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan. In this world, both Sun Wukong and Vegeta sensed his overwhelming aura, and they were taken aback. Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan transformation surpassed their own Super Saiyan 2 forms. Ignoring everything else, Sun Wukong shouted again and began to transform into Super Saiyan 2. Flames of energy erupted around him, his golden hair stood upright, with a strand falling on his forehead as lightning danced around him. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and the others felt the vast and powerful aura of Sun Wukong, their eyes wide with shock. Sun Wukong addressed them saying, "What I am about to show you is the transformation into Super Saiyan 3. Sun Wukong and Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment, "There are transformations beyond Super Saiyan 2. Sun Wukong replied, "Of course you didn't think Super Saiyan 2 was the pinnacle, did you? No way, no way." In their astonishment, Sun Wukong and Vegeta also felt a sense of joy. As long as they knew the direction of their training, they had goals and motivation, and they need not fear stagnation in strength. Vegeta said, "Please continue your performance. Let us see how terrifying the power of Super Saiyan 3 truly is." Sun Wukong replied, "No problem." With that, he let out a tremendous roar. The moment flashed in everyone's minds, and they felt a suffocating aura emanating from Sun Wukong. Odd. Accompanied by a 3-minute-long roar, Sun Wukong finally succeeded in transforming into Super Saiyan 3. Before everyone's eyes, Sun Wukong appeared with long golden hair, cascading down to his waist, prominent brow bones, disappearing eyebrows, and green pupils, cold and merciless. His stern face exuded a sinister aura enveloped in golden flames, surrounded by a flurry of lightning. As everyone felt Sun Wukong's aura, they felt as insignificant as a grain of sand in the ocean. Sun Wukong said, "Thank you for waiting. This is Super Saiyan 3, surpassing Super Saiyan 2. Sun Wukong stated, "This is Super Saiyan 3, indeed magnificent and powerful beyond measure." Sun Wukong explained, "The power of Super Saiyan 3 is 400 times that of its normal state, 8 times that of Super Saiyan 1, and 4 times that of Super Saiyan 2. Vegeta remarked, "The increase in power is truly terrifying." Everyone nodded in agreement. Sun Wukong reverted from Super Saiyan 3 to his normal state and said to everyone, "The path of training is boundless. Strive hard, everyone." Everyone nodded in agreement. Sun Wukong asked, "I have come to revive you. Do you agree?" Everyone exchanged glances, and Sun Wukong said, "Before you came, we did not plan on being revived, but after witnessing your and Trunks' power, we have decided to go for it." Sun Wukong asked, "And why is that?" Vegeta replied, "In training, without pressure there is no motivation. When my and Kakarot's powers surpassed those of the androids, we became complacent, and our growth slowed. Thus only when faced with formidable enemies do we quickly improve. Trunks is a prime example, which is why we all intend to be revived." Sun Wukong nodded and said, "Vegeta, you are right. I have a feeling that your world will face even stronger enemies in the future. Relying solely on Trunks is not enough, so you all must take on responsibility." Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Sun Wukong said, "In that case, wait here for a moment. I will go with Trunks to Namek." Then using instant transmission, he brought Trunks, and in the blink of an eye they arrived on Namek. Sun Wukong quickly found the current Elder Guru. Guru was delighted to see Sun Wukong and said, "Mr. Sun Wukong, it has been over 10 years. You still look as impressive as ever." Sun Wukong smiled and said, "Elder, you flatter me. I have come to Namek with a request and hope you can assist me." The elder replied, "Wukong, no need to be polite. You are a distinguished guest of Namek. We will certainly not decline any help we can provide." Sun Wukong nodded and then recounted the entire story to the elder. After listening, the elder expressed deep sympathy and immediately instructed his people to bring the Dragon Balls. Sun Wukong expressed his gratitude. An hour later, the elders of the clan brought the 7 Dragon Balls. Sun Wukong immediately summoned Purunga. Then, speaking in the Namekian language, he said to Purunga, "Purunga, my first wish is to resurrect a Namekian named Piccolo." Purunga replied, "That wish is very simple." With a flash of red light in his eyes, the halo above Piccolo's head far away on King Kai's planet vanished. Purunga said, "Your first wish has been granted. What is your second wish?" Sun Wukong pondered for a moment and said, "Help me eliminate the time effect of gravity acting on me." Purunga remained silent for a long time and said, "My ability can only eliminate the time effects caused by 100 billion times gravity. Do you still wish to proceed with this wish?" Sun Wukong replied, "All right, please grant me this wish." Purunga, hearing this, flashed red light in his eyes and said, "This wish has been granted. What is your next wish?" Sun Wukong thought for a moment and said, "Let me know the distribution of all black holes in the universe and their gravitational parameters. That counts as a wish, right?" Purunga pondered for a moment and said, "Sure," then flashed red light in his eyes. Sun Wukong felt a wealth of knowledge flood into his mind, and thankfully, due to his years of training in divine power, his mental strength was formidable, otherwise he might have become an idiot. Purunga said to Sun Wukong, Your wishes have all been fulfilled. Farewell. And then he disappeared. Sun Wukong asked the elder to select someone from the clan to go to Earth and modify the Dragon Balls. After the elder spoke to the clan, Dandy volunteered. Thus Sun Wukong took Trunks and Dandy and used instant transmission to return to the Heavenly Temple. At this time the Supreme Kai had already been revived and was extremely happy to see Sun Wukong, Trunks, and Dandy, especially upon seeing Dandy, a fellow Namekian, as some of his ideas began to take shape. Sun Wukong shared his plan to modify Shenron with the Supreme Kai, who agreed. Baba brought out the Shenron model, and after some operations by Dandy, he said to Sun Wukong, Uncle Wukong, the Shenron has been modified and is ready for wishes. Sun Wukong nodded, and then said to the 7 Dragon Balls, Come forth, Shinran, grant my wish. With a thunderous sound from the sky, Shenron appeared in a dazzling glow and spoke in a deep voice, The one who summoned me can have any 3 wishes fulfilled. Sun Wukong knew that Shenron was boasting, but didn't call him out, saying, My first wish is to revive the humans killed by the androids, excluding those who are extremely evil. Shenron pondered for a moment and said, All right. Then with a flash of red light in his eyes, he told Sun Wukong, Your first wish has been granted. Please state your second wish. Sun Wukong said, My second wish is to restore the buildings on Earth to their original state. Shenron pondered for a long time and replied, All right. Then with a flash of red light, he asked Sun Wukong, What is your third wish? Sun Wukong said, My third wish is to learn how to create a moon as a Saiyan. Shenron replied, That wish is very simple. And with a flash of red light, Sun Wukong gained a wealth of knowledge. After granting the wishes, Shenron said, Your wishes have all been fulfilled. Farewell. On Planet King, after everyone was revived, Sun Wukong used instant transmission to bring them directly back to Earth West City at Bulma's home. Bulma looked at the revived individuals, overwhelmed with joy and tears. Vegeta rarely said to Bulma, You've worked hard all these years. Bulma smiled through her tears and replied, So you do care about people too. Vegeta's face turned red upon hearing this. He snorted coldly and walked straight into the house. Bulma, seeing this, led everyone inside as well. With the realization of Sun Wukong's wish, Earth returned to the prosperity it had before the appearance of the androids. After Sun Wukong's wish was granted at the Heavenly Temple, he took Trunks to bid farewell to the god and Bubbles, then used instant transmission to return to Bulma's home. Dandy was kept behind by the gods, saying there were important matters to discuss. Sun Wukong understood what the god meant and did not interfere. At Bulma's home, Trunks and Sun Wukong suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Bulma said to Sun Wukong, Thank you, Lord Sun from another world. Sun Wukong replied, No need for formalities. Since everyone has been revived, I should return to my own time now. Trunks responded, Uncle Wukong, won't you stay a few more days? Sun Wukong replied, No, Trunks, you need to train hard. Then he turned to Bulma and said, Bulma, you should be able to build gravity chambers now. You can construct several gravity chambers to help everyone train, as high gravity will greatly aid in enhancing everyone's strength, especially for us Saiyans. Bulma responded, I see. All right, Lord Sun, I understand. Sun Wukong continued, Bulma, can you write down your knowledge, insights, and experiences regarding the time machine for me? I plan to give it to Bulma when I return, asking her to help create the time machine. Bulma replied, Of course, I prepared it long ago, just in case. Then she turned and went inside her house to find the materials. Sun Wukong then said to the Sun Wukong of this world, Kakarot, you can teach everyone the King Kai Fist. The high-level King Kai Fist can enhance strength even more than Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong nodded and said, I understand, Kakarot from another world. At that moment, Bulma approached Sun Wukong with a thick book and said, Lord Sun, this is my knowledge, insights, and experiences on creating the time machine. Sun Wukong took the book and said to Bulma, Thank you, Bulma. Bulma replied, You're welcome, Lord Sun. Then Trunks hopped on the time machine, adjusted the time coordinates and temporal node, and said to Sun Wukong, Uncle Wukong, the parameters are all set, we can depart now. Sun Wukong nodded, then jumped onto the time machine, waving goodbye to everyone. The next moment, a flash of white light appeared, and the time machine, along with Sun Wukong and Trunks, vanished into the future. In the past, Bulma was basking in the sun in her yard when a machine suddenly appeared in the sky. After the time machine landed, Sun Wukong jumped out and swiftly appeared beside Bulma, picking her up and saying, Bulma, did you miss me? Bulma, hearing this, blushed and said, Wukong, put me down quickly, there are others watching. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong finally put Bulma down, then pointed at Trunks, introducing him to Bulma. This young man is Trunks from the future world. Trunks, upon hearing this, shyly said, Hello, Ms. Bulma. Bulma smiled and replied, Hello, Trunks. At this moment, everyone came out of the gravity chamber and approached the three. Piccolo asked, Lord Sun, was this time travel successful? Sun Wukong replied, Everything went smoothly, the androids have all been eliminated, and I have revived all of you from the future. Piccolo said, that's good. How strong are the androids in the future? Sun Wukong replied, they're a bit weaker than the Vegeta of now. Oh, I see, Piccolo responded. Vegeta, upon hearing this, angrily said, Piccolo, what do you mean? Do you look down on me? Piccolo snorted coldly and said nothing. Sun Wukong, seeing this, said, stop arguing. Next, I will train you all to enhance your strength to prepare for any potential strong enemies in the future. Everyone nodded in silence. Sun Wukong shouted to Trunks, Trunks, show them your strength after training with me, let them see for themselves. Trunks replied, no problem. Then he shouted loudly and transformed into a Super Saiyan 2 full power. Everyone was shocked by Trunks' strength. Piccolo said to Sun Wukong, Lord Sun, how did you train Trunks? This kid is completely different from before. Vegeta added, in just a few days, Kakarot, you turned this kid into a Super Saiyan 2. Sun Wukong explained, the hyperbolic time chamber, you all know about it, right? Trunks and I stayed in there for 2 years. Piccolo responded, I see now. Sun Wukong continued, each of your situations is different. Next, I will create training plans for each of you, and if you follow them, your strength will improve. Everyone nodded upon hearing this. Sun Wukong then nodded and said to Bulma, Bulma, prepare some food for us. Let's treat Trunks to a meal. Bulma nodded. Just as she was about to leave, Sun Wukong handed her the book and said, this is the information about the time machine from future, Bulma. Take it with you. Bulma exclaimed in delight, that's great. With this information, I can avoid many detours and will be able to create the time machine quickly. Sun Wukong nodded. He had hoped Bulma could create the time machine as soon as possible for time travel into various parallel worlds to enhance strength. After Bulma left, Sun Wukong took Trunks to tour several gravity chambers. Upon seeing the gravity chambers, Trunks finally understood why everyone's strength was significantly stronger than his contemporaries in his world. Afterwards, Sun Wukong pointed at Trunks' forehead and imparted the training method for the King Kai Fist to him. He said to Trunks, the King Kai Fist combined with the gravity chamber greatly enhances strength. Trunks, you must take it seriously. Trunks replied, I understand, Uncle Wukong. Then Bulma prepared the meal, and Sun Wukong and everyone began to eat ravenously. The Saiyans ate with great appetite like starving ghosts. Sun Wukong thought to himself, in this world only Shishi and Bulma could afford to feed so many Saiyans. After everyone finished eating, Trunks hopped onto the time machine. Amidst everyone waving goodbye, he activated the time machine and returned to the future world. After Trunks left, Son Goku gathered everyone and inquired about their training progress. He looked at Piccolo and asked, Piccolo, have you adapted to the 300 times gravity chamber yet? Piccolo replied, I have fully adapted to the 300 times gravity, and I can now perform the 100 times Kaioken. The gravity chamber has had minimal impact on my progress. Son Goku nodded and asked about the others' conditions. The result was that Vegeta, Son Goku's true self, and Son Goku's name had all passed the 300 times gravity chamber, able to execute the 100 times Kaioken, and all three could transform into Super Saiyans. Raditz and Nappa also cleared the 300 times gravity chamber, having just learned to transform into Super Saiyans not long ago, and they could also perform the 100 times Kaioken. Krillin, Tien, Shinhan, and Xianxia had just adapted to the 100 times gravity and needed to train in the 300 times gravity chamber for a while longer. All three could perform the 20 times Kaioken with battle power reaching 10 million. Kaiatsu had just adapted to 80 times gravity, able to perform the 15 times Kaioken with battle power reaching 600,000. Son Goku knew that the power boosts of Krillin, Tien, Shinhan, Xianxia, and Kaiatsu were still too slow compared to the Saiyans and Piccolo, but since they were all friends, he wanted to help them as much as he could. He then said to the four, your upcoming training plan will still be to train in the gravity chamber, adapting to even higher gravity levels. Krillin replied, I understand, Goku. Son Goku nodded, then said to Vegeta, Son Goku's true self, Son Goku's name Raditz, and Nappa, your next training plan is to push Super Saiyan Form 1 to full power and then attempt the transformation into Super Saiyan 2. Vegeta nodded and said, Kakarot, I understand. I will quickly reach full power in Super Saiyan 1, then transform into Super Saiyan 2. Son Goku nodded and then said to Piccolo, Piccolo, your training should continue to focus on adapting to higher gravity levels. Piccolo responded, Goku, I have already adapted to 300 times gravity, and there are no higher gravity chambers available here. Son Goku chuckled and said, Piccolo, didn't you train in weighted clothing before? Piccolo pondered for a moment, his eyes brightening as he said, are you suggesting that I train in the gravity chamber while wearing weighted clothing? Son Goku thought to himself, Piccolo truly lives up to his reputation as the brains of Dragon Ball. But just mentioning weighted clothing made him realize the key to it all. So he said, exactly, Piccolo. We will find the dragon and wish for several pieces of adjustable weighted clothing. You can wear them and continue your training in the gravity chamber. Piccolo nodded in agreement. Son Goku turned to everyone and said, Alright, since the plan is set, let's all train hard. When the androids appear in 3 years, we will give them a great surprise. Upon hearing this, everyone revealed smiles like those of seasoned veterans. Then they began their respective training. After gathering the Dragon Balls, Son Goku made a wish to the dragon and received 6 pieces of weighted clothing, each capable of reaching 300 times Earth's gravity, identical to what Son Goku had before. Son Goku handed them over to Piccolo, Vegeta, Son Goku's true self, Son Goku's name, Raditz, and Nappa. Everyone adjusted the sizes according to their measurements, put them on, adjusted the gravity levels, and then dove into training. 6 months later, Vegeta, Son Goku's true self, and Son Goku's name successfully pushed Super Saiyan 1 to full power and began attempting the transformation into Super Saiyan 2. Son Goku shared the key to transforming into Super Saiyan 2 with the 3 of them. After 3 attempts, Vegeta successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 2. As for Son Goku's true self and Son Goku's name, they also did not succeed after numerous attempts. Son Goku's true self asked Son Goku, "Father, why did Uncle Vegeta succeed after only 3 attempts while my brother and I have tried so many times without success?" Son Goku laughed and said, "You 2 kids, have there been any events that have made you absolutely furious?" The 2 shook their heads. Having grown up, they had always had smooth sailing and never endured hardships, so how could they have felt extreme anger? Son Goku explained, "Without extreme anger, you naturally can't transform into Super Saiyan 2 through this method." "Then, Father, what should we do to transform into Super Saiyan 2? Son Goku's name asked with wide eyes. Son Goku replied, "Enhance your foundational battle power. Once your foundational battle power reaches a certain height, you will naturally be able to transform into Super Saiyan 2. "Oh, I see. We understand now, Father," Son Goku's true self said. Son Goku nodded and said, "Go on, continue your training." The 2 nodded and went off to train. In the following days, their routine was a straight line between the gravity chamber and their room. 5 months later, Son Goku's true self and Son Goku's name cleared the 300 times gravity chamber, achieving an astonishing foundational battle power of 500 million. Then in front of everyone's gaze, the 2 shouted loudly and successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Seeing this, Vegeta was left speechless, thinking, "This hybrid's talent is truly formidable. It seems I must also contribute to the Saiyans' reproduction." Nappa and Raditz shared similar thoughts. Son Goku was also delighted to see that the 2 could transform into Super Saiyan 2. Compared to the original story's Son Gohan, they not only achieved the transformation 2 years earlier, but also had significantly greater strength. Son Goku believed that under his guidance, the 2 would not encounter the same situation as Goku's son. The others also continued their training. Apart from Son Goku, for the next month, he was preparing for the birth of his other 3 children. A month later, Shishi gave birth to a boy, and after much consideration, Son Goku named him Son Goten. 2 days later, Bulma gave birth to a pair of twins, naming the boy Son Trunks and the girl Son Bra. After that, Son Goku only trained for half a day and spent the other half with Chi-Chi, Bulma, and the 2 children. 3 months later, Piccolo successfully cleared the 300 times gravity chamber, achieving a foundational battle power of 350 million. Most importantly, he could perform the 300 times Kaioken with a battle power reaching 100 billion. Piccolo approached Son Goku and said, "Goku, what should I do next? I have fully adapted to the 300 times gravity chamber." Son Goku smiled and said, "Piccolo, next I will teach you the method of training divine power. You should start training in divine power now." Piccolo asked in confusion, "What is divine power?" Son Goku explained, "Training in divine power can enhance your dimensional life and boost your strength. However, training divine power is not like ordinary training. It requires a gradual approach, and the initial impact on your strength will be minimal." Piccolo understood and said, "I see, then I'll go ahead." Son Goku nodded and pointed to Piccolo's forehead, instantly imparting a new training method into his mind. Then Son Goku sent Piccolo off to train. After Piccolo left, Son Wukong murmured, "It's time to break through to Super Saiyan 4. He then performed instant transmission and arrived at the Heavenly God Temple. Bobo and the Heavenly God approached to greet Son Wukong, saying, "Wukong, long time no see." Son Wukong replied, "Mr. Bobo, Heavenly God, it's been a while. I'm here to borrow the room of spirit and time." The Heavenly God said, "Wukong, haven't you already spent time in the room of spirit and time? If you go in again, now you won't be able to come out." Son Wukong laughed. "Heavenly God, there's no need to worry. With my current strength, I can easily break through dimensions and come out from inside." The Heavenly God said, "I see. Well then, Wukong, I have something to discuss with you as well. I'm planning to fuse with Piccolo, and I hope you can bring him here." Son Wukong asked, "Heavenly God, why would you do that? The defense of Earth is strong enough now, there's no need for you to take such action." The Heavenly God replied, "I am old and Piccolo is still young, strong, and gifted. Rather than living in fear, it is better to fuse with Piccolo and help him advance further on his cultivation path. Sun Wukong said, "All right, Heavenly God, I respect your choice. Once I come out of the room of spirit and time, I will go find Piccolo." The Heavenly God nodded. Bobo, hearing their conversation, felt deeply saddened. Seeing this, the Heavenly God comforted him, saying, "Bobo, there's no need to be sad. I and Piccolo's father were originally one. Now that I am fusing with Piccolo, it is only natural. When you see Piccolo in the future, it's as if you are seeing me." Bobo, hearing this, was in tears and said to the Heavenly God, "Lord Heavenly God, I respect your decision." The Heavenly God nodded, then said to Bobo, "Bobo, take Wukong to the room of spirit and time, please." Bobo could only nod in response and led Sun Wukong to the room of spirit and time. After they arrived, Bobo stepped back. Once Sun Wukong entered the room of spirit and time, he began to create an artificial moon. Moments later, a bright moon hung high in the sky above the room. As Sun Wukong gazed at the artificial moon, a rhythmic sound echoed in his mind as he transformed, growing larger in size. In the blink of an eye, he became a towering black ape over 10 meters tall. Sun Wukong looked at his body, then let out a mighty roar as he transformed into a golden giant ape. Feeling the overwhelming power within him, he howled several times before beginning to compress his internal energy. With a thunderous roar, the energy within him continued to compress, and Sun Wukong's form gradually shrank. Moments later, a muscular Sun Wukong appeared in the room of spirit and time, his upper body covered in red fur exposing his bare chest, while wearing leather pants on his lower half. With thick black hair and red eye sockets paired with green pupils, he looked not only handsome, but also imposing. Sun Wukong summoned a mirror out of thin air with his divine power. Looking at himself in the mirror, he exclaimed, "Super Saiyan 4 is indeed striking and powerful." Then Sun Wukong assessed his strength, which was indeed 4,000 times his base combat power. Although the increase was not vast, his physical strength was incomparable. Sun Wukong thought to himself, "With my current strength, I have nothing to worry about before Beerus arrives on Earth." Yet Sun Wukong still did not dare to be complacent. The enemies of the future would be increasingly powerful, and only through relentless training could he defeat them. Thereafter, Sun Wukong began to train in his Super Saiyan 4 form. At first, he could only maintain this form for 2 hours. 3 months later, he could maintain it for a day. 1 year later, he could hold it for a week. 2 years later, he could sustain his Super Saiyan 4 form for an entire month. With a powerful energy wave, Sun Wukong blasted a hole in the room of spirit and time that was as tall as a person and walked out from within. The Heavenly God and Bobo were astonished by Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan 4 appearance. The Heavenly God asked, "Is that you, Wukong?" Sun Wukong smiled and replied, "What, after just 2 days, Heavenly God doesn't recognize me?" The Heavenly God said, "Wukong, it really is you. How did you change into this form?" Sun Wukong explained, "This is just a transformation for Saiyans, Heavenly God, and Bobo shouldn't be so surprised." The Heavenly God responded, "I see. So you entered the room of spirit and time to cultivate in order to achieve this form." Sun Wukong confirmed, "Exactly. I spent 2 years in there and finally mastered this form." The Heavenly God nodded and said, "Congratulations, Wukong." Sun Wukong waved his hand and said, "Heavenly God, I'm heading back now. I will inform Piccolo of your decision." The Heavenly God nodded and said, "Go ahead, Wukong. I am ready." Sun Wukong nodded, then, with a flash of instant transmission, he returned home. In the courtyard, Bulma looked at the suddenly appearing Sun Wukong bewildered and cautiously asked, "Are you Wukong?" Sun Wukong laughed. "What, after a few days you don't recognize your husband?" Bulma's eyes sparkled and she exclaimed, "It really is you, Wukong. How did you become so handsome and imposing?" Sun Wukong replied, "This is my other transformation, which I call Super Saiyan 4. Bulma joyfully said, "I see. Tonight I'm going to test how powerful this form is in battle." Sun Wukong laughed, "No problem. Tonight let's invite Shishi and have a 3-way battle until dawn." Bulma nodded eagerly, saying, "It's a deal, Wukong." Sun Wukong smiled and nodded, then asked, "Where is everyone else?" Bulma replied, "They're all in the gravity room. Piccolo, however, hasn't been in there. He's been looking for you these past 2 days." Sun Wukong asked, "Oh, just in time. I have something to discuss with him. Where is he now?" Bulma said with a smile, "He's taking care of Goten, Trunks, and Bra right now." Sun Wukong chuckled, "You really think of Piccolo as a babysitter?" Bulma laughed, "Why not use such a handy babysitter?" Sun Wukong said with a smile, "You make a valid point. I'm off to find Piccolo now." Bulma nodded, saying, "Go ahead." Sun Wukong used instant transmission and appeared beside Piccolo. At that moment, Piccolo was coaxing Bra. When he saw Sun Wukong, he awkwardly said, "Son Goku, you finally returned. I was just looking for you." Sun Wukong said, "I was also looking for you. By the way, how did you recognize me? My current form is quite different from before." Piccolo replied, "We've been friends for years. How could I not recognize you?" With your instant transmission, who else could it be besides you? Sun Wukong laughed. I can hide it from everyone, but not from you, Piccolo. Is this your new transformation? It looks quite impressive. Sun Wukong said, not just impressive, I call this transformation Super Saiyan 4 with a power level 4,000 times that of my base combat power. Piccolo's eyes widened in disbelief as he said, you Saiyans are truly a monstrous race. How did Frieza manage to bully your entire race before? Sun Wukong replied, your Namekians aren't so bad either, you can create Dragon Balls that grant wishes. Piccolo nodded in agreement. Sun Wukong said, I just returned from the Heavenly God Temple. The Heavenly God is looking for you, he intends to fuse with you. Piccolo responded, has the old man finally come to his senses? Sun Wukong nodded and Piccolo said, alright, I understand. He'll head to the Heavenly God Temple now, hopefully, it will bring some improvement. After bidding farewell to Sun Wukong, Piccolo immediately flew towards the Heavenly Temple. Moments later he arrived at the Heavenly Temple. The deity seeing Piccolo's arrival spoke, you have come. Piccolo replied, yes, I have come. Are you ready? The deity responded, I was ready the moment I made this decision. Piccolo nodded and said, then let's begin. The deity replied, all right. Behind them Bobo was in tears, saying, great deity. The deity said, Bobo, do not be sad. By merging with Piccolo, I will be able to better protect the earth. Bobo nodded through tears. The deity approached Piccolo, grasped his arms, and then a surge of energy erupted, emitting a dazzling white light from his body. Moments later the deity vanished without a trace, leaving Piccolo standing in a daze. Feeling the newfound power within him, Piccolo laughed maniacally, ha ha ha, I never expected that merging with the old man would enhance my strength so much, ha ha. After laughing for a while, Piccolo said to Bobo, Bobo, I will have Wukong bring Dandy from Namek to take on the role of the new deity. You can teach him well. Alright, great deity, Bobo replied. Upon hearing this, Piccolo said nothing more, nodded, and then flew away from the Heavenly Temple. Moments later he returned to Bulma's home. At this moment everyone was gathered around the Super Saiyan 4 Sun Wukong. Seeing Piccolo return, Sun Wukong said, Piccolo, it seems your power has increased quite a bit. Your base combat power is now about the same as mine. Piccolo replied, you still can't hide anything from you, Wukong. Indeed, merging with the deity has boosted my base combat power nearly tenfold. Everyone gasped upon hearing this. They had thought the Saiyans were already outrageous enough, but it turned out that the Namekians were not to be underestimated either. Just one fusion had increased Piccolo's combat power tenfold. Was there still any justice left? Is there still heavenly principle? Even Prince Vegeta felt somewhat frustrated. First Sun Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan 4, and now Piccolo fused with the deity, increasing his power tenfold. He had thought that by training to Super Saiyan 2, he would close the gap with Wukong and Piccolo, but who would have thought it would end up like this? Not only had he not closed the gap, but it had instead widened. Piccolo said, I have fused with the deity, so the Dragon Balls have disappeared. Wukong, I need you to go to Namek and bring Dandy back to take over the position of the deity. I have already spoken to Bobo about this. Sun Wukong replied, no problem, I will go now. With that he used instant transmission and arrived in front of the Elder on Namek. The Elder was startled by the sudden appearance of Sun Wukong. Without waiting for the Elder to speak, Sun Wukong said, Elder, no need to be surprised. I am Sun Wukong, and this is my new form. I am here to ask Dandy to come to Earth as the deity. The Earth's deity has fused with Piccolo. The Elder merely replied, I see. Alright, I will have someone call Dandy over. Sun Wukong nodded. Moments later Dandy arrived before them, and after the Elder explained the situation, Dandy readily agreed. Thus the two bid farewell to the Elder, and Sun Wukong used instant transmission to return to Earth in the blink of an eye, appearing before everyone. Sun Wuzhen, Sun Wuming, and Krillin were thrilled to see Dandy arrive, greeting him, Dandy, long time no see. Welcome to Earth. Dandy joyfully replied, Wuzhen, Wuming, Krillin, it's great to see you all again. Seeing everyone gathered together, Sun Wukong decided to host a feast. In the courtyard, everyone sat together. The food delivery robots continuously brought dishes one after another. A few Saiyans devoured their food ravenously. Although the others had seen them eat before, every time they sat together to watch them eat, it still made them anxious. The feast continued until the evening, and only after everyone was full did they disperse. Sun Wukong, however, embraced Bulma and Shishi and entered the bedroom. The three engaged in a passionate battle. Sun Wukong faced off against two opponents, growing more vigorous as he fought. They turned the night into a whirlwind several times until dawn broke, and only then did he relent when the two could hardly keep up. The next day, at noon, Sun Wukong brought Dandy to the Heavenly Temple to hand him over to Bobo. Bobo warmly welcomed Dandy's arrival, and after arranging everything for him, Sun Wukong returned home. Glancing at Shishi and Bulma, who were still asleep, Sun Wukong turned and entered the gravity chamber to resume his training. A year later, Raditz and Nappa finally achieved Super Saiyan 2, and Sun Wukong congratulated them. At this time, Vegeta Sun Wuzhen and Sun Wuming had already mastered Super Saiyan 2 at full power and were gathering strength to train for Super Saiyan 3. In the past year, while Piccolo's strength had not increased significantly, his divine power training had been fruitful and his life level had risen to that of the North Kai. As for the others, their strength had improved, but it was negligible compared to the Saiyans and Piccolo. In the following months, Sun Wukong began training on a massive planet in the universe. He trained using the planet's immense gravity. At this time, Sun Wukong was on a red giant star located 1,600 light-years away from Earth. The surface temperature of this red giant star reached 4,000 degrees, but for the formidable physique of Super Saiyan 4, it was nothing. The gravity of this red giant star was a staggering 10 million times that of Earth, and it took Sun Wukong 5 months to adapt before he dared to train there. 3 months later, it was time for the androids to emerge. Sun Wukong and the others arrived at the location of the androids' emergence together. At this time, Vegeta Sun Wuzhen and Sun Wuming had recently learned to transform into Super Saiyan 3, while Piccolo was wearing Sun Wukong's weighted clothing and had passed the 500 times gravity chamber not long ago. The others had also cleared the 300 times gravity chamber, resulting in significant progress in their strength. Just like in the original story, everyone spread out to search for traces of the androids. Dr. Gero, just like in the original story, launched a surprise attack on Xianxia. However, the god of Tea did not display the same lack of resistance as in the original story. At the moment of the surprise attack, the god of Tea activated the 100-fold Kaioken, boasting a combat power of 200 million, directly pushing back Dr. Gero. Gasping for breath, the god of Tea said, "Fortunately, I haven't been slacking off these years, otherwise I might have really been killed by you." Dr. Gero's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. When did you garbage attain such formidable power? Am I still half asleep?" The god of Tea chuckled, "Ha ha ha, the androids didn't see this coming, did they? This is the surprise we prepared for you over 3 years. How do you feel?" Unexpected and surprised. Dr. Gero was shocked by this, but still composed himself, saying, "Indeed, your strength astonishes me, but this is where it ends. You still cannot escape my grasp. Is that so, Dr. Gero?" Sun Wukong laughed. Dr. Gero turned around and saw Sun Wukong, Piccolo, Vegeta, Sun Wuzhen, Sun Wuming, Nappa Raditz, Krillin, Tien, Shinhan, and Kaiatsu, all wearing eerie smiles and staring at him. Dr. Gero observed the scene and gazed at Sun Wukong with a wry smile. "So this is the surprise Xianxia spoke of. Hardly impressive, I'd say." Sun Wukong returned the smile. "Is that so? Then Dr. Gero, kindly accompany us to the wilderness, where you shall soon learn the true meaning of surprise." "Very well, Dr. Gero replied. "They'll summon my companion first, then we'll see precisely what surprise you've prepared for me." "No problem, Dr. Gero. Proceed as you wish," Sun Wukong said. Dr. Gero made no further reply. Instead, he activated his communicator and called out to Android 19. Moments later, a portly figure soared through the air and landed beside him. Dr. Gero declared, "My comrade has arrived. Now comes your final choice, the place where your bones shall rest. Lead the way, Sun Wukong. Take us to your own grave." Sun Wukong remained unruffled. "Dr. Gero, you truly are a frog in a well, deluded enough to believe a few crude androids can seal our fate. How absurd. Very well. Shortly you shall realize your artificial human technology belongs to a civilization peering blindly from the bottom of a well. Before true power, it is utterly insignificant." Dr. Gero sneered coldly. "Sun Wukong, you remain as arrogant and overconfident as ever. Today you will learn how gravely mistaken you were to spare me all those years ago." Sun Wukong chuckled. "Words are wasted. Come, follow us to the wastelands. There you shall witness the magnitude of the surprise we've spent 3 years preparing just for you." "Humph. Let on, Dr. Gero retorted sharply. Without another word, Sun Wukong shot into the sky toward the barren island, the others trailing closely behind, while Dr. Gero and Android 19 followed at a distance. Soon they arrived at a desolate island. Dr. Gero surveyed the barren terrain and remarked, "Not bad, Sun Wukong. You've chosen an excellent burial ground, a true feng shui treasure site." Sun Wukong remained silent for a moment, then turned to the group. "Who among you would like to spar first? Let's show Dr. Gero the surprise we've prepared for him." The group exchanged glances. Vegeta spoke up, "You go ahead. I have no interest in fighting such trashy androids." All eyes turned toward Piccolo. He shrugged. "Don't look at me. If even Vegeta finds them unworthy, why should I bother?" The group nodded in agreement. At that moment, Raditz stepped forward. "Since none of you wish to take part, I'll handle it. Back when I served under Vegeta, cleaning up garbage was practically my specialty. I'm quite adept at crushing weaklings." Sun Wukong smiled. "My dear elder brother, you still haven't shaken your habit of bullying the weak. Very well, go ahead and fight." Raditz grinned. "Kakarot, you wouldn't understand. Crushing weaklings feels exhilarating once, but doing it endlessly. That's pure bliss. The joy of domination. You simply don't grasp it. The group burst into laughter. This was quintessentially Raditz. Dr. Jero, seething with rage, whispered fiercely to Android 19. When the time comes, beat Raditz mercilessly. But don't kill him too quickly. Android 19 replied confidently, don't worry Dr. Jero, I'll make him pay dearly for calling me trash. Raditz leapt forward from the group and taunted Android 19, you still doubt me. A pitiful android with a mere 500 million battle power. What else could you possibly be but trash? You dare insult me? You're dead, Android 19 roared, and in an instant blurred across the space between them, landing a devastating punch squarely on Super Saiyan Raditz. His golden hair cascaded down to his waist, so radiant and voluminous one might mistake him for a Super Saiyan 3rd grade. Sun Wukong watched Raditz with keen amusement and turned to the others. What do you suppose Raditz would look like if he achieved Super Saiyan 3rd grade? Vegeta laughed. If Raditz transformed into a Super Saiyan 3rd grade, his hair would grow all the way to his heels. It's hilarious to imagine. Ha ha ha. Nappa's eyes lit up. He turned to Vegeta. Vegeta, if that's true, then I becoming a Super Saiyan 3rd grade means my hair will finally grow back. That'd be wonderful. Vegeta stared at Nappa's bald head and burst into unrestrained laughter. The others joined in the mirth. Nappa rubbed his smooth scalp and added, what's so funny? Especially you two baldies, Krillin and Kaiotsu. Aren't you both bald too? Krillin frowned crestfallen, until Kaiotsu calmly removed his hat and said, I'm not bald. I still have one hair left. The entire group erupted in uproarious laughter. Krillin's gloom vanished instantly as he laughed along. Dr. Jero watched exasperated. Sun Wukong, you laugh even as death looms before you. Should I call you fearless, or merely foolish? Sun Wukong ceased laughing. Life demands joy each day. It's ironic. You, a renowned scientist, fail to grasp such a simple truth. And frankly, whose end is truly imminent remains to be seen. Do you really believe your pathetic android stands a chance against Raditz? I am a scientist, not a philosopher. You fool Sun Wukong. And Android 19 is no trash. He is my magnum opus, meticulously crafted. He will annihilate every last one of you. Sun Wukong waved dismissively. Whether he's trash or treasure, we'll know soon enough. Let's watch and see. Dr. Jero snorted. We'll see indeed. Sun Wukong fell silent, turning his gaze toward the battle between Raditz and Android 19. Truth be told, it held little spectacle. For Sun Wukong, it was little more than two fledglings squabbling. Even in his base Super Saiyan form, Raditz far surpassed Android 19. Android 19's battle power barely exceeded 500 million, while Raditz's Super Saiyan 1st grade power surged past 150 billion. Obliterating him in a single blow would pose no challenge whatsoever. Yet their exchange appeared evenly matched, only because Raditz was deliberately holding back. They darted through the air, trading furious blows locked in a dazzling high-speed duel. Android 19 landed a solid punch to Raditz's face and sneered, you called me trash, yet this is all the strength you possess. Raditz turned slowly, his expression unshaken. Trash android, you truly think this is all I am capable of? Ha ha ha, how naive you are. Android 19 snapped back, enough talk. Show me your full power, or stop spouting empty boasts. Raditz grinned. Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. Open your eyes wide and behold. Android 19 instantly recoiled, leaping backward over a dozen meters, to stare wary and tense at Raditz. Raditz let out a thunderous roar. The aura around him flared violently, his power surging to staggering heights, golden energy erupting like a storm. Android 19's eyes bulged in disbelief. Impossible. How could your power escalate to such an unfathomable level? Wanna know? Ask Yama himself, in the underworld. With that, Raditz vanished, reappearing instantly before Android 19 and delivering a single cataclysmic punch. Before the android could react, a searing wave of energy incinerated him into nothingness. What filthy fireworks, Raditz remarked coolly. When Raditz defeated number 19 in an instant, number 20, who was watching, was immediately drenched in cold sweat, shouting, this is impossible. Raditz is just trash. How could he possess such high combat power? Number 19 was carefully crafted by me. Defeating Raditz should be as easy as cutting through vegetables. Hearing this, Sun Wukong smiled and said, so Dr. Jero, how do you like the surprise we prepared for you? Dr. Jero, looking extremely displeased, replied, Sun Wukong, don't get too pleased with yourself. Unfortunately, my ultimate androids number 17 and number 18 have not been awakened, otherwise I wouldn't fear Raditz at all. Vegeta responded, oh, it seems these two androids should be stronger than that broken puppet from before. Why don't you bring them out? Dr. Jero replied, I thought I wouldn't need them to deal with you, so I didn't bring them out. Are you daring enough to let me awaken them? Vegeta exclaimed, "Tch Kakarot, just give him a chance. I want to see how powerful this old man's androids really are." Sun Wukong looked at the others and asked, "What do you all think?" Piccolo replied, "I have no problem with it." Sun Wukong Jun and Sun Wukong Ming chimed in, "Father, we also want to see the level of the other androids." Krillin Tien and Xianxia said, "We have no objections either, after all you're here to back us up, right?" Sun Wukong said, "Okay, since you all agree, I will give Dr. Gero a chance to awaken those two androids." Dr. Gero sneered, "Sun Wukong, confidence is good, but blind confidence turns into arrogance. Don't regret it later." Sun Wukong retorted, "Dr. Gero, if you keep rambling, I won't give you the chance anymore." At this, Dr. Gero immediately fell silent. Sun Wukong said, "Lead the way, Dr. Gero." Without a word, Dr. Gero flew into the air, checked the direction, and headed towards his laboratory, with everyone closely following. Before long, they arrived at a small mountain where Dr. Gero walked straight into a cave with everyone trailing behind. A moment later, they reached the entrance of the laboratory. Dr. Gero operated the controls and opened the door, entering it, as everyone followed in single file. Dr. Gero awakened the two androids from their machines. Then a male and a female android appeared before everyone. Dr. Gero, disregarding whether the androids were under control, immediately commanded, "Number 17 and number 18, I order you to eliminate Sun Wukong." Upon hearing this, the two exchanged glances, and number 18 said, "Understood, Doctor," before dashing towards Sun Wukong and landing a punch squarely on his face. Seeing this, Dr. Gero burst into laughter. Suddenly, number 17 appeared behind Drive Gero, and with lightning speed snatched the controller away, crushing it effortlessly. At the same time, Sun Wukong said to number 18, "Are you just tickling me?" Number 18, hearing this, retracted her fist and replied, "Sun Wukong, you truly are extraordinary." Sun Wukong chuckled, "Thanks for the compliment." While they were speaking, Dr. Gero yelled at number 17, "What are you doing? Our current goal is to eliminate Sun Wukong, not to fight among ourselves." Number 17 responded, "Understood, Dr. Gero, but I don't like being controlled by others, so it's time for you to die, Doctor." Before he finished speaking, he flashed behind Dr. Gero and delivered a swift chop, causing Dr. Gero's head to roll on the ground. Dr. Gero snarled, "My ultimate androids will take revenge for me. Number 17 and number 18, you two traitors must die." Upon hearing this, number 17 stomped down hard, crushing Dr. Gero's head. Krillin Tien, Xianxia, and Din were all horrified by number 17's brutality. After killing Dr. Gero, number 17 approached the machine, holding number 16, opened it, and released number 16. After stepping out, number 16 scanned the crowd, and his already stern face became even more severe. He looked at Sun Wukong and said, "So you are Sun Wukong." Did Dr. Gero not understand the situation? "Sending 3 of us to kill you is just handing you a meal on a platter." Sun Wukong replied, "It seems you can gauge my strength somewhat." Number 16 responded, "Not really, I can only see part of your current power. Your hidden strength is completely beyond my perception." Sun Wukong nodded and said, "Dr. Gero has already been killed by number 17. Are you still planning to carry out his orders to eliminate me?" Number 16 replied, "No, I plan to go outside and enjoy nature and the birds. I wonder if you would be willing to let us go." Number 17 interjected, "Number 16, are you overestimating Sun Wukong? We might not lose to them." Number 16 said, "Don't even mention Sun Wukong. You couldn't even handle Raditz or Nappa. Right now, we are merely meat on the chopping block waiting to be slaughtered." Angered, number 17 retorted, "I don't believe it." Then turning to Sun Wukong, he challenged, "Do you dare to compete with me?" Sun Wukong laughed, "What level and strength do you think you have to compete with me? First defeat Vegeta before you talk to me." He then turned to Vegeta and said, "Vegeta, this kid is yours to handle." "No problem, Kakarot. I also want to see just how strong this kid really is," Vegeta replied with a smile. Number 17, hearing this, became furious and said, "Sun Wukong, how dare you look down on me? Once I take care of Vegeta, I will teach you a lesson." Vegeta, filled with rage, shouted, "You really don't know the heights of heaven and depths of earth, still spouting nonsense. I'll make sure to teach you a harsh lesson." Number 17, now extremely angry, laughed in reverse and said, "All right, Vegeta, just wait. I will definitely rip that mouth of yours apart." Seeing this, number 16 thought, a good word is hard to persuade a dead ghost, and could only let number 17 go. Sun Wukong addressed everyone, "Since you all want to fight, let's step outside. We can't unleash our full strength here." Everyone nodded in agreement. Then one by one they all walked out. Sun Wukong was the last to leave. After everyone had exited, he found the cell embryo and destroyed it before finally leaving the laboratory. Seeing Sun Wukong take so long to come out, Piccolo asked, "Son, where have you been? Why did it take you so long?" Sun Wukong replied, I went to take a big dump. Everyone burst into laughter. Number 17 shouted to Vegeta, Vegeta, have you laughed enough? Hurry up and come up to die. Hearing this, Vegeta replied, it seems you really want to die. Since that's the case, I will grant you your wish. With that, he flashed in front of number 17, and the two engaged in a fierce battle. Vegeta flashed in front of Android 17 and struck a punch toward his abdomen, but 17 caught Vegeta's fist with a swift move. Android 17 sneered, Vegeta, with such little strength you dare to boast and teach me a lesson. It's truly laughable. Vegeta replied, with you being such a pathetic doll, you're not even worth using my full strength against. Furious Android 17 shouted, you seek death, Vegeta. He applied more force, attempting to crush Vegeta's fist. In response, Vegeta clenched his other fist and struck toward 17. Android 17 extended his other hand and caught Vegeta's fist. The two began to grapple in the air. Vegeta began to raise his energy, and seeing this, Android 17 did the same. A fierce wind erupted around them, scattering the clouds in the sky. After a moment, Vegeta realized that even releasing all of his basic combat power, he was still evenly matched with Android 17 and couldn't break free. Therefore, he unleashed the high-octane X2, instantly breaking free from 17 and retreating several meters. Android 17, witnessing this, laughed, not bad, Vegeta. You actually match my strength. Vegeta, upon hearing this, chuckled, I take back what I said earlier. You're not a pathetic doll, you're significantly stronger than that. If I don't show a bit of my true power, I might indeed struggle against you. Android 17 responded, Vegeta, I didn't expect you, the Prince of the Saiyans, to also indulge in boasting. I must see your true strength for myself. Vegeta replied, fine, I will show you clearly. With that, he unleashed the high-octane X2, his body enveloped in a red aura. Android 17, sensing Vegeta's energy, was instantly shocked, exclaiming, impossible. How did your strength suddenly double? Vegeta laughed, saying, I was just in a good mood and playing with you. You took it seriously. To be honest, this strength is still not my true power. Android 17, now believing Vegeta's words, found it hard to accept. He began to consider what Android 16 had said earlier. If Vegeta was this strong, then what about Son Goku? It was evident that Son Goku's strength surpassed Vegeta's. No wonder Android 16 mentioned that Goku's power was unfathomable and that defeating them would be as easy as a snap. Seeing Android 17 silent, Vegeta spoke up, what's wrong? Are you scared of my strength? Don't worry, I will send you on your way without any pain soon enough. Android 17, filled with rage, retorted, damn it, Vegeta. Even if you're stronger than me, don't think you can easily kill me. Vegeta grinned, saying, good. I like your rebellious spirit. I will play with you a little longer. With that, he launched an attack toward Android 17. Below, Son Goku said to Piccolo, Piccolo, keep an eye on things. Don't let Vegeta kill 17. I need to spar with Android 18 for a bit. Piccolo, puzzled, asked, Goku, what are you up to? With your strength, do you really need to spar with Android 18? Also, why stop Vegeta from killing Android 17? Did Trunks not say that the androids are all demons? Goku explained, I've seen those two androids in the future. The androids from our world are different from those in Trunks' world. They're not bad people. As for sparring with 18, I was just feeling a bit restless. Do you believe me? Piccolo replied, I believe you as much as a ghost. Are you perhaps interested in Android 18? Goku quickly responded, Piccolo, keep your voice down. He glanced around to see that no one else had heard him and sighed in relief. Goku said to Piccolo, you're really sharp. I won't hide it from you. I am indeed interested in Android 18. So I plan to use the guise of sparring to get closer to her. Piccolo remarked, I really can't understand you Saiyans and Earthlings. Goku replied with a laugh, Piccolo, you don't understand love. Even if I explain it to you, you won't get it. Piccolo waved his hand, saying, all right, Goku, even if you tell me, I don't want to understand. I just want to get stronger. Goku nodded, fine, Piccolo, I'm off. Keep an eye on Vegeta. Piccolo nodded, got it. Goku then flashed in front of Android 18 and said, Android 18, do you dare to spar with me? Android 18 responded, sure, I want to see if your strength is as unfathomable as Android 16 said, and if defeating us is as easy as pie. Goku replied, all right, follow me, there's not enough space to spar here. Android 18 responded, okay, you lead the way. Android 16 did not stop them, knowing that with Son Goku's strength, killing them would be a piece of cake. There was no need for him to go through so much trouble to deceive Android 18. Since Goku hadn't attacked yet, it was clear he had no intention of killing them, so he allowed the two to go. Thus, Son Goku took Android 18 and flew away from the area. The others looked at Piccolo, who said, Goku is just feeling restless, and went to spar with Android 18, though we don't need to worry about him. The others nodded in agreement and turned their attention back to the battle between Vegeta and Android 17. After flying a distance away, Son Goku and Android 18 stopped upon realizing they were far from the others. Android 18 called out to Son Goku, Let's get started, Son Goku. Goku responded, hold on, let me transform first. Android 18 puzzled asked, transform into what? What trick are you playing, Son Goku? Goku smiled, just watch me. With that, Son Goku shouted loudly and instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 4. With red hair, fur pants, and blue eyes, he appeared tall, mighty, and handsome, making Android 18's eyes shine. Seeing this, Goku asked, how about it, Android 18? Do I look handsome like this? Android 18 regained her composure and replied coldly, you are handsome, but I wonder how strong you really are. It won't look good, but be useless like a silver-painted wax gun, right? Goku responded, is that so? Before he could finish speaking, he appeared behind Android 18 and leaned in close to her. Android 18 was startled by the voice behind her and turned only to find her face nearly touching Goku's. Goku laughed, Android 18, are you serious? I know I look quite impressive, but you seem a bit too eager. Android 18's face turned red, and she furiously exclaimed, Son Goku, you bastard. You dare to tease me. I want your life. With that, she punched Goku in the chest, feeling as if she had struck a wall. Her delicate hand throbbed in pain. Goku laughed, Android 18, how about it? Is my strength acceptable? Upon hearing this, Android 18 quickly retreated and began to carefully gauge Goku's power. After a moment of shock, she realized that although Goku's energy was restrained, it felt as if he harbored a ferocious beast within him, his strength unfathomable. Number 18 spoke up, Son Wukong, your strength is so formidable, why don't you just kill us? Son Wukong replied, why would I need you? Your power pales in comparison to mine, you're not even as significant as ants. Would I really need to lift a finger? Have you ever seen anyone bother to contend with ants? Number 18 nodded, saying, though your words are rather crude, they are not without merit. Insignificant insects do not warrant the attention of a strong one. So how do you plan to deal with me, number 17 and number 16? Son Wukong said, of course I will let you go. However, I must first intimidate you a bit to prevent you from causing chaos in the world. Number 18 replied, we are not that bored, you know. Son Wukong nodded, acknowledging her point. Indeed, number 16 was a peace-loving individual, and number 17 had since become a forest ranger, indicating they had their own interests and did not harbor ambitions of world domination. Thus he spoke, that's good. After Vegeta and number 17 finish their spar, I will let you all leave. Number 18 nodded, and then said, then let's head back. Son Wukong said, don't be hasty, we haven't even started our match yet. Number 18 infuriated shouted, Son Wukong, are you toying with me? With your overwhelming strength, is there really a need for us to spar? I'm not a fool, nor am I a masochist. Son Wukong chuckled, then we won't spar, how about a chat instead? Number 18 stared at Son Wukong for a moment, then suddenly realized something, and smiled brightly, saying, Son Wukong, you don't mean to say you've developed feelings for me, do you? Son Wukong, upon hearing this, laughed. All right, number 18, I admit I have developed feelings for you. Number 18 burst into a melodic laughter. Ha ha ha, Son Wukong, you're quite blunt if I don't think about it. Son Wukong, sensing hope, said, then I will await your answer. Number 18 nodded, then remarked, let's head back. Oh, I wonder how the battle between number 17 and Vegeta is going. Son Wukong assured her, don't worry, I had Piccolo keep an eye on things before I came. Number 17 will be fine, at most hell, just get a good beating. Number 18 laughed. Ha ha, I think number 17 will definitely thank you once he finds out. Son Wukong smiled and asked, by the way, number 18, what is your real name? Number 18 replied, my real name is Lazuli. Number 17 is my brother named Lapis. Son Wukong nodded, saying, got it, then let's head back. Lazuli nodded, and the two flew back. Meanwhile, on another front, Lapis was having a rough time. He was being pummeled by Vegeta, left bruised and battered. Luckily, Vegeta was still in a playful mood and had not gone all out. When Son Wukong and Lazuli returned, they found Lapis being kicked around like a ball by Vegeta. Lazuli knew her brother was no match for Vegeta, but she hadn't expected him to be so thoroughly dominated. Everyone was surprised to see Son Wukong and number 18 return so swiftly. Krillin, with keen eyes, noticed the lipstick mark on Son Wukong's face and shot him a knowing smile. Sun Wutian said to Son Wukong, Father, why are you in Super Saiyan 4 form while dealing with number 18? Isn't that overkill? And what's with the lipstick mark on your face? Son Wukong explained, Lazuli wanted to see my true power, so I transformed into Super Saiyan 4 to show her the difference between us. The lipstick mark is just a result of our accidental collision during the fight. Sun Wutian nodded. Krillin and Xianxia exchanged lewd smiles. Just then a powerful energy approach surged from afar, rushing towards them in an instant. As everyone looked closely, they realized it was Trunks. Son Wukong greeted him. You're here, Trunks. Long time no see, your strength has improved quite a bit. It seems you haven't been slacking off these past few years. Trunks looked at Son Wukong and asked, Uncle Wukong, have you developed a new form again? Son Wukong replied, Indeed, this form is called Super Saiyan 4, a transformation after Super Saiyan 3. Trunks exclaimed, "That's awesome, Uncle Wukong. It seems I arrived just in time." Son Wukong asked, "What do you mean by that?" Trunks explained, "Uncle Wukong, I mastered Super Saiyan 3 at full power a year ago. For the past year, I've been at a loss for how to advance further. Now that I've seen your Super Saiyan 4, I finally know the direction for my next training." Son Wukong, somewhat astonished, said, "Trunks, your talent is truly impressive. In just 2 years, you've mastered Super Saiyan 3 at full power. That's remarkable. Moreover, I sensed your previous energy and found your base combat power isn't weak either. Tell me how you've been training these past 3 years." Trunks laughed. "All thanks to Uncle Wukong's guidance, which showed me the right training direction. Not long after you left, I transformed into Super Saiyan 3 and then trained Super Saiyan 3 according to the full power method of Super Saiyan 2. My mother helped me build a gravity chamber with 1,000 times the gravity. I also wished for a weighted clothing that can adjust gravity levels from the Namekian dragon, which can reach up to 10,000 times Earth's gravity. Combining both methods led to my current strength." Son Wukong nodded, realizing why Trunks' fundamental strength was so formidable, even surpassing Raditz's Super Saiyan 2. Everyone was shocked to hear this, and Raditz exclaimed, "Kakarot, you can't be joking. My Super Saiyan 2 has a combat power of at least 30 billion. Are you saying the little prince's base power is stronger than that?" Son Wukong replied, "I'm not joking. Trunks' power is indeed that strong." Everyone was left speechless, and Sun Wutian remarked, "Father, if that's the case, Trunks' Super Saiyan 3 must have a power level of at least 12 trillion, which is 1.2 quadrillion. Sun Wukong nodded, then shook his head, saying, "Trunks' strength is far beyond that. I've even taught him the Kaioken technique." Then he turned to Trunks and asked, "Trunks, how many times can you use the Kaioken now?" Trunks replied, "I can now use 3,000 times the Kaioken." Sun Wukong nodded and addressed everyone. "Now you know Trunks' strength under 3,000 times the Kaioken. His combat power is probably around 10 trillion. Everyone gasped in shock. Sun Wukong said, "So everyone keep working hard. Even Trunks with such strength is still striving to improve. What reason do you have to slack off? Don't be like Vegeta, getting complacent just because you have a bit of strength." Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. If Trunks, who was stronger than them, was working hard, what excuse did they have to be lazy? Trunks noticed the androids No. 18 and No. 16, as well as No. 17, who was taking a beating, and said to Son Goku, "Uncle Goku, the androids have shown up, why not eliminate them?" Son Goku replied, "Trunks, do you remember I told you that this world is a parallel universe for you? Many developments will differ here." Trunks fell silent for a moment, and said, "So Uncle Goku means that these androids are different from the ones in my world?" Son Goku said, "That's right, they are not the demons from your world, they each have their own thoughts." Trunks responded, "I see now." Son Goku continued, "Moreover, with so many powerful fighters monitoring, we have no fear of them causing mischief." Trunks nodded, and then mysteriously asked Son Goku, "Uncle Goku, has my father Vegeta gotten married in this world?" Son Goku laughed. "No, you want to ask if you were born in this world, right?" Trunks scratched his head and shyly admitted, "Yes, Uncle Goku." Son Goku chuckled, "You indeed were born in this world, but he is my and Bulma's second son named Son Kex." "Ah, this, Trunks was stunned, left speechless. Son Goku said, "Trunks, don't get tangled up in this. Everything in the world has its own predetermined course. Fate arranges it this way for a reason. You can see Son Kex as yourself in this world, or as another person, it doesn't affect your existence, does it?" Trunks pondered for a moment and replied, "Uncle Goku is right, I have been caught in my own delusion." Son Goku nodded, saying, "It's good that you can understand." While everyone was talking, Vegeta had already begun to gather a powerful attack to deal with No. 17. Son Goku noticed, and swiftly moved between the two just as Vegeta's ultimate attack, Final Flash, reached Goku. Son Goku slapped it away, sending it soaring into the air. Vegeta shouted, "Kakarot, what are you doing? Aren't you supposed to eliminate the androids? Why are you saving him?" Son Goku responded, "Vegeta, the androids from our world are different from those in Trunks' world. They are not purely evil and do not need to be eliminated." Vegeta replied, "Fine, you are stronger, so you can decide." Son Goku laughed, "Your counterpart Trunks is here, you should go check on him." Vegeta noticed and grimaced, then looked down to see Trunks, and he descended. Son Goku turned around, seeing the battered No. 17, and took out a Senzu bean from his pocket, handing it over, saying, "Rappies, eat this Senzu bean, and you will recover your strength." Rappies asked, "Son Goku, what happened to you? And how do you know my name? Why do you want to save me?" Son Goku smiled, "This form is my transformation. As for your name, of course your sister told me, future brother-in-law." Rappies was shocked, "Did you just call me what?" Son Goku laughed, "Brother-in-law you might not know, but I fell in love with your sister at first sight, and we have already agreed to be together." "What? Are you joking? The orders from Dr. Jiro are to kill you. How could you fall for my sister? This is outrageous beyond belief. Rappies exclaimed. Son Goku asked. I just want to know, do you really intend to kill me? Rappies shook his head. I already took out Dr. Jiro, why would I follow the orders of a dead man? Isn't it better to be free? Besides, you're so powerful, not killing us would be a blessing. Would have to be insane to try to kill you. Son Goku said, so that's settled. Your sister is so beautiful, and I am so powerful, it's no surprise we like each other, is it? Rappies thought about it, and felt it made sense, but still felt something was off. Son Goku said, you want to have powerful strength too, right? As long as I settle things with your sister, I will help you increase your strength. Not to say you could easily defeat Vegeta, but you'd at least be on par with him, and then you could take revenge for today's beating. Rappies became more excited, and said with red eyes, all right, brother-in-law, leave it to me. Son Goku's heart leaped with joy knowing that his relationship with Lazili was now set in stone. He said, good, with your word I can relax. Let's go down, I'll introduce you to everyone, and we can be friends. Rappies nodded. They descended towards the crowd where they could hear Vegeta's roar from afar. What? That Bappa said this kid has mastered Super Saiyan 3 to full power. Bappa confirmed, that's right, Vegeta Kakarot just asked me about it. Vegeta was shocked, staring at Trunks, making him feel quite awkward. At that moment, Son Goku and Rappies landed in front of everyone. Son Goku introduced, everyone knows no. 17, his real name is Rappies. Unlike the two demons from Trunks' world, he is not an evil person. Everyone nodded in understanding. Son Goku then introduced Rappies to everyone. Although Rappies knew them from Dr. Jiro's records, he still greeted each one to reintroduce himself. At that moment, No. 18 and No. 16 also approached the group. Lazili asked Rappies, how did you end up over here? Rappies replied, it was my brother-in-law who brought me here. With you and my brother-in-law being related, we are all friends from now on, so I need to get familiar with everyone. Lazili hearing this fumed, Son Goku, what nonsense are you telling my brother? I haven't agreed to anything yet. Rappies interjected, sister, don't hesitate. Where can you find someone as powerful, handsome, and charismatic as my brother-in-law? What nonsense? What kind of potion did Son Goku give you? You sold me out in an instant. Lazili angrily retorted. Don't worry about what brother-in-law gave me, just tell me if you are willing. Rappies pushed. Lazili stammered, I haven't made up my mind yet. Rappies smiled, since you haven't refused, that means you agree, it's only a matter of time now. Lazili then said, Son Goku, I agree, but how will you explain this to Bulma and Shishi? Son Goku thought this little brother-in-law is really helpful, and joyfully replied, Lazili, don't worry, I will convince them. Lazili said, then we will talk after you persuade them. Son Goku replied, all right, just wait, I will convince them as soon as possible. After Sun Wukong made an agreement with Razali, he returned to the West capital with everyone. Upon arriving home, Sun Wukong immediately sought out Chi-Chi and Bulma to confess about his affair with Razali. The two were extremely angry upon hearing this, and seeing their reaction, Sun Wukong used his divine power to conjure a washboard out of thin air and sincerely knelt down. He said to them, I fell in love with Razali at first sight. I like her, and I hope you will support me. Chi-Chi hearing this furiously retorted, is that really love? What you feel is just lust, how shameless you are. Bulma chimed in, aren't we enough for you? Are you still out there chasing other women? Sun Wukong laughed, and said, you two are no match for me. You always surrender first. Both women were infuriated, and declared, fine Wukong, just wait. Tonight we will battle for 300 rounds to see who surrenders first. Sun Wukong then asked, so do you agree with my relationship with Razali? Bulma replied, well, talk after you win against us tonight. Sun Wukong was overjoyed, and said, all right then, let's see who prevails tonight. Chi-Chi and Bulma snorted and turned to leave. After they left, Sun Wukong got up, put away the washboard, and walked outside, only to see Sun Wukong and Sun Wuming watching him. He approached the two boys and asked, what are you two brats staring at? Sun Wukong inquired, father, did mother agree to your relationship with Aunt Razali? Sun Wukong replied, mature matters are not for children to pry into, go take care of your younger brother and sister instead. Sun Wukong responded, oh, understood, father. He then turned around, called Sun Wuming, and went to see their younger brother Sun Kaisai and sister Sun Beulah. After they left, Sun Wukong called for Trunks, and the two headed to the time chamber. After greeting Bobo and Dandy, the two entered the hyperbolic time chamber. Sun Wukong began teaching Trunks the transformation method for Super Saiyan 4. Sun Wukong created an artificial moon with his bare hands and instructed Trunks to look at it. Before long, Trunks transformed into a giant ape over 10 meters tall. Sun Wukong, seeing this, tested Trunks and discovered that he had not lost consciousness, secretly admiring the prince's bloodline. Then he instructed Trunks to transform into a golden great ape, and Trunks effortlessly complied. After that, Sun Wukong told Trunks to compress his energy and begin transforming into Super Saiyan 4. The golden great ape Trunks roared continuously as his form gradually shrank. Moments later, a muscular Trunks appeared before Sun Wukong, his upper body covered in red fur revealing only his chest, wearing leather pants with black hair, red eye sockets, and emerald green pupils. Sun Wukong conjured a mirror and held it in front of Trunks. Trunks glanced at it, and the mirror shattered. Sun Wukong laughed and said, "Trunks, you just blew up the mirror with your good looks." Trunks, hearing this, exclaimed in delight, "Uncle Wukong, I did it." Sun Wukong nodded and said, "Trunks, your success in one go is due to your boda's strength and combat power meeting the standards." Trunks asked Uncle Wukong, "Do you mean that in order to transform into Super Saiyan 4, both body strength and combat power need to meet a certain standard?" Sun Wukong replied, "Exactly. If your combat power is insufficient, there won't be enough energy to transform into a golden great ape. If your body strength is lacking, you cannot compress your energy to shrink your body and transform into Super Saiyan 4. Both conditions are essential." Trunks replied, "I understand now." Sun Wukong nodded and said, "Trunks, continue to adapt to Super Saiyan 4 here. I will step out for a bit." Trunks said, "Got it, Uncle Wukong, you go ahead." Sun Wukong nodded, then broke through the dimensional barrier of the time chamber and stepped out. Bobo remarked, "Wukong, weren't you just in there for a short while? Why are you out again?" Sun Wukong replied, "I finished teaching Trunks the training method, so there's nothing else to do, and I came out. Trunks is still inside training." Bobo said, "I see now." Sun Wukong then greeted Dandy and instantly teleported back home. That night, Sun Wukong entered the bedroom and saw Chi-Chi and Bulma, who had dressed up beautifully, and without further ado, he charged at them. With boundless energy, Sun Wukong quickly overwhelmed the two. At noon, Sun Wukong's stomach rumbled, waking him from his slumber. He pushed the two aside, left the bedroom, and went to the kitchen to instruct the robot to prepare food. After wolfing down his lunch, Sun Wukong immediately went to find Razali. Just as Sun Wukong was about to get up to find Razali, he sensed a powerful aura thousands of kilometers away, engaged in battle with 3 other auras. The others training in the gravity chamber also felt it and rushed out. Upon seeing Sun Wukong, Piccolo asked Wukong who is fighting. Sun Wukong replied, "It should be Razali and the others fighting against a stranger. Let's go take a look." Piccolo nodded in agreement. "Okay, Wukong." The group then formed a circle with Sun Wukong standing in the middle. He used instant transmission and soon arrived at the battlefield. They saw number 16, a Lapis, and Razali being pushed back by a green spotted monster. Seeing this, Sun Wukong shouted at the spotted monster, "Cell, it's good to see you. Stop for a moment." Cell indeed ceased his assault upon hearing this. Number 16 and the others also stopped and retreated to Sun Wukong's side. Cell asked Sun Wukong, "How do you know me?" Lazili asked, "What do you mean, ugly monster?" Sun Wukong replied, "Lazili, it is the ultimate artificial human cell created by Dr. Jero. As long as it absorbs you and Lapis, it can transform into its complete form, greatly enhancing its power." "What? This monster actually wants to absorb me and my sister?" Lapis exclaimed in shock. Cell said, "In my world, I have already absorbed number 17 now. I just need number 18. Sun Wukong, curious, asked, "How did you absorb number 17? I don't think Trunks would allow you to absorb him so easily, would he?" Cell replied, "Of course Trunks wouldn't let me absorb number 17. I absorbed him only after killing him. Unfortunately, number 18 was killed by Trunks beforehand, so I had to go through a lot of trouble to use the time machine to travel to the past and find number 18. Sun Wukong then asked, "Since Trunks can kill number 18, he should also be able to kill you without number 17. How did you manage to kill Trunks?" Cell smiled and said, "Of course I ambushed him. After returning from the past, Trunks' power surged, and I wasn't his match, but I could hide my energy. I took advantage of the moment when Trunks was relaxed after killing number 18 to launch a surprise attack and severely injure him before finally killing him. So perhaps that was Trunks' fate in that world." The bloodthirsty cruelty of the androids became an unshakable nightmare for Trunks over the years. Once he killed number 18, he inevitably let his guard down, allowing you to take advantage of him. "However, Cell, since you have come here, we shall show you mercy and bury you here," said Sun Wukong. Cell laughed loudly, saying, "Ha ha ha, with the likes of you trash thinking you can kill me when you can't even defeat number 17 or number 18 is truly a joke of the highest order." Hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. Raditz, who loved to bully the weak, said, "What gives you the courage to think we are not your match? You are going to make me die of laughter. Here, aside from Earthlings and androids, we can pull anyone out, and if you can defeat them, I'll stand on my head and defecate right here." Cell, furious, shouted at Vegeta, "Vegeta, keep your dog in line, or I won't hesitate to cripple him." Vegeta laughed and replied, "Do as you wish. If you can defeat him, go ahead." "Damn, Vegeta, are you looking down on me?" "Just Raditz." Raditz laughed and said, "What's wrong, Cell? Why did you stop speaking?" Cell, drenched in cold sweat, shouted, "Raditz, when did you also learn to transform into a Super Saiyan?" Raditz replied, Do I need to inform you when I transform into a Super Saiyan? What level are you at? What power do you possess? Do you think you are worthy? Hearing this, Cell's expression turned extremely ugly, realizing that escaping today might be impossible. He boldly said to Sun Wukong, Sun Wukong, dare you let me absorb number 18 and become complete so we can settle this once and for all? Sun Wukong laughed, saying, do you think that just because you become complete, Cell, you will be our match? Cell replied, Sun Wukong, just say if you dare or not. Sun Wukong said, it seems you won't give up until you hit the wall, Cell. Since that's the case, I'll help you out. What? Brother-in-law, you can't really let this ugly monster absorb my sister, right? Lapis exclaimed in shock. La Zili also stared wide-eyed at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong hurriedly said, of course not. La Zili is my wife, so I can never let Cell absorb your sister. Cell, hearing this, angrily retorted, what do you mean, Sun Wukong? Are you playing me for a fool? How can I become complete without absorbing number 18? Sun Wukong replied, who said you can't become complete without absorbing number 18? Don't forget you also have Saiyan cells within you. As long as you make good use of the Saiyan's ability to dramatically increase power after near-death recovery, becoming complete won't be an issue. Cell had yet to realize the seriousness of the situation and said, I see, I almost forgot that. I can't do it alone, so let me have a few people help you. Then he called Raditz, Nappa, Sun Wutian, and Sun Wuming. You four go help Cell a bit to help him achieve the complete form he dreams of, then die with your eyes closed. The four of them smiled sinisterly upon hearing this. Sun Wukong took out 5 sins of beans and handed them to Raditz, saying, Raditz, you know what to do, right? Raditz took the sins of beans and asked, isn't it a waste for Kakarot to use sins of beans on him? Sun Wukong replied, it's fine if it's not enough, he'll go ask the cat sage for more. Raditz said, alright, I understand. Well, leave Cell to us. Sun Wukong nodded, then approached La Zili and said, La Zili, I've already convinced Bulma and Shishi. You shouldn't have any objections now, right? La Zili, upon hearing this, blushed and nodded. Seeing this, Sun Wukong picked her up in a princess carry and said to everyone, you can just take care of Cell. Then before anyone could react, he instantly teleported back home. He found an empty room and began to fight with La Zili. Both of them had infinite stamina and fought evenly matched. While Sun Wukong and La Zili battled, let's talk about the others. After Sun Wukong left, Raditz and Piccolo discussed, and Sun Wutian was the first to take action, using Cell to practice and enrich his combat experience. Seeing this, Cell said, with so many adults not taking action, you bring out this little brat to let him die. Hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. Raditz said, Cell, you are going to make me die of laughter. Do you know who he is? How dare you mock him? Cell retorted, who is he? Is he stronger than all of you adults? Raditz replied, listen well, he is Kakarot's eldest son, my nephew, Sun Wutian. He can also transform into a Super Saiyan, and he is much stronger than I am. Cell was shocked upon hearing this. At this moment, Sun Wutian spoke up, Cell, dare you underestimate me? I will make you regret it shortly. Cell, hearing this, was frightened and drenched in cold sweat. Sun Wutian transformed into a Super Saiyan, releasing a combat power of 200 billion, terrifying Cell to the point of trembling. Lapis and number 16 were both shocked by Sun Wuxian's strength. Lapis said to number 16, no wonder you said before that Sun Wukong's strength is unfathomable. His son is this strong, but strange that he isn't powerful. Number 16 said, I can sense this is not even Sun Wuxian's full power. What? How is that possible? Lapis exclaimed in shock. Number 16 continued, you have seen Sun Wukong's transformations. Sun Wuxian's current transformation is completely different from Sun Wukong's. This indicates that Sun Wutian has other transformations that he hasn't displayed yet, and those transformations will only be stronger than the current one. Therefore, what Sun Wutian has shown now is not his true strength. His Sun Wutian is actually so terrifying, Lapis gasped. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, Sun Wujin looked at Cell and said, ugly creature, are you ready? I am about to start beating you up. Cell hurriedly took a defensive stance, knowing full well that it would be futile, but he had no choice but to do so. Seeing this, Sun Wujin smirked wickedly, and in the next moment, he punched through Cell's abdomen, then swiftly returned to his original position. Cell looked at his abdomen, realizing he could see the scenery behind him, causing him to grimace in pain. Gritting his teeth, Cell shouted, and his abdomen quickly restored to its original form, though his energy had significantly decreased. Raditz remarked, this Cell actually has self-healing abilities. It seems the sins of beans given by Kakarot won't be needed after all. Sun Wujin said, I didn't expect you ugly creature to have self-healing abilities. I just wonder how effective they are. Before he finished speaking, he punched Cell's head, causing it to explode, and then he quickly dodged the splatter. Seeing this, Raditz said to Sun Wujin, nephew, you are too brutal. Your father let us fulfill Cell's wishes, and you've just killed him outright. What are we going to do now? Well, who knew Cell was so weak that he couldn't withstand even one punch from me? And he still boasts of being the ultimate android, Sun Wujin replied. As they conversed, a new head sprouted from Cell's corpse. Everyone watching felt disgusted, and Sun Wujin shouted at Cell, "Ugly creature, your strength is not impressive, yet you have quite a sturdy life. You're still not dead after all this." Feeling the immense energy within him, Cell said to Sun Wujin, "Kid, give me another punch. I have a feeling that if I die once more, I can become my complete form." Sun Wujin replied, "I've never encountered a request like yours in my life. Today, I'll fulfill it for you." Then Cell's head exploded again as Sun Wujin stood by watching Cell's corpse. Moments later, Cell stood up again, shouted loudly, and his energy surged dramatically, flames swirling around him, radiating light as his body began to change. The grotesque mouth disappeared, his mouth became normal, 2 large wings sprouted from his back, his tail shrank, and he grew taller than before. Cell looked at his new form, clenched his fists, felt his newfound power, and laughed out loud. Ha, ha, ha. After a while, he turned to Sun Wujin and said, "Thank you for allowing me to become my complete form. In return, I will annihilate you in one breath." Sun Wujin chuckled and said, "Cell, your complete form has such little strength, yet you dare to boast. This is truly hilarious." Raditz added, "I thought your complete form would be much stronger. Turns out it's just this weak. Although I'm not your match with such little strength, you think you can turn the tide. You're just dreaming. Damn it, how dare you underestimate my complete form's power. I will make you pay for this," Cell said fiercely. As soon as he finished speaking, Cell darted forward and struck Sun Wujin's cheek, laughing loudly. "How's that, Sun Wujin? Have you felt the might of my iron fist? My speed is now so fast that you can't dodge in time. Your complete form has such little strength. Are you just tickling me?" Sun Wujin replied, turning his head away. Cell exclaimed, "No way. I clearly hit you. How come you're completely unharmed?" Sun Wujin replied, "I told you your strength is insignificant in front of me. You just won't believe it." Cell was enraged. "Damn it, what is going on? I have clearly achieved the complete form as stated by Dr. Gero, yet why is my power only this little? I can't even defeat the son of Sun Wukong." Sun Wujin laughed and said, "Is it possible that Dr. Gero has a limited perspective like a frog at the bottom of a well?" Upon hearing this, Cell thought it might be true. Otherwise, how could there be such a huge gap between the data he gathered and the strengths of Sun Wukong and others? Seeing Cell in silence, Sun Wujin spoke. "All right, Cell, let me send you to meet Dr. Gero with my true strength." With that, he shouted loudly, transforming into Super Saiyan 2, the overwhelming energy pressing down on Cell, making it hard for him to breathe. Feeling Sun Wujin's immense aura, Cell's eyes glazed over as he murmured, "This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible." Sun Wujin brought his hands together, gathering the Kamehameha, and instantly unleashed it at Cell, who was obliterated with a final unwilling roar, leaving no trace behind. After defeating Cell, Sun Wujin transformed back from Super Saiyan 2. Piccolo remarked, "Wujin, well done. Your strike was swift and decisive, reminiscent of my past prowess." Sun Wujin replied, "It's all thanks to Uncle Piccolo's great teaching." Piccolo nodded and said to everyone, "Since Wujin has dealt with Cell, let's head back now." Everyone nodded and flew towards Bulma's house while Lapis followed along, and Android 16 shook his head helplessly and followed suit. Before long, they returned to Bulma's house. After a round of charging, Sun Wukong sensed everyone's aura and said to Lazili, "Lazili, they are back. Let's continue battling tonight." Lazili nodded. Although she had infinite stamina, the prolonged battle with Sun Wukong had drained her, and she needed to absorb some energy. After both of them got dressed, they walked out of the room and soon arrived before everyone. Sun Wukong rushed to ask, "Did you solve Cell?" "Yes, Lord Sun. Cell was obliterated by Wujin, leaving no trace," Piccolo replied. Sun Wukong nodded and said, "That's good. Now you all can do what you need to do." Upon hearing this, everyone nodded, and Lapis asked, "Brother-in-law, what should we do?" Sun Wukong replied, "You can follow them to the gravity room for training." Then he said to Android 16, "Android 16, you can go to the garden. There are many small animals there, and I think you'll enjoy it." Android 16 replied, "Okay, Sun Wukong, I love small animals and nature." Lapis said, "I understand, brother-in-law, but what about my sister?" "I still have things to do with your sister," Sun Wukong replied. The old hand in the flower bushes Yamucha chuckled, "Lapis, Wukong wants to be with your sister to create a little nephew or niece for you." Even Lapis, no matter how foolish, understood the implication and smiled. "Then brother-in-law and sister, do your best. I'm looking forward to holding my nephew or niece." Upon hearing this, Lazili blushed in anger and said, "Lapis, are you itching for trouble?" Lapis laughed, but said nothing, quickly leaving with everyone. Seeing everyone had left, Sun Wukong said to Lazili, "Let's go eat. After we finish eating, we'll continue the battle." Lazili nodded. After being transformed into an android, she hadn't eaten anything, and now that she was finally free, she naturally couldn't miss out on delicious food. The two of them arrived at the dining hall, and as the meal delivery robot began to serve food, they started to feast heartily. After finishing their meal, Sun Wukong and Lotzi Li began their time together. Later, Bulma and Shishi also joined them. The next day, Lotzi Li asked Sun Wukong, do you also have infinite stamina? Sun Wukong replied, since you asked, I won't pretend anymore. Oh, I confess that I made a wish to the dragon and received infinite stamina. Lotzi Li responded, I see. Sun Wukong smiled and remained silent. The two then stood up, left the bedroom, closed the door, and went to the dining room to have a meal. After finishing their meal, the two went to the gravity chamber to see everyone training. When Lapis saw them, he said to Sun Wukong, brother-in-law, your gravity chamber is really helpful for training. I've only been here for a day, and I already feel a significant improvement in my strength. Sun Wukong said, that's natural. Everyone's current strength is greatly attributed to the gravity chamber. Train well, and your strength will catch up. Lapis nodded, and Sun Wukong pointed at him, transmitting the training method for the King Kai fist to Lapis from afar. He then told Lapis, what I just taught you is the King Kai fist. Training with the gravity chamber will enhance your strength even faster. After understanding the wonders of the King Kai fist, Lapis said to Sun Wukong, there's actually such a divine skill in this world. I will definitely train hard, brother-in-law. I'll strive to improve my strength as soon as possible. Sun Wukong nodded and then left with Lotzi Li. After that, they returned to the bedroom to rest. The next day, Trunks emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber and found Sun Wukong saying he had mastered the transformation into Super Saiyan 4 and could transform at any time. Sun Wukong praised Trunks for his exceptional talent. Trunks scratched his head and humbly replied, it's all thanks to Uncle Wukong's teaching, or else I wouldn't have reached my current strength. Sun Wukong said, a master leads you to the door, but the cultivation is up to you. Your current strength is more due to your good talent and diligent training. My guidance is significant, but I cannot take all the credit. Trunks nodded, then bid farewell to Sun Wukong and prepared to return to his world. Hearing this, Sun Wukong called everyone out of the gravity chamber to send Trunks off. As everyone waved goodbye, Trunks boarded the time machine and returned to his world. After sending Trunks off, Sun Wukong continued to rest, enjoying the blessings of having multiple partners. This kind of life continued for a week. After that, Sun Wukong began to resume his training, and the three of them breathed a sigh of relief. Sun Wukong used instant transmission to arrive at the previous red giant star and resumed his training. Now the immense gravity of the red giant star had no effect on Sun Wukong. Unlike when he first arrived, when the gravity was millions of times that of Earth, making it impossible for Sun Wukong to move, causing him pain as the gravitational pull toward his body. Now Sun Wukong could freely train on the red giant star without the previous difficulties. Although he still had the body of Super Saiyan 4, Sun Wukong was confident that even if he stood still while Prince Vegeta and Super Saiyan 2 or even Super Saiyan 3 attacked him with full force, he would likely sustain no injuries. The body of Super Saiyan 4 itself is incredibly powerful. Moreover, Sun Wukong had been tempering his body under millions of times the gravity of Earth. This current body could be described as indestructible. Sun Wukong did not believe that any laser gun could injure him. Even without the protection of Chi, even in a relaxed state, a mere laser gun would not be able to injure Sun Wukong, nor could it even tickle him. Thus, Sun Wukong and everyone began their plain and monotonous training life once more. After half a month, Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Lotzi Li announced the good news that all three were pregnant. Sun Wukong was very happy to hear this. At least 3 children would be born, and with his previous children, Sun Wukong's offspring would reach 8. He then called everyone together for a celebration, and during the feast, Sun Wukong said to Vegeta, Vegeta, you are the prince of the Saiyans. The task of expanding the Saiyan lineage should fall to you, not me. Look at me, I'm already close to having 8 children. Why aren't you taking action? Vegeta replied, women only slow down my strength improvement, I won't get myself into trouble. Raditz interjected, Vegeta, I disagree with your statement. Did Kakarote's 3 women affect his strength? Vegeta, furious, shot back, Raditz, shut up. Nappa quietly remarked, Raditz seems to have a point. Kakarote has 3 women, yet his strength remains the highest among us. We don't even have the chance to look up to him, which shows that women and strength are not necessarily related. Hearing this, Vegeta fell into deep thought, secretly acknowledging Nappa and Raditz seemed to be right. Moreover, the hybrid offspring of Saiyans and Earthlings have quite good talent. It seems I really need to find an Earth woman. Although Vegeta had this thought, he didn't want to just pick any Earth woman. After all, he was the prince of the Saiyans. Although the Saiyan race was nearly extinct, he still took pride in his noble birth. Otherwise, he wouldn't always refer to himself as this prince. After the banquet concluded, everyone dispersed. In the following days, Sun Wukong maintained a routine, either training on the Red Giant Star or caring for Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Lazili at home. 10 months later, Bulma gave birth to a son whom Sun Wukong named Sun Wuqian. Shishi also had a son, and Sun Wukong named him Sun Wukuan. Lazili had a son and a daughter. The son was named Sun Wuli, and the daughter was named Sun Xiaoxia by Sun Wukong. In the following year, Sun Wukong did not train again, but devoted himself entirely to his family. During that year, Naba and Raditz married 2 attractive Earth women. As for Vegeta, he remained single. Naba tried to persuade him several times, but Vegeta always dismissed it with the excuse that a Saiyan princess is not someone anyone can be. After the 3 children turned 1, Sun Wukong resumed his regular training. Bulma was also busy constructing a gravity chamber with 1,000 times the normal gravity for everyone. Vegeta, Sun Wuzhen, Sun Wuming, and Piccolo began training inside. Half a year later, on the red giant star, Super Saiyan 4 Sun Wukong roared, his aura surging dramatically as the golden flames surrounding him transformed into red and his jet black hair turned red. Feeling the immense power within him, Sun Wukong couldn't help but burst into laughter. After 2.5 years, he had finally pushed Super Saiyan 4 to the threshold of breaking through. Far away in the King Kai's realm, East King Kai-Xian and his attendant Jebet were taken aback by the vast aura that felt as grand as the universe. Jebet said to King Kai, "Lord Kai, could this aura signify the revival of Majin Buu?" East King Kai-Xian replied, "No, while this aura is powerful, it is not evil. It should not be the revival of Majin Buu." "Then let's go take a look. Since he is not an evil person, he shouldn't attack us," Jebet suggested. King Kai nodded and said, "Very well, let's first see where he is located." After a moment, East King Kai-Xian was even more astonished because the individual was actually on a red giant star. With his strength, he wouldn't dare approach the red giant star, so how could he not be shocked? Jebet looked at East King Kai's unsightly expression and asked, "What's wrong, Lord Kai?" East King Kai replied, "This person is on a red giant star, and its immense gravity is something we cannot withstand." "What? Does that mean we can't approach that person? How are we supposed to learn about him?" Jebet exclaimed in shock. East King Kai pondered for a moment and said, "This person is probably just training on the red giant star. He will definitely leave there eventually. Once he does, we can make contact with him." Jebet nodded and said, "Then that's all we can do. If we can persuade this powerful individual to fight against Majin Buu, that would be wonderful." Upon hearing this, East King Kai's eyes brightened. "You're right, Jebet. With this person's strength, dealing with Majin Buu should not be a problem." Jebet said, "You are correct, Lord Kai. We must closely monitor this individual." East King Kai nodded, and the two began to focus on Sun Wukong. At the same time, in the realm of the destroyer gods, Angel Whis also sensed Sun Wukong's aura and muttered to himself, "I didn't expect such a formidable being to appear in the lower realm. This aura is almost at the limit of a mortal. If he progresses further, he could match the weakest destroyer god. I must see who this person is." With that thought, Whis picked up his staff and began to probe. The staff projected Sun Wukong's figure into the air. Upon seeing it, Whis smiled and said, "Oh ho, isn't this a Saiyan? It seems Frieza has failed to complete Lord Beerus' task, and this Saiyan has cultivated to such a level. It appears Frieza must have been defeated. This matter is becoming more and more interesting. I believe Lord Beerus will be greatly surprised when he wakes up." Then Whis used his time-space displacement technique to hurry to Sun Wukong. 20 minutes later, just as Sun Wukong was training on the red giant star, he suddenly caught sight of Whis and immediately stopped his training. Feigning ignorance, he said, "Hey, you blue sprite over there, who are you?" Whis paused for a moment and pointed to himself. "Are you talking about me? There are no other people here, are there?" Sun Wukong replied with a grin. Whis then said, "Oh ho, you are quite amusing, Saiyan. What is your name?" "My name is Sun Wukong. Who are you, and what do you want with me?" Sun Wukong asked. Whis replied, "I am Whis, a divine being known as an angel, and I am a servant of Lord Beerus the Destroyer." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong pretended to be surprised, saying, "Oh, so you are a divine being. You must know Lord North Kai." Whis smiled and replied, "That's right, I know King Kai. In the past, Lord Beerus even helped renovate King Kai's home." Sun Wukong's mouth twitched at this, thinking to himself, if King Kai knew Whis was saying this, he would probably reply, "Thank you, Whis, for bringing warmth to the 4 seasons." He then said, "I see Lord Kai is like a half-master to me." Whis responded, "Oh, I see. But as far as I know, King Kai is quite weak. How did he teach you?" Sun Wukong replied, "Although King Kai is weak, he possesses a technique that can turn the decayed into the miraculous called the high-octane, which combined with heavy gravity training can significantly enhance strength." "Oh, I see now. I underestimated King Kai. I didn't expect him to have such a technique," Whis remarked. He then continued, "Sun Wukong, I see that your strength has already reached the limit of humanity, just below the destroyer gods. Would you be interested in becoming a candidate for the position of a destroyer? Is there any restriction on becoming a candidate for a destroyer?" Sun Wukong inquired. Whis replied, "There are no restrictions. If anything, it would be to destroy planets that do not meet the standards based on tasks." "I see. Are there any benefits? Will it help with strength enhancement?" Sun Wukong asked. Whis smiled and said you are indeed amusing Sun Wukong. As a candidate for a destroyer, you can learn destroyer techniques which will greatly aid in enhancing your strength. Additionally, I can train you to help improve your abilities. I see now. Alright, I agree, Sun Wukong replied. Whis hearing this was delighted and said, wonderful. Sun Wukong, I am very pleased that you can be a candidate for a destroyer. Come with me to the destroyer realm, and I will help you enhance your strength, giving Lord Beerus a surprise. Sun Wukong said, not in a hurry, Whis. I need to tell my family first before we go. Also, I invite you to my home as a guest. Let's have a good meal before discussing further. Whis responded, do you have delicacies at home? My taste is quite discerning. Sun Wukong laughed, don't worry, my home has plenty of food and money. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Whis' eyes lit up as he said, then what are we waiting for? Let's set off right now. Sun Wukong replied, all right, then swiftly appeared before Whis, grabbing his arm, and in an instant they returned home. Whis said to Sun Wukong, I didn't expect you to have learned the instant transmission of the King of Worlds. You truly are a genius. Sun Wukong replied, Whis, this is not the instant transmission of the King of Worlds, it is the instant transmission of the Yardrat people, which requires sensing the aura to execute. Oh, I see. But that's still quite impressive, Whis said. Bulma, standing in front of them, asked Sun Wukong, Wukong, who is he? Sun Wukong said, Bulma, he is the servant of the god of destruction, the angel Whis, a divine being. Bulma was shocked and exclaimed, he is an angel, why doesn't he have wings? Sun Wukong laughed and said, he is not the kind of angel that humans imagine, he is a true angel. Bulma replied, I see. Then she turned to Whis and said, Mr. Whis, welcome to my home. Whis smiled and said, thank you, Miss Bulma. I am very pleased to be a guest at your home. Sun Wukong said to Bulma, you go prepare the banquet, I will call everyone out to introduce you to Whis. Bulma replied, okay, Wukong, and then went to prepare the banquet. Sun Wukong brought Whis to the dining room and said, Whis, please wait here for a moment. I will go call my friends out for you to meet. I believe there are many you will find interesting. Oh, really? Then I will wait here, Whis said. Sun Wukong nodded and went to the gravity chamber to call everyone out. Vegeta said, Kakarot, why are you calling us out instead of training? Sun Wukong replied, a great deity has come to our home, and I want to introduce you all to him. Vegeta, intrigued, said, oh, who is it? It better not be some random nobody, I'm not interested. Sun Wukong laughed. Vegeta, do you remember the god of destruction? Vegeta suddenly recalled something from his childhood and broke into a cold sweat, saying to Sun Wukong, Kakarot, are you saying that Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, has come? Piccolo, seeing this, asked Sun Wukong, who is Lord Beerus, the god of destruction? Why is Vegeta so scared? Vegeta interjected, Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, is the greatest deity in this world, specializing in destruction with unfathomable power. Don't be fooled by Kakarot's current strength, he won't last long against Lord Beerus. Piccolo was taken aback and said, Sun Wukong, is this true? Sun Wukong replied, Vegeta is not wrong. Under Lord Beerus' serious consideration, my current strength likely won't last long. Everyone gasped in shock. Sun Wukong said, but it is not Lord Beerus who has come, it is his servant, the angel Whis. Vegeta sighed in relief and said, oh, it's just a servant, I thought it was Beerus himself. You gave me quite a scare. Sun Wukong asked, Vegeta, do you really think Whis is just a servant of Beerus? Vegeta replied, but Kakarot, didn't you say he is Beerus' servant? Sun Wukong said he is also an angel. Vegeta asked, what is an angel? Sun Wukong explained, angels are responsible for guiding the gods of destruction. In other words, an angel is also a teacher to the god of destruction. What? Kakarot, are you saying that the strength of angels is above that of the gods of destruction? Vegeta asked. Sun Wukong confirmed, indeed a god of destruction would be instantly defeated by an angel. Vegeta was stunned, unable to believe. Angels are that powerful. Sun Wukong said, now do you understand what I meant by a great deity? Everyone nodded in agreement. Sun Wukong said, let's go meet Whis. They all nodded and followed Sun Wukong. After a moment, they arrived at the dining room. Sun Wukong introduced everyone to Whis, who nodded, and then said to Sun Wukong, Piccolo, Vegeta, and your two sons. These are the ones you mentioned, right? Sun Wukong replied, that's right, Whis. Do they meet your standards? Whis nodded and said, they're decent. Among mortals, they are already exceptional, and with some training they could reach the level of an ordinary god of destruction. Sun Wukong nodded, and upon hearing this, everyone was filled with joy, as it was the angel, the teacher of the god of destruction, who said it. This proved their immense potential and the possibility of reaching the level of a god of destruction. Sun Wukong had everyone sit down, and then brought out Lazuli, Chi-Chi, and the other 5 children. Whis looked at Sun Wukong's 8 children with an odd expression and smiled, saying, Wukong, you really can produce children, and your kids have quite good talent. Sun Wukong laughed and said, Whis, you know there aren't many of us Saiyans left. If we don't have a few more, the Saiyan race might go extinct at any time. Vegeta, upon hearing this, twitched his mouth, thinking, Kakarot makes it sound like he is the prince of the Saiyans. Whis, hearing this, also had a strange expression, knowing that the mastermind behind the Saiyans' extinction was actually Beerus, while Frieza was just a scapegoat. At that moment, Bulma entered the dining room, followed by a long line of food delivery robots. Whis looked at the food on the robots' trays with shining eyes. The robots approached the table and placed the food down one by one. Bulma said, "Everyone dig in." The group began to eat ravenously. Whis picked up the dessert in front of him and took a bite, immediately bursting into tears. Everyone looked on in confusion. Whis said, "Sorry, I lost my composure. This is just too delicious. I have never eaten anything this good before." Everyone found this strange, thinking, "You are a dignified angel, the teacher of the god of destruction, and you've never eaten dessert. Who would believe that?" Sun Wukong, of course, understood the reason, but did not explain. Instead, he handed a plate of braised pork to Whis and said, "Whis, try this next." Whis mimicked everyone and picked up the chopsticks to take a bite. His eyes widened in astonishment as he felt his soul soar beyond the heavens. It was simply explosively delicious. He thought, what kind of pig food have I been eating before? Compared to this delicacy, it is simply worlds apart. Afterwards, Sun Wukong continued to present Whis with various foods, and every time Whis tasted something, his spirit would soar again. Just from tasting food, Whis became stuffed. Sun Wukong looked at Whis and smiled. "Whis, don't you plan on trying more food?" Whis replied, "Thank you for the hospitality, Wukong, but I simply can't eat anymore. Let's save some for another day." Sun Wukong said, "That's fine, to avoid you getting sick of it all at once." Whis said, "How could that be? Such delicious food, even if I eat it 1,000 times, 1,000,000 times, I would never get tired of it." Sun Wukong nodded, thinking of the endless years Whis previously spent eating pig food, feeling a bit sympathetic towards him. After the banquet, Whis packed a lot of delicious food before leaving Bulma's house and returning to the God of Destruction realm. Sun Wukong, as a candidate for the God of Destruction, accompanied him to familiarize himself with the process. Half an hour later, the two arrived at the God of Destruction realm. Sun Wukong gazed at the vast, boundless expanse of the realm along with the countless planets floating within it, marveling in awe. Whis turned to Sun Wukong and asked, "Wukong, I saw you training on the red giant star before. Were you utilizing the gravity exerted by that red giant star to facilitate your cultivation?" Sun Wukong replied, "Yes, Whis. The conditions on Earth can no longer create high levels of gravity, which is why I came up with this method." Whis nodded and continued, "I remember that humans cannot survive in outer space, let alone in such a harsh environment as the red giant star. Also, aren't you afraid of the time distortion caused by the red giant star, which could separate you from your friends and loved ones eternally?" Sun Wukong said, "All of these concerns were addressed through the wish I made to the dragon on Earth, or Namek. I eliminated these drawbacks." "Oh, so you eliminated these drawbacks using the miraculous power of the dragon god. You really are quite clever," Whis chuckled. Sun Wukong remarked, "Unfortunately, the dragon on Namek has limited power and can only negate time effects from 100 billion times gravity acting on me. This level of gravity could easily be produced by a larger red giant or a neutron star, not to mention a black hole." Whis responded, "I see. Wukong, I can help you with that." Sun Wukong asked, "Whis, can you really do it? You should know that the time effects caused by black holes are immense. I don't want to experience the feeling of a brief moment in the void while 1,000 years pass outside." Whis laughed and said, "Wukong, don't worry. My mastery of the laws of time is quite good, and I can meet this requirement of yours." "All right then, Whis, please begin your performance," Sun Wukong said. Whis nodded, raised his staff, and pointed it at Sun Wukong, causing the staff to emit a brilliant light that enveloped him. A quarter of an hour later, the light faded. Sun Wukong felt his body and noticed nothing unusual, which made him somewhat skeptical. Observing this, Whis asked, "Wukong, do you understand the principle behind the time effects of black holes?" Sun Wukong pondered for a moment and replied, "It's the black hole's immense gravitational force that stretches time. For example, 1 second of time could be stretched to a year under the influence of a black hole, while time outside remains unchanged. Therefore, if 1 second passes within the heart of the black hole, a year passes outside." Whis explained, "The theory of time is profound and complex, so I won't elaborate too much. Your explanation, while simplistic, is fairly accurate. What I did was reinforce the time on you, ensuring that the black hole's gravity couldn't tear it apart. Thus, the time effects that the black hole exerts on you disappear." Whis paused for a moment and continued, "To put it another way, the time on you was like a rubber band which a black hole could stretch as it pleased, even to the point of snapping. After I cast the spell, the time on you lost its elasticity, and the black hole couldn't exert any force on it, so naturally the time effects vanished." Sun Wukong, upon hearing this, suddenly realized, "Whis, hearing your explanation is like gaining profound insight." Whis replied, a bit disheartened, "Wukong, in short, the time effects caused by the black hole acting on you have been eliminated by me. You can now cultivate confidently in the vicinity of black holes provided your physical strength is sufficient. Sun Wukong nodded and said, "Thank you, Weiss. I understand now." Weiss continued, "Our cultivation as deities differs from that of mortals. While mortals cultivate chi, we cultivate divine power. The early stages of divine power enhancement are slow, but they elevate one's life level. In the later stages, enhancing strength becomes rapid. Thus, Wukong, now that you are a candidate for the god of destruction, you must also cultivate divine power." "Is the divine power you speak of like this?" Sun Wukong inquired. Weiss' eyes widened in surprise as he exclaimed, "Wukong, you actually cultivated divine power, and your life level has reached that of a Kaioshin." Sun Wukong explained, "I also obtained the method to cultivate divine power through wishes made to the dragon on Namek. Since then, I've only managed to cultivate this little bit of divine power over the past decade or so, which is barely sufficient." Weiss' mouth twitched, thinking to himself, "You, a mortal, have cultivated divine power to the level of a Kaioshin in just over a decade, and you still think it's barely enough. If the Kaioshin heard this, they'd surely give you a slap." So he spoke up, "I understand now, Wukong. You have surprised me again. It seems I have nothing more to teach you aside from that divine technique. For now, focus on your own cultivation, and when your strength is adequate, I will impart the divine techniques of our angels to you." Sun Wukong nodded, knowing that the divine techniques Weiss mentioned referred to the Zai Ji Gong. He agreed to be a candidate for the god of destruction to learn Zai Ji Gong, and Beerus destruction skills. Sun Wukong said, "Thank you, Weiss. Since I don't need to cultivate with you now, I will head back to train." Weiss replied, "Well, Wukong, you have your own methods of cultivation, and I shouldn't interfere too much. Just continue your training, and if you have spare time, take on some tasks as the god of destruction." Sun Wukong nodded and said, "Then goodbye, Weiss. Come to Earth to visit when you have the chance." Weiss smiled and nodded, and then Sun Wukong instantly teleported back to Earth. As everyone was still gathered, Sun Wukong appeared before them. "Vegeta," remarked Kakarot, "didn't you become the candidate for the god of destruction? Why have you returned?" Sun Wukong replied, "I am the candidate for the god of destruction, but that doesn't mean I live in the god of destruction realm. Why can't I come back?" Vegeta thought for a moment and said, "So, as a candidate for the god of destruction, don't you have any responsibilities? Is it just a title?" Sun Wukong replied, "It's not like that. The tasks of the god of destruction involve destroying unnecessary planets. Beerus is currently asleep, so I am taking on these tasks. I thought it was some glamorous job, but it turns out to be this." Vegeta scoffed. Sun Wukong laughed, saying, "What do you know? Becoming a candidate for the god of destruction allows you to learn destruction techniques and angelic techniques rapidly, enhancing your strength. That's the reason I agreed to be a candidate, otherwise why would I bother?" Vegeta angrily replied, "Damn it, Kakarot, why do good things always happen to you?" Sun Wukong chuckled, "Of course it's because I'm strong. Otherwise, do you think Weiss would look at just anyone?" Piccolo nodded and said to Vegeta, "Vegeta, instead of being envious and jealous, you should focus on your own training. Weiss has already said that we can cultivate to the level of the god of destruction." Vegeta nodded, thinking the green-skinned freak is right. "I don't believe I can't reach the level of the god of destruction and catch up with Kakarot." With just a word from Piccolo, not only did Vegeta's fighting spirit ignite, but Sun Wukong and Sun Wuming were also filled with excitement. The four of them could cultivate to the level of a god of destruction, which was personally certified by the angel Whis. Seeing the expressions of the three, Sun Wukong realized that Piccolo's mention of the god of destruction had excited them. He continued to inspire them, saying, "Piccolo is right, you all can cultivate to the level of a god of destruction." Who is a god of destruction? That is the highest deity in the entire universe whose power is only beneath Whis. So work hard. Sun Wuming and Sun Wuzhen nodded excitedly, saying, "Got it, Father, we will work hard." Sun Wukong patted their heads to encourage them. Afterward, everyone dispersed and resumed their daily training routine. Sun Wukong continued to train on the red giant star, where he cultivated to the Super Saiyan 4 limit-breaking form, needing to solidify it soon. A year later, on the red giant star Super Saiyan 4, Sun Wukong let out a loud roar and flames surged around him, his aura expanding sharply and radiating out into the corners of the universe. Accompanied by a deafening, straining roar, Sun Wukong's appearance and form underwent a dramatic transformation. His red fur gradually turned white, his red hair quickly grew long and became white, his eyebrows also changed to white, his red eye sockets disappeared, turning black, and his pupils changed from green to silver-white. Moments later, a Sun Wukong with long Super Saiyan 3 hair and the physique of Super Saiyan 4, covered partially in white fur, appeared on the red giant star. Surrounded by a white flame as thick as liquid radiating an astonishing and scorching aura, Sun Wukong conjured a mirror with his divine power to look at himself. He exuded an overwhelming presence, strong and imposing, embodying the essence of a warrior. After a moment, the mirror was completely blown away by his handsomeness. Sun Wukong mused, Super Saiyan 5 is indeed exceptional. I wonder how much of Beerus' power I can match now. While Sun Wukong was lost in thought, everyone on Earth was already in an uproar. Piccolo, sensing Sun Wukong's aura, was drenched in cold sweat. Sun Wukong's aura was vast, like the universe, unfathomable. Even in his current deep green form, he would likely be defeated by Sun Wukong in one move. In the past 2 years, Piccolo had been training under extreme gravity while honing his divine power. Recently, he developed a new form, significantly increasing his strength, now on par with the previous Super Saiyan 3 Trunks. In his new form, Piccolo appeared greener all over, and his aura turned green as well. He named this the deep green form. Vegeta, sensing Sun Wukong's aura, was extremely angry, thinking that damned Kakarot must have developed a new transformation again. I just transformed into Super Saiyan 4, and he has already achieved a new form. It truly infuriates me. Sun Wuming and Sun Wuzhen, feeling Sun Wukong's aura, were overjoyed. Sun Wuming said to Sun Wuzhen, "Father must have developed a new form again. Could it be Super Saiyan 5? Sun Wuzhen replied, "It must be Super Saiyan 5, a transformation stronger than Super Saiyan 4. Isn't that exactly Super Saiyan 5? Sun Wuming nodded and said, "Although 4 comes before 5, we won't know if it is truly Super Saiyan 5 until we see Father." Others also discussed among themselves, all marveling at Sun Wukong's strength. In the realm of the gods of destruction, Whis also sensed Sun Wukong's aura, murmuring, "Wukong is truly a genius. It has only been a year since we last met, and his strength has improved significantly. His current power is about 80% of Lord Beerus. When Lord Beerus wakes up, could Wukong's strength possibly surpass Lord Beerus?" Whis pondered for a moment and thought it is indeed possible. Imagining the expression on Beerus' face when he witnesses Sun Wukong's strength at that time, he couldn't help but smile. In the realm of the Kaioshin, the Kaioshin was already stunned into numbness by this aura. Jebbet beside him said, "Lord Kaioshin, is there really a human in this world who can cultivate to such a level? This is simply unbelievable, truly shocking." The Kaioshin responded, "The facts prove that anything is possible. So Jebbet, will you still look down on humans in the future?" "I won't anymore, I won't anymore." Jebbet hurriedly shook his head. Seeing this, the Kaioshin nodded. Jebbet as a servant had been disdainful of humans, but he was not bad otherwise. He had always shown utmost respect and loyalty. Now that he could change this habit of looking down on humans, it was even better. Jebbet continued, "Lord Kaioshin, we've been observing this person for quite some time. Shouldn't we make contact? Otherwise, directly asking for help to deal with Majin Buu would be a bit abrupt, wouldn't it?" The Kaioshin nodded in agreement, saying, "Jebbet, you are right. We need to make contact, otherwise we are not close to him. How can we just ask for help to deal with Majin Buu without any prior relationship?" Jebbet said, "What you said is correct, Lord Kaioshin. Let's set off now. We can't go to the Red Giant Star, so we should just go to his house and wait for him." The Kaioshin nodded and said, "All right, let's go. I remember his home is on a planet called Earth, located on the galactic arm, quite remote." Jebbet replied, "Indeed, Lord Kaioshin, it is quite far from us, a full 900 billion light years away." The Kaioshin smiled and said, "Does distance still matter to us?" "You are right, Lord Kaioshin. Distance has no significance for us. Where the heart desires, we arrive in an instant." The Kaioshin nodded, and then the two of them instantly appeared at Bulma's house, appearing before everyone. Everyone turned to look at them. Just as Jebbet was about to step out to say a few words, he was pulled back by the Kaioshin. Jebbet looked puzzled, and the Kaioshin said seriously, "Jebbet, do not be reckless. First sense their strength before speaking." Upon hearing this, Jebbet began to probe everyone's strength. Soon he broke out in a cold sweat, as the aura of the 4 leading figures was as overwhelming as a towering mountain and as vast as the ocean, unfathomably deep. The rest were also formidable, especially the long-haired freak and the big bald guy whose strengths exceeded his comprehension. Vegeta, seeing Jebbet indiscriminately sizing them up, snorted coldly and said, "Who are you? Dare to appear before us and even brazenly scrutinize us? Do you not place this prince in your eyes?" The Kaioshin quickly said, "Apologies, we came uninvited. Please forgive our intrusion. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Kaioshin X Xian, and this is my servant Jebbet. We came to meet your friend who trains on the Red Giant Star with no other intentions." Piccolo replied, "I see. So by your words you are also a deity." The Kaioshin responded, "That's right, I am the deity overseeing the creation of the universe." Hearing this, Vegeta asked curiously, "What god governs creation?" The Kaioshin puffed out his chest and said, "The god who governs creation is the highest deity in the universe, responsible for creating celestial bodies, bringing life into existence, and maintaining the development of the universe to make it prosperous." "Oh, I see. Then who is stronger, you or the god of destruction?" Vegeta inquired. The Kaioshin looked puzzled and said, "Is there really such a deity in the world? How come I've never heard of it?" Piccolo interjected, "Isn't the god of destruction also a supreme deity in the universe? He governs destruction, annihilating unqualified planets. You are also a supreme deity, yet you don't know him." The The Kaioshin replied, who told you this? I've been the Kaioshin for millions of years and have never heard of the god of destruction. Upon hearing this, Vegeta looked at the Kaioshin and said, you haven't heard of the god of destruction. You can't be a fake, can you? I met the god of destruction Beerus when I was 5 years old. As a supreme deity, how can you say you've never met him? Do you think we're fools? The Kaioshin broke into a cold sweat and said to everyone, I truly am the Kaioshin, and I really haven't met the god of destruction. Everyone looked at the Kaioshin with skeptical eyes. Seeing this, the Kaioshin grew anxious and said, if you don't believe me, I can take you to the Kaioshin realm where I reside. Hearing this, Vegeta said, all right, take us there. If the Kaioshin realm really exists, we will believe you. Jebbit was about to speak, but was immediately stopped by the Kaioshin. Knowing Jebbit's intent, the Kaioshin understood what he wanted to say. After all, the Kaioshin realm is a sacred place that mortals cannot tread. But could he say this to these people? These people were all exceptionally powerful, especially the green-skinned creature, those 2 children, and the talking dwarf. If he said this, wouldn't he be asking for trouble? The Kaioshin said to everyone, form a circle, and I will take you to the Kaioshin realm. Piccolo responded, it seems you can also use instant transmission. The Kaioshin said, that's right. From what you imply, are there others here who can use instant transmission? Piccolo replied, the Goku you need to meet can. The Kaioshin responded, oh, so that strong individual is called Goku. Vegeta added, he also has a Saiyan named Kakarot. Oh, I see. As far as I know, weren't the Saiyans exterminated by Frieza? The Kaioshin said. Vegeta confirmed, that's right, the Saiyans were exterminated by Frieza, but we also killed him, not just him, but also his brother and father. The Kaioshin nodded and said, I know that Frieza is known as the Emperor of the Universe, but in reality, he only operates within the Milky Way. As for his strength, I could wipe him out with just one finger. Oh, so your strength is quite formidable. Vegeta looked at the Kaioshin sideways. Ahem, it's just average, the Kaioshin said, feeling somewhat guilty. Seeing everyone in position, Jebbit used instant transmission, and in the blink of an eye took everyone back to the Kaioshin realm. Everyone gazed at the beautiful world filled with fragrant flowers and birds, then looked at the floating planets, inhaling the fresh air, and couldn't help but sigh that the Kaioshin realm was indeed a wonderful place. The Kaioshin noticed everyone's expressions and said to them, now you should believe that I am indeed a god, right? Everyone nodded in agreement. Vegeta said, if you are truly the god who governs creation, then it is impossible for you not to know the god of destruction Beerus. Piccolo remarked, Vegeta, I suspect something must have happened that led to them not knowing the god of destruction. Vegeta nodded upon hearing this, realizing that since they were all in the divine circle, it was impossible not to know each other unless something had indeed occurred. The Kaioshin lowered his head and began to ponder. Regarding changes, there indeed had been a tremendous upheaval in the Kaioshin realm. Years ago, Majin Buu wreaked havoc in the Kaioshin realm, killing the 4 Kaioshins of the north, south, east, and west, and he could only escape with the protection of the Grand Kaioshin, but in doing so, he lost many of the Kaioshin's traditions, which might be the reason for not knowing the god of destruction. Xian asked, how strong is the god of destruction Beerus? Is he powerful? Vegeta replied, just listen to his divine title and responsibilities, and you will know how strong he is. Piccolo added, the strength of the god of destruction aside from his master and attendant Whis is undoubtedly the strongest in the universe. What, the god of destruction is actually that powerful? The Kaioshin was taken aback. Seeing this, Vegeta said, since you are also a supreme god of the universe, I assume your strength must be quite formidable as well. Come demonstrate your true power to us. The Kaioshin awkwardly said to him, actually what you have detected is my true strength. I have not hidden anything. Vegeta replied, no way. You are the supreme deity who governs creation. How could you have only this level of strength? The Kaioshin awkwardly said, I am not skilled in battle. I am only good at creation. TCH, what a weak god, Vegeta remarked. The Kaioshin smiled helplessly and then said, since you all believe I am indeed a true deity, now let us return to Earth. I still want to meet Goku. Hearing this, everyone nodded, and then Jebbit used instant transmission to take everyone back to Bulma's home on Earth. After a while, Super Saiyan 5 Goku returned home from the Red Giant Star and appeared right in front of everyone. Seeing Goku's new form, Vegeta exclaimed, Kakarot, is this the transformation of Super Saiyan 5? Goku replied, that's right, this is Super Saiyan 5, and I just successfully transformed. Vegeta continued to ask, how does this transformation compare to Super Saiyan 4, and how much has your power increased? Goku laughed, I don't know the exact increase in power, but it's no problem to defeat Super Saiyan 4 in an instant. Vegeta responded, then how can I transform from Super Saiyan 4 to Super Saiyan 5? Goku laughed, Vegeta, you haven't even mastered Super Saiyan 4 to full power, yet you're thinking about Super Saiyan 5. Don't aim too high, take one step at a time. But speaking of which, you and Wujin and Wuming will eventually reach this point, so I'll tell you in advance. The three looked at Goku, signaling him to continue. Goku said there are two methods to transform into Super Saiyan 5. The first is to accumulate power to a certain level, and it will happen naturally. The second is more troublesome. It requires a mix of sorrow and anger to awaken the Saiyan bloodline within you to successfully transform. Vegeta hurriedly asked Kakarot, which method did you use? Goku replied, of course I used the first method. I don't have anything that could make me feel sorrow and anger. Vegeta responded, I understand, Kakarot. I will definitely catch up to you. Goku remained silent and looked at the Kaioshin and Jebat. The Kaioshin Shin saw Sun Wukong looking at him and quickly said, Hello Sun Wukong, I am the god in charge of creation Kaioshin Shin, and beside me is my servant Jebat. Sun Wukong replied, Hello Kaioshin, welcome to my home. Kaioshin Shin said, Thank you Sun Wukong. I am very pleased to meet a powerful individual like you. In fact, I have come to ask for your help. Sun Wukong understood that Kaioshin was referring to the demon Majin Buu, but pretended to be clueless, saying, Kaioshin, you can just call me Wukong. By the way, what do you want my help with? Kaioshin Shin said, It's a long story and it goes back to an incident in the ancient times of the Kaioshin realm. Vegeta interjected, Then make it short. Kaioshin Shin paused for a moment, and then said, Alright, I will make it brief. In ancient times, the evil sorcerer Bibidai, in order to fulfill his desire to dominate the universe, created Majin Buu. This Majin Buu is extremely evil and killed the Grand Kaioshin, South Kaioshin, West Kaioshin, and North Kaioshin. At that time, I, as the East Kaioshin, was the weakest and managed to escape only because the Grand Kaioshin sacrificed himself to save me. Vegeta asked, What happened next? Kaioshin Shin continued, Later Majin Buu was sealed by Bibidai, and then I took the opportunity to kill him. However, in recent years, Bibidi's son Babidi has started searching for Majin Buu, wanting to revive him. To eliminate Majin Buu once and for all, I have been searching for righteous warriors in the universe. Not long ago, Wukong's energy reached the Kaioshin realm, and I knew he was the powerful warrior I was looking for, which is why I came to visit. Everyone suddenly realized. Vegeta said, I see. I thought there was no such thing as a free lunch. But is Majin Buu really as powerful as you say? Kaioshin Shin replied, Majin Buu is indeed very powerful. Not only is he strong, but he is also very hard to kill. Vegeta responded, Oh, do tell, I am quite curious about just how hard he is to kill. Kaioshin Shin explained, Majin Buu possesses an immortal body. Even if he is reduced to ashes, he can revive. Additionally, he can absorb others, digest them, and transform their powers into his own. Vegeta remarked, I see from what you say Majin Buu is indeed quite formidable. Therefore, I would like to ask Wukong for help in defeating Majin Buu, said Kaioshin Shin. Sun Wukong replied, No problem, Kaioshin. Protecting the peace of the universe is our duty. When Majin Buu appears, I will let Vegeta take action. Vegeta shouted, Kakarot, the Kaioshin is looking for you, not me. Why should I take action? Sun Wukong laughed and said, Vegeta, don't you want to see just how formidable Majin Buu is? Don't you want to fight a strong opponent? Don't you want to show off in front of others? Vegeta retorted, I want to, but Kakarot, don't you want to either? Sun Wukong chuckled, Majin Buu is such garbage, he isn't worth my effort. Vegeta, furious, said, What do you mean, Kakarot? Majin Buu is garbage and isn't worth your effort. Does that mean he is worth mine? Sun Wukong laughed and said, Cleaning up garbage is not your specialty, Prince Vegeta. Vegeta replied, If you're not interested in garbage, then neither am I. Leave Majin Buu to your two sons. Their strength is comparable to mine, and they can handle Majin Buu easily. Hearing the conversation between the two, Kaioshin Shin weakly interjected, Majin Buu is still quite strong, you shouldn't underestimate him. Sun Wukong replied, Majin Buu's strength is at most on par with a regular Super Saiyan 3. Here besides me, Vegeta, my two sons, and Piccolo all exceed Super Saiyan 3 strength, so dealing with Majin Buu will be no problem. Kaioshin doesn't need to worry. Oh really? That's great, said Kaioshin Shin happily. Vegeta then asked, Kakarot, are you sure Majin Buu is only at Super Saiyan 3 level? Sun Wukong confirmed, I am sure. If I thought he was more powerful, turns out he is just a weakling. If he is such garbage, then not only you, Kakarot, but I am not interested either. Just let your two sons handle it and let them practice, said Vegeta disdainfully. Seeing that Vegeta was truly uninterested, Sun Wukong could only turn to his two sons and say, Wujin Wuming, you will take care of Majin Buu later. He should be a great toy and you can have fun with him. The two happily replied, Okay, father, we will take care of Majin Buu. We will make him unrecognizable to his adoptive father Bibidi. Everyone laughed heartily. Afterwards, Sun Wukong held a banquet to entertain Kaioshin Shin and Jebat. At the banquet, Kaioshin Shin and Jebat devoured the food as if they hadn't eaten for generations. Although their appetite couldn't match that of a Saiyan, their eating style was comparable. Krillin murmured quietly, Are all gods like this? Acting as if they've never tasted good food before. In fact, it was true. Although Kaioshin Shin and Jebat ate a bit better than Whis and Beerus, they weren't far off. Looking at the delicious food, they naturally couldn't resist. After eating, Kaioshin Shin and Jebat bid farewell to everyone and returned to the Kaioshin realm. That night Bulma Chi-Chi and Lazili looked at the Super Saiyan 5, Sun Wukong feeling excited and decided to challenge him. Thus the four began an all-night battle in the bedroom. In the end, after Sun Wukong defeated Bulma and Chi-Chi and filled Lazili, he finally started to rest, and it was already dawn. In the following days, everyone continued their training as usual. One day they all were training when they sensed the energies of Raditz and Nappa. Sun Wukong sensed their energies and knew that they had successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 3. So he used instant transmission to lead everyone to find them in the wilderness. They saw Raditz enveloped in golden flames with long golden hair that reached down to his waist, a strand of gold hair falling over his forehead, his brow prominent, his eyebrows gone, and his green eyes showing. He was in a Super Saiyan 3 state. Looking at Nappa, he was surrounded by golden flames and lightning with a prominent brow, no eyebrows, green eyes, and most importantly short golden hair with a strand of gold hair falling over his forehead, making Krillin show an envious expression. Nappa touched his thick short hair and laughed heartily, his short hair making him happier than his power increase. Nappa's quirky behavior made everyone laugh heartily. After witnessing Raditz and Nappa's Super Saiyan 3 form, Sun Wukong and the others returned to Bulma's house. Raditz and Nappa also went back to their families to celebrate. The two have now completely relaxed, finding that cultivation has become optional for them, and they devoted themselves wholeheartedly to their families. They then realized how foolish their previous behavior of fighting and killing as Saiyans had been. Isn't it better to enjoy the warmth of family? Thus it took them 2.5 years to barely break through to Super Saiyan 3. In contrast, Vegeta, Sun Wukong Jun, and Sun Wukong Ming only took 2.5 years to progress from Super Saiyan 3 to Super Saiyan 4, highlighting a significant gap. Although the two men had average talent, this was not the reason for their slow progress. The most direct cause was their negligence in cultivation. Vegeta scolded them for this, but they confidently replied, "We have no ambition to dominate the universe. Oh, what do we need such strong power for?" Vegeta retorted, "What if you encounter a strong enemy in the future? How will you protect your families?" They answered, "Aren't Kakarot and Prince here?" Vegeta then asked, "What if both Kakarot and I are not a match for them?" The two laughed, "Your Highness, you and Kakarot are no match. Oh, what use is our strength?" Vegeta was left speechless by their retorts and could only leave in frustration. After this failed persuasion, he gave up on urging them. However, seeing that they had broken through to Super Saiyan 3 made Vegeta quite happy, proving that they had not truly given up on cultivation. A month later, a spaceship landed at Bulma's house. Two figures emerged. One resembled a smaller version of a cosmic superhero, while the other bore some resemblance to Bulma. Amidst the puzzled gazes, Bulma greeted them, saying, "Sister, you finally returned." The crowd was stunned to hear this. Seeing their expressions, Bulma introduced, "This beautiful lady is my sister Tais, and the one next to her is Galactic Patrolman Jack. My sister left with Jack on a spaceship for an adventure in space when I was very young." The crowd suddenly understood. Bulma then introduced Tais and Jack to everyone. Tais greeted everyone one by one while Jack was sweating profusely from the overwhelming power of those present. The strength of even one person here could instantly defeat him, including Bulma. How could he not be shocked? His fear stemmed from the fact that he was seeing the Saiyan Prince, Vegeta. It is known that the fame of the Saiyans has spread throughout the universe. How could he not feel fear upon seeing a Saiyan here? Tai smiled at Sun Wukong Ming and said, "Come here, little nephew, let Annie have a look." Sun Wukong Ming looked a bit shy and glanced at Bulma. Bulma nodded, and only then did Sun Wukong Ming walk over. Tais ruffled Sun Wukong Ming's hair and said with a smile, "What a cute little nephew you are." Then she turned to Bulma and asked, "Where's your husband?" Bulma replied, "Wukong went to cultivate again. He'll be back in the evening." Tai said, "I see, then he'll go check on father and mother first. We can chat later." Bulma nodded and then told everyone don't cultivate today. "I'm preparing a banquet to celebrate my sister's return. Ooh, please join us later." The crowd was overjoyed to hear this. In the evening, Sun Wukong returned home and met Tais at the banquet. After Bulma introduced them, they greeted each other and began to chat. Tai showed no interest in Sun Wukong, but was quite intrigued by Vegeta. She approached him and said, "I heard you are the Saiyan Prince, is that true?" Vegeta, hearing this, dropped the chicken leg he was holding and glared at Tais, saying, "That's right. What's it to you?" Tais replied, "I heard that you Saiyans were once under Frieza's command and were extremely ruthless. Meeting you now, you don't seem to match the rumors." Vegeta snorted and said, "This prince cannot be compared to those ordinary Saiyans." Tais continued, "I heard you and my brother-in-law wiped out the entire Frieza race. Is that true?" Vegeta responded, "Woman, you really are chatty. If you don't believe me, you can ask Kakarot. Don't bother me here." Tais laughed and said, "I didn't expect this Saiyan Prince to have such a personality. I'm becoming more and more interested in you." "Woman, I'm not interested in you. I'm only interested in increasing my strength," Vegeta stated. Tais replied, "I heard from my brother-in-law that you are a cultivation fanatic. I didn't believe it at first, but now I truly believe it. Vegeta hearing this became angry and said, damn it, did Kakarot really say that about me? Tai smiled and said, yes, Kakarot said you are oblivious to everything outside, fully immersed in the gravity chamber, tirelessly day after day, and still a single man. Damn Kakarot, I work so hard just to catch up to and surpass his strength, Vegeta said. Tai smiled and said, cultivation needs balance. You can't always be tense, or it will backfire. Vegeta responded, what do you know, you weakling? Tai smiled and said, alright, I'm a weakling who I don't know. Then she changed the topic and said, but I want to write a novel with you as the main character. I've even thought of a title, The Revenge of the Saiyan Prince. I wonder if you'd be interested in sharing your story with me. Vegeta replied, woman, you are really childish, you can think of such a name. Tai smiled and said, if you don't agree, I might just write whatever I want. I can't guarantee what kind of person I'll make you look like. Vegeta coldly snorted, you better not write nonsense. Tai said, then tell me your story. Vegeta remained non-committal. Seeing this, Tai raised her glass and said to Vegeta, then it's settled. Vegeta replied, this prince never drinks. Tai laughed and said, no way, the Prince of Saiyans doesn't drink. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Vegeta's face turned red, saying, it's just alcohol. This prince will drink it for you to see. With that, he poured a glass and drank it down. Tai said, now that's more like it. She then poured another glass for Vegeta, raising her own glass to drink with him. The two exchanged cups, and before long they were both tipsy. After the banquet, Bulma sent them to their room, closed the door, and revealed a meaningful smile before leaving. That night, Vegeta had a very strange yet enjoyable dream. He dreamed of riding a magnificent horse galloping wildly across the grasslands, then surfing on a surfboard, riding the winds and waves, conquering one wave after another. The next morning, Vegeta slowly woke up, feeling the warm and smooth body in his arms, which startled him into a shiver. This sudden movement awoke the sleeping Tai. Tai slowly opened her eyes and immediately saw Vegeta's awkward expression. She smiled and said, Prince Vegeta, why are you shy? Vegeta straightened up and declared, this prince is not shy. Tai replied, oh, is that so? Now that this has happened, how do you plan to treat me, prince? Vegeta responded, since this has happened, you are now this prince's woman. Tai laughed and said, I thought you would be too scared to acknowledge it. This prince would not be scared by a mere earth woman, Vegeta retorted. That's good, then let's get up. You will meet my parents. Tai smiled. Vegeta said, no problem, but you should get off this prince first. Tai smiled and slowly climbed off Vegeta, causing his blood to boil. He quickly pulled Tai's back and said, since you are now this prince's woman, we should communicate properly. Tai laughed and said, didn't we communicate last night? Vegeta replied, last night this prince felt nothing, now I want to experience it again. With that, they became entwined once more. Accompanied by a low growl and a crisp cry, the two began an intense battle. After 300 rounds, Vegeta gathered all his energy and unleashed it, striking Tai. She trembled and collapsed weakly into Vegeta's arms, marking the end of their fierce confrontation. By noon, the two dressed and stepped out to meet Dr. Brief and Mrs. Brief. Upon seeing them, Tai recounted their situation. The Briefs had no objections. After all, Vegeta had been around for many years, and they were all familiar with each other, so the Briefs readily agreed. Afterward, Tai dragged Vegeta to meet Bulma and Son Goku. Seeing this, Bulma secretly gave Tai a thumbs up and said to Vegeta, you better treat my sister well, or even though I can't beat you, I will have Goku teach you a lesson. Vegeta coldly snorted, no need for you to say much, I will naturally treat Tai well. Son Goku chuckled and said, Vegeta, didn't you say that women only slow down your power growth? Vegeta coldly retorted, this prince has changed his mind, is that a problem? Son Goku laughed, but said nothing. In the end, Vegeta could not escape the law of true fragrance and won the heart of the beauty. When everyone learned the news, they were all greatly shocked. Vegeta, who always had a look as if everyone owed him money, had silently taken down Bulma's sister. How could they not be amazed? Raditz and Nappa, upon hearing the news, happily exclaimed, Prince Vegeta has finally come to his senses. A few days later, they held a grand wedding. Son Goku invited all acquaintances, including Master Roshi Beerus, Den Popo, King Kai Supreme, Kai Shinjebit, and Whis. At the banquet, when King Kai saw Whis, he immediately approached and greeted Whis, long time no see. Has Lord Beerus awakened yet? Whis smiled and said, long time no see, King Kai. Lord Beerus is still asleep. King Kai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, that's good, that's good. Seeing this, Whis smiled and then looked at Supreme Kai Shin and said, you are the new Supreme Kai, aren't you? Supreme Kai Shin replied, that's right, I am the Supreme Kai. You are the angel Whis that Goku spoke of, right? Whis smiled and said, that's right, I am Whis. Supreme Kai Shin hastily asked, how much do you know about Lord Beerus' strength? Whis smiled and said, as the Supreme Kai, you actually don't understand Lord Beerus' strength. Didn't the previous Supreme Kai tell you? Supreme Kai Shin replied, during ancient times, there was a major upheaval in the Supreme Kai realm, and several Supreme Kais were killed by Majin Buu, so the lineage was cut off. Whis upon hearing this was quite shocked and asked when did this happen. How come I didn't know? Supreme Kai-Shin replied it happened about 500,000 years ago. Whis said I see during that time Lord Beerus was asleep. Otherwise, if he had known about this, he would have certainly intervened. With his strength Majin Buu would have been a matter of a single breath. Also what Goku and the others said was true. Lord Beerus' strength is indeed so formidable. Supreme Kai-Shin exclaimed in shock. Whis smiled and said naturally Lord Beerus' strength is the strongest in the universe, unmatched by anyone. Even the current Goku can only fight Lord Beerus at full strength, but cannot defeat him. I see, Supreme Kai-Shin said. Whis pointed his staff at Supreme Kai-Shin and transmitted all the information about the divine beings in the universe to him. Supreme Kai-Shin organized the information in his mind and finally understood all the information about the divine beings in the universe, instantly left in shock. Seeing this, Whis didn't mind and started tasting the delicacies on the table while others joined in and began to eat. When Ties appeared holding Vegeta's arm, everyone showered them with blessings. After the wedding ceremony was completed, everyone began to raise their glasses in celebration, feasting from noon until evening, at which point they each began to disperse. That night, Vegeta and Ties indulged in a feast of senses, engaging in yet another physical battle. For several days afterward, Vegeta did not train, but instead accompanied Ties. Meanwhile, Son Goku continued training on the Red Giant Star, working to normalize Super Saiyan 5 while striving toward full power in that form. A year later, Ties gave birth to a boy for Vegeta. After much contemplation, Vegeta named him Trunks. When everyone learned of this, they had strange expressions, but said nothing. Upon hearing the news, Son Goku thought to himself, I used to think my son Kex was this world's Trunks. I didn't expect otherwise. I wonder how future Trunks will feel when he finds out. After the initial surprise, Son Goku did not dwell on it and continued his daily training. This year's Super Saiyan transformations became commonplace as 6-year-old Son Goten, Son Kex, and Son Bra all successfully transformed into Super Saiyans. Upon learning this, Vegeta was astonished and exclaimed, when did Super Saiyan become so common? These kids are barely over 6 years old, yet they can transform into Super Saiyans. Son Goku replied, what's so surprising about that? They all inherited my talent, so naturally, they can transform into Super Saiyans. Vegeta considered this and thought that it seemed mixed blood children had high potential. Just look at Kakarot's kids. As he thought about this, he recalled future Trunks and became even more excited about his own son Trunks. On this day, Sun Wukong was cultivating as usual when he suddenly received a call from the North Realm King informing him that the Grand Realm King requested Sun Wukong to completely eliminate a group of cosmic marauders named Bojack sealed at the end of the galaxy. The matter began with the North Realm King attending the martial arts conference held by the Grand Realm King in the underworld. At the martial arts conference, the North Realm King appeared alone, while his archrival, the West Realm King, did not send any of his underlings to participate. The West Realm King scoffed. North Realm King, I never expected your talents to have dwindled to this extent. There is not a single powerhouse to be found in the entire North Galaxy. Ha ha ha, this is truly laughable. The North Realm King retorted angrily, we have plenty of powerhouses in the North Galaxy. You know about Frisia and my brothers being taken down, right? That was all done by the powerhouses of the North Galaxy. The West Realm King replied, just a bunch of frozen demons. If it weren't for my top fighter Rib Rice being unable to intervene, they wouldn't have dared to act recklessly in the universe. The North Realm King mocked, I see your Rib Rice isn't all that great either. Otherwise, how did he end up dead? He couldn't have just died of old age, could he? Furious, the West Realm King shouted, regardless, my Rib Rice is stronger than your warriors. The North Realm King responded, he was killed by someone. The West Realm King declared Rib Rice would crush the frozen demons. The North Realm King reiterated, he was killed by someone. The West Realm King angrily demanded, North Realm King, do you have no retort? He was killed by someone. The West Realm King, filled with rage, challenged, if you're capable, let him compete against Rib Rice. The North Realm King sneered, my warriors are truly deserving of their title. The one who could kill him hasn't appeared yet, so he won't be coming. Besides, he wouldn't be interested in a petty match like this. The other Realm Kings looked towards the North Realm King. Seeing this, he straightened his back and laughed, ha ha ha, what are you all looking at? I'm not wrong. Just recently you all felt the aura that shook the universe, right? The South Realm King asked, you don't mean that Powerhouse is one of your North Galaxy's warriors, do you? That's right. He is the strongest warrior of my North Galaxy, and indeed the entire universe, Sun Wukong. Plus, I should tell you, he is also a candidate for the God of Destruction destined to inherit Lord Beerus' position. Several Realm Kings were taken aback, and the West Realm King was left speechless. Compared to the candidate for God of Destruction, his Rib Rice was barely worth mentioning. Because being a candidate for God of Destruction is not just about having a famous title, one must also possess corresponding strength. The Grand Realm King was also greatly astonished, and said to the North Realm King, you've made quite an achievement by nurturing a candidate for God of Destruction in our galaxy. You have truly brought us honor. The North Realm King replied with a smile, Grand Realm King, you flatter me. Wukong's strength is all due to his own cultivation. I merely provided a bit of help when he was weaker. The Grand Realm King said, I see. But I imagine your relationship with him must be quite good. The North Realm King proudly replied, of course. Wukong has always respected me immensely. The Grand Realm King nodded and said, in that case, North Realm King, I would like to ask you for a favor. More accurately, I would like to ask son Wukong for help. The North Realm King responded, please go ahead, Grand Realm King. As you know, Bojack and his gang of marauders are the ones we sealed ourselves back in the day. Although nothing has happened over the years, it's better to be safe than sorry. If the seal breaks, they will come out and wreak havoc again. Therefore, I would like to ask son Wukong to help eliminate them completely. The North Realm King nodded in realization, so this is what the Grand Realm King meant. No problem, I will inform Wukong. The Grand Realm King replied, thank you, North Realm King. The North Realm King quickly waved his hand and said, I dare not, I should be doing this. The Grand Realm King addressed the other Realm Kings, you all should take the North Realm King as a model and learn from him. Strive to devote yourselves to maintaining peace in the galaxy. The other Realm Kings nodded in agreement. The North Realm King, receiving the Grand Realm King's praise, felt a rush of joy, unable to contain his smile. Later at the martial arts conference in the underworld, without son Wukong's participation, Rib Rice easily secured first place. Although the West Realm King was pleased, he felt a moment of joy knowing that the North Realm King had son Wukong. After the martial arts conference, the North Realm King returned to the Realm King planet and informed son Wukong of the matter. Upon learning this, son Wukong, from a distance of 1600 light-years, said to the Realm King, why use a sledgehammer to kill a fly? This group isn't worth my effort. However, since you said so, to put your mind at ease, I will let my son Wuzhen handle it. The North Realm King replied, that's fine. If Wuzhen handles it, I will feel assured. Son Wukong said, all right, Grand Realm King, just wait. I will send Wuzhen over immediately. Okay, Wukong, the North Realm King replied. Son Wukong utilized instant transmission and shortly arrived home, calling out to his son Wuzhen in the heavy gravity chamber. After explaining the situation, Wuzhen patted his chest and said, Father, don't worry. I will take care of this matter. Son Wukong nodded, and then alongside Wuzhen instantly teleported to the North Realm King. Seeing this, the North Realm King smiled and said, Wukong, you really handle things efficiently. He then addressed Wuzhen, Wuzhen, I will leave this matter to you. Wuzhen replied, Grand Realm King, don't worry. A mere group of cosmic marauders is nothing, I can take them out with ease. The North Realm King laughed, hearing you say that puts my mind at ease. Let's go then. Wuzhen nodded. Son Wukong then said to the North Realm King, Grand Realm King, I will take my leave now. If anything comes up, please inform me promptly. The North Realm King nodded and said, Wukong, go ahead without worry. If any urgent situation arises, I will definitely inform you in time. Son Wukong nodded and then used instant transmission to return to the Red Giant Star, continuing his cultivation. The North Realm King took Wuzhen and headed straight to the Grand Realm King's residence. When the two arrived at the Grand Realm Star, several Realm Kings and the Grand Realm King were present. The North Realm King introduced, this is the candidate for God of Destruction, the universe's strongest warrior, son Wukong's son Wuzhen. The West Realm King remarked, North Realm King, are you playing with the Grand Realm King? Didn't you say you were inviting son Wukong? Why did you bring his son instead? Is it because he didn't give you face? The North Realm King sneered, West Realm King, you truly have a short-sighted view. Do you think just anyone is worthy of Wukong's efforts? To Wukong, Bojack and his gang are just trash. Wukong sent his eldest son to give me peace of mind and respect. If you underestimate Wuzhen, you are gravely mistaken. The Grand Realm King remarked, a tiger father does not raise a dog son. Since son Wukong dares to send his son, it indicates that his son's strength is not simple. The South Realm King addressed Wuzhen, so you are Wuzhen, huh? It's not that we don't believe in you, we just want to see you show us your skills and open our eyes. Wuzhen smiled and said, it's not that I look down on you Realm Kings. Even if I just stand here without moving, you still wouldn't be able to harm me. Damn it, you little brat, how dare you underestimate us? The King of the West exclaimed angrily. The King of the South pondered for a moment and said, you are right, we are not adept at combat and indeed cannot overpower you, but would you dare to let the champion of the Underworld Martial Arts Conference, Rib Rice, give it a try? The King of the West shouted, exactly. It's useless for you to act tough in front of us. If you dare let Rib Rice give it a shot, we will believe in your strength. Son Wuzhen replied, no problem, just bring that champion over, and I will show him what it means to be a master beyond masters. The King of the West said, all right, wait here, I will fetch Rib Rice right now. Son Wuzhen nodded, saying, okay, I will wait. The King of the East remarked, young man, do not be too arrogant or overly confident. You are you, and your father is your father. Of course, if you truly have the ability, then I won't say anything. Son Wuzhen smiled and said, being arrogant is what young people do. Besides, I am confident because I have strength. From the very beginning, I have never relied on my father's name to flaunt my power. It is you who do not believe in my strength, which is why you think I am just boasting. The king of the east replied, all right, I won't argue with you. Whether you are a mule or a horse, we will find out once you show your skills. We will soon see the outcome. The king of the north pulled Sun Wuzhen aside and said, Wuzhen, do you really have confidence? During the martial arts conference, I have seen Rib Rice's strength. I don't know how strong he is, but judging by his aura, his strength is not beneath that of a Super Saiyan 2. Sun Wuzhen smiled and said, I thought he would be much stronger. It turns out he is only at the level of a Super Saiyan 2. Lord King of the North, rest assured, I am confident. Oh, then I am relieved. We will see your performance soon, the King of the North said with a smile. Sun Wuzhen nodded and the two returned to the others, waiting for the King of the West and Rib Rice to arrive. Before long, the King of the West led a figure covered in green with a halo above his head, wearing a black tall hat, a white long scarf tied around his forehead, and a white long robe, standing before the crowd. The King of the West pointed at Rib Rice and said to Sun Wuzhen, this is the champion of the Underworld Martial Arts Conference, the strongest warrior of the West Galaxy, Rib Rice. He then turned to Rib Rice and said, this kid is the son of the candidate for the God of Destruction, Sun Wukong. Sun Wuzhen. Rib Rice nodded and then scrutinized Sun Wuzhen. After a moment, with a serious expression, he said to Sun Wuzhen, you are strong, and I am not your opponent, but I still want to give it a try to see how great our gap is. The great king, the king of the east, the king of the west, and the king of the south were all astonished. The king of the west shouted, Rib Rice, are you mistaken? Is this kid really that powerful? You haven't even fought yet, and you already say you are not his opponent. Rib Rice replied, I am speaking the truth, Lord King of the West. At this point, everyone completely believed that Sun Wuzhen was not boasting. Sun Wuzhen said, your strength is quite good, and your insight is also commendable. But are you sure you want to engage in a battle with me? Rib Rice said, absolutely. The opponents in the martial arts conference are too weak. Only by battling with a master like you can I know the limits of my own strength. Sun Wuzhen spoke in a tone of an elder, saying, indeed, you possess the heart of a strong warrior. I have high hopes for your future path. Rib Rice's mouth twitched at this, thinking to himself, how old are you to speak like an elder? He then turned to the several kings and said, ladies and gentlemen, please stand back. I am going to spar with Sun Wuzhen. The great king, upon hearing this, beckoned the other kings to step back from the two. Sun Wuzhen, seeing this, said to Rib Rice, wait for me, I will transform first. Without waiting for Rib Rice to respond, he shouted loudly, and his aura surged dramatically, causing strong winds to whip around, blowing off Rib Rice's hat and scarf. Accompanied by a roar, Sun Wuzhen was enveloped in flames, quickly growing taller and more robust. Moments later, a figure standing at 1.80 meters with a muscular build covered in red fur on his upper body, exposing his chest with red eyes and green pupils, appeared before the crowd. Everyone felt the unfathomable and mighty aura of Sun Wuzhen, stunned in shock. Sun Wuzhen gave a charming smile and said to Rib Rice, sorry to keep you waiting. This is my current strongest form. I wonder how many of my moves you can withstand as the champion of the Underworld Martial Arts Conference. Rib Rice, sensing the gap between them, remained silent for a long time. Seeing this, Sun Wuzhen placed his hands behind his back and said to Rib Rice, if I were to strike first, you might get instantly defeated. How about this? I will stand still and you can attack me. If you can break through my defense, then you win. Even a clay figurine has some fire, let alone Rib Rice, who could be considered a strong warrior. Hearing Sun Wuzhen's arrogant words, he felt a bit embarrassed. He shot back at Sun Wuzhen, Sun Wuzhen, are you being too arrogant? Sun Wuzhen, hearing this, looked up at a 45-degree angle at the sky and said, arrogant? I don't think so. Once you truly understand my strength, you'll realize I am stating facts. Seeing this, Rib Rice stopped speaking and with a loud shout unleashed his entire aura, causing lightning to swirl around him. Sun Wuzhen observed, saying, indeed, his strength is comparable to that of a Super Saiyan 2. Rib Rice asked Sun Wuzhen, are you ready? Bring it on, Sun Wuzhen replied with a smile. All right. Before his voice faded, Rib Rice charged forward, throwing a punch that landed on Sun Wuzhen's face. Sun Wuzhen laughed and said, not bad, put in a bit more strength and I'll be fine. Rib Rice, upon hearing this, was shocked and jumped, delivering a kick to Sun Wuzhen's neck. Yet Sun Wuzhen didn't even flinch, tilting his head and saying to Rib Rice, your strength is decent, this feels like a nice massage. Rib Rice, seeing this, moved in front of Sun Wuzhen, throwing punch after punch at his chest. Sun Wuzhen simply stood there, allowing Rib Rice's heavy punches to land. After a long while, Rib Rice jumped back, creating distance, looking at his swollen fists in disbelief. Sun Wuzhen, seeing this, laughed and said, you're hitting me without strength and still claim to be a strong warrior. Rib Rice, upon hearing this, stopped talking and squatted down, raising his hands to chest level, shouting, watch me unleash the Thunderbolt Cannon. A fiery shockwave surged towards Sun Wuzhen at lightning speed. Sun Wuzhen didn't even dodge, taking the hit heat in. As the dust settled, Sun Wuzhen was completely unharmed. Rib Rice, seeing this, gave up the attack, dejectedly saying, I didn't expect the gap in strength between us to be so great. Despite using all my strength, I couldn't even move you an inch. Sun Wuzhen smiled and replied, actually your strength is quite good, you just chose the wrong opponent for the match. Rib Rice nodded upon hearing this, realizing that their strengths were not on the same level. Such a match held no meaning, as sparring with a strong warrior like him was merely self-harm. The several kings in the distance were already numb to the situation. As the champion of the Underworld Martial Arts Conference, it couldn't be said that Rib Rice's strength was not formidable, it was just that Sun Wuzhen was too strong. Rib Rice's all-out effort was just like giving Sun Wuzhen a massage, and even that could hardly be considered a massage. After the duel between the two, Sun Wuzhen reverted from his Super Saiyan 4 transformation, and the 5 kings of the universe returned to their side. The Grand King exclaimed, indeed, like father like son, a dragon gives birth to a dragon, a phoenix gives birth to a phoenix. The son of a mouse knows how to dig a hole. As the son of the god of destruction candidate, Sun Wukong, how could he possibly be weak? Don't you agree, West King? The West King, feeling embarrassed, smiled awkwardly. What the Grand King said is true. I failed to recognize the true level of Wuzhen. I hope you won't mind. The North King chuckled. Wuzhen wouldn't mind. Have you ever seen a powerful being who cares about the taunts of ants? Upon hearing this, the West King's expression turned extremely grim, and the Grand King said, all right, North King, you should say less. The North King replied with a silly smile, understood, Grand King. The South King said, since Sun Wuzhen possesses such strength, then we have even more confidence in eliminating Bojack and his gang of thugs. Hearing this, the several kings nodded in agreement. The Grand King said, then let's set off as soon as possible. Everyone nodded in agreement, and then under the leadership of the Grand King Sun Wuzhen and the kings of the east, southwest, and north headed towards the planet where Bojack and his gang of thugs were sealed at the edge of the galaxy. A few days later, they arrived at a planet on the outer limb of the galaxy. The Grand King said to Sun Wuzhen, this is the planet that seals Bojack. Back then, we 5 united our powers to seal him in the dimensional space of this planet. Sun Wuzhen nodded and said to the Grand King, Grand King, you can release them now. The Grand King nodded and then called the other 4 kings to begin the unsealing process. The 4 kings positioned themselves at 4 locations with the Grand King at the center. They projected a wave of light towards the Grand King. Sun Wuzhen felt this wave of light was silent, stable, and not scorching. After receiving these 4 waves of light, the Grand King shot forth an even more brilliant beam of light into the sky, which split open a rift that continued to widen. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered above the planet, fierce winds began to howl, thunder crackled, and the entire planet started to tremble violently. Sun Wuzhen then sensed an evil aura comparable to that of a peak Super Saiyan emanating from the rift. A voice arrogant to the extreme boomed, 5,000 years, 5,000 years. Kings, you have sealed me for a full 5,000 years. At last I can see the light of day again. Ha ha. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong said to Peggy Fan beside him, I thought it was some great master. Turns out it's just a small chimera. His barking comes before he even shows up. This isn't a master, at most it's just a bunch of clowns. Peggy Fan nodded and said, indeed, the level of this aura is even beneath mine. Such a grand entrance, yet he's truly like a clown. Sun Wuzhen nodded and replied, I suspect that if it weren't for you being dead and unable to intervene in the mortal realm, the Grand King would likely let you take action. Peggy Fan responded, Wuzhen, I know I'm a dead man, but you don't need to emphasize it. Sun Wuzhen smiled and asked, can you tell me how you died? A master like you probably wouldn't be easily killed, right? Peggy Fan replied, I was killed by a demon. Initially, this demon was not my match, but within a few breaths he became my equal. After a few more breaths I was killed. To this day I still don't know the name of the one who killed me. Oh, I see. I didn't expect such masters exist in this world. I must meet him if I get the chance, Sun Wuzhen said. Peggy Fan added, I have a feeling you will meet him soon. Oh, why is that? Sun Wuzhen asked, puzzled. Because I was killed at the edge of the South Galaxy. If he is heading toward the center of the galaxy, he should be close to it after these 10 years. If his spaceship is faster, he might have already arrived in the territory governed by the North King, Peggy Fan explained. Oh, I see. I'll wait for his arrival, Sun Wuzhen said. Peggy Fan warned, you should be careful. Although your strength is unfathomable, I have a feeling that guy is somewhat sinister. Sun Wuzhen waved his hand, not paying much attention. Just as the two were conversing, Bojack and his gang of thugs finally emerged from the rift. When enemies meet, their eyes turn red with rage. Bojack shouted at the kings, I didn't expect it to be you fools who released us. Who gave you the courage? The Grand King replied, Bojack, we released you because we have found a way to completely eliminate you. Ha ha, am I still asleep, or are you just an old fool? Come on, tell me how you plan to completely eliminate us. Bojack laughed. The Grand King replied, Bojack, it's been 5,000 years and you are still as arrogant as ever. To tell you the truth, we have found a powerful ally who can kill you in an instant. Oh, I've been absent for thousands of years and the juniors in the universe have grown so brave. Bojack remarked. The Grand King pointed at the distant Sun Wuzhen and said, "Do you see him? That little guy is the master we invited. His strength far exceeds yours. With a flick of his hand, he can kill you. Just wait for your death." Bojack looked at the distant Sun Wuzhen and then burst into laughter, holding his stomach. "King, you old fool, you've truly lost it. You think that little brat who hasn't even grown out of his baby hair can kill me? That's just too funny." The Grand King replied, "Laugh all you want, of this will be your last laugh. Old fool, it seems you are truly seeking death. In that case, I will kill that brat first, and then let you die in despair," Bojack said viciously. Hearing this, the Grand King laughed. "All right, Bojack, please begin your performance of seeking your own death." Bojack snorted coldly and said to his subordinates Buchan and Peter, "You two go test that brat's strength." "Sure thing, boss," the two replied, then dashed towards Sun Wuzhen. Moments later, they arrived in front of Sun Wuzhen. Looking at Sun Wuzhen, Buchan said, "You little brat, are you the helper the kings invited?" Sun Wuzhen replied, "That's right. So did Bojack send you to die? His leadership is lacking." Buchan retorted angrily, "With your kind, my boss wouldn't even need to intervene. We can handle you ourselves." Sun Wuzhen sneered, "So you're quite brave?" Buchan replied, "Of course. I've always been brave." Just as he was halfway through his sentence, he was instantly blasted away by a wave of energy from Sun Wuzhen, leaving Peter beside him stunned. By the time he reacted, he found Buchan's spot to be empty. Peter was furious. "You little brat. You don't follow the rules of combat," and sneak attacked. Sun Wuzhen laughed. "Even without a sneak attack, I could have killed you trash in an instant." Peter replied, "You little brat, Buchan was careless and didn't dodge, and you took advantage of that. I won't be as foolish as he was." In the distance, Bojack was taken aback upon seeing Buchan being swiftly defeated by Sun Wuzhen, then turned to his subordinate Xianxia and said, "You should go help him." Xianxia nodded and flew towards Sun Wuzhen. The great king of the West, witnessing this, chuckled, "Bojack, are you feeling scared?" Bojack scoffed, "Huh? Am I afraid of a little brat?" Buchan simply let his guard down and got ambushed by that kid, sending Xianxia over to prevent that brat from attempting another sneak attack. "Oh, I see. I thought you were scared," the great king of the West laughed. Just wait. Once they deal with that brat, and the skinny one beside him, it will be your turn to face death," Bojack sneered. The great king of the West remarked, "With Sun Wuzhen here, who's to say when anyone's death will come?" Bojack glared at the great king of the West and said, "I'm talking to your boss. Well, why are you butting in, you dog?" Bojack's words were malicious, implying that the great king of the West was merely the great king's dog, aiming to sow discord between the two. The great king of the West was not easily provoked and replied, "The great king of the West is my subordinate, my colleague. I wouldn't treat my subordinates like you treat yours, barking orders at them like dogs." Hearing this, Bojack laughed. "They are willing, aren't they, Xianxia?" Beside him, Xianxia replied, "That's right, we are willing. Besides, old man, you're meddling too much." While the few were bickering, Sun Wuzhen decided to strike first. In a flash, he aimed a blow at Sun Wuzhen's abdomen. Sun Wuzhen dodged effortlessly and with a swift motion wielded a chi sword that sliced through Peter's neck in an instant. Peter, unaware of the change in his body, said to Sun Wuzhen, "Not bad, little brat, you're quite fast." Sun Wuzhen shook the chi sword in his hand, smiling, but saying nothing. Peter laughed, "You're still just a brat relying on flashy tricks." Sun Wuzhen remained silent, and just as Peter was about to mock him further, he felt a chill in his neck. Then everything spun and his head fell to the ground. "Not yet dead," Peter shouted in disbelief. "Impossible. When did you strike?" "I didn't notice at all." "If you want to know, ask the king of hell and the underworld," Sun Wuzhen replied. Peter, upon hearing this, died with his eyes wide open. Xianxia, who had just arrived, was horrified and turned to flee. Seeing this, Sun Wuzhen flashed in front of Xianxia and said, "Little brother, now that you're here, let's lie down together with your brother." "You can't do that, little brat. I'm going to fight you." Xianxia seized the opportunity when Sun Wuzhen was unprepared, unleashing a barrage of energy balls towards Sun Wuzhen. Then he laughed heartily. "Little brat, did you think you were the only one who could sneak attack? Ha ha ha. Oh really?" Upon hearing this, Xianxia immediately turned to defend himself. After 3 swift sword lights, Xianxia sensed something was wrong with his body. He said to Sun Wuzhen, "What kind of technique is this?" "Want to learn? Go to the underworld to learn it," Sun Wuzhen replied. Upon hearing this, Xianxia was left speechless. His body was split into 6 pieces, and his corpse fell to the ground. Sun Wuzhen unleashed 2 energy waves, turning the 2 into dust. The nearby rib rice was shocked by Sun Wuzhen's swift actions. From start to finish, Sun Wuzhen did not make a grand show of force, only releasing his aura and condensing a chi sword. With 4 swords, he swiftly dispatched the 2, his movements clean and decisive without any hesitation. It wasn't just Rib Rice who was shocked, even the distant kings were astounded. Bojack also sensed that something was off. Although his 3 subordinates were not much compared to his strength, he knew he couldn't deal with 3 people so easily. Ignoring the shock of others, Sun Wuzhen flashed in front of everyone, and rib rice followed suit. Sun Wuzhen looked at Bojack and Xianxia saying, "Are you two ready?" "Ready for what?" Bojack asked. Sun Wuzhen replied, "Ready to report to the underworld. Are you planning to go home for dinner?" Bojack was enraged and shouted, "Little brat, you're seeking death. Xianxia, go and take care of this brat." Xianxia was startled and said, "Boss, let's attack together." "You imbecile, why don't you listen to me?" Bojack roared in anger. Xianxia, fearing Bojack, could only brace himself to attack. Sun Wuzhen said, "Wait, I don't hit women, I'll let Bojack handle it." Bojack, hearing this, said, "Good kid, since you want to die by my hand, I will grant your wish." With that, he unleashed his full aura, his chi surging around him. Then he flashed in front of Sun Wuzhen and struck at Sun Wuzen's abdomen with a black tiger's heart-piercing blow. Sun Wuzhen caught Bojack's fist and said, "Is this all the strength you have?" Bojack opened his mouth, unleashing an energy wave that struck Sun Wuzhen in the blink of an eye. Then he laughed heartily. "Little brat, didn't see that coming, did you?" From the smoke, Sun Wuzen's voice came, "Didn't see that coming. Your bravado is rather bold." Bojack panicked, saying, "Impossible. You were hit by my close-range attack. How could you be unscathed?" Sun Wuzhen replied, "Nothing is impossible, Bojack. Times have changed, your reign of terror has come to an end. Prepare to descend to the underworld and reunite with your brothers." "Wait, Sun Wuzhen, spare me. I will be your little brother, and we can unite to dominate the universe." "What do you say?" Bojack said in panic. "Not a chance." Before his words faded, Sun Wuzhen unleashed an energy wave that turned Bojack into dust. He then looked at Xianxia, who hurriedly begged for mercy. Sun Wuzhen said, "Don't worry, miss, I won't kill women." Xianxia, seeing this, rejoiced, saying, "Thank you." Sun Wuzhen waved his hand dismissively. The great king of the West said, "Wuzhen, don't be fooled by her seemingly pitiful appearance. She is a heartless killer, having committed countless evils alongside Bojack." Sun Wuzhen chuckled, releasing a chi sword that was gone in a flash, piercing through Xianxia's back, which then exploded, reducing her to dust. The great king of the West exclaimed, "Wuzhen, you really are something. Was it necessary to deceive this old man? I thought you truly intended to spare Xianxia." Sun Wuzhen replied, "Although Xianxia possesses an exquisite body, it cannot mask the evil aura she harbors. How could I be fooled by her appearance?" The North King nodded in agreement, saying, "Wuzhen is right. There are too few people who are genuine. This universe is filled with those who are duplicitous. It's great that you understand this, Wuzhen, so you won't be deceived in the future." Others among the kings nodded in agreement. The great king of the West said, "Now that this matter is resolved, let us set out for home." Everyone nodded, and then the great king of the West led them back to the Great King Star. A few days later, everyone returned to the Great King Star, where the great king and his people expressed their gratitude to Sun Wuzhen. Sun Wuzhen waved his hand and said, "You are too kind, great king. It was merely a small effort on my part." "Your small effort, however, has resolved a major issue that has plagued us for thousands of years," the great king said. The other kings nodded in agreement, echoing the great king's sentiment. Sun Wuzhen nodded and smiled. Amidst the farewells from the kings, he and the Northern King departed from the Great King Star, heading back to the Northern King Star. Upon returning to the Northern King Star, Sun Wuzhen followed the snake path back to the Divine Palace. Upon seeing Sun Wuzhen, Dandy approached and greeted him. "Wuzhen, long time no see. How did you come back from the underworld?" "I went to assist the Great King in dealing with a group of cosmic marauders, which is why I returned from the Northern King Star," Sun Wuzhen replied. "Oh, I see. How did it go?" Dandy inquired. "Everything went smoothly when I intervened. Nothing goes amiss." Sun Wuzhen patted his chest and said. Dandy, hearing this, gave Sun Wuzhen a thumbs up. The two chatted for a while longer, and then Sun Wuzhen returned home. At the same time, the Northern King called Sun Wukong to inform him that Sun Wuzhen had dealt with Bojack and returned home. Upon hearing the news, Sun Wukong instantaneously teleported back home. He coincidentally ran into Sun Wuzhen, and the father and son began discussing the recent events. Sun Wukong expressed his admiration for Sun Wuzen's decisive actions without hesitation. Sun Wuzhen was overjoyed to receive Sun Wukong's praise, his smile stretching from ear to ear. Later, he boasted to Chi-Chi, who also showered him with compliments, adding to his happiness. The next day, Sun Wuzhen resumed his training, not daring to slack off in the slightest. With Vegeta, Piccolo, and Sun Wuming pushing their limits, Sun Wuzhen felt that if he relaxed even for a day or two, he would be surpassed, so he couldn't feel at ease unless he trained daily. Upon arriving at the gravity chamber, Sun Wuzhen felt a sense of comfort and thought that familiar feeling has returned. As the days passed, everyone continued to grow stronger through their training. One day, while training on the Red Giant Star, Sun Wukong suddenly had a whim and teleported in front of King Yin. King Yin was startled by Sun Wukong's sudden arrival, and regaining his composure, said, "Wukong, why have you come before me so recklessly?" Sun Wukong chuckled, "I apologize, King Yin, I didn't mean to scare you." King Yin waved his hand and said I can't afford to have the future god of destruction apologize. Sun Wukong smiled and said, King Yin, I came to ask if there are any Metamorans in the underworld as I wish to learn their fusion technique. Oh, I see. You came at the right time. Oh, just a couple of days ago, 2 Metamoran souls arrived. I've instructed the ghostly messengers to bring them over. You can go and communicate with them, King Yin replied. Sun Wukong nodded. Moments later, 2 Metamoran beings dressed in yellow jackets appeared before him. Sun Wukong directly used telepathy to communicate with them. Upon learning that Sun Wukong sought them to learn the fusion technique, they readily agreed. For the Metamorans, the fusion technique was commonplace and not something to be hidden. Moreover, since even King Yin was accommodating to Sun Wukong, they had no courage to refuse. Half an hour later, Sun Wukong had thoroughly mastered the key points of the fusion technique. After expressing his gratitude to the two, they were flattered. Sun Wukong asked King Yin to arrange a good future for them before instantly teleporting back home. Arriving at the 1,000-fold gravity chamber, Sun Wukong called out Sun Wuzhen, Sun Wuming Vegeta, and Piccolo. Vegeta addressed Sun Wukong. Kakarot, you better have something important to say. Sun Wukong laughed. Of course I have something important to share, and it's a big deal. Upon hearing this, Piccolo became interested and asked, what is it, Sun Wukong, that warrants such seriousness? Do you want to know how to defeat me? Sun Wukong asked. Vegeta's eyes lit up, and he replied, Kakarot, hurry up and tell me how I can defeat you. Sun Wukong chuckled. Vegeta, do you really want to defeat me that badly? Vegeta replied, I want it so much that I dream of defeating you. Alright then, today, I will tell you a method that might allow you to overcome me. Piccolo interjected. Sun Wukong, stop being cryptic and just tell us directly. Sun Wukong explained, I just went to the underworld and learned a fusion technique from 2 Metamoran souls aimed at merging 2 individuals of comparable size and power into one. This fused individual can exhibit greater strength. Upon hearing this, Vegeta expressed disappointment. What kind of method is that? Also, will the strength of the fused individual really increase significantly? Sun Wukong responded, why don't we give it a try and see how effective it is? Piccolo nodded and remarked, Sun Wukong, you called us out mainly to merge Wuzhen and Wuming, right? That's right, and also to give you and Vegeta a chance to observe. Sun Wukong confirmed. Alright then, I look forward to it, Piccolo said. Sun Wukong nodded and told Sun Wuzhen and Sun Wuming, you two have similar physiques and comparable powers, so you can unleash the fusion technique to its fullest potential. The two nodded in response, and then Sun Wukong pointed at them, transmitting the key points of the fusion technique. Within a quarter of an hour, both had grasped the essence of the technique. Sun Wukong said, now that you both have mastered the key points of the fusion technique, let's begin. I'll remind you once more to remember every movement precisely. Do not make any mistakes. The two nodded gravely. Sun Wukong and the others made space for them as they began the fusion. The two started their dance simultaneously, their movements perfectly synchronized. As they completed the final step of the fusion, accompanied by a shout of fusion, the two vanished from their spot, and a radiant light erupted from their center, shining brilliantly. Moments later, as the light faded, a young man appeared wearing a yellow vest, his physique robust and muscular, featuring an 8-pack abs, and he bore a striking resemblance to a combination of Sun Wuzhen and Sun Wuming. Piccolo inquired, are you Wuzhen or Wuming? The young man extended a hand, gave a thumbs up, and pointed to his nose, saying, I am neither Sun Wuzhen nor Sun Wuming. I am the strongest warrior of the dimensional realm who will defeat Sun Wukong, Wuzhen Ming. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong flashed forward and gave Wuzhen Ming a light smack on the head. He said, you little rascal, how dare you call out my name so casually? Wuzhen Ming covered his forehead and laughed at Sun Wukong. I was just joking around with you, father. Did you take it seriously? Vegeta chimed in, addressing Wuzhen Ming. Hey Wuzhen Ming, how do you feel? Wuzhen Ming confidently replied, I feel stronger than ever before. If I transform into Super Saiyan 4, my power might even rival my father's Super Saiyan 5. Oh really, you little brat, Vegeta said. Vegeta, you actually don't believe me. I am the strongest in the dimension. Wuzhen Ming retorted coldly. Vegeta laughed, saying, whether the strongest in the dimension is true or not, I don't know, but it's definitely true that you are the best at bragging. When I compete with my father later, you'll know if I'm the strongest in the dimension, Wuzhen Ming said. Sun Wukong suggested, then let's find another place for the competition. Piccolo nodded and said, this small broken ball of earth is definitely not suitable. Ooh, let's go to the King Kai's realm. It's spacious and uninhabited, perfect for a match. King Kai, thank you, Piccolo. Sun Wukong nodded, saying, indeed, it's a good place for a match, so let's go. The other three nodded and gathered around Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong closed his eyes, searching for King Kai's aura. After a moment, he opened his eyes and said, found it, and then the four vanished from their spot. Moments later, they appeared in front of King Kai. Seeing them, King Kai asked, Wukong, how did you all get here? Is there something you need? Sun Wukong said, I want to spar with Wuzhen Ming, but I'm afraid I can't handle it on that small broken ball of earth, so I came here. King Kai replied, I see. Who is Wuzhen Ming? Wu Zhenming jumped out and declared, I am neither Sun Wuzhen nor Sun Wuming. I am the strongest in the dimension Wu Zhenming. King Kai was taken aback. Sun Wukong explained, he is a fusion of Sun Wuzhen and Sun Wuming created through the metamorph fusion technique. Oh, I see. No wonder he looks so similar to Sun Wuzhen and Sun Wuming. If you're going to compete, let's go deeper into the King Kai's realm. It's even more spacious there, King Kai said. Sun Wukong nodded, and then King Kai and Jebet instantly transported everyone to the depths of the King Kai's realm. Sun Wukong looked around. Apart from the vast grasslands, there was no obstruction. He nodded and said, very good, this place is perfect for a match. Vegeta said, then you can start. Kakarot, let me see how strong Super Saiyan 5 really is. Sun Wukong nodded and said to Wu Zhenming, there's no need to test anymore. Just transform into Super Saiyan 4 directly. No problem, just keep your eyes wide open, Wu Zhenming replied. With a loud shout, the wind began to stir around, and Wu Zhenming's aura surged dramatically, transforming into Super Saiyan 1 after a moment. Vegeta, feeling this aura, was quite shocked, and said, this kid's Super Saiyan 1 aura already surpasses mine, and it's almost on par with my Super Saiyan 4 aura. Truly impressive. Piccolo nodded as well, saying it seems this kid's Super Saiyan 4 can really compete with Sun Jun's Super Saiyan 5. While they were speaking, Wu Zhenming transformed into Super Saiyan 2. His aura erupted, surrounded by dense lightning, wild and overwhelming, as if it were a mighty mountain or ocean. Vegeta exclaimed in shock, this kid's Super Saiyan 2 aura has already far surpassed my Super Saiyan 4 aura. Piccolo was equally astonished, while King Kai and Jebet stood frozen in shock. Wu Zhenming then transformed into Super Saiyan 3, enveloped in a shimmering light thick as liquid, surrounded by lightning, golden long hair, cascading down to his waist, with prominent brow bones, green pupils, and an ice-cold gaze. To those unaware, they might think he was a powerful evil being. Vegeta was so shocked that he was sweating profusely, while Piccolo turned pale. Sun Wukong nodded repeatedly. This fusion of two brothers was indeed stronger than the Vegeta formed by the fusion of Kakarot and Vegeta in the original story. This was likely because the two were blood-related brothers who grew up together, and their compatibility, physique, and strength were very similar, allowing them to perfectly maximize the fusion technique, resulting in a power greater than Vegeta. The power of Super Saiyan 3 Wu Zhenming, as perceived and compared by Sun Wukong, was already on par with his own Super Saiyan 4 limit-breaking power. Sun Wukong was confident that his Super Saiyan 4 limit-breaking power was indeed much stronger than the one in the original story. This shows that Wu Zhenming's strength truly surpassed that of Vegeta. Just as everyone was in shock, Wu Zhenming let out a desperate roar, ah! Accompanied by the roar, Super Saiyan 3 Wu Zhenming burst forth with overwhelming brilliance, emitting a blinding light that made it hard for everyone to open their eyes. His aura surged like a runaway wild horse, unstoppable, soaring like a great rock, shooting straight into the sky. Far away in the Destroyer realm, Weiss, who was enjoying a dessert, also sensed this powerful aura and quickly picked up his staff to take a look. He saw Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Piccolo, King Kai, and Jebet standing beside a radiating strong warrior. Weiss was shocked and said, when did another warrior appear in the universe comparable to Wukong? It seems Wukong and Vegeta know him as well. Weiss stroked his chin and decided to go see for himself. So he pointed his staff and used the time-space teleportation to head to the King Kai's realm. In the King Kai's realm, after 3 minutes of roaring, Wu Zhenming finally completed his transformation into Super Saiyan 4. As the light dissipated, Wu Zhenming appeared as a muscular man standing at 1.8 meters tall, his muscles bulging and his physique strong. The upper half of his body was covered in red fur, and he wore a vest, while his lower half was clad in glossy black leather pants. His red eye sockets and green pupils, along with long fiery red hair falling to his shoulders, combined with his handsome face, made him incredibly striking. Looking at the aura surrounding him, which presented as a small mountain enveloping Wu Zhenming and measuring 5 to 6 feet thick, left Vegeta, Piccolo, King Kai, and Jebet dumbfounded, their jaws dropping. Sun Wukong, sensing Wu Zhenming's power, also looked serious. He had somewhat underestimated the strength of Super Saiyan 4 Wu Zhenming. The aura emitted by Wu Zhenming was already comparable to his Super Saiyan 5 aura, and moreover, this was definitely not all of Super Saiyan 4 Wu Zhenming's power. It seems I need to show some strength, otherwise I might really be defeated by this kid. Sun Wukong spoke up. Vegeta and Piccolo snapped back to their senses, gasping in shock. Piccolo pressed his jaw up and asked, is Sun Jun really that strong? Even you don't dare to claim victory? Sun Wukong nodded. Vegeta lifted his jaw and laughed, saying, Kakarot, it seems you've really met your match this time. Sun Wukong smiled and said, yeah, after being unbeaten for so long, I finally encountered such a worthy opponent. I'm excited. Wu Zhenming smiled at the crowd, saying, you've all waited long enough. Behold, the Super Saiyan 4 is my ultimate form. Worship me, everyone. Sun Wukong laughed, saying, looks like if I don't keep you in check for 3 days, you'll dare to climb the roof and flip the tiles actually expecting me to worship you. Wu Zhenming quickly replied, Father is just joking with you all, don't take it seriously. Sun Wukong waved his hand and said, enough of the chit-chat. Let me show you the power of my Super Saiyan 5. With a mighty shout, Sun Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan 5, his muscular body towering silver hair, cascading to his waist, black eye frames, white eyebrows, silver pupils, and his upper body cloaked in white fur. Upon seeing Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan 5 again, Vegeta and Piccolo were still astonished. Unlike the previous Super Saiyan 5 they had seen, this time Sun Wukong's aura was calm and steady, not the chaotic dominance of before. But both of them knew that this Super Saiyan 5 was definitely stronger than the last. Vegeta said, Kakarot, have you mastered Super Saiyan 5 to its full power? Sun Wukong replied, indeed, it took me quite some time to master Super Saiyan 5 at full power. I only just completed it recently, and I didn't expect this brat to force me to use it. Vegeta remarked, it seems this brat's Super Saiyan 4 has indeed put a lot of pressure on you. Sun Wukong nodded, saying, alright, you all step aside. I'm going to start a great battle with this brat now. Vegeta, Piccolo, King Kai, and Jebbit immediately flew into the distance. Sun Wukong looked at Wu Zhenming and said, you little rascal, let's get started. Show me your full strength, and let me see how far you can push me. Wu Zhenming laughed, saying, then I can make my move, father. Just as Sun Wukong was about to reply, Wu Zhenming's fist appeared right in front of him. Sun Wukong grabbed Wu Zhenming's fist and said, who did you learn this from? You're quite the sly one. Wu Zhenming laughed, I learned it all by myself, haha. Sun Wukong, hearing this, smiled helplessly, then exerted force with his hands, starting to grapple with Wu Zhenming. Seeing this, Wu Zhenming also began to exert strength. Suddenly a fierce wind swept around them, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled, and the two auras collided, causing dozens of cracks to form in the surrounding space. As the clash of auras intensified, massive craters appeared beneath their feet, continuing to expand. Moments later, a bottomless pit with a diameter of several dozen kilometers appeared beneath them. Upon seeing this, both of them let go of each other. They then began a fierce exchange of punches and kicks, their iron fists creating ripples in space that reached the sky. A distant planet silently transformed into dust. King Kai, 1,000 miles away, exclaimed, we can't let them strike again, otherwise after just a few more punches the celestial bodies in the universe will be shattered by their shockwaves. Piccolo remained silent for a moment, and then said, trust in Wukong and Wu Zhenming. They've definitely noticed this issue and will handle it well, otherwise they'll stop on their own. Vegeta nodded and said to King Kai, you're a supreme deity in the universe, don't panic every time something happens. King Kai weakly replied, aren't I just worried about the safety of the universe? Vegeta wanted to say a few more words, but Piccolo interjected, Vegeta, King Kai's strength is limited, and it's normal for him to be concerned. Upon hearing Piccolo's words, King Kai thought, I know you're trying to help me out, but those who don't know might think you're mocking me. Thank you very much, Piccolo. Resigned, he said, Piccolo is right. After hearing this, Vegeta didn't say anything more and looked back at the battle between Sun Wukong and Wu Zhenming. Piccolo, upon seeing this, also turned his attention back to the battle between the two. Sun Wukong and Wu Zhenming exchanged several punches, and the shockwaves generated from their collisions grew smaller. Later, when they clashed again, no more shockwaves were produced. Sun Wukong withdrew his hands and said to Wu Zhenming, I thought you hadn't noticed. Wu Zhenming replied, I'm a combat genius, how could I miss such a thing? Father, you underestimate me too much. Sun Wukong laughed, alright, I admit I underestimated you. From now on I will use all my strength to fight you, and you shouldn't hold back either. Wu Zhenming smiled, saying, Father, you figured it out. Sun Wukong chuckled, you little rascal, did you think I wouldn't notice? I am a candidate for the god of destruction. As long as Whis and Beerus don't interfere, I am the strongest in single combat. Wu Zhenming laughed, I didn't see that coming, father, you are quite conceited. Sun Wukong replied, that's confidence, you brat. What you have is arrogance. Wu Zhenming waved his hand and said, all right, father, you have the final say. Sun Wukong, seeing this, laughed, what attitude is this? It seems I need to teach you what filial piety is. Wu Zhenming laughed, in that case, father, just come at me. Sun Wukong replied, all right. Before the words left his mouth, he appeared behind Wu Zhenming and kicked towards his backside. Wu Zhenming suddenly turned around and made a face at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong kicked through the afterimage, then countered with a punch that collided with Wu Zhenming's iron fist. The two retreated several steps, then rushed toward each other again, engaging in fierce combat. Their figures filled the sky. King Kai asked Piccolo from a distance, what technique are Wukong and Wu Zhenming using? Is it a shadow clone technique? Why are there so many Wukongs and Wu Zhenmings? Piccolo explained, this isn't a shadow clone technique, it's just the result of their high-speed battle creating afterimages. It's just that their speed is so great that the afterimages haven't dispersed yet. Vegeta said, exactly. They've entered superluminal combat. Their fighting trajectories can't be caught by the naked eye anymore, only sensed by their auras. I see. It seems their strength has far exceeded my understanding. Compared to them, my fear of Majin Buu over 500,000 years seems trivial, King Kai said. Vegeta laughed, saying, King Kai, you're quite amusing getting scared by a Majin Buu for 500,000 years. King Kai awkwardly smiled. While the three were discussing, Sun Wukong and Wu Jinming had already entered a heated battle. Both had taken several punches and kicks from each other. Sun Wukong ended up with panda eyes while Wu Jinming had his backside bruised. Neither of them gained an advantage, and after a moment they pulled back to create some distance. Sun Wukong rubbed his eyes and said, the first round is over. You and I are evenly matched in our punches and kicks. Let's begin the second round of our contest. Wu Jinming rubbed his backside and said, I didn't expect your Super Saiyan 5 to be so powerful, able to match me in punches and kicks. Now let's compare our use of energy. Sun Wukong nodded, preparing to unleash his full power, and the two were about to commence the second round of battle. Sun Wukong unleashed all his energy, raising his hands high above his head. An energy sphere appeared in the air, rapidly expanding to dozens of kilometers in size within moments. Sun Wukong looked up, feeling it was about time, and then shouted, scatter. Instantly, the energy sphere split into countless basketball-sized energy orbs, densely filling half the sky. Seeing this, Sun Wukong shouted, concentrate. Countless energy orbs transformed into numerous 3-foot-long chi swords. Sun Wukong turned to Wu Jinming and asked, are you ready, you little rascal? Wu Jinming exclaimed, Father, your move is quite spectacular. You must teach me after the match. No problem, but you should first take this move. Without holding back, Sun Wukong replied. Wu Jinming said, got it, father. He then shouted, and flames erupted from his body, soaring over 3 meters high and about 1 meter wide, solidifying like substance. Then he shouted to Sun Wukong, Father, I am ready. Sun Wukong, seeing this, spread his arms, and the chi swords above his head formed into a dragon shape. With his left hand forming a sword finger and his right hand clenched into a fist, he swung both arms forward, the left hand's sword finger landing atop the right hand's fist, while shouting, 10,000 swords return to one. Countless chi swords shot out from above, whistling through the air at lightning speed, aiming at Wu Jinming. Wu Jinming shouted, Father, today, let me show you how I can break your 10,000 swords return to one with my 6-foot light wall. With his fists pressed against his chest, the 6-foot light wall around him solidified by 3 points in an instant. At that moment, the chi swords struck the light wall, producing a deafening roar. Numerous chi swords tore through space, relentlessly striking Wu Jinming's light wall. The sound was like thunder, echoing continuously, but Wu Jinming's light wall remained steady, unmoved. In the distance, Vegeta, Piccolo, King Kai, and Jebet watched the match between the two, unable to contain their admiration. Vegeta remarked, Kakarot's 10,000 swords return to one is incredibly magnificent and exquisite. If I were to face it, I could probably only take 1 or 2 swords. I didn't expect the gap between Super Saiyan 5 and Super Saiyan 4 to be so vast. Piccolo responded, what you said is partly right, Vegeta. Vegeta, puzzled, asked, what do you mean by that? Piccolo explained, the gap between Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan 5 is indeed significant, which you are right about. However, the difference between old Sun's Super Saiyan 5 and your Super Saiyan 4 is likely even greater than you imagine. Vegeta narrowed his eyes at Piccolo and said, what do you mean, Piccolo? Are you looking down on my Super Saiyan 4? Piccolo replied, it's not that I look down on your Super Saiyan 4. It's just that old Sun's base combat power is overwhelmingly strong, making his Super Saiyan 5 even more formidable. Even if you achieve Super Saiyan 5 in the future, you may not surpass old Sun's Super Saiyan 5. Vegeta fell silent for a moment and then said, you're right. Kakarot's base combat power is too strong, almost equivalent to my Super Saiyan 2, perhaps even slightly stronger. Piccolo remarked, it seems old Sun's training under extreme gravity has greatly enhanced his strength. Vegeta nodded, saying, it appears that the increase from being a Super Saiyan is secondary. Our base combat power is of utmost importance. Piccolo nodded. Despite his deep green form not increasing as much as Super Saiyan 3, his base combat power was no slouch, allowing his deep green form to match Trunks' Super Saiyan 3 strength in the future. While the two were conversing, the match between Sun Wukong and Wu Jinming reached a boiling point. Sun Wukong's chi swords were down to the last few hundred, while Wu Jinming's light wall had also lost 3.5 feet in thickness. Seeing this, Sun Wukong shouted, combine. And the last few hundred chi swords shot up into the sky, merging into a giant sword over 10 meters long. Sun Wukong soared into the air, clasped his hands together, and with a downward slash, the giant sword in the sky descended towards Wu Jinming. With a sound like a thunderclap, Wu Jinming was enveloped by a cloud of dust. Seeing this, Piccolo flashed to Sun Wukong's side and shouted, old Sun, what are you doing? This is just a spar. If you go too hard, what if you injure Jinming? Sun Wukong smiled and said, don't worry, Piccolo. Zinming's strength is more than enough. He won't be easily injured. Piccolo asked, "Are you sure Zinming is okay?" A voice emerged from the smoke. "Uncle Piccolo, you underestimate me too much." As the smoke cleared, Wu Jinming appeared before them unscathed. Sun Wukong turned to Piccolo and said, "See, I told you there was nothing to worry about." Piccolo nodded, realizing he had been overly concerned. Seeing that old Sun as Zinming's father wasn't worried, he felt it was unnecessary for him to fret. Sun Wukong said to Piccolo, "You should step aside. This match is not over yet." Piccolo nodded and quickly returned to Vegeta, King Kai, and Jebbit. At that moment, a multicolored light appeared above Sun Wukong and Wu Jinming. As the light dissipated, Whis' form emerged. Seeing this, Sun Wukong greeted Whis. "Whis, you're here." Whis replied, "I sensed a presence comparable to yours while in the Destroyer realm, and using my staff realized you were in King Kai's realm, so I came over." Sun Wukong explained, "That presence you felt is my two sons Wu Jun and Wu Ming, who have fused using the metamorph fusion technique to become the fused being Wu Jinming." "Oh, I see. I didn't expect their fused form to be so powerful. From the aura alone, it's almost on par with you," Whis remarked. Sun Wukong said, "Not just that, their strength is indeed quite comparable." Whis nodded and then looked at Wu Jinming. Wu Jinming greeted Whis, saying, "Long time no see, Whis." Whis smiled and said, "You must be Wu Jinming. It seems your father was correct. Your strengths are indeed quite evenly matched." Wu Jinming replied, "Of course. I've been fighting with my father for 15 minutes, and we still haven't determined a winner." Whis nodded and said, "Then you two continue. I'm going over to Vegeta." The two nodded, and Whis hurried over to Vegeta and Piccolo. After Whis left, Wu Jinming said, "Father, I took your 10,000 swords, return to one. You should receive my ultimate move now." Sun Wukong laughed and said, "Oh, what ultimate move do you have? Show me." Wu Jinming replied with a grin, "Father, you better watch closely. My ultimate move will definitely surprise you." Sun Wukong spread his hands and smiled, "Please begin your performance." Wu Jinming gathered all his energy, and suddenly a 6-foot wall of light surged forth. Wu Jinming shouted, "Come forth, Wu Jinming army." Then behind Wu Jinming, an identical Wu Jinming emerged and greeted him, saying, "Hello, Captain." Wu Jinming nodded and replied, "Say hello to your father." Wu Jinming nodded, turned to Sun Wukong, and smiled. Wu Jinming no. One the greetings to father. Seeing this, Sun Wukong widened his eyes, and upon hearing Wu Jinming no. One's greeting, he finally reacted and smiled back, saying hello. Wu Jinming no. One looked at Sun Wukong's awkward expression, chuckled, and stood to the side. Next, another identical Wu Jinming stepped out from behind. Wu Jinming greeted him, and then said to Sun Wukong, "Wu Jinming no. Two greetings to father." Sun Wukong smiled and greeted Wu Jinming no. Two as well. Wu Jinming no. Two stood beside Wu Jinming no. One, and the two began to chat. Sun Wukong watched the two chatting and recalled the technique of Wutian Kexis from the original work, Super Phantom Godwind Fist, but it seemed that Wu Jinming's technique was far superior. Just as Sun Wukong was deep in thought, Wu Jinming no. 3 greeted him. Sun Wukong responded helplessly. 1 minute later, Wu Jinming no. 100 greeted Sun Wukong and stood beside no. 99. Wu Jinming's true body then smiled at Sun Wukong, saying, "Father, how about it? This move is not bad, right? In the blink of an eye, you have 100 more sons." Sun Wukong laughed and said, "You always manage to come up with something new for me." Wu Jinming replied, "Father, don't underestimate them. Whatever I can do, they can too, and their strength is not weaker than Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta." From a distance, Vegeta, who was watching the battle, inexplicably sneezed and said to Piccolo, "What's the use of Wu Jinming creating so many clones? Doesn't he know that the strength of clones is inferior to the main body?" "Vegeta, you are mistaken," Whis shook his head. "These clones of Wu Jinming are not weak at all. Although they are a bit weaker than his true body, from my perception, these clones are stronger than your Super Saiyan 4. "What? That's impossible!" Vegeta exclaimed in shock. Piccolo was so astonished that his face turned pale. While the three were discussing, Wu Jinming waved his hand. 100 Wu Jinmings divided into 5 teams with 20 in each team and surrounded Sun Wukong from the east, southwest, north, and above. Then they shouted in unison, "Father, are you ready? We are about to attack." Sun Wukong nodded, saying, "I am ready." The 100 Wu Jinmings nodded, and then simultaneously launched an attack on Sun Wukong. The ones on the east brought their fingers together at their foreheads, gathering energy, and shouted, "Demonic light cannon." 20 demonic light cannons shot towards Sun Wukong. The ones on the west crossed their palms and raised them to their foreheads, shouting in unison, "Demonic flash." 20 energy waves rushed towards Sun Wukong. The ones in the south brought their hands together at their waists, shouting, "Kamehameha." Then they thrust their hands forward in parallel, and 20 Kamehameha waves shot towards Sun Wukong. The ones in the north brought their hands together at their lower backs, shouting, "Big Bang attack." Then they thrust forward suddenly, sending 20 energy waves towards Sun Wukong. The 20 Wu Jinmings in the air divided into 4 directions, their hands forming triangles, aimed at Sun Wukong, and shouted in unison, "Ki blast." 20 ki blasts thundered towards Sun Wukong. This all-around no-diadangle attack left Vegeta, Piccolo, King Kai, and Jebet in the distance, feeling terrified, their scalps tingling. Just thinking about it was frightening. Over 100 Super Saiyan 4s simultaneously unleashed 5 different energy attacks. Regardless of the outcome, the sheer momentum was enough to shake the soul. Even Whis nodded, praising Wu Jinming. In the center, Sun Wukong was also startled and hurriedly raised an energy shield. With 5 different skills, over 100 energy attacks almost simultaneously hit Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong merely sank slightly and seemed unaffected. The energy shield around him, bolstered by Sun Wukong's energy, trembled a bit at first, then became unbreakable. The two sides then engaged in a tug-of war as over 100 energy attacks continued to bombard Sun Wukong's energy shield. Just as Sun Wukong was about to exhaust all the 100 clones, a sharp beam of sword light pierced through space, transcending time, striking the energy shield, and in the blink of an eye it penetrated the shield with the tip of the sword, less than half a foot from Sun Wukong's chest. As Sun Wukong slightly lost focus, cracks began to appear in the energy shield. Seeing this, Sun Wukong shouted loudly, and an overwhelming energy emanated from his body. It instantly spread out, engulfing the surrounding Wu Jinmings. In that moment, a key sword pierced through him, transforming into Wu Jinming behind Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong turned to Wu Jinming and said, "Not bad, you little rascal," then vanished from his spot. Wu Jinming was shocked to realize it was an afterimage. "It's not an afterimage, it's a lingering aura. What afterimage could fool you?" Sun Wukong's voice came from behind Wu Jinming. Wu Jinming said, "Father, when did you figure it out? I believe this move was flawless and no one could evade it." Sun Wukong laughed, saying, "You are still too naive. You sent 100 clones to attack me, and if you didn't make a move, wouldn't it be obvious that you were trying to sneak attack me? How could I not be prepared? But I had already made a move with that sword, didn't I?" Wu Jinming replied. Sun Wukong said, "You made a move, but you didn't come up to attack. Of course I had to be on guard." Wu Jinming, hearing this, gave a thumbs up and said, "Father, I thought I was clever enough, but it turns out you are even more cunning than I am." As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Jinming split into Sun Wuzhen and Sun Wuming. The two looked at each other and said to Sun Wukong, "Father, what's going on? Why did we suddenly split?" Sun Wukong said the recent energy battle must have exhausted Wu Jinming's energy, which is why he disintegrated and turned back into the two of you. Sun Wuzhen said, "I see, I thought I could keep fighting." Sun Wukong laughed, "You little rascal, always thinking about beautiful things." Sun Wuming asked, "So, father, who won in your battle with Wu Jinming?" Sun Wukong laughed, "Let's call it a draw. This is the first time I've fought so freely since I started cultivating. It was simply exhilarating." Hearing this, the two were also very happy for Wu Jinming, as he was their fusion. The others in the distance, seeing Wu Jinming suddenly disintegrate, knew that this battle had come to an end and flew over. Vegeta asked Sun Wukong, "Kakarot, how did they fall apart?" Sun Wukong then explained the reasons to everyone. Only then did everyone understand that fusion was not something that could last indefinitely. Afterwards, Sun Wukong brought everyone back home. Another feast was held, and Whis, King Kai, and Jebet enjoyed a hearty meal, even packing some delicacies for later. In the days that followed, Sun Wukong immersed himself in training. 6 months later, he had pushed Super Saiyan 5 to its limits, and the gravity of the Red Giant no longer affected his training. Thus, Sun Wukong fired an energy blast, liberating the Red Giant completely. He then looked down and recalled the planets suitable for training. He thought of a black hole located 16,000 light-years from Earth. This black hole had a mass 14 times that of the Sun, with gravity reaching trillions of times that of Earth. Even with Sun Wukong's current Super Saiyan 5 limit-breaking body, he did not dare to approach the black hole too closely, fearing being torn apart by its gravity. Sun Wukong gradually advanced, first training at a suitable distance from the black hole. Even so, the gravity at that distance was nearly 20 million times that of Earth. The immense gravity violently tore at Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan 5 limit-breaking body. With a mask of pain, he began training at that distance, feeling his strength gradually improve, experiencing both suffering and joy. After 6 months, Sun Wukong finally adapted to the 20 million times gravity and could move freely at that distance. One day, King Kai and Jebet came over to Sun Wukong's house to eat and drink. Looking at the two, Sun Wukong remembered the old King Kai still sealed in the King Kai sword. So he said to them, "I heard that in your King Kai realm, there is a King Kai sword. Whoever pulls it out can gain immense power. Is that true?" King Kai replied, "Of course it's true. So Wukong, do you want to give it a try?" Sun Wukong said, "Indeed, my strength has been increasing too slowly these past 6 months, and it seems I've hit a bottleneck. I want to try the King Kai sword to see if it can help me break through this bottleneck." King Kai replied, "No problem, let's go after we finish eating." Sun Wukong said, "Sounds good, take your time, King Kai. We're not in a hurry." King Kai nodded and grabbed a chicken leg from the table, continuing to eat. An hour later, he patted his round belly, let out a satisfied burp, and said to Sun Wukong, "Wukong, let's go." Sun Wukong nodded and then Jebet led the two to the King Kai realm. King Kai guided Sun Wukong to the place where the King Kai sword was embedded. King Kai pointed to the King Kai sword and said, Wukong, this is the King Kai sword. As long as you pull it out, you can greatly enhance your strength. Sun Wukong nodded, reached out to grip the hilt of the sword, and with a strong pull the King Kai sword was yanked free, leaving King Kai and Jebet stunned. King Kai exclaimed, Wukong, you pulled it out just like that. Sun Wukong replied, what else would I do? King Kai added, I thought you'd need to transform into a Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong chuckled, not necessary. Jebet asked, so Wukong, do you feel your strength increasing? Sun Wukong said, not at all, I don't feel anything. King Kai then said, that's impossible, could the legend be false? Wukong, let me see the King Kai sword. Sun Wukong replied, King Kai, this sword is quite heavy, are you sure you want to see it? King Kai insisted, Wukong, even though I'm weaker, I should still be able to lift a sword. Sun Wukong replied, all right then, just remember to use your strength. King Kai nodded, and seeing this, Sun Wukong handed the King Kai sword over. King Kai grabbed the hilt and said, Wukong, let go now. Sun Wukong nodded, saying, hold on tight, and letting go now. King Kai nodded, and seeing this, Sun Wukong released his grip. As a result, King Kai was yanked towards the ground by the King Kai sword, having an intimate encounter with the earth. King Kai got up from the ground looking at the King Kai sword with frustration, saying, I never expected this King Kai sword to be so heavy, I can't even hold it with all my strength. Sun Wukong remained silent, lifting the King Kai sword, and saying to King Kai, this sword looks quite sharp, I wonder how hard it really is. Just as King Kai was about to speak, Sun Wukong placed his hand on the blade and gave it a hard flick, and the King Kai sword snapped in two. King Kai and Jebet watched this scene with wide eyes, stammering, the King Kai sword is broken. Yes, it broke, just like that. I thought it would be tougher. Apparently, it's not that impressive, Sun Wukong said. Just as the two were about to respond, a hoarse voice echoed from behind. Young man, are you the one who freed me from the King Kai sword? That's right, who are you? Sun Wukong pretended not to recognize him. You can tell him the King Kai from my attire, said the old man behind King Kai and Jebet. The two turned around to look at the old man. King Kai asked, are you really the King Kai? How come I've never seen you before? The old man replied, I am the King Kai from 15 generations ago. Of course you wouldn't recognize me. How does that mean you are my ancestor? King Kai asked. Of course, the old King Kai replied. Hearing this, King Kai hugged the old King Kai's leg and said, Ancestor, I've suffered so much over the years, tormented by the demon Bu to the point of losing sleep and appetite. If it weren't for meeting Wukong, I still wouldn't know how long I would be scared. The old King Kai said, let go first, we can talk slowly about it. King Kai wiped his tears and snot, released the old King Kai's leg, and began to recount past events. After hearing this, the old King Kai roared, why didn't you seek out the god of destruction, Beerus? Why didn't you look for the god of destruction, Beerus? King Kai shrank his neck and said, Ancestor, at that time we didn't know about the existence of the god of destruction, Beerus. The old King Kai replied, I see that damned Beerus, if he hadn't sealed me away, the King Kai realm wouldn't have encountered such a great disaster. Then he turned to Sun Wukong and said, Young man, thank you for freeing me from the King Kai sword. If you have any requests, feel free to ask, and I will do my best to fulfill them. King Kai said, Wukong is facing a bottleneck in his training. I wonder if you have any methods to help him break through it, ancestor. What a coincidence, your ancestor just happens to have a method that can help people increase their strength. The old King Kai laughed. Oh, that's wonderful. Ancestor, please help Wukong break through his bottleneck, King Kai said. The old King Kai said, you're quite impatient. Then he turned to Sun Wukong and said, show me your strength so I can assess it. No problem, Sun Wukong replied. Sun Wukong let out a low shout, transforming into a Super Saiyan. The old Kaioshin was astounded as he sensed Sun Wukong's aura. Without waiting for the old Kaioshin to speak, Sun Wukong gave another low shout, transforming into a Super Saiyan 2. The old Kaioshin was taken aback, just about to speak. With another powerful shout, Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan 3. The old Kaioshin immediately remarked, this transformation of yours belongs to a deviant path. Sun Wukong chuckled, saying, then old Kaioshin, take a look at my current transformation. With that, he shouted loudly, directly transforming into a Super Saiyan 4. The old Kaioshin fell silent. Super Saiyan 4 was different from Super Saiyan 1, 2, and 3, as it stimulated the Saiyan bloodline, enhancing the Saiyans' life level. Super Saiyan 1, Super Saiyan 2, and Super Saiyan may third indeed be what the old Kaioshin described as a deviant path, but Super Saiyan 4 is certainly not a deviant path. Seeing that the old Kaioshin was silent, Sun Wukong didn't mind and directly transformed into a Super Saiyan 5. The old Kaioshin was shocked, exclaiming, is this truly your real power? How powerful! I've only seen this level of power in Beerus. Sun Wukong smiled, indeed this is my true strength now. Upon hearing this, the old Kaioshin was stunned for a moment, then exclaimed in delight. Wukong, I will help you unlock your potential and enhance your strength. Can you help me with something in return? Son Wukong replied, Old Kaioshin, please tell me, I will do my best. The old Kaioshin laughed. It's nothing too difficult, I just want you to help teach Beerus a lesson. Of course, this is only if your strength is sufficient, but I believe that after I help you unlock your potential, your strength will definitely be able to defeat Beerus. Son Wukong smiled and said, Old Kaioshin, you want to take revenge on Beerus for sealing you right. No problem, it's just a small task. The Kaioshin Xian interjected, Wukong, this might not be a good idea, but don't forget you are still a candidate for the God of Destruction. Son Wukong laughed. It's fine, I believe that after Lord Beerus sees my strength, he will definitely want to spar with me, which will make it easy for me to carry it out. The old Kaioshin said, Wukong is right, during sparring if by chance you hit Beerus, and he proves to be inferior, he won't have any words to say. Son Wukong nodded, saying that if you could land a hit on a powerhouse like Beerus, he would likely regard you with greater respect. The old Kaioshin, seeing Son Wukong nod, said, Wukong, we can't delay. Let's start now. The sooner you enhance your strength, the more confident you'll be in defeating Beerus later. Son Wukong smiled resignedly upon hearing this. The old Kaioshin instructed Son Wukong to sit properly and explain the precautions needed during the potential unlocking process. After Son Wukong memorized the instructions, the old Kaioshin began a bizarre dance to unlock his potential. Kaioshin Xian and Jebit watched the old Kaioshin's dance, feeling that he was rather unreliable. The old Kaioshin danced around Son Wukong for 5 hours, then said, Now we wait for 20 hours, and it will be time to witness the miracle. Son Wukong nodded and sat there waiting. As time passed second by second, when 20 hours had passed, the moment Son Wukong stood up, a giant golden ape dozens of meters tall suddenly appeared in his mind, roaring continuously for a full minute before vanishing. Seeing Son Wukong standing still when Kaioshin Xian tried to wake him, he was struck in the head by the old Kaioshin. Kaioshin Xian looked at the old Kaioshin with grievance and asked, Why did you hit me? The old Kaioshin replied, If I hadn't hit you, you would have interrupted Wukong's awakening of potential. Do you think Wukong was just dazing off? Hearing this, Kaioshin Xian realized he had almost caused a disaster. At that moment, Son Wukong came back to his senses and said to the three, Old Kaioshin, Jebit, stand back, I'm about to unleash my potential. The three nodded in response, and Jebit instantly transported them dozens of kilometers away. Seeing this, Son Wukong let out a loud shout, and the aura of Super Saiyan 5 erupted forth. Following that, Son Wukong let out a loud roar. Accompanied by the roar, the flames surrounding Son Wukong surged upwards, instantly rising to several dozen meters high, thick as liquid and solid, resembling a small mountain. The roar continued. Son Wukong's white fur began to turn golden, and his silver hair also started changing to gold. His eyebrows transformed to gold-black eye sockets, turned into golden ones, and his silver pupils oscillated between silver and gold. As Son Wukong's roar became heavier and more powerful, the entire Kaioshin realm began to tremble. Distant planets started to fall into the depths of the universe, and the stars above the Kaioshin realm erupted with blinding light. In the God of Destruction realm, Whis was sipping tea, and feeling this aura, he exclaimed in shock, Wukong has broken through again. This time Lord Beerus is truly not his opponent. I am increasingly looking forward to the day when Lord Beerus encounters Wukong. Oh ho ho. In the Kaioshin realm, the roar continued. Son Wukong's flames began to contract, slowly shrinking from dozens of meters to a few meters high. Meanwhile, the roar that had lasted nearly 10 minutes finally ceased. Looking at Son Wukong, his Super Saiyan 4 body was covered in golden fur, and his long golden hair flowed down to his waist with golden eyes that burned the space to nothingness. Son Wukong conjured a mirror to examine his appearance closely and self-mockingly said, Now I've transformed from a white-furred monkey into a golden monkey. With a focused gaze, the mirror turned to nothingness. At that moment, the old Kaioshin and the others arrived. The old Kaioshin looked at Son Wukong and asked, Wukong, how does it feel? Has your strength improved significantly? Do you have the confidence to take down Beerus? Son Wukong pondered for a moment, then replied, I have some confidence. Once I fully master this state, defeating Beerus should not be a problem. That's great, Wukong. Be sure to take me along when you fight Beerus, the old Kaioshin said excitedly. No problem, old Kaioshin, Son Wukong replied with a smile. Kaioshin Xian remarked, Wukong, this form should be called Super Saiyan 6, right? Son Wukong confirmed, that's right, this transformation is after Super Saiyan 5, known as Super Saiyan 6, oh no doubt about it. Kaioshin Xian nodded. Son Wukong said to the three, to celebrate the old Kaioshin seeing the light of day again and my breakthrough into Super Saiyan 6, let me treat you to a meal at my home. Kaioshin Xian and Jebit replied in unison, all right, Wukong. The old Kaioshin added, having been sealed for 75 million years, I have no idea what food tastes like anymore. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go, old Kaioshin, Xianxia said. The old Kaioshin nodded and Jebet used instant transmission. The group quickly arrived at Sun Wukong's home. At this moment, everyone gathered together to discuss the aura that Sun Wukong had just emitted. Vegeta said, damn Kakarot, I haven't even advanced to Super Saiyan 5 yet, and he has already broken through. From what I just sensed, it seems he has advanced to Super Saiyan 6. How infuriating. Piccolo nodded helplessly and said it's only been a short while since old Sun transformed into Super Saiyan 5, and now he has already broken through to Super Saiyan 6. We all live under the same roof, oh why is there such a huge gap? Sun Wutian said, I wonder what my father looks like as a Super Saiyan 6. Sun Wuming pondered and said the color must have changed. From Super Saiyan 4 to Super Saiyan 5 the color of the fur and hair changed. Super Saiyan 6 should also change, right? Lapis covered his face and thought while everyone is discussing the power of Super Saiyan 6 you two are just talking about colors. How peculiar. Tianjin Fan said, I'm curious, how does Goku's current strength compare to that of the so-called god of destruction Beerus? Upon hearing this, everyone began to contemplate. After a long while Piccolo said uncertainly, it should be Goku, right? Vegeta nodded and said, didn't Whis say that Kakarot's strength as a Super Saiyan 5 is about the same as the weakest god of destruction? Now that he has transformed into Super Saiyan 6, he should at least be comparable to Beerus. Everyone nodded in agreement, feeling that Vegeta made a valid point. Just then Sun Wukong, old Kaioshin Shin, and Jebet appeared before everyone. Vegeta looked at Sun Wukong, whose entire body was covered in golden fur, and said, Kakarot, is this Super Saiyan 6? Sun Wukong replied with a smile, that's right, this is Super Saiyan 6. Piccolo remarked, old Sun, your breakthrough is too fast, isn't it? Sun Wukong replied with a grin, this breakthrough is thanks to old Kaioshin. He pointed at old Kaioshin and said to everyone, let me formally introduce you to this esteemed gentleman, old Kaioshin. He is the ancestor of Kaioshin Shin, a Kaioshin from 15 generations ago who was previously sealed by Lord Beerus in the Sword of Kaioshin and has just recently escaped. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at old Kaioshin. Seeing this, old Kaioshin smiled and said, hello everyone. Everyone greeted him in response. Vegeta asked, Kakarot, are you saying that your breakthrough to Super Saiyan 6 was aided by old Kaioshin? What exactly happened? Sun Wukong replied, old Kaioshin can help people unlock their potential. To thank me for helping him escape, he helped me unlock my potential, which is why I was able to break through to Super Saiyan 6. Upon hearing this, everyone fixed their intense gaze on old Kaioshin as if they were looking at an unparalleled beauty. Old Kaioshin felt his scalp tingle under their gaze and cleared his throat, saying, do you all also want me to help you unlock your potential? Everyone nodded eagerly. Old Kaioshin replied, it's not impossible, but you need to bring me books in exchange. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. Sun Wukong said, old Kaioshin, I can help you find the books you want so you help them unlock their potential. Old Kaioshin responded, Goku, do you know what kind of books I want? Sun Wukong laughed and said, of course I know. Don't worry. Old Kaioshin then said, all right, I'll help them out for your sake. Sun Wukong nodded and then led everyone to the dining hall, asking them to wait while he went to find Bulma. At that moment, Bulma was in the laboratory studying the time machine. Upon seeing Sun Wukong arrive, she exclaimed in surprise, Goku, you've broken through again. With your whole body covered in golden fur, you look just like a golden monkey, ha ha ha. Sun Wukong chuckled and said, Bulma, how dare you make fun of me? Just wait until tonight, I'll show you. Come on, who's afraid of who? But tonight you have to maintain your current appearance. I want to see the difference between you and Super Saiyan 5, Bulma said arrogantly. All right, no problem. Let's go out now. I want to introduce a new deity to you, said Sun Wukong. Bulma tidied up the laboratory, and the two of them went to the dining hall. Later, under Bulma's arrangement, a grand feast was held in the dining hall. Old Kaioshin was so moved by the food that he cried tears of joy. Seeing this, everyone thought another deity who has never tasted good food. After everyone was full, Sun Wukong brought over several thick fashion magazines and handed them to old Kaioshin. Then Jebet took everyone back to the Kaioshin realm, where old Kaioshin helped everyone unlock their potential. At home, Sun Wukong also had to deal with Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Lazuli in the evening. In the Kaioshin realm, old Kaioshin began to unlock Piccolo's potential. Seeing old Kaioshin, everyone surrounded Piccolo and jumped up, each with a strange expression, feeling that old Kaioshin seemed a bit unreliable. 5 hours later, old Kaioshin completed the potential unlocking ceremony. He told everyone the effects will show in 20 hours, just wait here, and I will go rest for a bit. Everyone had no objections to this. 20 hours later, Piccolo stood up from his original position and shouted to everyone, stay back, I want to see how much my strength has increased. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded and moved to the side. Piccolo let out a loud roar, transforming into deep green Piccolo, and then began to scream as if he were constipated. Oh! As the roar echoed, Piccolo's aura surged, and the green flames began to change from the inside out to orange-yellow. The color on Piccolo's body also began to shift from green to orange. In the God of Destruction realm, Whis sensed Piccolo's aura and was somewhat surprised, mumbling, "It seems Piccolo has also broken through. This aura is not weaker than Super Saiyan 4 Goku's. It seems the improvement is significant." On Earth, Sun Wukong felt Piccolo's aura and said to himself, "It seems Piccolo has completed the potential unlocking. The strength of this aura is about the same as my Super Saiyan 4. In the Kaioshin realm, after the roaring, Piccolo transformed completely into orange, and even the external flames changed to orange-yellow. Piccolo felt his strength and was delighted, realizing it had improved significantly. Seeing this, everyone surrounded him. Vegeta sensed Piccolo's aura and said, "Piccolo, your strength has increased quite a bit. It's even surpassed my Super Saiyan 4. Piccolo nodded and said, "Indeed, my current strength should be about the same as Super Saiyan 4 Goku." Everyone else was astonished, not expecting old Kaioshin's potential unlocking to raise strength by such a margin. Sun Wutian said, "Uncle Piccolo, now that you've turned orange, why not call this form the orange form?" Piccolo replied with a smile, "All right, Wutian, let's call it the orange form." After Piccolo, the Elder Kai began unlocking Vegeta's latent potential. A 5-hour ritual, resembling an intense spiritual rite, left the Elder Kai utterly exhausted. Once the ritual concluded, everyone stood in quiet anticipation, awaiting Vegeta's demonstration. 20 hours later, they stepped aside and watched Vegeta closely. Vegeta slowly rose to his feet, let out a thunderous roar, and instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Then came a guttural, agonized bellow, as if straining against an invisible force. As he roared, radiant light erupted from his body, blazing with blinding intensity, while his aura surged violently, its tremors reverberating across the cosmos. His black hair rapidly lengthened and shimmered into silvery brilliance. The crimson fur covering his torso turned pure white, his eyebrows whitened, his red-rimmed eyes darkened to obsidian, and his irises gleamed like molten silver. Vegeta had transcended Super Saiyan 4 and ascended to Super Saiyan 5. Vegeta paused to assess his newfound power, murmuring to himself, "So this is the might of Super Saiyan 5, truly overwhelming." No wonder Whis claimed that Kakarot at this level could rival even the weakest God of Destruction. Witnessing the transformation, the others approached Vegeta. Piccolo said, "Vegeta, you've broken through to Super Saiyan 5. Vegeta replied, "Indeed. Super Saiyan 5 is extraordinary, capable of obliterating Super Saiyan 4 in an instant." Seeing this, Son Goku Jr. hurried to the Elder Kai and pleaded, "Elder Kai, it's my turn now. Let us begin without delay." The Elder Kai nodded, guided Son Goku Jr. into a seated lotus position and commenced the ritual. 5 hours later, the Elder Kai withdrew to rest. 20 hours after that, Son Goku Jr. rose to his feet, gestured for the others to step back, and then initiated his transformation. 5 minutes later, Son Goku Jr. successfully achieved Super Saiyan 5. Afterward, the Elder Kai turned to unlock Son Goku Ming's latent potential. 25 hours later, Son Goku Ming too ascended to Super Saiyan 5. In the days that followed, the Elder Kai extended his guidance to Lapis, Raditz, Nappa, Sun Goten, Sun XX, Sun, Bra, Krillin, Yamcha, Shinhin, and Kaiatsu, unlocking their hidden capacities. All experienced tremendous growth and strength. Though Lapis' physical form remained unchanged, his power now rivaled that of an ordinary Super Saiyan 3. Raditz broke through to Super Saiyan 4. His jet black hair cascading down to his waist, crimson fur thick across his bare chest, his eyes framed in scarlet pupils glowing emerald green. Yet even having attained Super Saiyan 4, his strength paled in comparison to Vegeta's, owing to his far lower baseline combat power. Nappa likewise reached Super Saiyan 4, his bald head replaced by short bristling hair, his already imposing frame swelling into denser, more formidable musculature, though his strength surpassed Raditz only marginally. Sun Goten, Sun XX, and Sun Bra each attained the level of Super Saiyan 2. Krillin's base battle power increased tenfold, to 100 million. Tien Shinhan's base battle power reached 110 million. Yamcha's soared to 20 million. Kaiatsu's climbed to 15 million. When employing the Kaioken technique, all four performed admirably. After completing their transformations, the Elder Kai was honored with a meal hosted by Son Goku Jr., an expression of profound gratitude. At the mention of food, the Elder Kai instantly perked up. Led by Jibit, the group returned to Bulma's residence. Goku greeted them, inquired about their progress, and soon joined the festive banquet. Once sated, the Kai trio departed for the sacred world of the Kais. Thereafter, the warriors resumed their arduous, unrelenting training. Goku gathered Earth's 7 Dragon Balls, summoned Shenron, and wished for all to master the instant transmission technique of the Yardrat people, and to gain the ability to survive unaided in the vacuum of space, thus enabling them to fully embrace Goku's rigorous training regimen. Goku then activated Super Saiyan 6 and confronted the black hole Heaton. Step by deliberate step, he advanced deeper into its gravitational maw. A year later, Goku finally reached the event horizon. He gazed around. Only absolute darkness met his eyes. He muttered, "A black hole truly is black," and immediately began training. One day, two uninvited visitors descended upon Earth. After landing their vessel, they sought out Vegeta, learning he resided at Bulma's home, and hastened there without pause. Those training inside the gravity chamber sensed their arrival and emerged. Of the two newcomers, the middle-aged man scanned the crowd and instantly locked eyes on Vegeta. The man said, "Prince Vegeta, 20 years have passed. You've grown, so much like King Vegeta himself." Vegeta replied, "Who are you? How do you know me?" The man smiled. "I am Paragus, and even if you were reduced to ash, I'd recognize you instantly." "Ah, I recall now. My father once told me your son Broly was born with a battle power of 10,000. Fearing he would threaten the throne, father ordered his execution, and you consumed by hatred severed ties with Planet Vegeta. So, you've come seeking vengeance." Vegeta laughed. Paragus snarled precisely. "Though King Vegeta is dead, you remain, and thus the debt falls to you, Prince Vegeta. Have you chosen how you wish to die?" Vegeta burst into thunderous laughter. "Huh, you, a wretched relic, dare speak of slaying me? It's laughable beyond measure." Paragus retorted, "I cannot, but my son can. He is the legendary Super Saiyan, the rarest prodigy born once every millennium. So Vegeta, prepare to meet your end." Vegeta's laughter ceased. His voice hardened. "Even if your son is the fabled Super Saiyan, what of it? I too can become one. Who shall fall, and who shall stand, remains undecided." Paragus recoiled in shock. Yet recalling Broly's terrifying might, he declared, "Whether your claim is truth or bravado, Vegeta, you will not leave this place alive." Vegeta responded coolly, "If you seek death, I grant it." Then turning to Piccolo and son Goku Jr., he said, "Let's take them to the sacred world of the Kais to settle this grudge. This fragile blue planet couldn't withstand our clash." They nodded, and in a flash appeared beside Paragus, and Broly seized them and vanished via instant transmission, reappearing before Kaishin Shin. Vegeta followed, instantly materializing before Kaishin Shin. At that moment, Broly fixed his gaze on son Goku Jr. and bellowed, "Kakarot! Kakarot!" His aura exploded, his slender frame swelling within moments into towering Herculean proportions. Son Wuzhen cried out, "I am not Kakarot, I am Son Wuzhen. Kakarot is our father." In response, a roar erupted. Fiercer, more furious, "Kakarot! Kakarot!" With each roar, Broly's aura swelled dramatically, his hair rose stiffly, shifting to a vivid emerald green, while torrents of the same luminous green energy surged violently around his massive frame. Paragus shouted in alarm, "Broly, stop at once." Simultaneously, he reached into his pocket and pressed a control button, triggering an emergency suppression. Instantly, the circlet atop Broly's head discharged an overwhelming surge of high-voltage current, causing every strand of his hair to stand rigidly on end. In reply, Broly unleashed a shrill, guttural scream, "Kakarot! Kakarot!" more enraged than before. The circlet then exploded violently, and Broly's obsidian pupils vanished entirely. Paragus gasped in panic, "It's disastrous. We've unleashed the monster again." Broly roared with manic laughter, "Ha! I am a monster. No, I am a demon." Then pointing a finger directly at Son Wuzhen, he bellowed, "Kakarot, you shall be the first sacrifice in my blood ritual." "Ha ha!" Son Wuzhen retorted, "I've already told you. I'm Son Wuzhen. Kakarot is our father. Why can't you understand? Kakarot! Kakarot!" came Broly's answering shriek, followed by a searing emerald energy blast. With a single backhanded slap, Son Wuzhen sent it flying harmlessly into the distance. Vegeta, observing the scene, turned to the trio of Elder Kaishin and said, "Step aside. This battle will grow too fierce for you." Without hesitation, the three vanished instantly, reappearing moments later on Earth. Vegeta chuckled wryly, "They certainly know how to flee swiftly." Broly, witnessing Son Wuzhen effortlessly deflect his energy sphere with one slap, bellowed, "Kakarot, you possess some skill, but trash remains trash. No amount of effort will ever let you surpass me." Instantly, a glowing emerald energy sphere materialized in Broly's chest and launched towards Son Wuzhen. Once again, Son Wuzhen slapped it aside without breaking stride. He laughed lightly. "So this is the legendary Super Saiyan, not only feeble-minded, but pitifully weak." In reply came Broly's incensed roar, "Kakarot! Kakarot!" and a colossal fist thick as a sack of sand. Son Wuzhen sidestepped just in time. The fist slammed into the ground, carving a circular crater hundreds of zhong wide. Frustrated by the miss, Broly pivoted sharply and charged forward at full speed, arms whipping wildly as emerald energy blasts erupted from his palms, one after another, hurtling towards Son Wuzhen. Son Wuzhen lunged forward to meet him, tiny hands flicking with precision, Each energy blast deflected cleanly. Their fists collided midair, a miniature fist striking a titan's gauntlet. The impact detonated a gale-force shockwave, shattering boulders nearby into dust. Broly instantly shifted his fist into a clawed grip, snatching for Sun Wuzhen's wrist. Sun Wuzhen twisted aside and drove a sharp kick straight into Broly's chest. Unfazed, Broly laughed thunderously, then seized Sun Wuzhen's ankle mid-recoil and hoisted him aloft. Spinning rapidly several times, Broly hurled Sun Wuzhen skyward, then fired 2 precise emerald blasts that struck their mark. He threw back his head and roared with triumph. Paragus rushed toward Vegeta, exclaiming, "Vegeta, you've now witnessed Broly's true might. Alas, in this state he is utterly feral, beyond my command. Were he controllable, galactic dominion would be ours within days." Vegeta doubled over in laughter. "Paragus, you truly astound me with your naivety. Do you honestly believe Sun Wuzhen has shown even half his strength? Ha ha ha, this is beyond absurd." Enraged, Paragus snapped, "You'll learn the meaning of despair soon enough, when Broly turns his wrath upon you." Vegeta pointed upward, eyes gleaming, and said coolly, "Paragus, open your eyes wide and look closely. Tell me, who stands up there?" "Impossible. Utterly impossible. That child was struck by 2 of Broly's blasts, and yet stands unharmed." Paragus screamed in disbelief. High above, Sun Wuzhen called down to Broly, "Not bad, big fellow. You've got some real power." Broly bellowed back, "Kakarot, Kakarot." In a flash, Broly closed the distance and threw a devastating punch. Sun Wuzhen slipped sideways, then drove his fist squarely into Broly's face. Broly absorbed the blow with his skull, stopping the fist cold, then seized Sun Wuzhen's throat in one iron grip and slammed them both downward into the earth. Seizing the advantage, Broly bore down on Sun Wuzhen's neck and charged forward across the ground, dragging his body behind him, carving a deep trench through stone and soil. Then, with a contemptuous flick of his wrist, Broly launched another emerald blast, before leaping skyward to watch the billowing smoke rise from below, laughing heartily. As the dust settled, Sun Wuzhen rose calmly from the crater, his voice icy and composed, "Not bad. That was a decent warm-up. Now it's my turn." Before the words faded, Sun Wuzhen drove a thunderous punch into Broly's abdomen, arching him backward like a bow, then kicked him hard into the ground. In swift succession, Sun Wuzhen seized Broly's throat with both hands, and mimicking Broly's earlier assault, dragged him across the earth like a living bulldozer. Moments later, a second trench scarred the land. Sun Wuzhen leapt back into the air, hands on hips, surveying his handiwork with quiet satisfaction. From the depths of the trench, Broly slowly rose, his gaze locking onto Sun Wuzhen, rage surging like a tidal wave, his emerald aura blazing anew with terrifying intensity. He screamed, "Kakarot, Kakarot," and crackling green lightning erupted across his raging aura. Sun Wuzhen sensed the shift in Broly's power, then let loose a resonant battle cry, transforming instantly into a Super Saiyan. With a confident wave, he beckoned, "Come on, big fellow. Round 2 begins now." "Kakarot, Kakarot." With twin roars, Broly vanished, reappearing instantly before Sun Wuzhen, and swung his massive fist. Sun Wuzhen crossed his arms and tilted his body, evading the blow effortlessly. Broly followed with rapid-fire jabs, but Sun Wuzhen remained airborne, swaying fluidly left and right, dodging every strike without lifting a hand in defense. Enraged, Broly raised his arms, and a brilliant emerald energy sphere formed in his chest, hurtling towards Sun Wuzhen. Sun Wuzhen vanished, leaving only a distant planet shattered mid-orbit into radiant stellar debris. Broly whirled, startled, to find Sun Wuzhen gone, just as a crushing blow landed on the nape of his neck. His vision blackened, and he collapsed unconscious. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Broly is the legendary Super Saiyan. How could he possibly be defeated by that little brat? Paragus shouted. Vegeta sneered beside him, saying, "What if he is the legendary Super Saiyan? Do you know that little brat's father is none other than Bardock's son Kakarot? He was born with a battle power of less than 5, but do you know what Kakarot's strength is now, eh? What level has Kakarot's strength reached?" Paragus asked. "Kakarot's strength has already reached a level that rivals or even surpasses the supreme deity of the universe, the god of destruction, Beerus," Vegeta replied. "What kind of deity is the god of destruction, Beerus?" Paragus inquired. "Someone like you who has never even heard of the god of destruction dares to make grand claims and wants to rely on the legendary Super Saiyan to dominate the universe. That's simply delusional. The god of destruction is the supreme deity of the universe. His strength is unfathomable, and he is undoubtedly the strongest in the cosmos," Vegeta stated. Paragus stood there dumbfounded. Vegeta continued, "And Kakarot has recently transformed into a Super Saiyan 6. I estimate his strength is not inferior to the god of destruction, Beerus. Someone like Broly, a legendary Super Saiyan, could probably be blown away in one breath. So Paragus, you are nothing more than a fool sitting in a well looking at the sky. Piccolo listened to Vegeta's words and thought to himself, Vegeta is really attacking Paragus' heart here. Paragus, hearing this, mentally collapsed and mumbled to himself, I am a clown viewing the world from a well. I am a clown viewing the world from a well. Piccolo shook his head and said to Vegeta, this Paragus has a very poor mental capacity. He was driven to mental collapse by your few words. Just then Sun Wukong arrived with Broly and approached the two of them. Sun Wukong said to Vegeta, Uncle Vegeta, how should we deal with this Broly? Let's leave it to Kakarot to handle. This kid is talented, and we Saiyans need people like him right now, Vegeta replied after pondering for a moment. Sun Wukong and Piccolo nodded. With Sun Wukong's strength, he wasn't worried about Broly causing any trouble. Piccolo looked at Paragus and asked, what about this old guy? Let's take him back to Earth, Vegeta said. All right, with us around, we don't have to worry about him pulling any tricks, Piccolo replied. Then the three of them used instant transmission to return to Earth with Paragus and Broly. The old Kaioshin saw them return and asked, all done? Sun Wukong smiled and said, with Broly's level, he barely matches the Super Saiyan 3 Raditz. I handled it easily. The old Kaioshin replied, I see. I thought this guy would be more formidable, but it turns out he isn't. Sun Wukong smiled and said, old Kaioshin, since you are here, why not have a meal before you leave? The old Kaioshin replied, no problem, we were hoping for that. Piccolo said to the old Kaioshin, this old guy has been driven insane by what Vegeta said, and there's no way to cure him. The old Kaioshin looked at Paragus' state and said, that's an easy fix. He then approached Paragus and stared at him, implementing the staring technique. After a moment, he asked Piccolo, what is this guy's name? Paragus, Piccolo replied. The old Kaioshin looked at Paragus and shouted, Paragus, if you don't wake up now, when will you? Paragus was startled by the old Kaioshin's shout and quickly came to his senses, yelling back, old man, what are you shouting about? You scared me. Hearing this, the old Kaioshin jumped up and slapped Paragus on the forehead. Then he said, did you just call me an old man? Do you even understand the situation? I am the Kaioshin, the supreme deity of the universe, overseeing creation. Sun Wukong is my close friend. I have helped Vegeta, Sun Wukong, Piccolo, and others develop their potential. What level do you think you are, and what status do you think I hold to dare act so arrogantly towards me? Upon hearing this, Paragus immediately shrank back in fear. Seeing this, the old Kaioshin nodded and said, that's more like it. To survive in this world, you need to have power and background. I have both power and background, and someone like you, a little nobody, should shrink away when encountering me rather than foolishly shouting at me. Do you understand? Hearing this, Paragus nodded vigorously and quickly said, Lord Kaioshin, you are right. The old Kaioshin nodded in satisfaction. Vegeta said to Paragus, Paragus, for the sake of your son Broly being a talent, we will spare your life. Just stay on Earth and don't have any other thoughts. Otherwise, we need not mention the consequences. Paragus hurriedly nodded and said, I understand, Prince Vegeta, thank you. A great man like you has great magnanimity and will not hold it against me. Vegeta waved his hand and continued, your son Broly will be entrusted to Kakarot. When he returns, he will take care of your son's issues. Paragus exclaimed joyfully, really, Prince Vegeta? Kakarot can really cure Broly's rage issues. It should be fine. Kakarot is knowledgeable and should have a way, Vegeta replied. Right, old Kaioshin, he turned to the old Kaioshin. The old Kaioshin said, in Broly's case, he seems unable to control his own power, which leads to being overwhelmed by it. This kind of condition requires physical treatment. Wukong will definitely be able to handle it. Piccolo, Vegeta, and Sun Wukong thought to themselves, physical treatment. Isn't that just beating him into submission? Paragus rejoiced and said, that's great. Broly's condition has troubled me for a long time. I even specially created a device to suppress Broly, but it was useless. The old Kaioshin said, preventing is not as good as guiding. Using the device can only suppress him temporarily while also suppressing Broly's strength. The best solution is to let Broly unleash his full power and then let Wukong provide targeted treatment to eradicate the issue. I see, thank you, old Kaioshin, for your clarification, Paragus respectfully said. The old Kaioshin waved his hand. Vegeta said, all right, since the matter is settled, let's eat. Sun Wukong said, yes, I'm starving. Let's go to the restaurant. The others nodded in agreement, and Paragus asked, what about Broly? Let him stay unconscious for a while. When my father comes back, we'll wake him up to prevent him from going berserk, Sun Wukong said. Paragus nodded. Then they all went to the restaurant to eat. Sun Wukong finished his training above the black hole and used instant transmission to return home. He rubbed his rumbling stomach and headed to the cafeteria to prepare for a meal. As he reached the door, he discovered someone lying on the ground. Upon closer inspection, he was quite surprised, thinking, isn't this the grass-green Broly? How did he end up here, and why is he unconscious? So Sun Wukong approached and nudged Broly. Broly remained unresponsive, prompting Sun Wukong to swing his arms and deliver a series of slaps to Broly. Broly slowly regained consciousness, his confused gaze scanning the surroundings before settling on Sun Wukong, whose face began to seem increasingly familiar. Suddenly a flash of insight struck him, and a surge of energy coursed through him, his emaciated form rapidly expanding into that of a muscular giant as he roared, "Kakarot! Kakarot!" Seeing this, Sun Wukong chuckled, saying, "Kakarot what?" Broly replied, "Kakarot." Sun Wukong asked, "What rot?" Broly growled, "Kakarot," and his aura transformed into a grass-green hue, his black pupils vanishing. Sun Wukong, noticing this, reverted from his Super Saiyan 6 form to his normal state, then declared to Broly, "Broly, today, I will defeat you, the legendary Super Saiyan, who appears once in a millennium in my normal form." Those training in the gravity chamber, and those eating in the cafeteria, sensed the commotion outside, and rushed out, gathering at the scene. Vegeta remarked, "Kakarot, you're back. This guy is the legendary Super Saiyan, Broly. Previously, he and his father Paragus came to seek revenge on me, but were knocked out by Sun Wukong. Now he's in your hands, just remember not to kill him, our Saiyan race is dwindling, and this kid could be of use to us." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong laughed, saying, "Vegeta, you actually have an eye for talent. I'm quite surprised." Vegeta snorted, replying, "I can't believe you wouldn't want to take him as your subordinate." Sun Wukong chuckled, "Ha ha ha, you know me well, Vegeta. This guy is indeed talented. Fine, I'll reluctantly agree to your request." "Humph, Kakarot, don't act so coy after getting a good deal," Vegeta scoffed. Sun Wukong smiled, and then vanished from his spot, appearing next to Broly. He reached out, grabbed Broly, and used instant transmission to arrive at the Kaioshin realm. Old Kaioshin, seeing this, asked Vegeta, "Is Wukong bringing Broly to the Kaioshin realm again?" Vegeta sensed Sun Wukong's energy, and replied, "Indeed, Kakarot went to the Kaioshin realm with Broly." "Isn't Sun Wukong using the instant transmission of the Yardrat people? How could he also reach the Kaioshin realm?" Kaioshin Shin questioned, puzzled. Piccolo stated old Sun has trained in divine power for so many years, and he must have reached a high level of mastery. He probably learned instant transmission too. Otherwise, how could he have gone to train in the desolate areas of the red giant star and the black hole? The others found this reasoning sound. Jebet asked, "Are you going to watch the battle between them? What's so interesting about their battle? You don't think Kakarot would lose, do you?" Vegeta said. Piccolo added, "Vegeta is right. Oh, let's just focus on what we need to do and not worry about unnecessary things." So everyone resumed their training or eating. In the Kaioshin realm, as soon as Broly arrived, he launched an attack on Sun Wukong. His powerful physique charged recklessly towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong remained motionless, standing his ground. Broly collided with Sun Wukong's body and stumbled back several steps, as if a normal person had slammed into a wall, blood appearing on his forehead. A look of disbelief crossed Broly's face, which then morphed into fury as he shouted, transforming into the legendary Super Saiyan 2. With a swift motion, he conjured 2 energy blasts in his hands and hurled them at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong remained still, allowing the energy blasts to hit him. As the smoke cleared, Sun Wukong was completely unscathed. He brushed off the dust from his clothes, extended his middle finger at Broly, and beckoned him. Furious Broly could not tolerate such humiliation and bellowed, "Kakarot." He then hurled the energy blasts at Sun Wukong without restraint. Sun Wukong still did not move, even neglecting to defend himself as the energy blast struck his body. Broly unleashed a barrage for half an hour before displaying a devilish smile. As the dust settled, Sun Wukong remained unhurt. Seeing this, Broly shouted, "Kakarot, are you a monster?" Sun Wukong replied, "Monster. No, I am a demon, ha ha." "Kakarot, Kakarot," Broly roared. Then with a swift move, he landed a punch squarely on Sun Wukong's chest. Sun Wukong remained still, watching Broly. In response, Broly launched a fierce assault on Sun Wukong. His fists the size of sandbags rained down upon Sun Wukong's seemingly indestructible body. Half an hour later, Broly glanced at his swollen fists, and then at Sun Wukong, who remained unfazed, causing him to retreat in fear, his white irises turning black. "Kakarot, are you made of unbreakable material?" Broly asked. "Oh, Broly, you've regained your consciousness," Sun Wukong replied in surprise. "Yes, Kakarot, your strength has frightened the raging consciousness within me. I can now control my body freely," Broly said. "I see, congratulations, Broly," Sun Wukong replied. "Thank you, Kakarot," Broly said. "So, Broly, what are your plans next?" Sun Wukong asked. "I want to train by your side. Is that possible?" Broly inquired. Sun Wukong extended his hand, saying, "Welcome aboard, Broly." Broly was taken aback, then extended his large hand like a fan to grasp Sun Wukong's. "Thank you, Kakarot." Sun Wukong said, "You're welcome. From now on, we are friends." "Friends," Broly murmured. "That's right, friends," Sun Wukong laughed. Broly, hearing this, excitedly nodded, "Yes, we are friends." Sun Wukong smiled, "Then, my friend, let's go to my house. I'll treat you to a meal." "All right, Kakarot," Broly replied. Sun Wukong nodded, and then used instant transmission to return home, arriving at the entrance of the cafeteria. As they entered the cafeteria, they saw Vegeta's son Wuzhen's son Wuming, old Kaioshin Shin Jebit, and Paragus ravenously devouring their meals. Especially Vegeta's son Wuzhen's son Wuming and Paragus, whose plates were piled high enough to reach their height. Upon the arrival of son Wukong and Broly, the others ceased eating. Paragus looked at Broly and said, "Broly, have you regained your consciousness?" "Indeed, Father Kakarot helped me drive out the demon within me, and I can now fully control my body," Broly replied with a smile. Hearing this, Paragus was overjoyed, finally feeling relieved from his constant worry. For a long time, both he and Broly had lived in fear that one day Broly would lose control and kill his own father. Now, hearing that Broly would not turn into a demon, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Afterwards, son Wukong brought Broly into the dining circle. Having lived on raw meat and blood for over a decade, tasting such delicious food made Broly weep uncontrollably. He then transformed into a super eater and began devouring everything voraciously. After the meal, son Wukong gathered everyone and introduced Broly and Paragus to the group. Everyone applauded, expressing their warm welcome. Later, son Wukong settled Broly and Paragus and went to find Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Lazuli to socialize. The next day, son Wukong took Broly and Paragus into the gravity room to train. Broly hadn't trained at all in the past 20 years, otherwise he wouldn't have such limited power. Son Wukong advised Broly to first train in the gravity room, assuring him that he would arrange for the next training after he completed this phase. Then he resumed his training in the black hole. A month later, Broly successfully completed the gravity training and found son Wukong. Son Wukong handed Broly a weighted vest, instructing him to wear it and re-enter the gravity room to continue training. 3 months later, Broly passed through the gravity room again, and son Wukong instantly transported him to the Kaioshin realm. Upon seeing this, the old Kai exclaimed, "Wukong, you aren't here to fight again, are you? The Kaioshin realm has only recently been repaired." Son Wukong waved his hand and said, "No, I've brought Broly here to let him showcase his training results." "Oh, I see. Then I can rest easy." "Do as you wish, Wukong," the old Kai replied. Son Wukong nodded and took Broly to an open space, urging him to begin his transformation. Broly let out a loud roar, and a grass-green aura surged around him. His muscles bulged, his hair turned grass-green, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan. Son Wukong signaled Broly to continue. Broly roared again and transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Seeing this, son Wukong urged, Broly, think of something that makes you angry." Broly lowered his head in contemplation, and suddenly the sound of Kakarot's cries from his childhood echoed in his mind, igniting his fury. He shouted, "Kakarot, Kakarot." His grass-green hair rapidly lengthened, his eyebrows vanished, his brow bones protruded, his pupils turned emerald green, and his aura transformed into a blazing flame. Moments later, Broly became the legendary Super Saiyan 3. His grass-green hair flowed down to his waist, and his stern face appeared somewhat sinister. Son Wukong remarked, "Broly, impressive. In just 4 months, your strength has made significant progress. Truly worthy of being the legendary Super Saiyan." Broly replied, "Kakarot, I owe it all to you." Son Wukong smiled and said, "Next, try to maintain the state of the legendary Super Saiyan 3 for as long as possible every day, making it your standard form, and train towards the limits of the legendary Super Saiyan 3. Broly responded, "Kakarot, I'll listen to you." Son Wukong smiled, thinking to himself, this little brother was worth taking in. His talent is exceptional, and he's quite obedient. He then took Broly and said goodbye to the old Kai before returning home. After eating, son Wukong instructed Broly to continue his training. Meanwhile, he pondered deeply, realizing that his training for Super Saiyan 6 had slowed down, and it was time to train for Super Saiyan God. In the days that followed, son Wukong began training his divine power. A month later, he successfully attained the state of Super Saiyan God. With red hair and red eyes, his physique slimmed down, and he felt no trace of any aura. Vegeta, upon seeing son Wukong in this form, sensed his aura and realized he could feel no trace of energy, saying, "Kakarot, what transformation is this? I can't sense any of your energy." This form is called Super Saiyan God form, a result of training in divine power. It can only be sensed with divine energy, son Wukong replied with a smile. Piccolo then used his divine power to gauge son Wukong's strength and found that in this state, son Wukong's power was not inferior to that of Super Saiyan 5 Vegeta. "Wukong, didn't you already reach Super Saiyan 6? Why have you suddenly decided to train in divine power again?" he asked. Son Wukong explained, "The path of training for Super Saiyan 6 is far more difficult than before. My progress has been slow over the past few months, which is why I considered training in divine power." "I see," Piccolo said. "You all can train in divine power as well. You might achieve unexpected results." Everyone nodded and then dispersed. Bulma, seeing son Wukong's new form, asked, "Wukong, is this a new form you've attained through training? Why are you so thin?" Son Wukong replied, Yes, this form I call Super Saiyan got a result of mastering divine power. Do you want to give it a try? Bulma laughed and said, you look as thin as a stick dog in this form. Are you sure it's effective? Sun Wukong chuckled. Bulma, you're floating again. Alright, we'll meet tonight. I want to make sure you can't walk tomorrow. Oh dear, I'm so scared. Alright, see you tonight, Bulma laughed. Sun Wukong smiled, nodded, and went to show Shishi and Lazuli his new form. That evening the three arrived as promised, engaging in a battle between mortals and deities with Sun Wukong. Ultimately the gods had the upper hand. In the days that followed, Sun Wukong focused on mastering divine power, and 3 months later, he achieved the form of Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan. His hair turned blue, his pupils became blue, and even the aura surrounding his body transformed into a blue and white flame, further enhancing his strength. Sun Wukong murmured, it's time to seek Whis and learn the Ultra Instinct technique. A few days later he arrived at the God of Destruction's realm, where he found Whis enjoying some ribs. Seeing Sun Wukong arrive, Whis put down his ribs and said, oh ho ho, it's been a while, Wukong. What brings you here? Whis, I'm here to learn angel techniques from you, son, Wukong replied. Oh Wukong, let me first check if your physical strength meets the requirements, Whis said. He then picked up his staff and began tapping on Sun Wukong for a while before gazing intently at the staff. After a moment, he said, seriously, Wukong, I didn't expect your physical strength to have reached such a level. Below the level of a god of destruction, I fear no one can pose any threat to you. Sun Wukong chuckled. Whis, you don't need to flatter me. Just tell me if my physical strength is sufficient to learn your skills. Whis replied with a smile, of course, but I wonder how your divine power training is coming along. Sun Wukong immediately transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. Seeing this, Whis remarked, not bad, your divine power has also reached the requirements. Whis, can I learn your divine mastery technique now? Sun Wukong asked. Whis replied, yes, my divine mastery technique is called the Ultimate Freedom Technique, which is divided into 3 levels. The first level is Ultimate Freedom Initial, the second level is Ultimate Freedom Peak, the third level is Ultimate Freedom True. Sun Wukong asked, what are the differences among these 3? Whis explained, Ultimate Freedom Initial is the entry stage of the Ultimate Freedom Technique. Ultimate Freedom Peak signifies successful cultivation of the technique, while Ultimate Freedom True represents the peak of the technique, achieving a return to simplicity. I see, then Whis, to which level have you cultivated? Sun Wukong inquired. Whis smiled and said, I have reached the 3rd level. Sun Wukong further asked, to which level has Lord Beerus cultivated? Whis chuckled. Wukong, let's start our training. You can ask Lord Beerus yourself when he wakes up. Alright, Sun Wukong laughed. Whis stated, the essence of the Ultimate Freedom Technique is to let the body attack and defend autonomously rather than relying on the brain to react and then execute attacks and defenses. Sun Wukong remarked, it means to empty the mind and let each part of the body autonomously counter the enemies. Whis responded, exactly, Wukong. Sun Wukong asked, Whis, how should we proceed? Whis explained, the specific method involves 3 steps. First, empty the mind and eliminate distractions. Second, strengthen muscle memory and cultivate the body's combat awareness. Third, integrate both, and that will be the entry into the Ultimate Freedom Technique. Sun Wukong stated, Whis, let's begin. Whis nodded. Wukong, we will start from the first step. What you need to do now is to empty your mind and clear your thoughts during combat. Sun Wukong nodded and said, it means to let thoughts roll away as far as they can, achieving a state of complete focus during combat. Whis smiled and said, exactly, Wukong, you understand it well. Now go ahead and do the first step. You should know what to do without me telling you. Sun Wukong nodded and then swiftly moved to the side, closing his eyes and entering a meditative state. Seeing this, Whis began creating various distractions to disrupt Sun Wukong's focus. Sun Wukong remained unfazed like an old monk in meditation. Whis secretly praised him. Sun Wukong maintained this meditative state for 2 full hours. If it weren't for his stomach protesting loudly, Sun Wukong could have continued. He opened his eyes, returned to thought, and smiled at Whis, saying, Whis, let's have a meal. Whis nodded, then let's go. Sun Wukong swiftly appeared beside Whis, using instant transmission to return home, where he treated Whis. After eating, Sun Wukong sent Whis back to the God of Destruction realm and returned home. The next day, he continued training in the God of Destruction realm. This continued for 3 months. Whis had Sun Wukong begin the second step of training. This step mainly involved combat with Whis to strengthen muscle memory and cultivate the body's combat awareness. Whis instructed Sun Wukong to fight him in a normal state, and then waved his staff, enveloping Sun Wukong in armor that restricted his movements. Then the two began to battle. The outcome was predictable. Sun Wukong was beaten black and blue, yet he couldn't even touch the hem of Whis' clothes. Nevertheless, Sun Wukong did not feel discouraged. Day after day, Whis continued training Sun Wukong. After 6 months, Whis waved his staff, removing the armor from Sun Wukong and initiating the second phase of training. Another 6 months passed, and Sun Wukong's muscle memory and combat awareness had been developed. Sun Wukong then began the third step of training, integrating the first two steps, attempting to unlock ultimate freedom initial. After 1 year and 3 months of rigorous training for 2.5 years, Sun Wukong finally succeeded in unlocking ultimate freedom initial, entering the entry stage of the ultimate freedom technique. Sun Wukong was surrounded by a silver flame. His silver pupils and black hair remained unchanged apart from the color of his eyes and the flames. He looked no different from his normal state, yet the combat power between the two was vastly different. Weiss praised Wukong, "Your comprehension is the best I have seen in countless ages. If Lord Beerus doesn't slack off, he might be able to match you." Sun Wukong humbly responded, "Weiss, you flatter me. I am just more diligent than others. My talent is quite average." Weiss laughed. "Average? You trained for 2.5 years to successfully enter the ultimate freedom technique, shorter than all the gods of destruction. Wukong, you are quite humble." Sun Wukong chuckled awkwardly and said, "Weiss, to show my gratitude, let's go to my home. I'll treat you to a feast." Weiss smiled, his eyes squinting, and said, "All right, Wukong, I won't be polite then." Sun Wukong laughed. "Weiss, you mustn't hold back." After that, using instant transmission, the two arrived at Sun Wukong's home. Sun Wukong went to the kitchen and input the names of all 108 dishes of the Manhan Quanxi banquet into the cooking robot's computer. Then the cooking robot began to get busy. Sun Wukong sat in the dining room chatting with Weiss while waiting for the robot to serve the dishes. An hour later, the robot began to serve the dishes one after another. Before long, the dining table was filled with delicacies, each dish unique, and not a single repetition, leaving Weiss dazzled. Without even greeting Sun Wukong, Weiss grabbed the chopsticks from the table and started tasting the food. Upon tasting, Weiss felt as if his entire soul had been elevated. It was explosively delicious. Seeing Weiss' reaction, Sun Wukong couldn't help but chuckle and began to eat as well. Weiss savored his food slowly, while Sun Wukong devoured his meal, making Weiss shake his head. To Weiss, Sun Wukong's way of eating was simply a waste of food. After 2 hours, Sun Wukong was full. After Weiss packed up, he used instant transmission to send Weiss back to the God of Destruction realm. After entering the ultimate freedom technique, Sun Wukong could begin to cultivate on his own. In the following days, Sun Wukong trained even harder. The progress of the ultimate freedom technique surged forward. 6 months later, Sun Wukong successfully cultivated the ultimate freedom technique to perfection, reaching an unparalleled level. His normal form now featured silver hair, silver pupils, and silver flames appearing before Weiss. Weiss was utterly shocked. In just 6 months, Sun Wukong cultivated the ultimate freedom technique to such a level. How could Weiss not be astonished? It is known that all gods of destruction, including Beerus, have not mastered the ultimate freedom technique to perfection. Sun Wukong surpassed all gods of destruction in just 3 years of cultivation. Such talent is truly unprecedented. Weiss smiled, saying, "Now your strength has completely surpassed that of Lord Beerus, second only to us angels." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong nodded and then invited Weiss to his home for a meal. As soon as Weiss heard about the food, he couldn't wait. Thus, Sun Wukong led Weiss back home. Coincidentally, the old Kai trio was also present. Upon seeing Sun Wukong, Xianxia hurriedly said, "Wukong, Babidi has appeared." Sun Wukong replied, "I see, no wonder you all came here." The old Kai shouted at Xianxia, "What are you afraid of? With so many powerful beings here, anyone you pick can easily defeat Majin Buu." Xianxia replied, "Old ancestor, I understand. But as long as Majin Buu is not eliminated, I cannot find peace even in sleep, as I dream of him all the time." The old Kai covered his face upon hearing this, feeling quite helpless. Sun Wukong chuckled and said, "Xianxia, once Majin Buu shows up, you can choose any powerful being here to help you deal with him." Upon hearing this, Xianxia nodded and looked at Vegeta and the others. Vegeta responded, "Don't look at me, I'm not interested in cleaning up trash." Xianxia then looked at Piccolo. Piccolo replied, "I'm not interested either." Xianxia then turned to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong said, "Fine, then I'll reluctantly step in." Xianxia was deeply moved upon hearing this. Weiss said to the old Kai, "Long time no see, Lord Kai." The old Kai replied, "Indeed, long time no see, Weiss." Seeing this, Xianxia said to the old Kai, "Old ancestor, do you know Weiss?" The old Kai replied impatiently, "Of course I know Beerus, how could I not know Weiss?" "All right," Xianxia slapped his forehead and said. Sun Wukong laughed and said, "All right, since everyone is here, let's hold a banquet to celebrate." Everyone raised their hands in agreement. Thus a grand feast commenced at the restaurant. Shortly after, the food delivery robots lined up in a long queue, bringing dish after dish to the table, and everyone began to feast heartily. As Sun Wukong ate, he looked at Broly and asked, "Broly, how is your training for the legendary Super Saiyan 4 going?" Broly replied, "Kakarot, am close to achieving full power with my Super Saiyan 4. Sun Wukong nodded in response and continued to eat and drink. The old Kai looked at Weiss and asked, Weiss, how long until Beerus can awaken? Weiss replied, about 10 more years. Oh, 10 more years, the old Kai said meaningfully. Weiss felt puzzled, but didn't think much of it. After everyone finished eating, they dispersed. The old Kai trio returned to the Kaioshin realm, while Sun Wukong used instant transmission to send Weiss back to the God of Destruction's realm. A few days later, Bulma received an invitation letter from the organizer of the first martial arts tournament, inviting Sun Wukong to participate. The reason for inviting Sun Wukong was that the viewership of the last tournament was dismal, and the organizers hoped to increase the ratings by having Sun Wukong participate this time. That evening, when Sun Wukong returned home, Bulma mentioned the invitation. Although Sun Wukong initially didn't want to participate, he felt that training all the time was rather boring, so he decided to join. The next day, Sun Wukong told everyone that except for Vegeta, everyone else planned to participate. Seeing this, Vegeta had no choice but to join as well, since everyone else was going, and staying at home alone would be boring. Thus, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Broly, Piccolo, Sun Wukong, Jin, Sun Wukong, Ming, Raditz, Nappa, Lapis, Krillin, Tien, Xianxia, and Kaiatsu signed up for the adult group competition. Sun Wukong's sons, Sun Wutian, Sun Kex, and Sun Beulah signed up for the youth group competition. A few days later, everyone arrived at the venue and queued to hit the testing machine. While everyone was holding back their strength, Vegeta, who was displeased, smashed the testing machine with a punch. Everyone covered their faces upon seeing this, indicating that they were not familiar with Vegeta. Two evil beings controlled by Babidi also signed up for the martial arts tournament, aiming to collect energy to resurrect Majin Buu, just like in the original story. Sun Wukong naturally noticed all of this, but remained unconcerned. When the tournament reached the 32-16 stage, the two evil beings made their move, targeting Sun Wukong Zhan, which was akin to lighting a lantern in a toilet, seeking death. After locking onto Babidi's hiding place, Sun Wukong left the tournament venue. Seeing this, everyone followed him. Outside a dilapidated spaceship, they encountered Babidi's underling, the Demon Realm King, Dubra. Upon seeing Sun Wukong, Dubra smiled and said, "I didn't expect you to have some skill being able to find this place." Sun Wukong replied with a smile, "Take me to Babidi and don't make me ask twice." Dubra laughed and said, "Sun Wukong, you have quite the attitude. O Lord, Babidi is not someone just anyone can meet." Before he could finish his sentence, Sun Wukong blew a breath at Dubra, and he turned into dust. At that moment, everyone also arrived. Vegeta said, "Kakarot, you were the one who wanted to participate in the martial arts tournament, and now you are the one leading the way out. What exactly are you up to?" Sun Wukong chuckled and said, "Let the Kaioshin worry. Majin Buu has been here for 500,000 years. Do you want to see him?" "I see, Kakarot, you came here to find Majin Buu." Vegeta asked. "Of course, otherwise what would I be doing here?" Sun Wukong replied. "Then let's go in," Piccolo said. "Not yet, let's wait for Kaioshin, who I think he should arrive shortly," Sun Wukong said. Just as he finished speaking, Kaioshin Xian, the old Kai, and Jebet arrived. Upon meeting, Kaioshin Xian said to Sun Wukong, "Wukong, Babidi is inside and Majin Buu should be in there too. What should we do?" Sun Wukong smiled and said, "We just charge in directly." Upon hearing this, Kaioshin's face stiffened. "Is that really a good idea? What if we fall into an ambush?" The old Kai jumped up and shouted, "You brat, are you really scared stiff by Majin Buu? With so many powerful beings here, what are you afraid of? Moreover, there's Wukong, a powerhouse beyond Beerus, backing you up." Hearing this, Kaioshin Xian immediately reacted, "You're right, what do I have to fear? With Wukong here, what is Majin Buu?" Thus he said, "All right, let's follow Wukong's lead." Sun Wukong led the way into the spaceship, with everyone following closely behind. The minor monsters on the two floors were easily dealt with by Sun Wukong. Afterwards, they found Babidi and Majin Buu's egg at the bottom of the spaceship. Upon seeing his enemy, Kaioshin Xian shouted, "Babidi, do you know how I've spent these 500,000 years? Do you know? Today Majin Buu is doomed. Even the God of Destruction can't save him, mark my words." Babidi laughed and said, "With the trash you brought, although they possess decent strength and can defeat Dabura in an instant, they are nothing compared to my Majin Buu." Vegeta, upon hearing this, furiously retorted, "Who are you calling trash?" Babidi replied, "I'm not talking about you, I'm saying all of you are trash. You're seeking death." Vegeta bellowed. Then with a wave of his hand, Babidi was reduced to dust. Vegeta spat, "Pa, what a filthy firework." He then turned to Son Goku and asked, "How do we handle Majin Buu's egg, Kakarot?" Son Goku replied, "You just need to inject some energy into it, and it will come out." Vegeta remarked, "What a hassle." He then placed his hand on the pink giant egg of Majin Buu and began to channel energy. Moments later, white smoke began to rise from the giant egg, enveloping the entire bottom of the spaceship. Everyone was puzzled. Soon after, the giant egg vanished. Seeing this, Vegeta looked at Son Goku and asked, "Kakarot, what happened?" The giant egg disappeared. Where is Majin Buu? Son Goku pointed to the white smoke above Vegeta and said, Majin Buu is in that white smoke. You'll see him shortly. The others looked towards the white smoke. Moments later, as the smoke dispersed, a large pink figure appeared in the sky. Vegeta exclaimed at the sight, So you're Majin Buu. You don't look like much. Majin Buu, upon hearing this, narrowed his eyes and looked at Vegeta, asking, Who are you? Where's Babidi? Vegeta pointed his thumb at himself and smiled. I am Super Vegeta. As for Babidi, he's everywhere. Oh, so it's you, the fool, who killed Babidi. That's wonderful. As a thank you, I'll make sure you have a painless trip to the underworld, Majin Buu said, squinting his eyes. Ha ha ha, with trash like you think you can send me off? You really crack me up, Vegeta laughed heartily. Son Goku, seeing this, said, Alright Vegeta, let's go outside and talk. This place is too small for a fight. Fine Kakarot, I'll take care of this pink fatso. You're all not allowed to interfere until I'm done playing, Vegeta declared. No problem Vegeta, Son Goku replied. Vegeta then turned to Majin Buu and said, Fat pink guy, let's head outside. I want to see how strong you really are and how you frighten the Kaioshin. Kaioshin Zin's face darkened upon hearing this. Majin Buu said, No problem, you can choose the place. I'll just dig a grave for you. Less chatter. Who's burying who is still uncertain, Vegeta sneered. He then turned and walked out of the spaceship with everyone following suit, including Majin Buu. Once outside, Vegeta challenged Majin Buu, saying, Fat pink guy, are you ready to get beaten up by me? Majin Buu retorted, Shorty, is your grave already picked out? You're courting death. Before the words even left his mouth, Vegeta punched Majin Buu squarely in the face. Majin Buu was sent flying. Vegeta then zipped behind Majin Buu, kicking him high into the air, and then reappeared behind him again to send him crashing to the ground, only to flash behind him once more to kick him back into the air. Thus Vegeta treated Majin Buu like a ball, repeatedly kicking him around. After being kicked 5 or 6 times, Majin Buu regained his senses, steadied himself, and landed a punch on Vegeta. Mirroring Vegeta's actions, Majin Buu kicked him around in midair as if he were a ball. After being kicked 7 or 8 times, Vegeta exploded with rage, stabilized himself, and shouted at Majin Buu, Not bad, fat pink guy, you do have some strength. Majin Buu responded, You're not so bad yourself, Shorty. You took several kicks from me and didn't die? Ha ha, you didn't think that was all my power, did you? That was just warm-up, Vegeta laughed. Oh, is that so? My apologies, I was also warming up just now, Majin Buu replied. Alright, it seems you really want to go up against me, Prince Vegeta? Come on, let me see your true strength, Vegeta laughed. Saying this, he swiftly elbowed Majin Buu in the face, then kicked him in the neck, sending him flying dozens of meters away. Vegeta did not pursue, he just stood there watching Majin Buu. Majin Buu stood up from the ground, rubbed his face, and his large face returned to normal. Seeing this, Vegeta remarked, I was wondering why you're so confident. It turns out you have such strong recovery abilities. This makes it more interesting. Majin Buu said, Your strength can't inflict any damage on me. Vegeta replied, Just wait and see. Majin Buu said, You've had your fun, now it's my turn. With that, he zipped towards Vegeta. Hearing this, Vegeta charged at Majin Buu. The two engaged in fierce hand-to-hand combat in the air, trading blows back and forth in an evenly matched battle. However, as time passed, Vegeta began to fall behind, sustaining more and more superficial wounds. Before long, Majin Buu kicked Vegeta into the ground. Ha 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 ha, Vegeta laughed during the fight. Majin Buu squinted his eyes in confusion and asked, Shorty, have you been knocked silly by me? Vegeta replied, I admit I underestimated you. I didn't expect your strength to exceed my normal limits. Now if I transform into a Super Saiyan, how will you respond? Saying this, Vegeta let out a loud shout, instantly transforming into his Super Saiyan state, then beckoned at Majin Buu with his finger. Majin Buu, upon seeing this and sensing Vegeta's power, was taken aback, but then grinned wickedly. He said to Vegeta, I didn't expect you, Shorty, to be this strong. Vegeta replied, There are many things you didn't expect. Now let's start the second round of our battle. With that, he vanished and appeared above Majin Buu, landing a single punch that drove Majin Buu's head into his stomach. He then flashed to the side to admire his handiwork. Majin Buu felt around his neck, then grabbed his tail and pulled upwards, extracting his head from his stomach. Seeing this, Vegeta was stunned by Majin Buu's maneuver. He shouted, Are you made of rubber? Such elasticity. Majin Buu glanced at Vegeta, revealing a sinister and greedy smile. Seeing this, Vegeta furiously exclaimed, What schemes are you plotting? Let me tell you, all your cunning plans are meaningless in the face of absolute power. Majin Buu remained silent, his smile growing even more sinister. Vegeta, enraged by Buu's expression, flashed forward and attacked him. With a powerful punch, he smashed through Majin Buu's stomach and grabbed the tail on Buu's head, swinging him into the sky. Following that, with a loud shout, he unleashed a massive energy wave towards Majin Buu, who was instantly startled. In a desperate moment, Buu tore a piece of flesh from his body and threw it aside, which was immediately obliterated. TCH Majin Buu, is that all you've got? Pathetic, Vegeta scoffed. He turned to return to his companions. Goku pointed to the sky in the distance and said to Vegeta, Vegeta, Majin Buu is not dead yet. Hearing this, Vegeta turned his head and saw a mass of Majin Buu's flesh in the sky writhing and transforming back into Fat Buu. Seeing this, Vegeta remarked, how is this thing like an unkillable cockroach? He then looked toward Majin Buu. Fat Buu was extremely angry at this moment. Just moments ago, he had nearly been sent away by Vegeta thanks to him throwing out a piece of flesh at the last moment. The more Fat Buu thought about it, the angrier he became, and large amounts of white smoke erupted from his head. After a moment, the smoke contracted and formed a black thin Buu. Fat Buu looked at the thin Buu as if facing a formidable enemy. The black thin Buu looked at Fat Buu with a wicked smile, and then in a flash kicked Fat Buu down to the ground. Vegeta watched in shock, his forehead full of question marks. Goku, noticing this, understood that evil Buu had been forced out. He shouted to Vegeta, Vegeta, that black thin Buu is evil, just defeat him. Vegeta replied, Kakarot, are you sure we don't need to worry about that Fat Buu? You don't need to worry about him. That Fat Buu is the good Buu assimilated by the Grand Kaishin, while the thin Buu is the true evil Buu, Goku explained. Kaishin Shin, hearing this, asked excitedly, Goku, is that true? Goku affirmed, absolutely. Once we defeat the thin Buu, observe Fat Buu's personality closely, and you'll see it. Kaishin Shin, excited, exclaimed, I can't believe the Grand Kaishin really succeeded in assimilating Majin Buu. Goku corrected him, it's only part of Majin Buu, not all of him. Old Kaishin said, having such a successor makes me very proud. We're both Kaishins, but why is the gap so vast? Don't you think so, Shin? Kaishin Shin, hearing this, smiled awkwardly. After hearing Goku's response, Vegeta flashed over to face the black Majin Buu. Just as he was about to speak, the tail on Thin Buu's head emitted a beam of light, turning Vegeta into chocolate. Then Thin Buu grabbed Vegeta and swallowed him whole. Then he burst into laughter. The others in the distance were immediately thrown into a panic. Kaishin Shin said, Goku, Vegeta has been absorbed by Majin Buu. His power will increase dramatically. You must act quickly. Goku laughed and said, you underestimate Vegeta too much. He can transform into Super Saiyan 5. Do you think he will be crushed by Buu's Super Saiyan 3 power? But old son Vegeta has already been eaten by Majin Buu. Can he get out? Piccolo asked. Goku reassured him, don't worry, Piccolo, Vegeta is not so easy to digest. Meanwhile, the black thin Buu was laughing joyfully when he suddenly heard Vegeta's voice from his belly. You're having quite the fun, aren't you, Majin Buu? Startled, he clenched his fists and struck his own belly. He hit himself repeatedly, causing him to spit up acid. But it had no effect at all. Vegeta laughed and said, Majin Buu, you are quite ruthless. You even hit yourself when you get angry, but it's still useless. Majin Buu's expression darkened in response. Gritting his teeth, he rubbed an energy sphere and pressed it against his belly. After a loud explosion, his belly and lower body were obliterated. Then Majin Buu shouted loudly, his lower half restoring as he listened for Vegeta's voice. Not hearing anything, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and laughed heartily. While laughing, he heard Vegeta's voice again. Not bad, Majin Buu, you're quite ruthless, blowing up your own body just like that, but it's still useless. Thin Buu immediately froze in place. After pondering for a moment, he became determined, raising both hands above his head to gather an enormous energy sphere, tossing it into the air before flashing forward to collide with it. With a loud explosion, Majin Buu was obliterated. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. Moments later in the sky, Majin Buu reassembled. After a long wait, without hearing Vegeta's voice, he began to laugh again. Not bad, Majin Buu. This is quite fun, keep it up, Vegeta's voice echoed again from within Buu's belly. Majin Buu froze once more and then exploded in rage. Moments later, as Majin Buu restored himself, Vegeta's taunting voice rang out again. Majin Buu in despair raised both hands above his head and gathered an energy sphere with a diameter of several dozen kilometers, hurling it down towards the ground. Seeing this, Goku flashed beneath the energy sphere and kicked it out of Earth's atmosphere. He then said to Vegeta, Vegeta, stop playing around and come out. Majin Buu is getting desperate and is ready to destroy the Earth. He has a reason to die now. Hearing this, Vegeta shouted inside, Majin Buu breaking free and directly bursting out of Buu's body. He flew over to Goku and said, what's going on? I was having so much fun. Goku replied, you had your fun, but Majin Buu is about to explode. Just now he gathered an energy sphere with a diameter of several dozen kilometers aimed at destroying the Earth. I see this thing is truly unmanageable. In that case, let's eliminate it as soon as possible, Vegeta remarked. Goku nodded and asked, do you want to handle it, or should I? He'll take care of it. One must see things through to the end, Vegeta stated. Goku nodded and flashed back to the others. By this time, Majin Buu had already restored himself and was overjoyed to see Vegeta emerging from his own body. Vegeta remarked, "You're celebrating too early." With that he shouted loudly, transforming into Super Saiyan 4, then clasped his hands together and shouted, "Big Bang Attack." The energy wave struck Majin Buu directly, and Buu was obliterated without even a sound. Afterward, Vegeta returned to his normal form, glanced at the unconscious Fat Buu on the ground, and in a flash grabbed Fat Buu by the tail and returned to his companions. "Kakarot, how should we deal with this chubby one?" Vegeta asked. Sun Wukong replied, "This Fat Buu is the Buu assimilated by the Grand Supreme Kai. He poses no threat. I think we should just keep him with us, having one more won't hurt." Upon hearing this, everyone had no objections. Sun Wukong then squatted in front of Fat Buu and patted his large face. After a moment, Fat Buu slowly opened his small eyes. Seeing Sun Wukong, Fat Buu was so frightened that he immediately stood up. Sun Wukong smiled and also stood up, saying to Fat Buu, "The evil Buu has been killed by us. You are free now." Fat Buu, upon hearing this, jumped up joyfully, as happy as a 300-pound child. Sun Wukong continued, "Since you have nowhere to go, why not come to my house? I'll take care of you." Fat Buu asked, "Will you provide food?" Sun Wukong smiled and said, "Of course, all meals and accommodation are included." Fat Buu nodded happily, saying, "All right, it's settled," then no backing out. Sun Wukong replied, "No problem." Then he turned to everyone and said, "Let's go back and celebrate." The Grand Supreme Kai sighed in relief, saying, "The Majin Buu issue is finally resolved. Ooh, I can finally get a good night's sleep." The old Kai said, "Look at you, such a lowly achievement." The Grand Supreme Kai laughed awkwardly. After that, everyone used instant transmission to return to Bulma's house. Then there was a grand feast. Fat Buu stared wide-eyed at the table full of food. He picked up a plate and began to wolf it down, finishing it off by licking the plate clean. Seeing this made everyone's mouths twitch. Sun Wukong said to Fat Buu, "No need to lick the plate. There's plenty of food enough for you to eat." Fat Buu smiled awkwardly and restrained himself a little. After eating their fill, everyone dispersed. Sun Wukong led Fat Buu to Bulma, introduced Buu to her, and then said to Fat Buu, "This is your long-term meal ticket. You'll do whatever she asks you to do from now on." Fat Buu, upon hearing that Bulma was his long-term meal ticket, nodded his head vigorously like a chick pecking at rice. Bulma observed and said, "This Fat Buu is quite interesting, but I have nothing for him to do, so let him play with Wukong, Wuquan, Wooly, and Xiaxia." Sun Wukong nodded and took Fat Buu to meet the children. The kids were thrilled upon hearing that Fat Buu was there to play with them. Fat Buu was also infected by the enthusiasm of the children, bouncing around joyfully. Sun Wukong reminded the kids not to bully Fat Buu. After the kids promised, Sun Wukong finally left. In the days that followed, everyone focused on their training. Training was essential. The competition among everyone was intense, especially for Vegeta, who spent all day either eating or training. Sun Wukong continued his training in the black hole, but his progress was minimal in a short time. After half a month, he asked Bulma to make a Dragon Ball radar to search for the Super Dragon Balls. A few days later, Bulma completed the Dragon Ball radar. Sun Wukong took the Dragon Ball radar and first traveled to Namek, where he found the Grand Elder. Using Purunga, he learned the locations of the Super Dragon Balls, made a couple of wishes, and then set off on his quest for the Super Dragon Balls. Quickly, Sun Wukong found 4 Super Dragon Balls scattered across the 7th universe. He then used instant transmission to gather the 4 Super Dragon Balls together. Of course, he was discovered by Whis. After a brief inquiry, Whis advised Sun Wukong not to disturb the cosmic order and then left him alone. After Whis left, Sun Wukong crossed the cosmic barrier to arrive in the 6th universe. The moment he arrived in the 6th universe, Beerus sensed it and picked up his staff to investigate. Nearby, the god of destruction Beerus, who was munching on an unknown bird egg, asked Bardos, "What's going on?" Bardos replied, "There's a human from the 7th universe who has crossed the cosmic barrier and entered our universe." "Oh, who is this person with such audacity to come into my universe?" "Let me see," Beerus said. After saying that, he approached Bardos' staff to take a look. Inside the staff appeared a tall human with a crab-like head, standing at 6 feet tall, holding an unknown device, looking around before disappearing after a moment. Upon seeing this, Beerus exclaimed, "Where did the human go?" Bardos took the staff, waved it in the air, and Sun Wukong's figure reappeared in the staff. Bardos pointed into the void. Sun Wukong's figure in the staff was projected into the air. In the image, Sun Wukong fired an energy blast, striking a planet. The surface of the planet cracked, revealing its true nature, which was actually a Super Dragon Ball marked with 5 stars, indicating it was a 5-star ball. Bardos and Beerus were astonished, exclaiming, "It's a wish ball." Coming back to his senses, Beerus angrily said, "Bardos, we can't let this brat steal the wish ball. We must hurry and stop him." Bardos shook her head, saying, "Lord Beerus, based on what we just saw, this human seems to have learned the Grand Supreme Kai's instant transmission. We won't be able to stop him in time." Beerus replied, "We can't just let him swagger off with the wish ball." Bardos responded, "Lord Beerus, you can go find Lord Bills to negotiate and demand an explanation." Upon hearing this, Beerus's eyes lit up, realizing he had a point, so he said, "All right, it's settled. Bardos, let's set off now." Bardos nodded and used her time-space movement, heading straight to the God of Destruction's realm in the 7th universe. At this time, Sun Wukong, who was collecting Dragon Balls, was completely unaware of all this. Sun Wukong, with the recently found 5-star ball, used instant transmission and soon arrived at the next Super Dragon Ball. An energy blast blew open the surface, revealing a 6-star ball embedded in it. Sun Wukong then continued the same method and found the 7-star ball. Then, using instant transmission, he returned to the 7th universe, standing before the 4 Super Dragon Balls. Looking at the 7 enormous wish balls before him, Sun Wukong proclaimed in the language of the gods, "Come forth, Super Shinran, grant my wish, I want to prosper." Then the 7 Super Dragon Balls burst forth with dazzling light, and 7 beams of light shot into the cosmos, merging together. From within, the Super Shinran emerged, soaring through the universe. In an instant, countless star systems were swallowed by the Super Dragon Balls, including the star system where Sun Wukong resided. After a moment, a smaller version of the golden Super Shinran appeared before Sun Wukong. It said, "Human who has gathered the 7 wish stars, speak your wish. No matter what it is, I can help you fulfill it." "Can any wish truly be fulfilled?" Sun Wukong asked. "Of course, any wish," the Super Dragon replied in a deep voice. "Then I'll say it, but don't get angry." Sun Wukong smiled. The Super Dragon responded, "Go ahead, I won't hold it against you, mere mortal." "All right, my wish is to have 3 more wishes." Sun Wukong laughed. The Super Dragon, hearing this, broke into a sweat and said, "I cannot grant that wish, young man. Do not be so greedy. Choose another wish." Sun Wukong smiled and looked at the Super Dragon, saying, "Then fine, I wish for my soul to be unexchangeable by anyone and to possess an immortal body. Can you grant this wish?" "This wish is quite simple." The Super Dragon's eyes flashed with a red light, and Sun Wukong felt a strange sensation coursing through his body. Then he heard the Super Dragon say, "Your wish has been granted. Farewell." As soon as the words were spoken, the Super Dragon transformed into a beam of light and vanished into the cosmos. 7 Super Dragon Balls shone brilliantly before flying towards the corners of the 6th and 7th universes. Seeing this, Sun Wukong immediately utilized instant transmission to arrive at the God of Destruction's realm. Whis observed and asked Wukong, "Has your wish been fulfilled?" Sun Wukong nodded and replied, "Yes, Whis." Whis acknowledged with a nod and did not inquire about the specifics of Sun Wukong's wish. Sun Wukong said, "I'm going to the 6th universe to search for the Super Dragon Balls. They should have been discovered by the angels and God of Destruction of that universe." Whis smiled and said, "Correct, and they are currently on their way here." Sun Wukong responded, "Oh, that should be fine, right?" Whis replied, "What could possibly happen? The Super Dragon Balls are not exclusive to the gods of destruction. Anyone, even gods, can use them. They are coming here mainly because you wandered into their universe without notifying them." "Oh, I see. Then I am relieved," Sun Wukong remarked. Whis added, "No problem. Don't forget that you are still a candidate for the God of Destruction." All right, I completely forgot about that," Sun Wukong said, slapping his forehead. Whis chuckled, saying, "You, a candidate for the God of Destruction, are just like Lord Beerus. Instead of completing your tasks and destroying planets, all you do is train and enhance your strength." Sun Wukong, feeling embarrassed, replied, "I understand, Whis. I'll spend some time completing my tasks and destroying planets from now on." Whis nodded in response. Just then, a dazzling array of colors appeared before Whis in the blink of an eye. As the light faded, a tall female angel with blue skin, striking features, and a single ponytail, along with a hairless purple cat lying on the ground, appeared before them. Seeing this, Whis covered his mouth and laughed, saying, "Oh ho ho, Lord Kampa, even though we haven't seen each other for years, you don't need to perform such grand gestures upon our first meeting, do you?" The cat on the ground, Kampa, stood up and said to Vados, "Was that intentional?" "Well, not at all. Lord Kampa, it was your weight that caused the inertia to throw you off balance and make you fall. It has nothing to do with me," Vados replied. "I'm fine, I won't hold it against you." Then turning to Whis, he asked, "Long time no see, Whis. Is that guy Beerus still asleep?" Whis replied, "Indeed, Lord Kampa. Lord Beerus still has years to go before he awakens. What business do you have with him?" "Whis, don't play dumb. Just now someone from the 7th universe came into my 6th universe. Don't tell me you don't know about this." Kampa said. "Oh, Lord Kampa, you mean that incident?" "Of course I know. That person is far away, yet close at hand," Whis responded. Then Sun Wukong, who had been silent, said, "This is the candidate for the God of Destruction of the 7th universe, Sun Wukong. It was he who just went to your universe." Kampa and Vados looked at Sun Wukong, surprised by Whis' words, and exclaimed in unison, "You are the candidate for Lord Beerus, the Skinny One." Sun Wukong smiled and said, "That's right, I am the candidate for Lord Beerus, the God of Destruction." Hearing this, Kampa burst into laughter, holding his stomach. After a moment, he said to Whis, "Is Beerus planning to retire already?" Whis replied, "Lord Beerus doesn't know about this yet. It is because I saw that Wukong's strength is impressive that I made him the candidate for the God of Destruction." Oh, this kid's strength actually caught your eye. He must have some skills then, Kampa said, looking at Sun Wukong with interest, turning to Whis. Whis smiled and said, Lord Kampa, why don't you give it a try and see for yourself? Hearing this, Kampa scrutinized Whis and asked, Whis, you're not trying to trick me again, are you? Tell me just how strong is this kid? Whis replied, all right, since you asked, Lord Kampa, I'll tell you. Wukong's strength has already surpassed that of Lord Beerus and can stand shoulder to shoulder with even the weakest of angels. What? Whis, you can't be joking. Just him, a mere mortal. Kampa exclaimed. Vados also asked Whis, are you serious? Whis replied, of course it's true. If you don't believe me, Lord Kampa, you can try it out. Hearing this, Kampa pondered for a moment and then gritted his teeth, saying, all right, I'll give it a shot and see if this kid really has the strength you claim, comparable to an angel. Then he looked at Sun Wukong and said, so you're Sun Wukong, right? Come, let's exchange a few moves and see just how strong you really are. Sun Wukong replied, all right, then Lord Kampa, don't worry, I will go easy on you. Kampa, upon hearing this, became furious and said, you little rascal, am I supposed to thank you later? Sun Wukong waved his hand and said, no need, as long as Lord Kampa doesn't blame me. Enough with the nonsense. He then said to Whis, Whis, take us to the battlefield. You don't want to wake Beerus, do you? Whis nodded and said to Sun Wukong, Wukong, let's go to the Kaioshin realm. It's far from the God of Destruction's realm, so it won't wake Lord Beerus. Sun Wukong replied, all right, let's go. Whis gathered Kampa and Vados around Sun Wukong, and then Sun Wukong used instant transmission, arriving at the Kaioshin realm in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Kampa praised, leaving aside your strength, your instant transmission is quite impressive. Sun Wukong smiled and replied, thank you for the compliment, Lord Kampa. In the distance, the old Kaioshin Shin and Jebet approached upon seeing the four of them arrive, greeting Sun Wukong and Whis before looking towards Kampa and Vados in unison. Whis, noticing this, introduced the three to them, saying these two are the God of Destruction of the Sixth Universe, Lord Kampa, and the Angel of the Sixth Universe, Vados. He then introduced the old Kaioshin and Jebet to Kampa and Vados. Kampa laughed, saying, ha ha ha, that Beerus is quite cunning, he even managed to have two Kaioshins. The old Kaioshin smiled helplessly while Kaioshin Shin looked puzzled, as he had never heard that there were other universes in this world. The old Kaioshin, seeing the expression of Kaioshin Xian, was furious, jumping up to deliver a sharp blow to his head, while shouting, I told you to read more and eat less junk food, but you didn't listen. You don't even know about the multiverse, you're truly embarrassing me. Kaioshin Xian, holding his head, replied, I understand, ancestor, but please don't hit my head every time. If you keep knocking it, I might turn into a fool. The old Kaioshin wanted to say more, but Xianxia interrupted. You two clowns can talk later. Let me and Sun Wukong compete first. The old Kaioshin responded, all right, Lord Xianxia, you all go to the depths of the Kaioshin realm. It's spacious there. Xianxia nodded and said to the old Kaioshin, lead the way. The old Kaioshin said to Jebite, Jebite, take Lord Xianxia and Wukong to the depths of the Kaioshin realm. Jebite nodded in response, then approached Xianxia, allowing him to grab his shoulder before using instant transmission to take Xianxia to the depths of the Kaioshin realm. Sun Wukong soon arrived at the depths of the Kaioshin realm as well. Seeing this, Jebite hurriedly used instant transmission to return to Kaioshin's side. The old Kaioshin took out a crystal ball and cast a spell, causing the figures of Sun Wukong and Xianxia to appear within it. Weiss remarked, Lord Kaioshin, there's no need to crowd around the crystal ball to watch. After saying this, he pointed his staff at the ground, projecting the figures of Xianxia and Sun Wukong into the air, where the image became large and clear. The old Kaioshin nodded upon seeing this. The crowd watched the scene in the air as if watching a movie. This time, Kaioshin Xian had sharp eyes, prompting Jebite to fetch several bags of sunflower seeds, peanuts, and a few buckets of drinks from the temple for everyone. Weiss, holding sunflower seeds and peanuts, laughed. Oh ho ho, Lord Kaioshin, I didn't expect you to have some stock left. Kaioshin Xian replied, whenever I have free time, I go to Wukong's house to stock up. I see, it seems I need to stock up as well, just in case, Weiss said. Bardos looked at the items in her hands, puzzled, and asked Weiss, what are these things? Weiss smiled, sister, these are snacks that you can munch on when you're bored to pass the time. Oh, so they're food. Quickly tell me how to eat them. I want to taste how they are, Bardos said, squinting her eyes. Weiss nodded and demonstrated to Bardos. Bardos mimicked Weiss, cracking the sunflower seeds and peanuts. She then squinted her eyes and asked Weiss, what kind of food is this? It's quite delicious, so where did you get it? Weiss smiled and said, sister, these are just snacks called sunflower seeds and peanuts. The big bucket next to them, which looks like water, is a drink. All of this was obtained from Earth Wukong's house. Oh, then after Lord Xianxia and Sun Wukong finish their competition, let's go to Earth Wukong's house too, Bardos suggested. Weiss nodded. While they were talking, Sun Wukong and Xianxia had already begun to engage. Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan and started warming up against Xianxia. Xianxia, with his hands behind his back, effortlessly dodged Sun Wukong's attacks, while muttering, Too slow, how could someone with your strength be a candidate for God of Destruction? After attacking for a while, Sun Wukong stepped back and said to Xianxia, Lord Xianxia, the warm-up game ends here. Next, I will show a bit of my true strength. Xianxia nodded and said, please begin your performance. Sun Wukong shouted loudly and transformed into a Super Saiyan 4. Seeing this, Xianxia smiled and said, interesting. Before his words could finish, Sun Wukong transformed again into Super Saiyan 4 limit break. Xianxia's smile widened as he spoke. Not bad, not bad. Let me see how strong you are in this state. Sun Wukong replied, as you wish. Before he could finish his sentence, Sun Wukong flashed forward, throwing a punch at Xianxia's face, but Xianxia quickly reached out and caught Sun Wukong's iron fist. Xianxia remarked, not bad, your speed has improved quite a bit since before. Sun Wukong smiled, and then knee-striked, colliding with Xianxia's knee. Seeing this, Sun Wukong quickly retreated 10 meters before launching another attack against Xianxia. The power of Super Saiyan 4 limit break made Xianxia cautious, and he focused entirely on the battle. The two engaged in a fierce battle mid-air, exchanging blows. The collision of their fists created spatial ripples that shattered the planets above and spread into the universe. Caixin Xian remarked, the competition between Wukong and Lord Xianxia is similar to the last match, with Wu Zhenming once again stirring up the tremors of the universe. The old Caixin said, calm down, O Lord Xianxia, and Wukong will handle it well. Sun Wukong, of course, understood the dangers caused by spatial tremors. After several attempts, he mastered the angle, and when he collided with Xianxia again, the spatial tremors had already dissipated into nothingness. While fighting, Xianxia praised, not bad, your fighting talent is among the top of everyone I have seen. Sun Wukong smiled while his movements remained swift. The two exchanged blows evenly matched. Often when Sun Wukong landed a punch on Xianxia's head, he would immediately receive a kick to the stomach in return. One would hold his head while the other held his stomach, taking a moment to recover before charging at each other again. Before long, both had sustained minor injuries. After another round of fighting, Xianxia suddenly laughed. Not bad, Sun Wukong, you actually managed to draw even with my 50% strength, quite impressive. Sun Wukong laughed and said, Lord Xianxia, you might want to clarify, is it 50% of your strength or 5%? Is it your normal state or some other form? Xianxia chuckled, of course it's 50% of my normal strength. What do you think it is? By the way, how much strength did you use? Sun Wukong laughed and said, I see, but Lord Xianxia, are you sure you want to know how much strength I used? Xianxia called out, hurry up and tell me. Sun Wukong extended a finger. Xianxia laughed heartily. Ha, you don't mean to say you only used 10% of your strength, right? That joke is not funny at all. Sun Wukong laughed and said, Lord Xianxia, what are you thinking? I used less than 1/10th of my strength. What? I'm going to kill you, he said, and then with a quick movement, he punched Sun Wukong in the face. However, the imagined scene of Sun Wukong being sent flying did not occur. Xianxia looked up to find that Sun Wukong's form was the same as before, but his hair had turned silver, his fur was white, his pupils were silver, and the area around his eyes turned black. Sun Wukong had unconsciously transformed into the Super Saiyan 5 state. Sun Wukong grinned, saying, Lord Xianxia, I didn't expect you, the great god of destruction, to resort to such underhanded tactics and launch a sneak attack. Xianxia, feeling awkward, replied, what sneak attack? I was just testing your reaction ability, and I must admit your reflexes are quite impressive. Sun Wukong chuckled. Seeing this, Xianxia remarked, Sun Wukong, it seems you have changed your appearance. This new look suits you well, it looks rather imposing. I wonder how strong you really are. Sun Wukong responded, Lord Xianxia, I advise you to show your true strength. The power I have now is on an entirely different level compared to my previous Super Saiyan 4 form. It has increased significantly. Xianxia, upon hearing this, stepped back and carefully scrutinized the Super Saiyan 5, Sun Wukong. His expression gradually turned serious as he said, it seems you truly possess strength. If I don't show some of my own, I might actually be defeated by you. I must say Whis has quite the eye for talent, finding such a formidable candidate for Beerus. Thank you for the compliment, Lord Xianxia. Sun Wukong smiled. Xianxia waved his hand and said, let me show you what a true god of destruction looks like. With that, he clenched his fists at his waist and began to roar, ah. As he let out a scream reminiscent of constipation, a purple flame surged around Xianxia, gradually enveloping his entire body. At the same time, his yellow irises and black pupils transformed into white irises and purple pupils. About a minute later, Xianxia stopped his roar and said to Sun Wukong, Sun Wukong, this form of mine is the god of destruction's destructive form. I wonder how many of my attacks you can withstand. We'll find out if you try. Sun Wukong laughed. Upon hearing this, Xianxia extended a hand, forming a purple energy orb the size of a fingernail, and flicked it towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, aware that this energy orb contained destructive energy, did not dodge, but gathered all his energy, allowing the destructive energy to hit him squarely. The thumb-sized energy orb instantly enveloped Sun Wukong, obliterating his body. Sun Wukong cried out in pain. Xianxia, seeing this, coldly remarked, "Sun Wukong, I must commend you. You truly have courage to take the destructive energy heat-in." Sun Wukong, hearing this, suddenly burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Xianxia, witnessing this, said, "Sun Wukong, have you gone mad? Even in this state you can still laugh." Sun Wukong replied, "Lord Xianxia, what do you think? Is my act convincing? I even tricked you, ha ha ha, I was just messing with you." With that he shouted loudly, and the purple destructive energy around him quickly shrank. Moments later it condensed into a thumb-sized orb which Sun Wukong flicked towards a planet in the Supreme Kai realm, and that planet silently vanished. Seeing this, Sun Wukong murmured, "I must say this destructive energy is indeed quite domineering." Xianxia, upon hearing this, grew furious, saying, "Damn it, Sun Wukong, how dare you deceive me?" Sun Wukong laughed. "Lord Xianxia, it's you who overestimates the destructive energy. My body can withstand even black holes, not to mention I have energy protection. Do you really think that little destructive energy can harm me?" Xianxia, upon hearing this, said, "I see, Sun Wukong, it seems I truly underestimated you. But now I have to get serious. Are you ready?" Sun Wukong spread his hands and said to Xianxia, "Bring it on, Lord Xianxia." Seeing this, Xianxia spread his arms wide and lifted them, revealing countless apple-sized purple destructive energy orbs behind him. Sun Wukong, upon seeing this, opened his hands and slowly raised them from his waist. Behind him appeared countless white energy swords, each about 3 feet long, solidified and gleaming coldly, looking incredibly sharp. Xianxia remarked, "Not bad, this is interesting." With that he waved a hand towards Sun Wukong. A torrent of destructive energy surged towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong smiled slightly, pushing both palms forward as the energy swords poured out to meet the destructive energy. The two collided, and the destructive energy and energy swords silently dissipated in midair. Minutes later, the destructive energy and energy swords annihilated each other and vanished completely. Xianxia, seeing this, clapped his hands and said, "Impressive, impressive. The refinement of your energy actually matches my destructive energy. Truly remarkable." Sun Wukong laughed. "You flatter me, Lord Xianxia." Xianxia waved his hand and said, "Then let's start the second round of our contest." "Sure, let's go," Sun Wukong said. Xianxia nodded, then vanished from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already behind Sun Wukong, kicking towards his lower back. Sun Wukong remained motionless, and Xianxia kicked through the afterimage, realizing something was amiss. He felt a menacing wind at the back of his head and quickly dodged. However, the sinister wind behind him clung to him like a leech, and Xianxia could not shake it off. Gritting his teeth, he concentrated the destructive energy behind him, attempting to block Sun Wukong's attack. But it was futile. Sun Wukong's fist landed squarely on the back of Xianxia's head, sending him into a dizzying spin. Having landed a successful hit, Sun Wukong did not pursue further. Xianxia shook his head and took a while to recover. Looking at Sun Wukong again, his eyes were filled with disbelief. "Sun Wukong, your strength has actually reached this level. Even my god of destruction form can't match you." "No wonder Whis said your strength is on par with the angels. It seems to be true." Sun Wukong laughed. "Lord Xianxia, are you admitting defeat? I only hit you once." Xianxia replied, "Sun Wukong, my god of destruction form is indeed no match for you. From that last strike, I could tell you were holding back. Otherwise, I wouldn't just be dizzy right now." Sun Wukong laughed. "Then, Lord Xianxia, shall we continue our contest?" Xianxia pondered for a moment and said, "Of course we will. I have one more skill. Although I've only learned a bit, it's enough to deal with you right now." "Oh, then I look forward to it," Sun Wukong said. Xianxia nodded, first dispelling his god of destruction form, then shouted loudly as silver flames erupted from his body, and his pupils instantaneously turned silver. On Whis' side, Beerus remarked, "It seems Sun Wukong's power is indeed extraordinary, forcing Lord Xianxia to use the Ultra Instinct." "Whis, you really have struck gold." Whis replied proudly. "Oh ho ho, sister, the Ultra Instinct is not exclusive to Lord Xianxia. Wukong can use it too, and he's even more skilled than Lord Xianxia." "Whis, what do you mean? Did you teach the Ultra Instinct to Sun Wukong?" Beerus asked in surprise. Whis smiled. "Indeed, not only that, Wukong has mastered the Ultra Instinct to the second level of perfection, reaching an extraordinary level." "What? Sun Wukong has actually mastered the Ultra Instinct to the second level of perfection. This is a realm that no god of destruction has achieved." Beerus exclaimed in shock. Weiss chuckled. "What's the big deal? The second level of the free and easy extreme arts is merely a completion, not the true strength of Goku. It's the Super Saiyan 6 that represents Goku's real power." "What? The second level of free and easy extreme arts is not even his true strength. This talent is incredible. Weiss, where did you find this treasure?" Bardos exclaimed in shock. Weiss smiled, remaining silent. Meanwhile, Xianxia had already engaged Goku in combat. With the free and easy extreme arts, Xianxia dodged Goku's attacks effortlessly like a butterfly flitting through flowers. However, every time Xianxia attacked, he would expose a flaw and get hit by Goku with 3 punches and 2 kicks. Goku noticed that Xianxia's mastery of the free and easy extreme arts was still in its infancy. He could only defend using bodily awareness, but couldn't launch free attacks with it yet. Goku speculated that Xianxia had either just started learning the free and easy extreme arts, or was simply too lazy to progress beyond the basics. So he spoke up, "Lord Xianxia, why is your free and easy extreme arts so half-baked? It's like having one foot in the door and the other out. It's truly painful to watch." Upon hearing this, Xianxia retorted, "Mind your own business. By the way, how do you know about the free and easy extreme arts?" Goku replied with a smile, "Of course Whis told me. Not only did he tell me, but he also taught me." Humph, boasting without proof. "Do you think anyone can just learn the free and easy extreme arts?" Xianxia scoffed. "Lord Xianxia, seems you won't shed tears until you see the coffin." "Fine, then let me show you my free and easy extreme arts," Goku declared. Without waiting for Xianxia to respond, he dispelled his Super Saiyan 5 state, shouted loudly, and silver flames erupted around him. His divine aura surged, his hair instantly turned silver, and his pupils became silver as well. Seeing Goku's appearance, Xianxia looked as if he had seen a ghost, his eyes wide with disbelief, exclaimed, "Impossible. How did you learn the free and easy extreme arts? This is a divine technique. I have just barely stepped into the threshold." Goku replied, "The divine technique, free and easy extreme arts, isn't that difficult. I've only studied it for 2.5 years to reach the 2nd level of completion." "What? Say that again. How many years did you practice and to what level?" Xianxia gasped. Goku answered, 2.5 years 2nd level completion. "What's wrong with that?" Xianxia was so furious he nearly exploded on the spot, shouting, "What's wrong? The divine technique, the free and easy extreme arts. You only practiced for 2.5 years, yet you mastered it to perfection. I feel like all my billions of years have been wasted." Goku waved his hand and said, "Lord Xianxia, that's too much, too much." Xianxia dispelled the free and easy extreme arts and said to Goku, "I'm not fighting anymore. As for you sneaking into my 6th universe, I won't hold it against you." Goku protested, "Wait, Lord Xianxia, I've just started using the free and easy extreme arts, and you're giving up already." Xianxia replied, "I'm not a fool. Why would I fight when I know I can't win?" Goku sighed and said, "Fine, let's leave it at that." He then also dispelled the free and easy extreme arts, and the two flew back to Whis and the others. Bardoss, seeing the two return, fixed her gaze on Goku and scrutinized him closely. Goku asked, "Bardoss, what are you looking at?" Bardoss replied, "I'm wondering how you, as a mere mortal, can stand shoulder to shoulder with gods and even surpass them." Goku smiled and said, "Of course, through relentless effort." Bardoss chuckled, "If effort were all it took, then what do we need talent for? I see that your current strength is not only due to relentless effort, but also incredible talent." Whis nodded, saying, "Exactly. Just like Lord Beerus, who has extraordinary talent, yet is incredibly lazy, only knowing how to sleep. Otherwise, with his current strength, he could at least reach our angel level. For ordinary mortals, no matter how hard they try, they cannot reach the divine realm. Therefore, Goku, your strength relies on both diligence and talent." Goku felt a bit embarrassed from their praise and scratched his head. Xianxia turned to Whis and asked, "Whis, is Goku Beerus' candidate? Does Beerus not know about this?" Whis nodded and said, "That's right. Why do you ask, Lord Xianxia?" Xianxia, with a glint in his eye, said, "Since Beerus doesn't know about this, would it be okay for me to make Goku my candidate for the God of Destruction?" Whis chuckled. "Oh ho ho, Lord Xianxia, you're quite the clever one. But about this matter, you're thinking too much. Goku is from the 7th universe. How could he possibly become the God of Destruction in the 6th universe?" Xianxia asked, "Is there no room for negotiation on this matter?" Whis shook his head, saying, "No negotiation." Xianxia turned to Goku and asked, "Goku, what do you think of Bardoss?" Goku was startled by Xianxia's question and replied, "Lord Xianxia, what do you mean?" Xianxia clarified, "Of course I mean her appearance, otherwise do you mean her strength?" Goku said cautiously, "Lord Xianxia, I can't dare to say, what if Bardoss gets angry?" Bardoss smiled and said, "Goku, feel free to speak. I won't be angry." Goku said, "Then I will say it." "Go ahead," Bardoss prompted. Goku smiled. Bardoss has a noble and elegant demeanor, a tall figure, and stunning beauty. From our mortal perspective, she is an absolute beauty. Bardoss' eyes narrowed into slits, and she replied, "Thank you for the compliment." Xianxia added cheekily, "That's good. Goku, think about it. If you come to our 6th universe to be the God of Destruction, you can be with Bardoss every day. At that time, you'll have the advantage, and you know what I mean." Bardoss seized Xianxia's cat ears and said, "Lord Xianxia, it seems you're getting a bit too frisky again." Xianxia defended himself. "Bardoss, I'm doing this for you and for our 6th universe. You can't misunderstand a good person. Weiss curious asked, Lord Xianpa, how exactly are you doing good for her? Xianpa explained, think about it. If Goku becomes the god of destruction in the 6th universe with his strength, he would definitely be the strongest god of destruction. At that time Bardoss and Goku would appear before the gods together. How impressive would that be? You're just thinking of your own face, Lord Xianpa, Weiss joked. My face is just a little bit. A Bardoss face is what truly matters, Xianpa retorted. Bardoss smiled but applied more pressure, saying, then I should thank you, Lord Xianpa. Xianpa awkwardly replied, no need, no need. We are all on the same side. If I see you're really getting a bit too cheeky daring to use me as bait, Bardoss coldly huffed. Xianpa hurriedly said, Bardoss, I won't dare again. Please spare me.